but for the moment Jackson's victory was a victory for the South. Southern slaveholders had succeeded in wresting control of the federal government from the likes of Adams and Clay. They would not face a hostile Northern president again until Lincoln. For the remainder of the antebellum period, Southern leaders, or Northerners like Buchanan who accommodated to Southern views, would control the upper reaches of government, including, at crucial moments, the offices of the President and Secretary of State. The Jacksonian triumph scarcely put an end to Southern fears, however, or to the conflict between the free labor North and the slave-holding South. In the 1830s, abolitionists, though still a beleaguered minority even in the North, became an increasingly important factor in national politics. The incendiary abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison founded his newspaper, The Liberator, in 1831 and with the support of rich Northern philanthropists began an unremitting attack on the South's peculiar institution. John Quincy Adams entered Congress in 1831 and started his own second career as an anti-slavery crusader, fighting the slave-holding monsters at home. Southern politicians, provoked by the Northern abolitionist minority, launched a counter-offensive that in turn offended majority opinion in the North. Southern congressmen insisted that anti-slavery petitions sent to Congress by Northern constituencies had to be blocked, the so-called gag rule. Southerners demanded that abolitionist literature and speeches produced in the North and sent by mail to the South had to be confiscated at the Mason-Dixon line, on the grounds that such material, when it reached the ears of slaves, threatened to incite revolt. And as the North increasingly became a haven for runaway slaves, Southern slaveholders demanded the enforcement of fugitive slave laws requiring the federal government and Northern citizens to aid in the return of Southern property. The South's efforts to control the speech and actions of Northerners sparked far more Northern outrage than the abolitionists ever managed to incite. When issues changed from black slavery to white republicanism, from an unfortunate institution on the other section's turf to unacceptable ultimatums about a common democratic government, Yankees stiffened into anti-Southern postures. But the Southern attempt to control Northern behavior, however ill-advised, was the product of the same concerns that made Southerners worry about Negro Fort. The slaveholders' despotism was threatened by free territory not only along its southern borders but also on its northern and western borders. What made the threat all the more ominous was that the lightly enslaved border states of Kentucky, Maryland, and the rest of the Upper South were also the home of anti-slavery politicians like Cassius M. Clay and James Birney. As William W. Freeling has shown, Southern anxieties about the reliability of the less committed, less enslaved hinterlands lying close to the free North were a principal motive behind efforts to enforce discipline throughout the nation. 120. The South became increasingly despotic, and not only toward slaves and free blacks. Preserving the Southern master's authority over his slaves required control of white behavior, too. A 19th-century version of mild totalitarianism, not unlike that practiced by the absolutist courts of Central and Eastern Europe, eroded Southern democracy. Strict limits on freedom of speech and thought were backed up by threats of violence. In the Deep South, discipline was enforced through the selective lynching of whites deemed hostile to the slave regime. 121 Anti-slavery agitators, when they were not hanged, were tortured, tarred, and feathered, and driven from Southern towns. Kentucky's Birney was forcibly expelled from the South and became a living martyr to the anti-slavery cause as well as the North's first anti-slavery presidential candidate. In the Upper South and in the North, Southern slaveholders tried to extend their coercive authority by legislative means. There too the effort to shutter off their exposed northern boundary required anti-republican impositions on northern whites, which exacerbated northern fears of a southern slave power that aimed to destroy the North's free labor civilization. 122. Like other quasi-totalitarian regimes in both the 19th and 20th centuries, the South's paranoia led it naturally toward expansion and conquest as a means of eliminating threats posed by free territories on its borders. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, though it averted disunion and protected slavery below latitude 36°30, was no triumph for Southern slaveholders. They feared that no slave state could survive encircled by free states, and the prohibition against the westward expansion of slavery above 36°30 threatened the permanence of slavery in Missouri and the rest of the border South. These fears gave birth to a Southern conviction that slavery must continue to expand westward, northward, and, most promisingly, southward toward the tropics of Latin America and the Caribbean. 123. The South's defensive expansionism was also driven by a well-grounded fear that the forces of history were working against the institution of slavery. By the 1820s it was in a state of worldwide decline. Many of the new republics in the Western Hemisphere abolished slavery upon achieving independence from Spain. When Mexico abolished slavery in 1829, the South was suddenly surrounded on three sides by free territory. And when Great Britain emancipated the slaves in its Caribbean colonies in the 1830s, the South was all but isolated in the hemisphere. Only Brazil and the Spanish colonies of Cuba and Puerto Rico stood with the South in upholding an institution that increasingly seemed a relic of antiquity in a modernizing world. The fact that the driving force behind the international anti-slavery movement was Great Britain, the world's most advanced industrial society and most powerful empire, made the South especially fearful. By the third decade of the 19th century, British foreign policy had undergone a transformation beyond what even Adams and Clay were advocating in the United States. As in the United States, the shift was rooted in Britain's own political transformation. Its politics were becoming more democratic after the 1820s. The Reform Bill of 1832 opened a limited franchise to a broader segment of the population. In foreign policy, Britain became a defender and promoter of liberal principles in Europe and throughout the world. Lord Palmerston, the dominant figure in British foreign policy in the mid-19th century, spoke unblushingly of Britain's special role. "We stand at the head of moral, social, and political civilization. Our task is to lead the way and direct the march of other nations." Under Palmerston, Britain supported constitutionalism and liberal reform in Belgium, Italy, Greece, Poland, and on the Iberian Peninsula. 124 Critics at home and abroad charged Palmerston with pursuing a quixotic policy that subordinated immediate British interests to general causes. 125 But like Monroe, Adams, Clay, and others in the United States, Palmerston believed that the spread of liberalism served British interests. 126. This new, more liberal Great Britain had its own version of manifest destiny. Its supreme mission, Palmerston and many other Britons believed, was to expand its influence to all corners of the world and, in the process, bring the blessings of civilization to backward and benighted peoples. 19th century British imperialism was more universalist than the 17th and 18th century version had been. It was more like American foreign policy in this respect, and indeed may even have been influenced by the universalism of the American Revolution. The progressive Palmerstonian of the early Victorian era believed in a universalist notion of progress based on British cultural norms, applicable to all societies across the globe. Palmerston's policy of world bettering was the moral basis on which empire, and the economic rewards of empire, could be newly justified. 127 Like many Americans, Palmerston saw free trade and capitalism as the main engine of Britain's benevolent expansion. Capitalism was a moral force, and free trade encouraged moral regeneration, allowing economically backward nations to develop their resources and throw off outdated elites. 128 And just as Americans had sometimes found it necessary to bring enlightenment to Barbary rulers and others through the cannon's mouth, the far more powerful Britain of Palmerston's day believed British naval power was a necessary adjunct to commerce in the civilizing mission. The half-civilized governments such as those of China, Portugal, Spanish America, Palmerston once remarked, required addressing every 8 to 10 years to keep them in order. 129. British policy under Palmerston suggested the course American foreign policy might have taken in the mid-19th century had there been no Southern slaveholders, and no Southern realism, to check the liberal exuberance of the free labor North. For like the American North, increasingly capitalist Britain had divested itself of slavery by the 1830s. And like some in the North, Great Britain had embarked on a crusade to stamp out slavery in those corners of the Western world where it still flourished. The powerful anti-slavery movement in Great Britain that had begun to shape British foreign policy at the beginning of the 19th century contained the same social and economic forces that spurred the anti-slavery politics of the North. A vocal minority of Protestant evangelicals, referred to by their critics as the Saints, had started agitating against slavery as far back as the 1780s. Their leader, William Wilberforce, preached the doctrines of personal and national redemption that would later be taken up by Finney and other American evangelicals. Through good works, Wilberforce declared, I may, become holy. 130 Such teachings helped spur in Great Britain, as later in the American North, a wide-ranging reform movement to treat the social ills of an advancing industrial economy, temperance, prison and education reform, and, above all, abolitionism. For British evangelicals, as for their American counterparts, slavery and sin were regarded as synonymous, equally individual and national evils to be rooted out. 131 And the British anti-slavery movement, again like its counterpart in the American North, drew strength from the fact that Britain was a rising capitalist power with an evolving liberal ideology hostile to the idea of slave labor. 132 The moral case against slavery meshed well with the interests and the ethos of Britain's capitalist classes. When Wilberforce and his followers succeeded in convincing the House of Commons to abolish the slave trade in 1806, Lord Chancellor Thomas Erskine declared it our duty to God and to our country, which was the morning star of enlightened Europe and whose boast and glory was to grant liberty and life, administer humanity and justice to all nations, to remedy that evil. 133. From the early 19th century onward, British leaders, spurred by an aroused public, devoted vast time and energy to stamping out the international slave trade. They came up against many of the same obstacles that other international humanitarian efforts would face in the 20th century. They had to convince other governments to sacrifice their sovereignty and, in some cases, their economic interests to a cause that few felt as strongly about as the British. 134 They had to set up new international mechanisms for monitoring and enforcing the slave trade ban. Castlereagh established a permanent conference of the European powers in London to be a centre of information, as well as of action, about trading slaves. 135 The British Foreign Office established a special department exclusively devoted to the slave trade. In 1842 the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Aberdeen, could announce with pleasure that anti-slavery diplomacy had been established as a new and vast branch of international relations. 136. The hardest task was establishing an international police force to patrol the seas and seize slave ships. In practice, the naval muscle had to be provided almost entirely by Great Britain, which possessed the world's largest navy and near total command of the seas. But British naval vessels still needed permission to stop and search suspected slave ships flying the colors of other nations. This raised hackles in foreign capitals, where critics suspected the British of attempting to extend their already impressive international hegemony under the cover of humanitarianism. But most of the European powers eventually agreed. The United States did not. During the first 4 years of the Monroe administration, when progressive nationalists still dominated a Congress led by Henry Clay, and when the Secretary of State was the closet abolitionist John Quincy Adams, the United States did cooperate in a limited way. In 1819 Congress authorized President Monroe to send armed vessels to the African coast to join the British in patrolling for slave ships. In 1820 Adams persuaded Congress to declare that participants in the slave trade were pirates punishable under American law. But the sticking point was Britain's demand that its naval officers be allowed to stop and search vessels flying the American flag. This stirred memories of the British practice of stopping and boarding American vessels for the purpose of impressing alleged British citizens, a principal cause of the War of 1812. The real problem, however, was the South. The American minister in London, Richard Rush, whose father had been a leading Northern abolitionist, told Castlereagh that American opposition to any agreement on the right of search was due to the peculiar situation and institutions of the United States. 137 When John Quincy Adams negotiated a treaty allowing British search of American vessels under certain circumstances, and a joint convention for suppression of the slave trade in 1824, Southern senators crippled the agreement with amendments, including the exemption of American territorial waters from any scrutiny. The British backed out in disgust. Far from cooperating with the British anti-slavery crusade, the United States demanded British protection for American slave owners. In 1822, after the Denmark V.C. conspiracy was uncovered along with its alleged Haitian connections, frightened South Carolina legislators enacted a law requiring that all black sailors, regardless of nationality, be imprisoned while their ships were docked at Charleston. This violated an Anglo-American agreement giving sailors of both countries free access to their ports. But when a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the South Carolina law unconstitutional, the legislature simply ignored the ruling, arguing that the duty of the state to guard against insubordination or insurrection among our colored population is paramount to all laws, all treaties, all constitutions. It arises from the supreme and permanent law of nature, the law of self-preservation. 138. The United States also demanded that runaway or accidentally liberated slaves be returned to their American masters. When American ships forced by wind or weather into British ports in the West Indies lost slaves, who then sought their freedom in Britain's emancipated colonies, Americans demanded compensation. An American démarche to Palmerston actually requested that Great Britain refrain from forcing freedom upon American slaves who might be forced by stress of weather or unavoidable contingency within British colonial ports. It demanded that Britain place the slaves in prison for temporary safekeeping until their owner could arrange to have them shipped home. 139 Palmerston replied that a policy of forcing freed slaves back into bondage would be so entirely at variance with every principle of the British Constitution that no British government would dare propose it to Parliament and no British troops could be expected to carry it out. 140. America's refusal to allow its ships to be searched for slaves stymied British efforts to suppress the illicit trade. Even though the slave trade had been banned in the United States after 1808, American sea captains took a big part in it. Many American ships fitted out as privateers during the War of 1812 became slaving ships after the war, carrying captured blacks from Africa to Brazil and Cuba. Sea captains of other nationalities immunized themselves from British search and seizure by flying the U.S. flag. The American colors, much to the indignation of the British, became the shield behind which Portuguese, Spanish, and Brazilian slave traders carried on their business. 141 After repeated failures to enlist American cooperation in the international effort to suppress the trade, Palmerston wrote in exasperation that he could not believe the government of Washington can seriously and deliberately intend that the flag and the vessels of the Union shall continue to be, as they now are, the shelter under which the malefactors of all countries perpetuate with impunity crimes which the laws of the Union stigmatize as piracy and punish with death. 142 The United States, however, did not budge. So long as slavery existed in the United States, and so long as slaveholder interests controlled important levers in the federal government, the British would not be permitted to search American ships. This was less a principled demand for sovereign immunity than a practical demand for the protection of American slave owners. For the United States eventually did drop its demand for sovereign independence on the high seas in 1862, after the secession of the South and the same year as the Emancipation Proclamation. Despite American success in warding off British restrictions, the constant pressure of the British anti-slavery crusade nevertheless put great strain on the internal contradictions of the American polity. The anti-slavery movement in the North drew sustenance from British policies. Northern abolitionists rejoiced at Britain's emancipation of the slaves of the West Indies, and even Britain's marginal advances against the international slave trade strengthened their belief that slavery could eventually be eradicated if the forces opposed to it summoned the will. Even that erstwhile Anglophobe John Quincy Adams came to view Britain as an ally in the struggle against the Southern slavocracy. 143. To Southern slaveholders, meanwhile, a hostile anti-slavery world seemed to be closing in, and Great Britain was behind it all. Mexico, which had abolished slavery and which after 1830 had come to view the United States as a menacing aggressor, had turned to Great Britain for protection and was becoming a British satellite in the Western Hemisphere. The British seemed bent on turning the vital Gulf of Mexico into a British lake. Canada was under British control in the north. The Oregon Territory gave Britain a foothold in the northwest. California, owned by pro-British Mexico, bounded the United States on the west. The whole constituted a noose around the Republic. 144 Americans in both North and South expressed concern about British policies in the Western Hemisphere, but the South was especially alarmed. For lying behind the geographical encirclement, many Southerners feared, was Britain's grand ideological design. In 1843 President John Tyler's Secretary of State, Abel P. Upshur, one of the South's leading defenders of slavery, warned John C. Calhoun that England is determined to abolish slavery throughout the American continent and islands. 145. The annexation of Texas, a Southern question. Calhoun needed no convincing. By the early 1840s he and other Southern leaders had already identified a two-pronged conspiracy to destroy Southern slavery. The Northern anti-slavery movement, led in Congress by John Quincy Adams, was attempting to undermine slavery from within. First Northern politicians limited its spread, and then they used the North's growing power to strike at slavery where it was weakest in the Upper South. External support for the anti-slavery cause came from Great Britain, which intended to contain slavery on America's southwestern frontier and then weaken it by establishing emancipated territories where slaves could flee the slaveholders' control. How long could the slave-holding South hold out against this two-pronged attack? The question, Calhoun and Upshur believed, would be decided in Texas. Ever since Adams and President Monroe had failed to demand Texas from Spain as part of the territorial settlement of 1819, the disposition of that northern Mexican state had been a contentious issue in American politics. Throughout the late 1820s and 30s successive American presidents had balked at acquiring Texas, believing the issue too explosive to inject into an American politics already fractured by the sectional dispute over slavery. Even Andrew Jackson had been timid. Americans provided substantial assistance to the Texans in their war for independence against Mexico in 1835 and 1836, but Jackson rejected the Texans' urgent request for annexation, fearing it would damage the electoral prospects of his chosen successor, Martin Van Buren. For the next 4 years President Van Buren opposed annexation, reflecting the sentiments of his northern political base and attempting to avert a national crisis. Van Buren's whole political strategy, which had worked so brilliantly over 3 successive elections to unite a national Democratic Party, depended on not exacerbating schisms that would again divide the party along geographical lines. He struggled to keep slavery out of the national conversation, therefore, and to concentrate on economic and political issues that transcended the North-South divide. His greatest fear was a repetition of the Missouri crisis and any revival in the North of the clamor against Southern influence and African slavery, which Van Buren knew would spell the death of the Democratic Party in the North. 146 Then when the anti-Jacksonian Whig Party finally took the White House in 1840, in the person of William Henry Harrison, the new president and his Secretary of State, Daniel Webster, also continued to resist annexation in deference to the wishes of the parties. Dominant Northern constituency. 147. But the Texas question could not be evaded forever, and powerful forces came together in the early 1840s to produce the inevitable explosion. In the North, hostility to the Southern slave power reached a new plateau as congressional debates over the gag rule pitted Adams and other Northern anti-slavery politicians against Southerners determined to prevent even the discussion of slavery in Congress. Meanwhile Adams and others kept their eyes on Texas, waiting in almost eager anticipation for a Southern attempt to bring it into the Union. Then the real battle against the slavocracy could begin. In Texas itself the struggle for independence and security against an angry and menacing Mexico was forcing the new republic's leaders to cast about for support wherever they could find it. Most Texans wanted to join the United States, but after repeated rebuffs Texan leaders were starting to look to Great Britain. The British, meanwhile, wanted to turn Texas into a buffer against further American southward expansion and had offered to serve as a friendly mediator between Texas and Mexico. All this looked ominous to the South, and growing anxiety about the domestic and international forces massing against the institution of slavery brought to the fore a group of leaders determined to raise Southern consciousness about the impending threat to their way of life. 148 Two of these extremists, Upshur and Calhoun, would follow Webster as Secretary of State in the Tyler administration and take matters into their own hands. The historical accident that set the match to this combustible mix was the death of William Henry Harrison months after taking office and the rise of His Excellency, John Tyler, to the presidency. Harrison had been a Northerner and a nationalist in the mold of Clay and Adams, determined to leave the Texas issue alone. Tyler was a Virginian, a slave owner, a Democrat, and like many of that description, anxiously impatient. Before becoming president, he had railed against the Northern abolitionist movement and the threat it posed to Southern institutions and Southern lives. It invades our hearth, assails our domestic circles, preaches up sedition, and encourages slave insurrection. 149 Within months of assuming the presidency, he was at war with the nationalist Whigs in Congress led by Clay over the latter's efforts to put the American system back in place. From then on he desperately searched for allies, and he found them in the South. In 1843, when Webster resigned as Secretary of State, the Tyler administration became the vehicle for Southerners determined to save their civilization from the worldwide anti-slavery movement. The leading figures in the Tyler administration after 1842, the President himself, his second Secretary of State, Abel Upshur, and Upshur's successor, John Calhoun, all epitomized the South's anxiety at the adverse domestic and global trends. Upshur's first annual report as Secretary of the Navy in 1841 called for a naval buildup, warning that in a war with any considerable maritime power, that is, Great Britain, the enemy would stir up a slave insurrection. 150 This was only the first of many occasions when the usual Southern opposition to big government spending was abandoned in the interest of saving slavery. Calhoun as Secretary of State wanted American diplomacy to be conducted by men completely identified with the South. 151 He objected when untrustworthy Northerners were sent to London and Paris to serve as ambassadors, believing with some justice that the Northern anti-slavery movement was making common cause with the British and with anti-slavery government officials in France. In 1843 Duff Green, a devoted follower of Calhoun and ardent defender of Southern interests, John Quincy Adams called him the ambassador of slavery, believed he had uncovered a British plot to abolitionize Texas and, after that, the United States. The British Prime Minister, Lord Aberdeen, had offered the Texan government support against Mexico in return for the abolition of slavery. Aberdeen, according to Green, had even offered to provide Texas a loan to defray the costs of emancipation. Green insisted that Aberdeen's goal was nothing less than to incite rebellion and civil war in the South by purchasing and emancipating the slaves of Texas. 152. There was a kernel of truth in Green's otherwise exaggerated charge. Aberdeen had no plans for abolishing slavery in the United States. But anti-slavery forces in Parliament had long viewed Texas as a vital battleground in the struggle for abolition in the Western Hemisphere. Texans had agitated for independence, after all, partly to re-establish slavery after Mexico had abolished the institution in 1829, and British abolitionists had sided with Mexico during the independence struggle, pouring money into Mexican bonds and helping finance Mexico's purchase of warships for use against Texas. After Texas achieved independence in 1836 and reinstituted slavery, the new republic became the main transfer point for slaves shipped from Africa via Cuba to the slave market in New Orleans. Texas thus became a symbol of the slave traders' defiance of Britain's anti-slavery crusade. Even the cautious Aberdeen could not ignore pressures from Parliament to try to put an end to slavery in the Lone Star Republic. 153 When asked in the House of Lords by the anti-slavery leader Lord Brougham if there was not a very great chance that Texas would abolish slavery in exchange for Mexican recognition, Aberdeen answered that every effort on the part of Her Majesty's government would lead to that result. 154 Great Britain was constantly exerting herself to procure the general abolition of slavery throughout the world. 155. Nervous Southerners had reason to be alarmed. It didn't actually matter whether Aberdeen was truly committed to abolishing slavery in Texas. The mere threat of abolition could be enough to discourage people from owning slaves or bringing them into Texas. Over time slavery might become untenable in the Republic. 156 Whether the British forced abolition upon Texas immediately, therefore, or simply made it impossible for slavery to survive in Texas, the result would be the same: more free territory on the borders of slavery, a haven for runaway slaves and would-be insurrectionists, a sort of Haiti on the continent, as one worried Texan wrote to Calhoun. 157 If Texas were lost, Upshur feared, Southern slavery could not exist surrounded on all sides by free states. 158. In April 1844 Calhoun, who had become Secretary of State after Upshur's death, declared that he regarded with deep concern the avowal that Britain was constantly exerting herself to abolish slavery throughout the world. An emancipated Texas would expose the weakest and most vulnerable portions of the slave South's frontiers. In a speech that was calculated to inflame the South and certainly succeeded in inflaming the North, Calhoun vigorously defended the institution of slavery as a positive blessing to the Negro race. The enslaved black race had been elevated in its morals, intelligence, and civilization. In preserving slavery, Calhoun declared, the United States was acting in obedience to racial obligation. 159. Calhoun's declaration brought the sectional conflict over slavery to the fore again after 20 years of being assiduously suppressed by American political leaders. Other Southern politicians, including Tyler, had tried to portray the annexation of Texas as being in the interest of the whole nation. But Calhoun deliberately revealed what many Northerners already suspected, that the chief motive behind annexation was the defense of Southern slavery. Calhoun, like Upshur, hoped to radicalize the South and prepare it for the arduous defense of its institutions against the Northern onslaught. If this led to the fracturing of the two national parties along sectional lines, so much the better. As Upshur declared, Texas had to be made a Southern question, and not one of Whiggism and democracy. 160. Calhoun and Upshur were right about one thing: Northerners couldn't be trusted. As the Van Buren presidency had shown, no Northerner of either party would commit unreservedly to the defense of slaveholder interests in Texas. Even a confirmed nationalist and continentalist like John Quincy Adams would make common cause with the British against the South's vital interests in Texas. In 1843 two leading American abolitionists, on their way to the World Anti-Slavery Convention in London to celebrate the 10th anniversary of British emancipation in the West Indies, stopped in Massachusetts to seek Adams's counsel. Urging that they meet with Aberdeen and encourage him to press for abolition in Texas, Adams declared that the freedom of this country and of all mankind depends on the direct, formal, open, and avowed interference of Great Britain to accomplish the abolition of slavery in Texas. 161. This was a rather extraordinary statement coming from the man who had once devoted decades of government service to American continental expansion, who had worked tirelessly to push Great Britain and every other European power off the North American continent, and who had been the primary architect of Monroe's policy of preventing European interference in the Western Hemisphere. It was a measure of how fervently Adams and other Northerners had come to believe that America's overriding national interest no longer lay in continental expansion, or even in the expulsion of European influence from the continent, but in the containment and eventual abolition of slavery in the United States. Adams was more than willing to see expansion thwarted and foreign influence on the continent enhanced in the service of what he had come to believe was a higher moral imperative. In truth, Adams no longer conceived of the United States as a single nation. The South and its slave-holding oligarchy had become the enemy, far more to be feared than the liberal, crusading Great Britain. Adams's view mirrored that of Calhoun and Upshur and the Southern extremists they represented. They, too, no longer thought of the national interest as something indivisible, something that could be divorced from sectional interests. The interests they sought to preserve and advance were the South's interests. The annexation of Texas, as Secretary of State Upshur had insisted, was a Southern question. For most leaders in both North and South, questions of national aims and national interests became inseparable from the sectional conflict over slavery, and although that conflict was frequently played out beyond American borders, the victory that each section sought was at home, not abroad. For both Northerners and Southerners, external expansion aimed primarily at redressing the internal balance of power. From the debate over Texas annexation to the equally passionate arguments over the cession of Mexican territory later in the decade to the struggles over the annexation of Cuba in the 1850s, the continent of North America, including Mexico and the islands of the Caribbean, became a vast battleground for what might best be described as an imperial competition between the two sections. From the 1840s to the outbreak of the Civil War, the sectional conflict was America's foreign policy. Or, to be more precise, it was America's two foreign policies. Chapter 8. Manifest Destinies. Slaveholders of America, I appeal to you. Are you really in earnest when you speak of perpetuating slavery? Shall it never cease? Never. Stop and consider where you are and in what day you live. This is the world of the 19th century. You stand against a hopeful world, alone against a great century, fighting your hopeless fight, against the onward march of civilization. Carl Schurz, 1860. Northern Containment, Southern Expansion. America's Two Foreign Policies. The man who carried out the annexation of Texas and the most prodigious expansion of territory in American history, and who came to symbolize the era of manifest destiny, was James K. Polk. Although a Southerner from Tennessee and the owner of more than 100 slaves, Polk often expressed bafflement at his countrymen's preoccupation with the slavery issue. His territorial ambitions were not limited to lands where slavery could spread. He sought California, an unlikely stronghold for slavery for which he was prepared to go to war with Mexico, and Oregon, where slavery was almost unimaginable and for which he was rather less inclined to go to war with Great Britain. The Democratic Party platform he ran on in 1844 called both for the reannexation of Texas and the reoccupation of the Oregon lands up to the 54°40 latitude, an ambitious continental agenda that appeared to serve national rather than sectional interests. His election in 1844 is often regarded as a popular referendum on manifest destiny. Between 1845 and 1848 the United States under Polk's leadership expanded by more than 1 million square miles and laid claim to every inch of territory from the Atlantic to the Pacific north of the Rio Grande and south of the 49th parallel. Small wonder that these vast acquisitions have been viewed as a national project, the result of the determined will of a growing nation as restless as a caged leopard and as charged with latent energy. One often lost in this picture of national consensus and calculated pursuit of the national interest, however, were the divisive sectional politics of the era, a politics from which Polk, more than anyone, directly benefited. President Polk owed his presidency to Southern influence. The most important issue in the 1844 campaign was the southward expansion of slave territory, and Polk, the original dark horse candidate, would never have won the Democratic nomination had it not been for the Southern question of Texas. In the summer of 1844 the presumptive Democratic nominee was Martin Van Buren. But when Van Buren made known his opposition to Texas annexation, Southern Democrats abandoned him and searched for someone willing to defend Southern interests. They found Polk. In the general election Polk won only the narrowest of victories over the Whig candidate, Henry Clay. Again, the Southern drive for Texas played a big part. Clay's opposition to the annexation of Texas hurt him in the South, but in the North Clay along with the anti-annexationist Liberty Party candidate, James K. Birney won a narrow majority over Polk. 2 If the 1844 election was a referendum on Texas annexation, the South voted overwhelmingly yes, the North voted narrowly no, and Polk was the winner. 3 It did not surprise anyone, therefore, when President Polk tilted his policies southward, following the direction of the party that had catapulted him into the White House. Thus Texas annexation was approved in early 1845. In January 1846 Polk sent American troops into the disputed zone between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande. When Mexican troops came across to challenge them, he declared war on Mexico in May of that year, and by the time the war was finished, the United States had acquired millions of square miles of new southwestern territory. Polk's drive for northwestern territory, on the other hand, was a good deal more restrained. The Democratic Party's election plank demanding all of Oregon quietly vanished once Polk was elected, and Polk accepted a compromise boundary at the 49th parallel, giving the British what Northerners such as John Quincy Adams insisted was by rights American territory north of that line. Some 20th-century historians have divined in Polk's disparate policies aggressive war southward, compromise and restraint northward a consistent, sensible view of the national interest. Looking back on America's territorial acquisitions from a modern perspective, with memories of the sectional conflict dimmed if not lost altogether, most Americans would agree that the acquisition of Texas, as well as of Oregon and California, were so obviously in the American interest, that any policies designed to extend the territories of the United States to the Pacific should have faced little opposition for. Yet Polk's policies did face significant opposition, precisely because there was so little agreement on what constituted the American interest in the 1840s. Much to Polk's professed disgust and disappointment, Americans in both the North and the South insisted on viewing all questions of expansion and foreign policy as part of the great struggle over the future of slavery. Polk's contemporaries did not all view him as an impartial steward of American foreign policy focused intently on the national interest. The Southerners who placed him in office hoped he would serve Southern interests, and the Northerners who opposed him believed he amply rewarded Southern hopes. Polk's actions, in fact, opened deep and enduring sectional rifts in both of the national parties. Texas annexation and the subsequent acquisition of Mexican territory after the war undercut prospects that Northern Democrats could long remain Democrats or that Southern Whigs could long remain Whigs. By speeding the transformation of the two parties into sectional parties with Democrats representing the South and Whigs representing the North, Polk's expansionism carved inexorable ruts a long way down the road to disunion. 5. It is a sign of how unhelpful, even distorting, our modern understanding of the national interest can be. Polk may have gained some immensely valuable territory for the United States, territory that would eventually serve the nation well and even be the pillar on which its future global power rested. The price, however, was steep, insofar as Polk's acquisition hastened the nation toward dissolution and a devastating civil war. When Polk sought to reap the harvest of his war with Mexico, Northern bitterness produced the first major sectional eruption since the Missouri Crisis of 1819. Once again it was a Northern member of a Southern president's party who set match to tinder. In 1846, as Polk prepared to negotiate with Mexico for the cession of territory encompassing the future states of California, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and parts of Wyoming and Colorado, a Northern Democrat, David Wilmot, introduced legislation banning the extension of slavery into any of the new territories that might be acquired. Wilmot's famous proviso was partly an effort to shield Northern Democrats from their angry constituents. It expressed Northern Democrats' fear that further appeasing Southerners would hand Whigs the North. 6. But the Wilmot proviso, like the Talmadge amendments 27 years before, brought to the surface the sectional tensions over slavery that had been deliberately suppressed by Presidents Jackson, Van Buren, and Harrison, and by both major parties before 1844. The Northern Whig editor Horace Greeley called it a solemn declaration of the united North against the further extension of slavery under the protection of our flag. 7. John Calhoun warned that if the Wilmot proviso were approved, the South would be at the entire mercy of the North, a mere handful of slave states forever imprisoned behind a wall of free states. 8. Polk's Democratic Party split down the middle. Northern Democrats voted almost unanimously for the proviso, a solid phalanx of Southern Democrats voted against it. 9. It passed in the House and was blocked in the Senate. Polk's war against Mexico and his acquisition of the Southwest thus triggered the release of forces of sectional dissension that had long simmered just beneath the surface of American society. His decision to fight in Mexico upset the uneasy balance that had existed between North and South since 1820, and the acquisition of a new empire which each section desired to dominate endangered the balance further. Polk may well have wanted to acquire California, New Mexico, and other northern Mexican territories, neither to extend nor to contain slavery but simply to control the Pacific coast and open the door to the trade of the Orient. But for most Northerners and Southerners, the extension of American territory in the Southwest was preeminently an issue of slavery. In 1837 Daniel Webster had warned, "He is a rash man, indeed, who supposes that a feeling of this kind is to be trifled with or despised." 11. After 1846, as the national parties gradually dissolved into sectional parties, the specter of sectional conflict doomed all attempts at compromise over the new territorial questions created by Polk's expansionism. The Compromise of 1850, engineered by the Northern Democrat Stephen Douglas and the Kentucky Whig Henry Clay and supported by Daniel Webster, Millard Fillmore, and other conservative Whigs trying to preserve the Union and the National Whig Party, only served to infuriate both Northern anti-slavery Whigs and Southern slave expansionists. California, as well as New Mexico and Utah, was permitted to enter the Union without restrictions on slavery, thus violating Wilmot's principle. Nevertheless, Californians voted to enter as a free state, thus dashing Southern hopes of a new and powerful slave state to balance Northern free state power. The Compromise of 1850 was only a temporary truce. The acquisition of vast stretches of Southern and Western territory forced both sections to address the issue that they had evaded in the 2 decades since the Missouri Crisis. The Compromise of 1820 had established an uneasy gentleman's agreement between North and South based on preservation of the status quo. The North would not interfere with slavery in the states where it already existed. But neither would slavery be permitted to expand any further. While abolitionists in the North had always called for immediate emancipation, after 1820 the consensus among Northern politicians was that the institution of slavery should be left alone in the South, if only because the price of destroying slavery would be the destruction of the nation itself. Nevertheless, a cardinal principle of even the more conservative Northerners was that Southern slavery had to be contained within its existing boundaries. As Lincoln put it, toleration by necessity where it exists, with unyielding hostility to the spread of it. 12. Although many Northerners were indifferent to Southern slavery, for Lincoln and many others this Northern containment strategy was not intended to be neutral regarding the future of slavery in the United States. In the North as in the South there was a common assumption that slavery required expansion to survive, and that confinement to the states where it already existed would kill it. 13. Most Northerners believed, and many Southerners feared, that in time the natural deficiencies and internal contradictions of the archaic slave system would produce its natural and peaceful demise. The experience of the Upper South, where slavery had been gradually giving way to the forces of the capitalist market system and where the slave population had dwindled accordingly, offered Northerners hope and Southerners cause for despair that this natural evolution away from slavery might occur throughout the South. In the struggle between the civilization of modernity and the civilization of antiquity, many Northerners believed, there could be only one outcome. The North's confidence in the superiority of its free labor system argued for patience and containment. In the 2 decades before the Civil War, Northern superiority seemed to be visible in any number of social and economic indicators. The census of 1850 showed that since 1840 population growth in the free states had exceeded that in the slave states by 20%. Migration from slave states to free states exceeded by 3 times the flow in the other direction, and 7/8 of all foreign immigrants to the United States, numbering in the millions at mid-century, settled in the North. The increase in the Northern population was related to the greater demand for labor produced by a burgeoning industrial economy that was growing faster than the Southern agriculture-based economy. While the Northern economy was becoming increasingly self-sufficient, moreover, with a growing pool of Northern consumers to buy Northern-made products, the South's economy was becoming increasingly dependent on the North and on Great Britain for both export markets and investment capital. Point 14 The South did not even have the capacity to turn its own cotton into fabric. There were more machine-driven looms in Lowell, Massachusetts, than in the entire South, which meant that Northern merchants and industrialists reaped as much profit from cotton as did Southern plantation owners. In time, many Northerners believed, the North's superior economy and growing population would force the South to abandon its failed economic system and adopt Northern ways. At the very least, an increasingly populous, free North would amass greater power in the electoral system while the contained slave South grew ever weaker. Lincoln, in his famous debates with Stephen Douglas, insisted that the formula for slavery's extinction had already been discovered by the founders, who tried to contain slavery's spread with the deliberate intention of eventually putting an end to it. Lincoln prophesied that slavery would become extinct, for all time to come, if we but readopted the policy of our fathers. 15. The Northern strategy for the gradual and peaceful defeat of Southern slavery resembled the strategy of containment set forth by George F. Kennan and other Americans 100 years later at the dawn of the Cold War. Just as Kennan believed the Soviet Union's totalitarian system bore within it the seeds of its own decay, and that Western containment of Soviet expansionism would in time force the Soviet system either to mellow or to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, so Northern political leaders believed the peaceful containment of slavery was the surest and safest route to its destruction. Point 16 Slavery has within it the seeds of its own destruction, David Wilmot insisted. Keep it within given limits, and in time it will wear itself out. 17 In both the mid-19th and the mid-20th centuries, confidence in the North's, and later America's, superior political and economic system seemed to offer a strategy for victory without the risk of catastrophic war. There were some in the North, of course, who opposed the containment strategy, just as during the Cold War many Americans questioned the policy of containing the Soviet Union. On one side, Northern abolitionists demanded a more aggressive strategy for undermining slavery in the South. William Lloyd Garrison denounced gradualism as tantamount to accepting slavery in perpetuity. When in history, he asked, had a despotic aristocracy like the Southern planters ever peacefully given up power? On the other side was the influential group of Northern merchants and industrialists, mostly Whig Party leaders in the Northeast, who profited immensely from the South and its cotton. These conservative cotton Whigs naturally objected to all anti-slavery efforts, whether gradualist or immediatist, as disastrous both to the Union and to the national economy. Many Northerners of lesser means feared that the consequence of ending slavery in the South would be a flood of black migrants to the North to compete with white laborers and drive down wages. After 1846 this fear produced increasing support for the Free Soil movement. Free Soilers were not all fervent opponents of slavery on moral grounds and did not propose to end Southern slavery. But they favored containment. They insisted that the new territories of the West had to be kept open for settlement by free labor. If slavery were permitted in the new territories, the Free Soil editor and poet William Cullen Bryant warned, free labor would not settle there, since wages would be artificially suppressed by the presence of slaves. But if slavery were kept out of the new territories, free labor would swarm in, and in a few years the country will teem with an active and energetic population. 18 Peaceful conquest, the primary tool used to push British, French, Spanish, and Indian peoples from the continent, would now be put to use in the imperial battle with Southern slavery over control of the West. Although there were heated disagreements in the North over the best strategy for dealing with slavery, and although motives differed even among those who agreed on the strategy, the consensus that had emerged by the 1840s was for containment. At times, however, this strategy would take on the aspect, certainly in Southern eyes, of an aggressive containment, designed both to contain slavery from without and to undermine slavery from within. One anti-slavery politician from Ohio expressed what Southerners feared was, in fact, the real Northern plan: we will establish a cordon of free states that shall surround you, and then we will light up the fires of liberty on every side until they melt your present chains and render all your people free. 19 This approach, too, would be echoed by Americans in the next century, in the waning years of the Cold War. Small wonder that many Southern leaders viewed even more accommodating Northern attitudes with alarm. Mainstream opinion in the North professed to want only to preserve the status quo achieved by the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and to leave slavery alone where it existed. But Southerners understood as well as their Northern compatriots that the status quo established in 1820 was fraught with danger for slavery, especially if some influential Northerners were bent on a more aggressive anti-slavery policy. Although Southerners reviled the abolitionists, they knew that their problems with the North extended beyond the radicals. At the most fundamental level, Southerners generally agreed that containment of slavery over time likely spelled doom for the institution and the Southern way of life. Thanks to the rapid growth of the North, the long-standing sectional equilibrium within the Union was disappearing and the South was declining into a minority status. The growing North was only part of the problem. In the Upper South the commitment to slavery was dwindling. Albert Gallatin Brown of Mississippi pointed out that New York and Pennsylvania had once been slave states, too, but had sent slaves southward and then freed the remainder. Virginia, Maryland, and the border states are now undergoing the same process, Brown warned. 21 Maintenance of the preponderant power of the slaveholders even within the South required the acquisition of new slave states where slavery was known to be viable. If Southern expansion was blocked by the North, James Hammond of South Carolina warned, the North would ride over us roughshod in Congress, proclaim freedom or something equivalent to it to our slaves and reduce us to the condition of Haiti. Southern security, Hammond declared in 1846, lay in equality of power. If we do not act now, we deliberately consign our children to the flames. 22 Territorial expansion was necessary, therefore, if only to bring new slave states into the Union to make up for the declining power of slavery within the South itself. Many Southern slaveholders believed slavery had to expand if it was to remain viable both economically and politically. With Cuba and St. Domingo, one Southern newspaper prophesied, we could control the productions of the tropics, and, with them, the commerce of the world. 23 As for Mexico and the territories of the Southwest, these might not be hospitable to large-scale plantation agriculture, but slaves had been successfully employed in mines in Africa and South America, and Mexican territories were believed to contain rich deposits of gold, silver, and other valuable minerals. 24 Mississippi's Brown spoke for many when he declared, I want Tamaulipas, Potosi, and one or two other Mexican states, and I want them all for the same reason, for the planting and spreading of slavery. 25 Beyond politics and economics, the Southern elite faced the perhaps even more frightening prospect of being penned up forever in what seemed an increasingly claustrophobic space inhabited by a burgeoning population of poor whites and enslaved blacks. The South will be smothered and overwhelmed by a festering population that was forbidden to migrate, exclaimed one South Carolina congressman, pent in and walled around on exhausted soil in the midst of a people strong in idleness and bent on revolt and murder. Without a safety valve to siphon off both black slaves and poor whites looking for opportunity, the South would soon confront the most awful calamity, in the widest stretch of the imagination. 26 The annexation of new territories, declared one of the leading promoters of Southern expansion, was necessary for our very existence. The South's superabundant slave population could not remain penned up within their present limits. New land must operate as a safety valve until the providence of God shall provide some natural and safe way of getting rid of this description of people. 27. Most Southerners favored expansion in order to save slavery, however, not to end it. Some Southern Whigs dissented from the expansionist mainstream, for a time, in the interest of preserving national party unity. Some Southern extremists like Calhoun feared that expansion beyond Texas would distract the South from the main task of defending their rights against Northern tyranny. They doubted Mexico was a promising home for slavery, in any case, and they viewed expansionist efforts as pleasing deceits, to quiet the South in the progress of the North to mastery in the Union. 28 Although Calhoun had agitated for Texas, he had come to believe that the South's destiny lay in protecting its sovereign rights within the Union, not in territorial expansion. but by the mid-1840s the dominant view among slaveholders and their representatives in Washington was that the South had to expand to survive. Some of the reasons had to do with intangible fears no less important than the material ones. As Martin Van Buren understood, prohibiting slavery in the new territories carried with it a reproach to the slave-holding states. Submission to it would degrade them. 29 Ever since the Missouri crisis, slaveholders had argued, and had no doubt largely persuaded themselves, that the institution of slavery was both necessary and a positive good. They had built an entire ideology around the idea that slavery was the best possible organization of human society, for both whites and blacks. To acquiesce in containment would be to abandon this carefully constructed worldview and to adopt the Northern view that slavery was, in fact, evil, too evil to be allowed to spread. 30 For reasons of politics, economics, honor, and ideology, many Southerners had come to believe that if the North insisted on containing the spread of slavery, the Southern states must equally insist on its expansion. And if the North succeeded in using its superior power to block Southern expansion, the Southern states, in order to preserve their civilization, would have no choice but to secede. When Abraham Lincoln was elected 14 years later, on a platform promising not to end slavery but only to contain it, they did. 31. What had emerged in the America of the 1840s was not a unifying spirit of confidence and a consensus on the nation's destiny, therefore. Rather, there was a fierce clash between two diametrically opposed visions of that destiny, which in turn produced two distinct foreign policies aimed primarily not at the external world but at each other. Northern foreign policy from the 1840s until the Civil War was focused on the containment and eventual, peaceful extinction of Southern slavery. Southern foreign policy centered on breaking through the barriers the North was trying to erect. The struggle was for power and survival at home, not for power or influence on the world stage. For all the talk about manifest destiny, the nation's destiny had become subsumed by sectional destinies. The sectional conflict had turned the United States in on itself, not because Americans were isolationist or introspective but because until the question of slavery was settled, until the question of the national identity was settled, it was impossible to reach a common understanding of the nation's role in the world. The idea of a national interest, if it has any meaning at all, presupposes the existence of a common national purpose. But in the 2 decades before the Civil War, the United States as the world's greatest slave republic contained two well-defined and thoroughly antagonistic ideologies. How could such a nation agree on a common definition of the national interest? The concept of manifest destiny, in fact, deliberately skirted the problem, which was why it was so useful. Its advocates tried to argue that expansion itself, whether slave or free soil, was both in the national interest and part of the American mission to bring enlightenment to the benighted. But few in either section really agreed. Northerners embraced manifest destiny insofar as it meant the expansion of free territory. Southerners embraced it only when it meant the expansion of slave territory. The irony was that the notion of manifest destiny, so often viewed as an innovation of this era, actually drew what strength it had from the sentiments of an earlier time in American history, before the question of slavery had reared up as an insoluble national conundrum. But by the 1840s it had become absurd, a politician's trick, to talk of America's civilizing mission and the beneficent spread of its political institutions, when Southerners insisted that among the blessings they would bring to newly absorbed peoples was slavery. The drama of American foreign policy in the 1840s was not the unfolding of a single manifest destiny, therefore, but clashing visions of that destiny in the North and the South, which explains the fits and starts of American expansion in this period. The same dynamic of imperial competition between North and South that drove American expansion also limited it. The era of manifest destiny began when it did because, in 1843, extremist Southern slaveholders, unexpectedly finding themselves in control of the nation's levers of power, decided that the preservation of slavery and Southern civilization required the immediate annexation of Texas. And what David M. Potter has called the ebb tide of manifest destiny came not when American restlessness had ceased, the leopard was sated, and youthful romanticism had faded. The Democratic administration of Franklin Pierce came into office in 1853 bursting with expansionist enthusiasm, determined to pick up where Polk had left off. But Pierce and his team of young Americans were thwarted at every turn in Cuba, in Mexico, and in Central America, not by external resistance or by lack of means, and certainly not by any lack of expansionist fervor, but by a North that had itself become charged with new passion for the containment of slavery. The Southern dream of tropical empire. The catalyst for that renewed Northern determination was, fittingly, a battle not over foreign policy or manifest destiny but over the future of slavery in the American heartland. In 1853 the rising young star of the Northern democracy, Stephen Douglas, introduced legislation to organize the Nebraska Territory, a large swath of the old Louisiana Purchase west of Missouri and Iowa, into a new state. Douglas's aims were fully in keeping with Northern expansionist ideology. He hoped to run a transcontinental railroad linking the nation's heartland with the new states on the Pacific coast, with a terminus, of course, at Chicago in his home state. But the Illinois senator's grand expansionist scheme collided with Southern slaveholder anxieties. The Nebraska Territory lay north of 36°30 and therefore under the terms of the 1820 Compromise would have had to enter the Union as a free state. Missouri's powerful Senator David R. Atchison, the most outspoken defender of Southern rights in the Senate, declared that he would sooner see Nebraska sink in hell than allow it to join the Union on those terms. Missouri, he feared, would be surrounded by free territory, and with the emissaries of abolitionists around us, slavery in the state would soon be at risk. 32 Southern leaders demanded that the Nebraska Territory be organized without any restrictions on slavery, and Douglas, ambitious not only for expansion but also for Southern support in the coming presidential election, acquiesced. His Nebraska Act in 1854 organized the territory into two new states, Nebraska in the north along the border with Iowa, and Kansas in the south along the border with Missouri, with the implication that the latter might, like its neighbor, choose slavery. Employing the doctrine of popular sovereignty, which in the Compromise of 1850 had allowed the residents of California and other former Mexican territories to choose whether to enter the Union as free or slave states, Douglas proposed to leave it to the people of both territories to decide for themselves. This was still not good enough for Atchison and his Southern colleagues. They offered their support for Douglas's proposal only when he agreed to include in it an explicit repeal of the 34-year-old Missouri Compromise. Douglas's Nebraska Act proved a decisive turn on the road to civil war. The repeal of the Missouri Compromise was more than Northern Whigs, and most Northern Democrats, could stand. Not only did it mean a Southern breakout from Northern containment, to many Northerners, most notably Abraham Lincoln, it seemed a first step toward the eventual introduction of slavery throughout the nation. While the Missouri Compromise had placed slavery on the path to eventual extinction, Lincoln warned, the Nebraska Act put it on the high road to extension and perpetuity. 33 Douglas and some conservative Northern Whigs like Daniel Webster might argue that the laws of nature would keep slavery out of regions that were climatically inhospitable to large-scale plantation farming, but Lincoln and other Northerners disagreed. As modern 19th-century liberals convinced of mankind's ability to mold and conquer nature, they refused to be calmed by what Lincoln called this lullaby argument. Surely Kansas could be made as fit for slavery as neighboring Missouri. But beyond that, who could be sure a way might not be found to extend slavery northward? The cotton gin had revived a dying slave institution in the 1790s. Some new human invention might make slave labor profitable beyond the cotton plantation. The only reliable bar to slavery in the North, Lincoln believed, was the moral conviction that it was evil and the codification of that moral principle in American law. Douglas's popular sovereignty offered no escape from moral choice. If blacks were men, and Lincoln insisted that even Southerners acknowledged they were, then they possessed natural rights equal to those of all other men. To deprive them of those rights was despotism, not self-government. 34 Lincoln, like John Quincy Adams at the time of the Missouri crisis, appealed for ultimate guidance not to the American Constitution but to the Declaration of Independence. "Our Republican robe is soiled," he declared in 1854. "Let us repurify it. Let us readopt the Declaration of Independence. If we do this, we shall not only have saved the Union, but we shall have so saved it, as to make, and to keep it, forever worthy of the saving." 35. The Nebraska Act passed Congress, thanks to the reluctant backing of the Democratic President, Franklin Pierce, and to the Democrats' strict party discipline. But the act gave the coup de grace to the intersectional two-party system. 36. The Whig Party fractured and disintegrated, never to reappear. For Northern conscience Whigs like William Seward, the party was now manifestly no longer able to maintain and carry forward, alone and unaided, the great revolution that it inaugurated. The revolution, that is, against the slaveholders. 37. The Democratic Party fared little better. Nearly half of Northern Democrats in the House broke ranks to oppose the measure, the rest were almost all cast out of office by angry voters. In the wake of the passage of Douglas's legislation, Northern Whigs, Northern Democrats, and members of the Free Soil Party joined to form the Republican Party. The new party's platform was built around opposition to the Nebraska Act, restoration of the Missouri Compromise, and above all the rigid containment of Southern slavery. The North-South imperial conflict in the meantime moved from the halls of Congress to the fields of Kansas. Seward was among the first to declare war. "Since there is no escaping your challenge," he told Southern senators, "I accept it in behalf of the cause of freedom. We will engage in competition for the virgin soil of Kansas, and God give the victory to the side which is stronger in numbers as it is in right." 38 Southerners responded in kind. "We are playing for a mighty stake," Missouri's Atchison declared. "If we win we carry slavery to the Pacific Ocean, if we fail we lose Missouri, Arkansas, Texas and all the territories." 39 There followed a proxy war for control of the territory, or, more specifically, for control of the voting process that would determine the slave status of the new state. Northeastern merchants provided money and arms to farmers from neighboring states to settle in Kansas and vote for a free soil constitution. Atchison led an invasion of border ruffians from Missouri, urging them to "mark every scoundrel among you that is the least tainted with free soilism, or abolitionism, and exterminate him." 40 By early 1856 Kansas was divided, with two territorial governments representing the slave and free state interests. In May of that year pro-slave Missourians, armed with 5 cannons, attacked the free soil capital of Lawrence, destroyed 2 newspaper offices, and burned the home of the free soil governor. The South cheered the sack of Lawrence and cheered again 2 days later when South Carolina Congressman Preston Brooks, furious at a vituperative anti-Southern speech given by Charles Sumner, split the Massachusetts congressman's head open with his cane on the Senate floor. Northerners outraged by bleeding Kansas and bleeding Sumner howled for retaliation, and in the dead of night on May 24, 1856, John Brown, a Northern abolitionist guerrilla in Kansas, seized 5 pro-slavery settlers from their cabins and executed them with an axe. The conflict between North and South had turned bloody on the nation's Midwestern periphery. In the end, violence in Kansas gave way again to diplomacy in Washington, and much to the South's fury, Kansas entered the Union as a free state. Blocked in the North, the South now turned back to what had always seemed the more promising region for slave expansion, the tropics. Southern foreign policy in the late 1830s and early 1840s had produced the annexation of Texas and the acquisition of territory in northern Mexico. Having been robbed of California, however, Southern foreign policy in the 1850s aimed next at the acquisition of Mexican territory south of the Rio Grande. During Polk's war against Mexico in the mid-1840s, the strongest support for taking and incorporating all of Mexico had come from Democrats in the Southwest who saw in Mexico tropical turf for slaveholders. 41 A conviction that Mexican territory could be hospitable to slavery combined with the usual Southern fear that free Mexican territory posed a risk to American slave states on Mexico's borders. Indeed, no sooner had the United States acquired Texas than Southerners began demanding a more aggressive policy toward Mexico. The more Southern slavery expanded, the more it had to expand to defend recently acquired slave territory. Negroes are running off daily to Mexican territory, one Texan complained. Something must be done for the protection of slave property in the state. 42. Southerners often spoke the language of manifest destiny, insisting that our people will go south among the Mexicans and Spaniards, and will carry with them the love of our civilization and our liberty. 43. But the civilization they intended to carry with them was a Southern civilization that included bondage. Southerners warned of the danger of European meddling in Mexico, and to justify expansion Presidents Polk, Buchanan, and others even resurrected the very Monroe Doctrine that Buchanan and other Jacksonians had tried to eviscerate in the 1820s. But the European meddling they chiefly feared, as earlier in Texas, was meddling against slavery. Mississippi's John Quitman warned that Mexico was a waif that would eventually be conquered by some stronger power, that is, by an abolitionist Great Britain or France. 44. Some Southerners demanded transit rights across Mexican territory to build a transcontinental railroad to compete with northern rails pushing across the Great Plains. Some wanted to carve new slave states out of Mexico to balance the new free states coming into the Union in the Northwest. And some were already looking ahead to possible disunion and wanted Mexican territory to enhance the power of a future independent Southern Confederacy. 45. Under Southern pressure, successive U.S. administrations in the late 1840s and 50s worked to acquire more of Mexico. The Whig administrations of Zachary Taylor and Millard Fillmore, following the anti-slavery dictates of their powerful Northern constituents, were predictably less ardent in their pursuit of more Southern territory than the Southern-dominated Democrats. It took the Democratic administration of Franklin Pierce to compel Mexico to give up more territory for a Southern transcontinental railroad. Under the Gadsden Treaty of 1853, Mexico ceded 54,000 square miles of additional territory in what became Southern Arizona and Southern New Mexico, in exchange for an American payment of $10 million. The Gadsden Purchase was the quintessential product of the North-South imperial conflict. In this case, the race to the Pacific. The pro-slavery element in Congress was struggling to get the railroad built through Southern territory in order to hamper the settlement along the northern routes of free soil farmers. 46. But it did not slake the Southern thirst for Mexican territory. From 1857 through 1860, Democratic President James Buchanan pressed Mexico for still more land cessions, arguing that the great laws of self-preservation, by which he meant the preservation of slavery, required further expansion. Southern slaveholders were even more determined to annex Cuba. From the end of the Polk administration to the election of Lincoln in 1860, acquiring Cuba became a primary Southern preoccupation. These distinctly Southern ambitions were portrayed, of course, as timeless national ambitions, with some justification. The desire for Cuba had roots stretching back to the early days of the Republic. Jefferson had foreseen the day when Cuba would fall like a ripe fruit into the American lap. John Quincy Adams had insisted that the law of gravity would inevitably draw Cuba into the American orbit, and that the United States could not refuse it when it came. Viewed simply as a matter of territorial and economic interests, the case for the acquisition of Cuba was as strong as that for many other American territorial acquisitions. Whatever reasons might normally have driven the United States to seek Cuba, however, in the 1850s it was widely understood in both the North and the South that the driving force behind the Cuban annexation movement was the Southern slaveholding interest. It was no accident that America's pursuit of Cuba was most ardent when the Southern-dominated Democratic Party held the White House. The South's desire to increase its power within the Union blended with the fear that slavery might soon be abolished in Cuba if the United States did not act quickly. An island led by emancipated slaves, another Haiti, less than 100 miles from American shores, would pose a grave threat to American slavery. This fear was more justified in the case of Cuba than it had been in Texas. British diplomatic pressures against Cuban slavery reached an all-time high in the early 1850s, when Lord Palmerston issued a virtual ultimatum to Spain insisting that it abide by its agreements to suppress the lucrative slave trade. British officials thereby hoped, among other things, to head off American expansionist ambitions, for as Palmerston pointed out to the Spanish minister in London, emancipation of Cuban blacks would create a most powerful element of resistance to any scheme for annexing Cuba to the United States, where slavery exists. 47 The Spanish government appeared to be taking British pressure seriously. 48 And from the late 1840s onward, Southern slaveholders grew increasingly desperate to preempt the British plot. In 1848, Polk's Secretary of State, James Buchanan, worked on a plan to purchase Cuba from Spain for $100 million. But the Spanish government was not interested in selling, and the plan was shelved by the Whig administrations of Zachary Taylor and Millard Fillmore and their Secretary of State, Daniel Webster. The South would have to wait until the Democrats controlled the White House again to make another attempt at Cuba. Between 1849 and 1852, Southerners placed their hopes in the Cuban filibuster, Narciso Lopez, who like other Creoles favored Cuba's annexation to the United States precisely to prevent emancipation of its slave population. Despite Fillmore's efforts to preserve American neutrality, Lopez's 4 expeditions received vital support from the South, including assistance from Mississippi's governor, John Quitman. Lopez's capture and execution by the Spanish government in 1851 infuriated the South, and Fillmore's timid approach to expansionism in Cuba and Mexico became a prominent issue in the 1852 campaign and damaged Southern Whigs. When Franklin Pierce was elected, carrying 13 out of 15 Southern states, the Democrats' latest Northern man with Southern leanings, 49, declared in his inaugural address that the policy of my administration will not be controlled by any timid forebodings of evil from expansion. Our attitude as a nation and our position on the globe render the acquisition of certain possessions not within our jurisdiction eminently important for our protection. 50. The election of Pierce placed Southern expansionists and their Northern supporters more firmly in control of American foreign policy than at any time since the days of Tyler, Upshur, and Calhoun. Jefferson Davis, who 8 years later would become President of the Confederacy, was named Secretary of War. The remainder of the cabinet, and much of the American diplomatic corps in Europe, was filled by men with a willingness to look out for Southern interests and a proven commitment to Cuban annexation. The dispatch to Madrid of Louisiana Senator Pierre Soule, one of many Southerners who had contemplated secession after the Compromise of 1850, was a sign of the new administration's commitment both to expansion and, more generally, to an easing of Southern nationalists' concerns. 51 The Virginian John Y. Mason was named Minister to France. And although the Minister to Great Britain, James Buchanan, the Secretary of State, William Marcy, and the Minister to Portugal, John O'Sullivan, were Northerners, they were reliable party men willing to accommodate the South on matters of vital Southern interests such as Cuba. In the North, defenders and promoters of Cuban annexation spoke the language of trade and manifest destiny, but in diplomatic channels the Pierce administration made clear that the main issue was slavery. The deep and vital interest of the United States, Buchanan explained to British officials, concerned the condition of the colored population in Cuba. The island was within sight of our shores, and should a black government like that of Haiti be established there, it would endanger the peace and the domestic security of a large and important portion of our people. If a slave uprising occurred in Cuba as a result of British policies, Buchanan warned, no human power could prevent us from interfering in favor of the Creoles. 52 Buchanan's argument was not the spread-eagled idealism of manifest destiny. It was blunt Southern realism, the foreign policy of self-interest and self-preservation. The South's worst fears soon began to materialize. After the execution of Narciso Lopez, former Governor Quitman put himself in charge of filibustering efforts to liberate Cuba and attach it to the United States. A veteran of the war with Mexico, an opponent of the Compromise of 1850, and one of the earliest advocates of Southern secession, Quitman aimed not only to prevent the emancipation of slaves in Cuba but to bring it into the Union as a means of strengthening the South by adding a new slave state to balance California. 53 As Quitman made plans for the invasion of Cuba, he had the full support of several members of Pierce's cabinet. 54 News of Quitman's plan, however, pushed the Spanish government to take extreme measures. In 1853, Spanish authorities in Cuba bent to British pressure and promised to crack down hard on the slave trade. More alarming still for the American South, the Spanish colonial government embarked on a partial emancipation of Cuban slaves, decreeing that all slaves brought into Cuba after 1835, a large portion of the total slave population, should be freed. The Captain General of Cuba then announced his intention to transform the slave system into a system of free labor. He encouraged racial intermarriage and organized newly freed blacks into a militia. Quitman suddenly faced the prospect that an invasion of Cuba might involve grim fighting against embattled slaves defending their new freedom. 55. The so-called Africanization program in Cuba sent the South into a panic, and Southerners regardless of party united behind immediate annexation to prevent emancipation. The radical secessionist Quitman warned that the creation of a Negro or mongrel empire near the southern border would inspire slave revolts throughout the Deep South. 56 Even Whigs who had opposed southward expansion, like Georgia's Alexander Stephens, took fright at the prospect of another Haiti. "We must and will have Cuba," Stephens declared. "We cannot permit them to go on with their policy of filling it with Africans first." 57 Politicians across the South called for war. Mississippi Senator John Slidell, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, proposed an outright repeal of the neutrality laws in order to make way for Quitman's private invasion of Cuba. The Richmond Enquirer declared in the summer of 1854 that the acquisition of Cuba is the only measure of policy in regard to which the people of the South may feel any special and present interest. 58 The Pierce administration agreed. Assistant Secretary of State A. Dudley Mann, a Virginian and close friend of Jefferson Davis, wrote a Southern congressman that Cuba was essential to the South both in a political and geographical point of view. 59. Unfortunately for the Pierce administration, the northern wing of the Democratic Party could not, support an intervention to save slavery in Cuba. Especially after passage of the Nebraska Act had inflamed northern opinion against the slave power, Cuban annexation was political poison for Northern Democrats. Therefore Pierce backed away from armed aggression against Cuba and looked for another alternative. 60 In the fall of 1854, Secretary of State Marcy instructed Pierce's pro-annexationist ministers in Europe Buchanan, Soule, and Mason to propose a strategy short of war for gaining Cuba from Spain, preferably by purchase but if necessary by finding some other means to detach the island from Spanish control. Buchanan and his colleagues went a bit further. In a diplomatic memorandum that became famous as the Ostend Manifesto, they warned that if Cuba were Africanized with all its attendant horror to the white race, Americans would be unworthy of our gallant forefathers not to intervene. If Cuba endangers our internal peace and the existence of our cherished Union, then by every law human and divine, we shall be justified in wresting it from Spain, if we possess the power. 61 The Ostend Manifesto expressed the essence of the Southern foreign policy of expansionism abroad in defense of slavery at home. 62 When news of the memorandum leaked into the press, it became an election year cause célèbre, providing a significant new plank in the platform of the recently founded Republican Party. 6 years later, in the election of 1860, Abraham Lincoln was still railing against the Ostend Manifesto as a highwayman's plea worthy only of shame and dishonor. 63 So furious was the assault from embarrassed Northern Democrats that the Pierce administration had to disown the Cuba Plan in order to maintain party unity. But it was too late. Damaged in part by the manifesto, though more by the Kansas-Nebraska Act, Democrats were trounced throughout the North in the 1854 congressional elections. Pierce's decision to support the Nebraska bill, on the one hand, while retreating from an aggressive Cuba policy, on the other, struck many Southerners and their Northern sympathizers as a bad bargain. Few Southerners believed slavery was likely to take hold in Kansas despite the best efforts of some Southern toughs to seize control of the territory. But Cuba was certain to join the Union as a valuable new slave territory. Secretary of State Marcy complained that the Nebraska question has sadly shattered our party in all the free states and deprived it of the strength that could have been much more profitably used for the acquisition of Cuba. 64 The South didn't give up, however. For Southerners, the failure to acquire Cuba was proof of the North's determination to crush their power. After the abortive annexation efforts of the early 1850s, no Northern Democrat aspiring to the party's nomination for the presidency could afford to be on the wrong side of Cuban annexation and Caribbean expansion more generally. In 1856, Buchanan rode to the top of the Democratic ticket partly on the strength of his role in shaping a pro-Southern policy toward Cuba. 65 Mississippi's Senator John Slidell, a leading backer of Cuban annexation and the earlier filibustering efforts, later a prominent official in the Confederate States of America, became his campaign manager. Buchanan ran in 1856 on a platform calling for American ascendancy in the Gulf of Mexico, a euphemism for the acquisition of Cuba and for other Southern imperial visions. 66 In 1859 he asked Congress for $30 million to begin negotiations with Spain. Cuba remained a paramount issue right up to the outbreak of the Civil War. Indeed, for an increasing number of Southerners, it became the price for continued allegiance to the Union. It was to be a vital down payment on a future slave empire stretching southward into the Caribbean, Central America, and beyond. Alexander Stephens declared that we are looking out toward Chihuahua, Sonora, and other parts of Mexico. Where are to be our ultimate limits, time alone can determine. But of all these acquisitions, the most important to the whole country is that of Cuba. 67 In early 1860 an Alabama newspaper declared, "Our India lies in the tropics. There will we find inexhaustible sources of wealth and power, which none can wrest from our grasps." The editors wanted to surround the Gulf of Mexico with great and prosperous states, all bound to us by the ties of interest and identity of institutions. 68 Louisiana's governor insisted that if Cuba were annexed to the United States, Havana would speedily become the great entrepot of Southern commerce, and in a few years be the rival of New York itself. And she would be a Southern city, a slave-holding city. 69 In 1854 the Richmond Enquirer noted, "These two great valleys of the Amazon and the Mississippi were possessed by two governments of the earth most deeply interested in African slavery, Brazil and the United States. Between those two valleys lay a vast region under the plastic hand of a beneficent providence. How was that region to develop? With black labor and white skill." 70. During the secession crisis after Lincoln's election in 1860, Cuba became a key intersectional bargaining chip. Stephen Douglas, desperate to court Southern favor without alienating his Northern supporters, saw Cuba and Southern expansion as the glue to unite warring Democratic factions. 71 As late as December 1860 Douglas was proposing a plan to bring Mexico into the Union as a slave state in order to keep the South from seceding. 72 The bipartisan and bisectional Congressional Committee established to negotiate a compromise also fastened on Cuba as the best means of pulling the South back into the Union. The famous Crittenden Compromise, devised by the Kentucky Whig John J. Crittenden, aimed to satisfy the North by re-establishing the Missouri Compromise and its prohibition of slavery above 36°30. Among its many concessions to the South, the Crittenden Plan also proposed to guarantee slavery in perpetuity in all territories south of that latitude, territories now held, or hereafter acquired. This hereafter clause was the vital concession to the South, for it officially opened the way for annexation of Cuba, and of other tropical lands, as new slave territory. A number of Northerners, including Seward, seemed prepared to consider this compromise as a way to avert secession and war. But President-elect Lincoln rejected it. From Springfield, Illinois, he instructed his supporters, "Entertain no proposition for a compromise in regard to the extension of slavery." 73 Accepting the hereafter clause, Lincoln insisted, would lose us everything we gained by the election. Acceptance of the clause would be followed by filibustering for territory south of us and then by the organization of new slave states in the tropics. The hereafter clause would put us again on the high road to a slave empire. If the North surrendered on this point, Lincoln declared, it is the end of us. 74 Lincoln was willing to compromise on other issues. He even permitted Seward to strike a deal preserving the fugitive slave law. But Lincoln demanded that Seward make no compromise which assists or permits the extension of slavery. 75. Lincoln's stand on the Hereafter Clause just about destroyed any chance for compromise with the South in the difficult winter of 1860–61. His willingness to take that stand reflected his commitment to the Northern strategy of containment. Few Americans were more passionately devoted to preservation of the Union than Lincoln. But like John Quincy Adams 4 decades earlier, Lincoln would risk secession and even war rather than countenance the transformation of the Union, Jefferson's empire for liberty, into an empire for slavery. And that was the future that Lincoln and other Northerners envisioned if Southern expansion were permitted. 76. It is, of course, impossible to know with certainty what course the South might have taken had Lincoln agreed to the Hereafter Clause in the Crittenden Compromise or, alternatively, had he permitted the South to secede and establish itself as an independent nation. But there can be no doubt about the ambitions of the South's leaders. Even before the secession crisis, Jefferson Davis and others had begun to view Cuba, Mexico, and Central America as vital to the security and economic viability of a new, independent Southern nation and empire. Davis commented on the indispensable importance of Cuba to a South formed into a separate confederacy. 77. Some Southerners even argued that secession from the Union was necessary precisely to free the South to make the territorial acquisitions that were blocked by the North. A seceded South, they argued, could extend her institutions over Mexico, Cuba, San Domingo, and other West India islands and California, and thereby become the most powerful republic that ever the sun shone upon. 78. When the Confederacy was born, its constitution opened the way for the acquisition of new territory and explicitly remedied the defect in the Constitution of the United States and in the Old Northwest Ordinance by declaring that in any new territory that might be acquired the institution of Negro slavery, as it now exists in the Confederate States, shall be recognized and protected by Congress and by the territorial government. 79. The outbreak of war prevented the South from pursuing this destiny. To avoid alienating the European powers and prevent their siding with the North, Southern leaders had to set aside expansionist plans during the war. Nor could the South spare the forces required to invade Cuba and Mexico while it was locked in mortal combat with the North. The dream of a Caribbean empire became one of the first casualties of the Civil War. 80. But this does not mean that the South would not have returned to its dream after a Civil War victory. There could not be much doubt that a South permitted to remain in the Union would have pursued its dream of a slave empire, wielding the full power of the federal government with the sanction of Crittenden's Hereafter Clause. The Southern policy of slave expansion toward the tropics would have become the national policy. One can only speculate what role the United States, thus constituted, might have played in world affairs as it reached the pinnacles of power at the end of the 19th century, or wonder what the 20th century would be like if the United States had entered it as first and foremost of totalitarian powers. 81. And indeed, no less a figure than Adolf Hitler would later reflect on the road not taken by the United States and lament that the beginnings of a great new social order based on the principle of slavery and inequality were destroyed by the Civil War, and with them also the embryo of a future truly great America. 82. Chapter 9. Beyond the national interest. The rights asserted by our forefathers were not peculiar to themselves. They were the common rights of mankind. William Seward. We are not engaged in a quixotic fight for the rights of man. Our struggle is for inherited rights. We are conservative. Jefferson Davis. The foreign policy of the North, beyond slavery. Abraham Lincoln and many other Northerners were determined not to permit this particular manifest destiny to unfold. Rather than allow the Union to become an all-powerful vehicle for slave expansion, which they saw as but the first step toward the eventual submission of the North to Southern dictates, Lincoln and others were prepared to fulfill John Quincy Adams's apocalyptic vision and fight a war to purge the nation of its great stain of evil. Only with the creation of a new Union committed to the principles of the Declaration of Independence, Lincoln believed, could the United States fulfill its true destiny in the world. Liberty has yet her greatest warfare to wage in this hemisphere, John Quincy Adams had declared. 1 Struggles for liberty elsewhere depended on the triumph of liberty at home. Not all Northerners agreed that slavery was an insuperable obstacle to the achievement of America's destiny. Northern Democrats like Stephen Douglas, Lewis Cass, and John O'Sullivan made their peace with Southern slavery and pursued their vision of the national destiny as if nothing in the condition of American society hindered them. If American expansion meant slave expansion, so be it. Cuba and Mexico were worthy prizes for the nation, even with slaves. If building a great transcontinental railroad along a northern route required repealing the Missouri Compromise, then let it be repealed. These Northern Democrats hoped they could have it all, the advancement of Northern civilization and Northern dreams for their constituents, and the protection and advancement of Southern slave civilization for their powerful fellow party members in the South. O'Sullivan's manifest destiny perfectly encapsulated a grand national vision that deliberately evaded the conflict over slavery. He frankly admitted that for reasons of party unity he had no choice but to stand aloof from the delicate and dangerous topic of slavery and abolition too. For most Northerners, however, and especially for Northern and border state Whigs, the problem could not be so easily wished away. Most Northern Whigs believed it was impossible, and certainly undesirable, for both Northern and Southern civilization to advance together in equal measure. If national growth also meant the growth of slavery, it would be better if the nation did not grow at all. This was one source of what many historians have misinterpreted as the conservative attitude of many Northern and border state Whigs toward expansion and toward the conduct of American foreign policy generally. 3 While the Democratic Party, dominated by slaveholder interests, became in the 1840s and 50s the party of enthusiastic expansionism, the Northern-dominated Whigs preferred a diminished profile in international affairs and warned against the perils of empire building. For our augmentation is by growth, not by acquisition, Daniel Webster declared, by internal development, not by external accession. 5. The Whigs of the 1840s and early 1850s were, in some respects, the more conservative of the two national parties. Although their nationalist liberalism was by definition more progressive than the Democrats' agrarian, states' rights conservatism, the Whigs also harbored a conservative mistrust of what seemed to them the dangerously radical, class-based democracy of Jacksonianism. During the Jacksonian era many Whigs became concerned with maintaining an ordered liberty, the protection of property from the mob, and the defense of an organic society based on the harmony of interests. 6. But on matters of foreign policy, Whig conservatism owed less to conservative principles than to the unique circumstances of the time. The Whigs were constrained, just as the North as a whole was constrained, by the politics of sectional rivalry. If the National Whig Party threw its support behind Southern slave expansion, the Northern, anti-slavery wing of conscience Whigs would revolt and splinter the party. 7 But if National Whig policy tilted toward this powerful Northern wing's ideal of expansion, supporting territorial growth but insisting that new territory come into the Union only as free states, then Southern Whigs would either have to break party ranks or be crushed by Southern Democrats claiming that they were traitors to Southern slaveholder interests. The option of embracing O'Sullivan's manifest destiny in all directions was simply not available to the Northern-dominated Whigs as it was to the Southern-dominated Democrats. For Whigs the safer answer to sectional division was to oppose territorial expansion altogether, no new territory in the South, where it might lead to the admission of slave states and thus alienate Northern Whig voters, but no aggressive pursuit of territory in the Northwest, either, since Northern expansion of free territory without compensating Southern expansion of slave territory would destroy the Whig Party in the South. John Quincy Adams and other conscience Whigs might belligerently clamor for all of Oregon in the 1840s, therefore, even as they opposed a Southern war of conquest for Mexican territory. Their anti-slavery position was more important to them than the health of the Whig Party. But mainstream Whigs interested in party unity, and also in national unity, opposed the aggressive pursuit of the Oregon Territory with almost as much vigor as they opposed the conquest of Mexico. The peculiar result was that the aggressive all-of-Oregon policy contained in the Democratic platform of 1844, specifically designed to appeal to the North, was eventually defeated by an alliance of Northern Whigs and a united South. Northern and border state Whigs joined Southerners in both parties who, as the Georgia Whig Robert Toombs put it, didn't want a foot of Oregon or an acre of any other territory, especially without niggers. 8 In the end, Daniel Webster and Henry Clay joined hands with Toombs and John C. Calhoun in opposing an aggressive Oregon policy. But this said more about the imperatives of party and slavery politics than about Whig attitudes toward expansion. There was nothing inherently anti-expansionist in the doctrines of Northern Whiggery. Whigs in both North and South in the 1840s and early 1850s argued that it was better to consolidate and improve the nation within existing boundaries than to expand it. "You have a Sparta," declared Webster. "Embellish it." 9 But the idea that the American Sparta could not improve and expand at the same time, could not develop qualitatively across time and quantitatively across space, reflected a change of heart for Whigs like Webster. In the 1810s and 20s, Adams, Clay, and Webster had believed that building the American system at home was entirely consistent with territorial expansion and an ambitious, ideological foreign policy. Indeed, they were two sides of the same progressive nationalist coin. Clay and Webster reversed their views in the 1840s because the kind of expansion the Democrats were promoting was slave expansion, and that kind of expansion, in their eyes, was the enemy of national improvement. For Whig devotees of the Northern free labor ideology, the expansion of slavery damaged the economic health of the nation and weakened the moral fiber of the people. The problem with Manifest Destiny in the 1840s and 50s, as New Hampshire's John Hale explained, was that it always traveled south. 10. Northern Whigs expressed few qualms about Northern expansion, where slavery was unlikely to take hold. Charles Sumner of Massachusetts believed that the United States was bound to extend its institutions and its government over the entire North American continent, and he spent most of his political career, before and after the Civil War, eyeing Canada as a great prize to be annexed to the United States as soon as circumstances permitted. 11 John Quincy Adams berated Polk for ceding the British too much territory in Oregon, even as he excoriated him for taking too much territory from Mexico. Nor, Adams claimed, did he necessarily oppose Southern expansion, if it could be achieved without expanding slavery. During the controversy over Texas annexation, when his opponents reminded him of his efforts as president to purchase Texas, he responded that he had never objected to the acquisition of Texas itself. Indeed, he thought it might bring great advantages to the nation, so long as it was purged from that foul infection. 12 Webster, though opposed to the annexation of Cuba under the prevailing circumstances, nevertheless regarded the island much as John Quincy Adams and Jefferson had, as large and important in terms of commerce and for the United States the most interesting portion of the Spanish Empire. 13 William Henry Seward opposed Southern efforts to acquire Cuba, but not because he didn't want Cuba to become part of the United States. It was the immediate and early annexation of Cuba that Seward opposed, for until slavery has ceased to counteract the workings of nature in that beautiful island, he could never support its annexation. 14. Far from being philosophically opposed to expansion, the Northern Whig Party of the 1840s was home to some of the most ambitious Americans of that or any other generation, and none more so than the leading conscience Whig and Republican Party stalwart, William Seward. A disciple of John Quincy Adams, he entertained expansionist ambitions that exceeded even Adams's bold vision. He predicted in 1853 that the borders of the Federal Republic shall be extended so that it shall greet the sun when he touches the tropics, and when he sends his gleaming rays toward the polar circle, and shall include even distant islands in either ocean. Looking north, he congratulated Canadians for building states to be hereafter admitted to the American Union. Looking to Russian settlements in the Pacific Northwest, he predicted that they will yet become outposts of the United States, as indeed they did when he acquired Alaska in 1867. Looking southward, he imagined a day when the capital of the new American empire might be located somewhere in Mexico. 15. Seward was an unabashed American expansionist, and like Alexander Hamilton and other nationalists of the early republic, he looked to the ever-expanding British Empire as a model to be emulated. Americans and Britons, he pointed out, were of the same stock, and have the common passion for domination. Gauging America's economic growth in the 1850s, he frequently insisted the time had come for the United States to take its rightful place as the world's dominant power. The American people were entering on a career of wealth, power, and expansion. The first step was to gain mastery of the continent, but this was only a prelude to achieving global hegemony. Control of this continent was to be in a very few years the controlling influence of the world 16. In the 1840s and 50s, Northerners with an expansive vision of America's role in the world believed that the nation's vocation, and the ultimate source of its global power, lay in an expanding global commerce. Seward believed that the nation that draws the most materials and provisions from the earth, fabricates the most, and sells the most of productions and fabrics to foreign nations, must be, and will be, the great power of the earth. The belief in the power of commerce to tame the world was as old as the Republic, of course, but whereas for the founding generation American global dominance through commerce was little more than a dream, for men of Seward's generation it was an approaching reality. The United States by the 1850s was clearly on its way to becoming one of the world's foremost economic powers. The aim of American foreign policy, Seward declared in 1853, should be mastery of the commerce of the world, which is the empire of the world 17. Seward envisioned a form of American imperium that would be welcomed by weaker foreign nations. American global influence need not depend on the perpetual military subjugation of overseas colonies. That aspect of the British imperial model he rejected as both immoral and impractical. While the use of force might sometimes be necessary to gain American traders equal access to foreign markets, America's real and lasting influence would come through the power of trade itself. Political supremacy follows commercial ascendancy. Just as commerce united Americans across sectional and partisan divides and attracted their allegiance to the federal government, so commerce could attract distant peoples to the United States and bring them within the sway of American influence. For instead of being victims of American conquest, they would be partners in American prosperity. Instead of becoming mere colonial subjects, as they were in the British Empire, American commercial dominance would spare their corporate existence and individuality and thus make them voluntary recipients of American power and protection. As American commercial influence widened, this natural attraction would only increase, until the United States had achieved a true and lasting commercial hegemony. 18. Unlike Southern imperialism, which was driven toward aggressive conquest by defensive anxiety for the future of slavery, Seward's approach was more patient, reflecting the Northern civilization's confidence in its own superiority and inevitable triumph. The United States, he argued, was sure to be aggrandized by peace more successfully than by war. He rejected the South's lust of conquest, this seizing the unripened fruit, which, if left alone, would fall of itself. 19. His commercial approach to empire did not mean the United States could sit back passively and await its imperial destiny. Sometimes force would be necessary to pry loose the hinges of locked doors, but it did mean that most gains could be accomplished by the steady, peaceful expansion of trade. For Seward, as for John Quincy Adams and many other Northerners, the most inviting target for American commercial expansion was Asia. With the acquisition of California and Oregon, the United States had become practically the only real power there is that dwells upon the Pacific Ocean. 20. Almost half a century before Brooks Adams, Alfred Thayer Mahan, and Halford Mackinder declared that the future of human civilization depended on the outcome of the imperial struggle for control of China, Seward and other Whigs had already concluded that Asia was the new theater of human activity. If the United States could extend its power to the Pacific Ocean and grasp the great commerce of the East, he predicted, it would become the greatest of existing states, greater than any that has ever existed. 21. For the moment, Great Britain occupied this lofty perch atop the new international economic order. Britain was completing a vast web of ocean steam navigation, based on postage and commerce, that will connect all the European ports in the West Indies, all the ports of Asia and Oceania, with her great commercial capital. Thus the world is to become a great commercial system, ramified by 1,000 nerves projecting from the one head at London. 22 Seward's goal was to meet and surpass the British, in a competition depending not on armies nor even on wealth, where the British were still superior, but directly on invention and industry, which were America's strengths. 23 And the battleground would be Asia. Seward believed the path to greatness lay through the Manilas, and along the Indian coast, and beyond the Persian Gulf, to the far-off Mozambique. 24 Having once gained control of the trade of Asia, the United States, fortunately situated between Asia and Europe, would become the nexus for the commerce of the entire world, with New York City, not London, at the center of it all. To the extent that Northern Whigs were able to carry out any foreign policy in the 2 decades before the Civil War, it was the expansion of American commerce, especially in Asia. This was the policy least constrained by sectional schism. Pressures for commercial expansion came not only from the Northeast but also from Southern and Western farmers in search of markets for their produce. Andrew Jackson negotiated more trade treaties with foreign powers in every corner of the world than John Quincy Adams, and he was quick to use American naval power to express disapproval when he felt the United States was being unfairly treated. 25 Still, it was the Northern-dominated Whig administrations that gave the most emphasis to commercial expansion, especially in Asia, and it was the Whigs who accomplished the most. Even the hapless Tyler administration managed to fulfill some of Seward's grand ambitions. Following Great Britain's thrashing of China in the Opium War of 1841–42, a conflict in which the United States stood firmly behind the British, Tyler dispatched Caleb Cushing to negotiate favorable terms of trade with China. The Treaty of Wanghia, signed in 1844, gave the United States most favored nation trade status in China and became the cornerstone of America's open door doctrine a half-century later. 26 The Cushing Mission set the stage for the later opening of American trade with Japan. In 1842, when the Hawaiian government felt its independence threatened by Great Britain and France, Tyler applied the non-colonization principles of the Monroe Doctrine to the Pacific and marked Hawaii off as an American protectorate in all but name. Northern foreign policy, like American foreign policy in the coming century, aimed at the creation of a vast global network of communication and trade, with some key strategic outposts in places like Hawaii. As Secretary of State after the Civil War, Seward would obtain the Midway Islands as another link in the chain stretching out to the Asian market. The case of Hawaii, however, showed how even northern ambitions for commercial expansion could be blunted by the sectional conflict. Hawaii lay below 36°30' latitude and therefore, under the terms of the Missouri Compromise, could enter the Union as a slave state. In 1854 the native Hawaiians therefore demanded that they be allowed to bypass the normal territorial phase and be admitted immediately as a state with the same rights, civil, political, and religious, as are enjoyed by the state of Massachusetts. In other words, without slavery. 27 This was unacceptable to the Southern-dominated Pierce administration, and Northern Whigs opposed Hawaii's admission under any other conditions. So the idea of Hawaiian annexation was killed. It would be resurrected in the 1870s, when the issue of slavery had disappeared. This was one reason why Seward and many other Northerners considered Southern slavery the great obstacle to America's destiny. If the curse of slavery could be eradicated, Seward's ambitions were practically limitless. 28 But until then America's fulfillment of its destiny would have to wait. The slavery question also affected attitudes toward matters of war and peace. Southern slaveholder society had produced a people that highly esteemed personal honor, familial loyalty, and the martial virtues. The South was disproportionately represented in the nation's military academies, and Southerners made up the bulk of the force that fought in Mexico, despite the fact that the South's population was much smaller than the North's. 29 For many Northerners, meanwhile, the experience of the Mexican War, a war of conquest for the expansion of slavery, left a sour taste, as did the South's sometimes belligerent quest for Cuba. Even Northern expansionist Democrats like John O'Sullivan hoped the United States could achieve its conquests by moral agencies and commerce and, like Seward, believed this would beget a community of interest between the United States and other peoples. 30 Stephen Douglas declared that the United States had a mission to perform, of progress in the arts and sciences and even in the development and advancement of human rights throughout the world. 31 In the North, the reformist movements of the 1820s and 30s had produced a small but potent strand of pacifism, a phenomenon that was almost non-existent in the South. The Northern pacifist movement included many abolitionists, like William Lloyd Garrison, and some conscience Whigs, like Charles Sumner. Their pacifism would be put to its severest test by the Civil War, when many abandoned the pacifist creed out of the necessity of fighting the slave power. But in the 2 decades prior to the secession crisis, the Mexican War, the aggressive Southern expansionist pretensions of the Ostend Manifesto, and the various Southern-backed filibustering expeditions had presented no similar conundrum. Faced with the South bent upon extending slavery in the Western Hemisphere by violent means, Northern Whigs in the 1840s and 50s could denounce slavery and war in the same breath. "I abhor war, as I detest slavery," Seward declared in 1846. "I would not give one human life for all the continent that remains to be annexed." 32. Whether Seward and many of his colleagues would have opposed wars of conquest in the absence of slavery cannot be known. But Henry Clay had welcomed the War of 1812 partly as a chance to seize Canada from the British. John Quincy Adams had supported Jackson's military conquest of the Floridas in 1818, and he did not seem to shy away from war with Great Britain for control of all of Oregon 3 decades later. But in general, Northerners tempered by the experience of Southern aggression in the 1840s looked to other, less violent means of national aggrandizement. Most agreed with Seward that the sword is not the most winning messenger that can be sent abroad. 33. Finally, the slavery question had a powerful effect on the moral tenor of mid-19th century American foreign policy, including that of many Northern Whigs. It helped explain the otherwise baffling shift in attitudes by one-time advocates of foreign policy moralism such as Clay and Webster. In the 1810s and 20s they had championed what Webster called America's duty to provide moral and perhaps even material support to those struggling against despotism abroad, whether in Greece or in the Western Hemisphere. Their foreign policy views in those days were of a piece with their views on slavery. Clay would declare in one breath that to free the unhappy portion of our race doomed to bondage would be a greater accomplishment than all the triumphs ever decreed to the most successful conqueror. 34 And in the next he would speak of America's obligation to give tone, and hope, and confidence to the friends of liberty throughout the world. 35. But in the 1840s and early 1850s, as Clay and Webster chose the path of compromise with slavery at home and worked to preserve both party and union from sectional schism, they also abandoned their earlier penchant for moral causes abroad and adopted a foreign policy stance closer to the principles of what had hitherto been chiefly a Southern realism. As a practical matter, it had become almost impossible even to discuss moral and ideological issues without stirring up a sectional quarrel. Anti-slavery conscience Whigs called for an ideologically expansive policy abroad not only because that was their preferred approach to the world but precisely because it drew attention to the immorality at the core of American society. With Northern abolitionists and conscience Whigs ever on the lookout for opportunities to point up the immorality of the South's institutions, discussions of good and evil abroad invariably became indictments of the evils of the South. National Whig Party leaders had to turn away from moral causes abroad in the interest of party and national unity. For Webster, embrace of the Compromise of 1850 had meant the abandonment of a lifelong opposition to more slave territory. 36 Webster's earlier foreign policy moralism had to be abandoned, too, in the interest of intersectional peace. "God knows that I detest slavery," the Whig President Millard Fillmore declared, "but it is an existing evil, for which we are not responsible, and we must endure it." As one historian has noted, it was this fundamental realism that shaped the president's political philosophy in foreign policy as well. 37. The sectional and political divisions over the moral content of American foreign policy came to the fore when liberal revolutions briefly raged across Europe beginning in 1848. The growing divide between Whig Party leaders and conscience Whigs was exposed during the extraordinary visit of the Hungarian revolutionary leader Louis Kossuth in 1851. The charismatic Kossuth led the uprising against the Habsburg Empire in 1848, but 3 years later the Hungarian revolt was being crushed by the absolutist regimes of Austria and Nicholas I's Russia. Kossuth had escaped, been imprisoned, and then released by the Turkish Sultan, and in 1851 fled to the United States, where he hoped to win American assistance, both moral and material, in his fight for Hungarian independence. To many Americans, Kossuth symbolized the worldwide struggle against despotic oppression. When he landed in New York, 250,000 people gathered along Broadway to cheer him. Signs hung from buildings along the parade route read, "U.S. to Russia, mind your own business," and his visit reminds us of our neglected duty to freedom and the people of Europe. 38 Both political parties immediately embraced Kossuth, fearing that to do less would damage their electoral prospects in 1852, and for a time his procession across the country actually eclipsed the issues of slave expansion, the fugitive slave law, and the Compromise of 1850 as national obsessions. The House of Representatives welcomed him in open session, an honor previously given only to Lafayette. Most diplomatic historians have treated the Kossuth affair narrowly, as an instance where Americans debated whether to intervene in Europe. That they did not intervene is variously assumed to be a sign of their inherent isolationism or their realist rejection of moralism in foreign policy. But the uproar over Kossuth was not about either of these issues. As Seward once remarked, every question, political, civil, or ecclesiastical, brings up slavery as an incident, and the incident supplants the principal question. We hear of nothing but slavery, and we can talk of nothing but slavery. 39 The furor over Kossuth was not about what America should do abroad but about what it should be at home. The response to Kossuth and his appeal for American assistance differed sharply across sectional lines. Enthusiasm for the Hungarian cause, and for the cause of European revolution generally, was confined almost entirely to the North. Among the first to seize on the visit to strengthen their own case within the United States were the Northern abolitionists and their sympathizers among the conscience Whigs. Abolitionists, for a time, took to calling Kossuth the William Lloyd Garrison of Hungarian liberty. 40 Charles Sumner made the visit the subject of his maiden speech in the Senate and declared in deliberate double entendres that Kossuth had fled the house of bondage and that his arrival on American free soil was an emancipation. 41 Seward declared that the United States should solemnly protest against the conduct of Russia, as a wanton and tyrannical infraction of the laws of nations, and warned that the United States would not be indifferent to similar acts of national injustice, oppression, and usurpation, whenever or wherever they may occur. 42. Even the more moderate Abraham Lincoln offered a resolution supporting a universal right of self-determination at a Kossuth meeting in 1852. In an early echo of a doctrine that would later be associated with Woodrow Wilson but that really derived from Locke, Lincoln declared it was the right of any people, sufficiently numerous for national independence, to throw off, to revolutionize, their existing form of government, and to establish such other in its stead as they may choose. This, after all, was what Americans had done in 1776. The United States was not compelled to support such movements, Lincoln argued, but could demand that despotic nations like Russia had no right to suppress them. It could also do more than demand, to have resisted Russia in that case, or to resist any power in a like case, would be no violation of our own cherished principles of non-intervention, but, on the contrary, would be ever meritorious, in us, or any independent nation. 43. Northern Democrats, including O'Sullivan's Young America movement, supported Kossuth with equal fervor. When critics suggested that such a policy violated the principles of non-entanglement and non-intervention contained in Washington's farewell address, Northern Democrats, echoing Adams, Clay, Webster, and other advocates of ambitious foreign policies in the 1820s, insisted that Washington's principles no longer applied to a great and powerful nation like the United States. Senator Isaac P. Walker of Wisconsin declared, "What was our policy in our infancy and weakness has ceased to be our true policy now that we have reached manhood and strength." 44. Southern leaders viewed the Northern Kossuth mania with suspicion. Calhoun argued that expressions of moralism in foreign policy violated the national government's sacred trust with its citizens and were an abuse of the Constitution. National leaders were supposed to defend the rights of citizens, not foreigners, Alabama's Jeremiah Clemens insisted. Nothing could excuse or extenuate the guilt of him who idly perils a nation's welfare by pursuing moral crusades abroad. 45 Southerners appealed for adherence to America's traditional policy of non-entanglement and non-intervention and to the timeless principles Washington had set forth in his farewell address. Lurking behind these protests was fear of the Northern threat to slavery. 46 They want to get this government to commit itself to a principle which can hereafter be applied to internal concerns, warned the Baltimore Clipper. 47 If the South supported interference abroad, the New Orleans Bulletin cautioned, we will be the first who will be interfered with. Of all the people upon the earth's surface, the Southern people are the last to think of, much less attempt to enforce, doctrines of this character. 48 For men bred to the ways of slavery and intellectual tyranny, the doctrine of realpolitik was the only rational approach to foreign policy. 49 For Whig leaders trying to hold party and nation together, the Kossuth affair was a nightmare. President Fillmore declared that America's true mission is not to propagate our opinions, or impose upon other countries our form of government, by artifice or force, but rather to teach by example, and show by our success, moderation, and justice, the blessings of self-government and the advantages of free institutions. 50 Henry Clay, on his deathbed, met with Kossuth and, after expressing ardent personal sympathy for the Hungarians' cause, begged him for the sake of my country not to press his appeal. 51 But Whig leaders were out of touch with the Northern population that was becoming more radical, and more moralistic, with each passing year. In 1852 a pro-Kossuth resolution passed the Senate by a single vote. The dominant sentiment in the North was reflected in a new alliance that brought together Northern Democrats, conscience Whigs, and Free Soil Party members, led by Salmon Chase. On the other side, Southerners from both parties joined more conservative Whigs and the Fillmore administration. The vote was a microcosm of the shifting political currents. Whig leaders like Webster, whose support of the Compromise of 1850 had left them isolated and mistrusted in the North, could no longer speak for the majority of their constituents on matters of domestic or foreign policy. The 1852 election, in fact, marked the last time the Whigs would offer a candidate for the presidency. After the Nebraska crisis of 1854, the Whig Party disintegrated. The future lay with the conscience Whigs who voted for the Kossuth resolution along with Chase and one of the Northern Democrats. In a few years this Northern coalition would come together again to form the new Republican Party, a party based entirely in the North, rejecting fundamental compromise with Southern slavery, and representing the distinctly Northern view of the nation's future and the nation's foreign policy. The Republican Party and the Apple of Gold. The rise of the Republican Party, Daniel Walker Howe has observed, reflected the rise of the reforming impulse within Whiggery at the expense of its conservative aspect. 52 In many ways the Republican Party only revived a progressive, reformist spirit that had long been suppressed by the sectional conflict over slavery. On matters of both domestic and foreign policy, leaders of the new party like Lincoln and Seward drew their inspiration from the earlier generation of progressive nationalist reformers, from John Quincy Adams and the young Henry Clay, who had championed the American system. After Adams's death in 1846 Seward declared, I have lost a patron, a guide, a counselor, and a friend, one whom I loved scarcely less than the dearest relations, and venerated above all that was mortal among men. 53 Lincoln, the transplanted Kentuckian, had reserved his veneration for Harry of the West, calling Clay my beau ideal of a statesman, and had remained devoted to his Kentucky elder until the early 1850s, when Lincoln's refusal to accept further compromises with the South led him to break with the great compromiser. Lincoln had then turned to John Quincy Adams for inspiration. Like most Whigs, both Lincoln and Seward had remained consistent supporters of the American system throughout the Jacksonian era, favoring federal support for internal improvements and a strong federal bank and, more broadly, sharing Adams's view that the great object of the institution of government was the improvement of the condition of those who are parties to the social compact. Seward, even more than Lincoln, had been an ardent reformer throughout his long career in New York politics. As the state's governor beginning in 1839, he had promoted state aid for the building of roads and canals, the creation of a board of education, anti-corruption measures in the cities, prison reform, and the reform of treatment of the insane. 54 He was considered a champion of the rights of ethnic voters, particularly the Irish, who were generally treated with disdain by mainstream Whigs. He protected fugitive slaves, and he was as close to being an abolitionist as the constraints of practical politics allowed. In 1848 Seward declared, "Our lot was cast in an age of revolution, a revolution which was to bring all mankind from a state of servitude to the exercise of self-government, from under the tyranny of physical force to the gentle sway of opinion, from under subjection to matter to dominion over nature." 55 The quintessential Northern liberal, Seward possessed a comprehensive vision of modernization in which political freedom, public education, and technological progress were all synthesized. 56 The pursuit of these projects had for decades been blocked by a wary South influenced by a slaveholder class that had sought self-preservation by pulling the nation in another direction. The new Republican Party essentially declared an end to compromise and called for the final fulfillment of the promise of the American system. Although the Republican Party was itself based on a bargain between Northern Whigs and Northern Democrats, which required some compromises on economic matters, the party platform nevertheless called for an increased tariff, internal improvements, and federal aid for the building of a transcontinental railroad. 57 The Republican program advanced a progressive, energetic, democratic form of capitalism that would become the American model in the decades after the Civil War. The Republicans became a party unambiguously in support of modernization. 58 The lack of Southern influence even allowed these Northerners to resume their natural inclination to seek more territory. The Republicans set aside Whig trepidations about expansion and embraced westward settlement and the incorporation of new states into the Union, North and South. They also gave voice to the old moralistic spirit in foreign policy. But if Republican leaders took up the old progressive nationalist program, in one important respect they also moved beyond it. For the new Republicans, unlike the nationalist Republicans of the Monroe era, were a party consciously formed in opposition to slavery. 59 John Quincy Adams had been among the first American leaders to make the radical observation that the Union was not an end in itself but only the means to realizing the promise of the principles of natural rights and human equality set forth in the Declaration of the Independence. He was also among the first to argue that the American Constitution, that morally vicious bargain between freedom and slavery, was inconsistent with the principles upon which alone our revolution can be justified. 4 decades after Adams penned those words in his private diary, his ideological heirs, Lincoln and Seward, made this the central political doctrine of their Northern anti-slavery party. Lincoln elevated the Declaration of Independence over the Constitution as the true expression of American nationhood. He likened it to an apple of gold framed by a picture of silver, the Constitution and the Union. But he declared that the picture was made for the apple, not the apple for the picture. 60 The United States could not have achieved its great power and prosperity without the Constitution and the Union, but these were not the primary cause of our great prosperity. There was something back of these, entwining itself more closely about the human heart. That something is the principle of liberty to all, the principle that clears the path for all, gives hope to all, and, by consequence, enterprise and industry to all. 61 Seward, in his maiden speech in the Senate denouncing the Compromise of 1850, declared that there was a higher law than the Constitution, a law that guaranteed to all men the enjoyment of the natural rights bestowed by the Creator of the universe. The United States had a great destiny before it, but the security, welfare, and greatness of nations depended not on material success alone. It also depended on their promotion of the security of natural rights, the diffusion of knowledge, and the freedom of industry. Slavery was incompatible with all of these. 62. Breaking from a long Federalist and Whig tradition of antipathy toward Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln celebrated what he believed was Jefferson's incomparable contribution to the nation's founding. He called on Americans to readopt the Declaration of Independence and to rededicate themselves to Jefferson's Enlightenment conviction that all men are created equal. As Harry Jaffa has noted, he also subtly transformed Jefferson's original meaning to fit the great struggle of his own day. Jefferson had conceived of just government mainly in terms of the relief from oppression. His declaration had put forth a Lockean justification for American independence. The British Crown and Parliament had forsaken their governing legitimacy by denying Americans their natural rights, and so Americans were justified in waging a revolution for independence to restore those rights. Lincoln, facing very different circumstances in the late 1850s, appealed to natural rights to justify a second American Revolution, this time not against an imperial master but against the domestic institution of slavery. He turned Jefferson's negative, minimal requirement of government, that it must not deprive citizens of their natural rights, into a positive requirement that government must actively defend and promote those rights. 63 As John Patrick Diggins has put it, Lincoln set forth the Declaration's doctrine of equality as a moral imperative rather than as a scientific postulate. The principle of equality enunciated in the Declaration, Lincoln declared, was to be constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and even though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated, and therefore constantly spreading and deepening its influence, and augmenting the happiness and value of life to all people of colors everywhere. Borrowing from the religious perfectionism whose spirit had so infused Northern thought since the Second Great Awakening, he exhorted, "As your Father in heaven is perfect, be ye also perfect." He believed in a concept of equality that was as much a duty of the community as a right of the individual and as much the end product of historical striving as a condition preceding history. 64. Nothing could have been further from the principles of Southern realism than this. And indeed, Lincoln's appeal to Americans' responsibility to fulfill the promise of the Declaration, not only for themselves but for all men everywhere, was a deliberate refutation of the doctrine of self-interest that underlay the South's defense of slavery. For despite the insistence of Calhoun and his followers that the institution of slavery was a positive good for white masters and black slaves alike, ultimately the South's defense rested on self-interest. Everyone knew that slavery existed in the South not because whites felt an obligation to enslave blacks, but because plantation owners believed they needed slaves to work under conditions that free men would not tolerate. In his appeal to a higher morality than the Constitution, Lincoln rejected the doctrine of self-interest as the sole guide to human action and also as the sole guide to national action. It was not enough to pursue the national interest. It was not even right to pursue the national interest if the nation itself had departed from the principles of the Declaration. What Lincoln hated most about Douglas's Nebraska Act, he said, was that it assumed there was no right principle of action but self-interest. 65 He and Seward both insisted that the right principle of action was not self-interest but justice, and justice was to be found only in the Declaration's principle of equal rights. Because all men enjoyed equal rights, all men had a duty to defend those rights not only for themselves but for others, even for black slaves. 66 This was a step beyond Locke's contractual understanding of the relations among citizens and between citizens and their government. It was a call for moral responsibility. The revolutionary implications of Lincoln's message were well understood by the leaders of the South. It was with some justice that prominent Southerners insisted after the outbreak of the Civil War that they were not the revolutionists but were resisting revolution. Jefferson Davis perceptibly contrasted the revolutionary progressive idealism of Lincoln's North with the conservative realism of the South. "We are not engaged in a quixotic fight for the rights of man," Davis exclaimed. "Our struggle is for inherited rights. We are conservative." 67. Just as Southern realism had a foreign as well as a domestic dimension, so Lincoln's rejection of self-interest as the only guide to action and his appeal to moral responsibility had significance beyond the domestic conflict over slavery. If the central idea of the American nation was to be found not in the Constitution or in the Union but in the Declaration of Independence's promise of equal rights, this meant that at the core of American nationhood was a set of universal principles that transcended national boundaries. The Constitution and the Union were compacts that applied only to those who had voluntarily consented to them in 1787 and who continued to be bound by them 7 decades later. The Declaration of Independence spoke of rights and obligations that were universal. Lincoln, Seward, and other Republicans did believe that their struggle for freedom at home served the cause of freedom everywhere. They believed the stain of American slavery prevented the United States from fulfilling its role as the exemplar of Republican democracy for peoples struggling against despotism the world over. 68 They worried, as Charles Sumner put it, that slavery had degraded our country and prevented its example from being all-conquering. Lincoln feared that the mere existence of slavery deprived our Republican example of its just influence in the world, and it enabled the enemies of free institutions to taunt us as hypocrites. It was in this spirit that Lincoln at Gettysburg called the United States the last best hope of earth, whose success or failure would determine whether any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. But Lincoln's emphasis on moral responsibility, on the community's duty to further human equality, also bore within it a more far-reaching implication, that the United States had to be more than just a beacon of hope. The Declaration's commitment to equality was, Lincoln insisted, an abstract truth, applicable to all men at all times. 69 If Americans had a positive duty to further this abstract truth at home, to meddle in the affairs of the South even at the risk of civil war and national destruction, could this obligation extend beyond the nation's boundaries as well? If self-interest alone was not a sufficient guide to national action, if it was not an acceptable justification for Northern passivity while slavery flourished in the South, could self-interest alone be the appropriate guide to action in a world where despotism flourished? If what made Americans a nation was not a common territory, common blood, or even a common constitution but rather a common commitment to universal principles, then where was the logical limit to their moral responsibility? Lincoln never addressed these questions directly, in part because before assuming the presidency he rarely discussed matters of foreign policy. On one of the rare occasions when he did, in his resolution supporting Kossuth in 1852, he expressed a conviction that moral responsibility and principled altruism, not mere self-interest, should be a guide for the nation as well as for the individual. He argued that it would have been meritorious for the United States to intervene against Russia to prevent the crushing of the Hungarian Revolution, meritorious not because intervention was in America's selfish interest but because it advanced a universal right of any people to throw off unjust rule. His understanding of American nationhood contained within it a sense of moral obligation, that a nation founded on the principle of universal human equality had a responsibility for spreading and deepening its influence for all people of colors everywhere. 70. Lincoln and his fellow Republicans were not the first Americans to speak of an obligation to support others struggling for freedom around the world. During the years of the early Republic, Jeffersonians had argued for American assistance to a revolutionary France besieged by European monarchs, while Hamiltonians had proposed linking America's fortunes to the defense of a liberal Britain besieged by a despotic France. In the 1810s and 20s, Monroe and Clay had called for American assistance to revolutions in Europe and in the Western Hemisphere, and Webster had spoken of America's duty to support the struggle for freedom abroad. But in these earlier instances, the case for aiding republicanism and liberalism abroad as a matter of principle was also advanced as a matter of self-interest and self-defense. The United States of Jefferson's and Hamilton's day was a weak and vulnerable republic in a hostile sea of monarchies. The conquest of European liberty by powerful monarchs could be but the prelude to the physical conquest of American liberty. Even in the days of Monroe and Clay, leaders on both sides of the Atlantic believed the global struggle between republicanism and despotism must eventually spill over into the Western Hemisphere. When Monroe declared in 1823 that the United States was an interested spectator of the political struggles in Europe, he really did mean that the nation had a profound interest in the outcome. Lincoln's political doctrine seemed to go a step beyond even this broad ideological definition of interest. To be sure, the global struggle between monarchy and republicanism continued in his own day. The liberal revolutions that briefly spread across Europe in 1848 had been crushed, and another long period of conservative reaction had settled in across the continent. When Lincoln declared in 1863 that the United States was the last best hope of earth for free government, it was events in Europe over the previous decade that gave his plea such poignancy. But his reformulation of the American political creed, his assertion of a positive obligation to advance the principles of the Declaration, added a new dimension to this old understanding of America's role in the world. What Lincoln only implied, other Republicans openly avowed. The rights asserted by our forefathers were not peculiar to themselves, Seward declared, they were the common rights of mankind. 71 The United States had not just the opportunity but the duty to renovate the condition of mankind, to lead the way to the universal restoration of power to the governed everywhere in the world. 72 For Seward, soon to become Lincoln's Secretary of State, this was America's true destiny, not empire in the traditional sense of rule by conquest, but empire and liberty. And this was why he believed so passionately that slavery had to be destroyed. To fulfill the nation's historic responsibility, he believed, Americans had to qualify ourselves for our mission. 73. Chapter 10. War and Progress. The rapid increase of the means of communications throughout the globe have brought into almost daily intercourse communities which hitherto have been aliens and strangers to each other, so that now no great social and moral wrong can be inflicted on any people without being felt throughout the civilized globe. Hamilton Fish, April 30, 1873. The Second American Revolution. Few Northerners believed, even in 1860, that embarking on that mission would first require a war against the South, much less what turned out to be the bloodiest and costliest war in American history. Few anticipated that the mere election of Lincoln on a platform of containment would drive the South to secede. Certainly until the firing on Fort Sumter in 1861, few Northerners harbored aggressive intentions toward the South. Most hoped, with Lincoln, that the containment and eventual elimination of Southern slavery could be accomplished peacefully, ground down under the steady weight of the North's economic, political, and moral superiority. Most Northerners believed, right up until the outbreak of war, that the South would simply have to acquiesce and accept that its only course lay along the path toward modernity that the North had blazed. The German immigrant and Republican leader Karl Schurz expressed a common Northern view when he half challenged, half exhorted the South in 1860, "Slaveholders of America, I appeal to you. Are you really in earnest when you speak of perpetuating slavery? Shall it never cease? Never. Stop and consider where you are and in what day you live. This is the world of the 19th century. You stand against a hopeful world, alone against a great century, fighting your hopeless fight, against the onward march of civilization. One like Americans of future generations, who would find baffling the refusal of other nations to give up their hopeless struggles and adopt American ways and American principles. Northerners mostly ignored the fact that the South could not possibly join its onward march, that Southern slaveholders could not enter the North's hopeful world without betraying everything they believed, and, in their eyes, risking annihilation at the hands of their former slaves. The South's decision to secede, though incomprehensible to many Northerners, was logical. To accept Lincoln's victory, and with it the victory of the Northern view of America's future, was incompatible with the survival of Southern ideology. And there was logic, too, in the North's refusal to permit the South to form its own independent nation. For the preservation of the Union, the picture of silver was essential to Lincoln's hopes for the survival of Republican government rededicated to the principles of the Declaration. To acknowledge the sovereignty of the states as superior to that of the federal government was to put an end to the nation and to the notion of popular government. We must settle this question now, whether in a free government the minority have the right to break up the government whenever they choose to. For Seward and other Republicans, the integrity of the Union, important as an end in itself, was also a prerequisite to the national greatness Republicans felt the United States was destined to achieve. Seward's vision of an empire of freedom depended on a consolidated, prosperous, continental union, cleansed of the stain of slavery, which would form the essential base from which America's global hegemony would emanate. In the end, therefore, and much to many Northerners' surprise and chagrin, the North had to go to war to realize its vision of America's destiny. The election of Lincoln led the Southern states to secede. When Southern forces attempted to seize Fort Sumter, and when Lincoln determined to defend it by force, the war began. At the beginning both sides embarked upon what each believed was a limited war for limited ends. The Confederacy fought to be left alone to enjoy its new independence, much like the original 13 colonies when they separated from the British Empire. President Lincoln fought to restore the integrity of the Union against an unlawful rebellion, insisting he was simply using military means to quell an uprising too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. But early Southern victories and Northern defeats led to a massive escalation in the war, and not only on the battlefield. Northern war aims took revolutionary and even messianic form when Lincoln delivered his Emancipation Proclamation 2 years into the conflict. To win the war and make the goals of the war consistent with the principles of the Declaration that he had stated to be the essence of American nationhood, Lincoln freed the slaves. He justified it as a military necessity, but in striking at slavery he also knew he was striking at the heart of the rebellion, the underpinning of the Southern way of life. 4 After 1862 the Northern war aim became not merely the defeat of rebellion. The war for the Union became a war for justice, a moral crusade for liberty. John Kagan has called the Union and Confederate armies among the most ideological armies in human history. 5 James M. McPherson, in a study of the letters of more than 600 Union soldiers, has discovered that while not all cared about the ideological issues at stake in the war, a substantial number did believe they were fighting for a moral and ideological cause beyond themselves. A good many soldiers shared Lincoln's conviction that the struggle for freedom at home was a struggle for freedom the world over. As they wrote family members back home, the liberty of the world had been placed in our hands to defend. If the North succeeded, then you may look for European struggles for liberty, but if it failed, the onward march of liberty in the Old World would be retarded at least a century. 6. Like Lincoln, some Northern soldiers saw the war as necessary not only to keep the flame of liberty burning in the Union but also to advance the universal, abstract principles of the Declaration for all men everywhere. By the last years of the war, most Northern soldiers had broadened their conception of liberty to include black people, a huge leap for Northern whites whose racism was often no less fervent than that of their Southern compatriots. While a sizable minority of Union soldiers greeted Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation with hostility after it was announced in January 1863, McPherson estimates that twice as many favored it. A good many Union soldiers embraced the new war aim of freeing the slaves with an ideological fervor they had not felt for the cause of restoring the Union with slavery still in it. 7 As one Pennsylvania captain wrote, Lincoln's action had made the war no longer a contest between North and South, but a contest between human rights and human liberty on one side and eternal bondage on the other. 8 Another Pennsylvanian wrote, Every day I have a more religious feeling, that this war is a crusade for the good of mankind. 9 Some Northerners shared Lincoln's view that the war was a noble and worthy cause precisely because it was not a war fought exclusively for interest. This is not a war for dollars and cents, one Indiana captain wrote, nor is it a war for territory, but it is to decide whether we are to be a free people. 10 And by we he did not mean himself, for he was already free, but those in bondage in the South. Many Northern idealists eagerly embraced a justification for war that went beyond self-interest. The decision to go to war had been a difficult one for most Northerners. Throughout the 1840s and 50s, Northern Whigs and Republicans had portrayed themselves as the party of peace against the aggressive, militaristic slave power Democrats. For Northerners who had opposed the aggressive Southern expansionism of the Mexican War and the efforts to acquire Cuba by force, for reformers who blended abolitionism with pacifism, for commercial liberals who preferred that America wield its power through trade rather than through force of arms, a moral crusade was perhaps the only acceptable justification for war. Lincoln recognized perhaps better than anyone the problems inherent in such a crusade. In 1862 he noted that in great contests each party claims to act in accordance with the will of God and that both may be wrong. It was quite possible that God's purpose is something different from the purpose of either party. 11 But Lincoln did not let theological doubt deter him. Uncertainty about God's intentions did not absolve men and leaders from deciding to go to war, and he was prepared to press forward and let God decide who was right, on the battlefield. Point 12. The ideological nature of the conflict, as well as the evolving technology of warfare, helped determine the brutal, horrific manner of the struggle. When the war became ideological, it also became a total war waged not only between combatants but between and against peoples. Point 13. The gentleman's war that the Union General George B. McClellan had wanted to fight waged, as he told Lincoln, upon the highest principles known to Christian civilization, reflected not only McClellan's military training but also his preference for a non-ideological conflict. Point 14. As Ulysses S. Grant later reflected, McClellan did not believe in the war. He and other early Union generals let their ambivalent attitude toward the conflict influence their military performance. 15. The Northern generals who prosecuted the war most effectively, and most ruthlessly, had more understanding of its ideological purposes. Grant, though not a vigorous opponent of slavery, nevertheless perceived that he was engaged in a people's war, and that the people as well as the armies of the South must be conquered, before the war would end. "We are not only fighting hostile armies," William Tecumseh Sherman declared, "but a hostile people, and must make old and young, rich and poor, feel the hard hand of war, as well as the organized armies." 16. Sherman was no more opposed to slavery than Grant. But he understood that the South was fighting for a way of life and that the people of the South would not surrender until they concluded that the loss of their civilization was preferable to the horrors of war. Therefore the North must make the war so terrible, and make them so sick of war that generations would pass away before they would again appeal to it. 17. Grant and Sherman did make the war terrible, with Lincoln's full support. "Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray for the speedy end of the war," Lincoln proclaimed in his second inaugural address. But he did not shrink from the alternative. If God willed that the war must continue until all the wealth piled by the bondman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash, shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, then Lincoln would devastate the South and its people. "The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether." The Union's conduct of the Civil War would remain, for American commanders in both world wars of the 20th century, the model of a great war, a war of power unrestrained, unleashed for complete conquest. 18. The Civil War, like most of America's major wars, transformed the nation's government and society in ways both tangible and intangible. The exigencies of total war and national mobilization produced a revolutionary expansion of the power of the federal government beyond what even Clay and Adams had contemplated. Between 1861 and 1865, Lincoln's administration enacted the tariffs, the federally chartered banking system, and the federal improvement programs of the old American system. For the first time in American history, the federal government began direct federal taxation, created an Internal Revenue Bureau to collect the taxes, and inaugurated a national currency. It instituted a national draft to fill the ranks of the Army. To assist blacks freed from bondage in the course of the war, it created the Freedmen's Bureau, the first national agency for social welfare. The Civil War produced a victory for a government committed to what Adams had called the progressive improvement of the condition of the governed. The Southern states had invoked the negative liberties of state sovereignty and individual rights of property, i.e., slave property, to break up the United States. Lincoln invoked the positive liberty of reform liberalism, exercised through the power of the Army and the state. 19. The impact of the Civil War on American foreign policy was equally profound. The Civil War was America's second great moral war, but unlike the Revolution, it was a war of conquest. The North liberated the oppressed segment of the South's population and subjugated the oppressors. It established a decade-long military occupation of the South's territory, abolished the despotic institution of slavery, and attempted to establish reformed political and economic systems that would prevent a return to the old ways. The Civil War was America's first experiment in ideological conquest, therefore, and what followed was America's first experiment in nation building. When Grant accepted Lee's surrender, the South lay in ruins. The Southern economy was destroyed, and an entire generation of men had been killed, maimed, or incapacitated. The Confederate government was vanquished, so the U.S. Army became the sole source of law and order in occupied areas. Army provost marshals were de facto governors of Southern civilians, regulating every aspect of life, from arresting suspected rebels to distributing food and clothing. During the war, Lincoln had established loyalist governments in some of the occupied states, but even these were dependent on and subordinate to the military department commanders. 20. To the north, the defeated South was, in the argot of the 20th century, an underdeveloped nation. 21. Its underdevelopment, its backwardness, exemplified by the archaic institution of slavery, many Northerners believed, had been responsible for the horrendous conflict that had almost destroyed the entire nation. Now the North, having subdued the rebellion and punished its leaders, had the task not only of standing the conquered land back on its feet, but of curing it of the evils that had led to war, which in turn meant dragging it forcibly into the modern world. As James Russell Lowell poetically put it in his series The Biglow Papers, "Make 'em American, and they'll begin to love their country easy they loved their sin. Let 'em stay Southern, and you've kep a sore. Ready to fester easy it done a 4.22. Conquest of the South gave Northerners the opportunity or, depending on one's point of view, saddled it with the burden of accomplishing the task that had eluded Northern statesmen in the antebellum years. Why cannot the best civilization be extended over the whole country? Ralph Waldo Emerson had asked in 1862, since the disorder of the less civilized portion menaces the existence of the country. 23. After the war ended, this remained the fundamental question: how to recreate the South in the North's image. Northern aims during Reconstruction comprised a typically American blend of humanitarianism, moralism, acquisitiveness, and strategic self-interest. The federal government provided humanitarian aid, through the military, both during and after the war. The Freedmen's Bureau, run by the Christian soldier General O. Howard, distributed millions of rations and built schools and hospitals for both blacks and whites. Northern philanthropists raised almost $3 million for Southern relief in the 2 years following the war. 24. Northerners also saw opportunities for themselves in this civilizing project. Capitalists saw opportunities for profit. Missionaries saw a chance to win converts. Republicans saw a chance to win votes. Nationalists wanted to strengthen the sinews of the nation. Internationalists, like Seward, saw the South's restoration as the key to world power. To most Southerners, Reconstruction seemed more like exploitation and imperialism. 25. And, indeed, consensus broke down in the North over just how far nation building should go. How far should Southern society and its economy be transformed to suit the North? How should former rebel leaders be treated should they be barred from politics or allowed back into the new Southern governments? How much constitutional protection did the former Confederate states enjoy? How long should American troops remain an occupying force in the South? And most difficult and controversial of all, how much Northern power should be exerted on behalf of the freedmen? Opinion varied widely in the North, and it was not easy to separate moral and ideological passions from political interests. The hapless Northern Democrats, suffering under the stigma of the Party of Rebellion, opposed any Reconstruction plan that gave rights to the freedmen, especially the right to vote, for granting such rights would turn a whites-only Democratic Southern electorate into a bastion of black Republican voters. Most Republicans, on the other hand, wanted to give blacks the vote, on the plausible assumption that they would vote for the party that had liberated them. For many Republicans, the insistence on preserving their ascendancy went beyond simple partisanship. They believed, with more than normal justification, that the interests of the party and the interests of the nation were the same. The safety of this great nation, one party leader declared, depended on continued Republican dominance over the rebel Democrats. 26. Republicans nevertheless divided over both means and ends. Those who demanded the most thorough transformation of the South were the so-called radical Republicans, led by the powerful House Republican leader Thaddeus Stevens. They included in their ranks Charles Sumner, the powerful chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as well as future Secretary of State James G. Blaine and future Presidents James A. Garfield and Benjamin Harrison, all of whom supported the expansive use of federal power to guarantee the civil liberties of the freedmen in the South, including the right to vote, to fight Southern reaction and intransigence, and to ensure that the old leaders of the Confederacy never returned to power. In Stevens's view, the Southern states were conquered provinces of the United States, like clay in the hands of the potter, and it was the North's duty to take care that no injustice shall remain in their organic laws. The abolitionist George W. Julian insisted that before the South could rejoin the Union, it needed to be made safe for the freedmen, safe for whites loyal to the Union, safe for Northern immigrants, and safe for Northern capital and labor, Northern energy and enterprise, and Northern ideas to set up their habitation in peace, and thus found a Christian civilization and a living democracy amid the ruins of the past. Only the strong arm of power, outstretched from the central authority here in Washington, could effect such a transformation. 27. Against this radical Republican view was arrayed a powerful bloc of moderate and conservative Northerners with a more modest vision. Hostile to the vast expansion of federal power inherent in the Radicals' program and unwilling to shoulder the financial burden required to keep large numbers of federal troops in the South indefinitely, conservative Northerners were also reluctant to force Northern democracy upon the South at the point of the bayonet. Senator John Sherman of Ohio spoke for many when he asked, "What becomes of the Republican doctrine that all governments must be founded on the consent of the governed?" It was a paradox that would confront the United States as an occupying power time and again over the coming century and a half. How far could liberty be denied to an occupied people in the effort to implant liberty among them? And there were other vexing issues. While most Northerners were hostile to the Southern planter aristocracy, many were also hostile to radical Republican plans for redistributing Southern land and wealth to the former slaves. Northern capitalists objected because they wanted the South to move as quickly as possible along the economic road marked out by the North, through aid to railroads, industry, and agricultural diversification. 28. And while Republicans all agreed that slavery had to be abolished, not even all the radicals agreed that the federal government should use its military power to enforce the newly freed blacks' rights, in particular their right to vote. From 1865 through 1877 the North-Southern policy careened among these competing visions of Reconstruction, never settling on one course and never really satisfying anyone. Most historians agree that Reconstruction failed for the most part. It certainly failed American blacks, who despite the promises of the 14th and 15th Amendments did not begin to reap most of the benefits of freedom until another 80 years had passed. The radical Republicans' legislative victories were undone by a recalcitrant South that refused to give up white supremacy and quickly established new means of segregation, discrimination, and oppression. While Northerners and their Republican leaders spent vast amounts of time, energy, and resources on Reconstruction, their efforts proved inadequate to the mammoth task. Most were ultimately unwilling to shoulder the far heavier burdens that probably would have been necessary to give substance to their proclaimed ideals and to enforce Northern demands against a South determined to resist. The occupying force was too small to compel Southern compliance with Northern dictates, even during periods when the radicals were in charge. As would frequently be the case in American foreign policy, there was a large gap between ends and means, which exacerbated the moral gap between the desire to impose justice by coercion and the desire to respect the South's right of self-determination. Contrary to many Southern-inspired histories of Reconstruction that painted the era as one of rampant political corruption and perfidy, the politicians of the era were not much more venal or less high-minded than usual. Their battles, though almost incomprehensible today, were for the highest possible stakes. Decisions taken on matters of Reconstruction would determine the meaning and purpose of the American nation, as well as the electoral prospects of both national parties, and everyone knew it. The first Reconstruction president, Andrew Johnson, was impeached and nearly removed from office by radical Republicans in Congress because they considered his lenient Southern policy a betrayal of the purposes of the war. Johnson survived by a single vote in the Senate, but the struggle produced a virtual congressional coup d'état. For a time in the late 1860s the Congress not only made the laws but also executed them, through a U.S. Army that unofficially pledged its fealty to the legislature and against the president, at least in the conduct of Southern policy. The possibility of a return to war was never far from people's minds. When the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes won the disputed election of 1876 over Democrat Samuel Tilden, many in the Capitol worried that the Democrats might resort to arms. In such circumstances it was not surprising that American foreign policy in the decade following the Civil War had an erratic quality. Radical Republicans in the Senate supplemented their assault on President Johnson's executive powers at home by exercising to the fullest their constitutional role on matters of foreign policy. They blocked almost every treaty negotiated by Johnson and his Secretary of State, William Seward, on issues great and small, regardless of the merits, because they feared that ratification of international treaties would hand the president and his beleaguered administration desperately needed political victories. 29 Such calculations helped doom the Anglo-American Johnson-Clarendon Convention, a perfectly reasonable settlement of outstanding Civil War claims negotiated in 1867.30. Even the one treaty passed by the Senate during the Johnson years, the annexation of Alaska, stirred controversy and left reluctant Republican backers worried lest their approval appear an endorsement of the hated Johnson. 31 For 5 years after the Civil War, presidents and cabinet officers who found themselves out of favor with Republican leaders in Congress on policy toward the South could accomplish little in any realm of policy, foreign or domestic. The politics of Reconstruction destroyed any hope Seward might have had of personally implementing the grand vision of American foreign policy he had laid out before the war. The anti-slavery leader of the antebellum years took a lenient approach to the conquered South after the war, arguing that the freed slaves would find their place and that the North must get over this notion of interfering with the affairs of the South. 32 He may have hoped that bringing the national conflict to a rapid and painless end would allow the United States to turn its attention outward again, or he may simply have tailored his views to match those of the border state president he served. 33 But radical Republicans condemned Seward as an apostate and accused him of abetting the usurper President Johnson. In the 1866 congressional elections, Republicans ran on a platform attacking the Seward-Johnson reaction. 34 Sumner in particular considered Seward a traitor to the cause of black freedom, and as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee he opposed almost every foreign policy initiative Seward brought him. James Blaine, who shared Seward's expansive approach to American foreign policy, nevertheless opposed his efforts to acquire naval stations in the Caribbean, in part because he was angry about the Secretary of State's lenient approach to the former Confederate States. 35 President Grant, who later tried to annex Santo Domingo, opposed the purchase of the smaller and less controversial Danish West Indies because it was a scheme of Seward's. 36 Beyond the political warfare that stymied most foreign policy initiatives, the experience of the sectional conflict affected the way many Americans felt about their nation and its role in the world long after that conflict was settled. History did not start afresh after Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox. For the generation that lived through it, the Civil War would forever remain the most important event of their lives. Theirs was, as Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., later said, a generation touched by fire. Just as World War II cast its shadow over American foreign policy for a half-century after its conclusion, President George H.W. Bush, elected in 1988, had served as a pilot in the war, so the Civil War's influence on Americans persisted well into the beginning of the 20th century. President William McKinley, elected in 1896 and again in 1900, had served as a major in the Union Army, and in the 9 presidential elections between the end of the Civil War and the election of Theodore Roosevelt in 1904, every Republican presidential candidate except one had served as an officer in the Civil War. A living symbol of the continuing fixation on the sectional conflict and the issues of slavery and black rights was Charles Sumner, the one-time scourge of the slave power who after the war helped lead the radical cause from his perch as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Probably no member of Congress in American history ever wielded more influence over foreign policy. But foreign relations were not Charles Sumner's principal concern. In the late 1860s and early 1870s he was still fighting the battle against slavery and its consequences. He fought for the rights of the freed slaves and against the men who would deprive them of those rights. As committee chairman, Sumner evaluated and approved nominees for overseas posts strictly on the basis of their stance on national issues before, during, and after the war, to the point where his Senate colleagues protested his propensity to reduce every discussion, no matter what may be its subject, to the general head of slavery. An exasperated Secretary of State Hamilton Fish once asked Sumner, "How long is the rebellion to last?" 37. The foreign policy question to which Sumner devoted most of his energies during the Reconstruction era, and on which he repeatedly frustrated the designs of two administrations, was the settlement of outstanding claims against England from the Civil War, the so-called Alabama claims. Most Americans, even the more viscerally anti-British politicians, focused chiefly on gaining British compensation for the economic damage done by Confederate commerce raiders operating with impunity out of British ports. That constituted a sizable claim, eventually determined by a commission of arbitration to amount to over $15 million. Sumner cared more about justice than about compensation, however. He wanted to punish Britain for its pro-Confederate actions and sympathies during the Civil War. Had it not been for British sympathy with the South, he believed, the rebellion would have quickly collapsed. England's actions had prolonged the war, therefore, and exacerbated the suffering of the American people. But in Sumner's eyes, British sins were even greater than that. Once the leader of the worldwide anti-slavery crusade, the hope and inspiration of the American anti-slavery movement and of Sumner himself, the British government during the Civil War had sold its soul for cotton. By its flagrant, unnatural departure from that anti-slavery rule which was the avowed creed of England, Sumner charged, the British government had opened the gates of war and then fanned the flames of destruction. 38 What kind of financial settlement could compensate for such a historic moral betrayal? Sumner toted up the cost at something in excess of $2 billion, more than $25 billion in today's dollars, but he was prepared to accept Canada in lieu of a cash payment. Sumner's passion for the issues of slavery and black rights also shaped his views on what became in the decade after the Civil War the perennial question of Santo Domingo. Whether to annex Santo Domingo, later the Dominican Republic, to the United States or, less ambitiously, to lease Samana Bay as a port for American warships, became one of the biggest foreign policy controversies of the Reconstruction era. But the hullabaloo over Santo Domingo had little to do with strategic or economic considerations. Senior American naval officers wanted Samana Bay partly because Confederate raiders during the Civil War had revealed the nation's vulnerability to attacks against its commerce and hence the desirability of acquiring what Seward called island outposts in the Caribbean for both military and commercial reasons. 39 Merchants and West Coast politicians who favored building a Trans-Isthmian Canal to secure easier passage between the Atlantic and Pacific viewed the island outposts as useful for defending and supplying the ships that would carry American trade through a Nicaraguan or Panamanian passage. 40 The Dominican leader of the time, who eagerly sought either annexation or protectorate status to defend against his Haitian neighbors, held a dubious plebiscite that allegedly registered popular support for annexation. In the United States, President Andrew Johnson supported the acquisition, as did Seward. President Grant was enthusiastic, Hamilton Fish was much less so but willing to go along. The normally cautious Senator and later Secretary of State Frederick T. Frelinghuysen supported annexation, as did most leaders of the Republican Party, including the powerful radical leader Thaddeus Stevens. As Johnson put it in his annual message to Congress in December 1868, in a line drafted by Seward, comprehensive national policy would seem to sanction the acquisition and incorporation into our federal union of the several adjacent continental and insular communities. 41 Future generations of diplomatic historians, adopting the rhetoric and arguments of Grant's opponents, have generally described the proposed Santo Domingo annexation as a scheme, a corrupt little affair driven by shady characters with dollar signs in their eyes. It certainly was partly that the desire for personal profit had played a role in this, as in every previous and future acquisition of new American territory, from the Ohio Valley to Louisiana to Florida and Texas to Alaska to Hawaii. Still, many observers at the time believed there was merit in the idea 42, and but for the determined opposition of Sumner, Grant's treaty for annexing Santo Domingo might have slipped through the Senate almost uncontested 43. Instead, Sumner managed to build enough opposition in the Senate to deny Grant the two-thirds majority required to pass the treaty. Some of this opposition was purely partisan, and so was some of the support. But what ultimately killed the proposal was a combination of lingering sectional animosities, disagreements over what to do with the South, and the question of race. The defeat revealed the subtle changes that had come to American attitudes about foreign policy, and particularly about territorial expansion, as a result of the long sectional crisis and the Civil War. Race and racism were a significant factor for many opponents of annexation, though for a variety of different and sometimes contradictory reasons. A powerful bloc of political leaders simply opposed adding the darker-skinned population of Dominicans to the already large population of African Americans. This group included Thomas F. Bayard, the Democratic senator from Delaware and future Secretary of State under Grover Cleveland. He had opposed the 14th and 15th Amendments, which granted rights to ignorant and semi-barbarous freed slaves 44, so it was not surprising that he opposed incorporating what he called this semi-barbarous population of black cutthroats, these descendants of African slaves whose attempts at self-government had produced nothing but a chaotic mass of crime and degradation and a series of blood-stained failures. Perhaps a strong-handed and just-minded white ruler would be the greatest blessing that heaven could bestow. But that was no role for the United States. A fiat of nature had decreed that Americans would be unable to elevate such a race as inhabit that island to the level of our own. On the contrary, he feared that if a level is to be achieved at all, it will only be by dragging us down, and not by bringing them up. The view that American democracy would be poisoned by the incorporation of non-white populations, that America would suffer grievously from the admission of all these niggers, was popular in the South, but it was also the view of a certain set of East Coast intellectuals, like the editors of The Nation and Harper's Weekly, who described the Dominican people as a radically alien and essentially perilous element. 45. Other Northerners had a different concern. James G. Blaine opposed southward expansion, but not so much because of what the incorporation of non-white peoples would do to the United States. What Blaine feared was the expansion and enlargement of the South itself. The South, in his view, had never truly changed. It was still dominated by former Confederates with no real loyalty to the Union, by plantation owners waiting for the chance to re-establish slavery in some new guise, and by Democrats determined to overthrow the Republican ascendancy. He feared that expansion south of the Rio Grande might too readily re-establish a Southern ascendancy in the Union. 46. Fears of a resurgent South enjoyed remarkable vitality in the northern states long after the war ended, and they manifested themselves in a widespread hostility to all southward expansion. Missouri Senator Carl Schurz warned that annexation of Santo Domingo would be the start of a renewed southern imperialist drive that would eventually swallow Haiti, Mexico, Central America, and then the entire hemisphere down to the Isthmus of Darien. 47. Under the pretense of taking fraternal care of the colored people, Southerners migrating to the Caribbean islands would soon be pressing the natives forcibly into the service of their eager appetites. They might not call it slavery, but the tropical sun, under which no one would work voluntarily, would breed slavery and despotism in 1,000 disguises. 48. Schurz saw in the rise of the Ku Klux Klan and the wave of lynchings across the South the old spirit of violence, the old impatience of adverse opinions, the old propensity to use force in preference to patient reason, and all those disorderly tendencies which are still so evident in alarming transgressions. The struggle between North and South had been no mere historical accident but the inevitable clash of two different currents of civilization developed under different natural influences. He doubted whether Americans would ever be able to become completely masters of the disease. He therefore opposed any expansion of the nation's southern domain. Have we not enough with one south? Can we afford to buy another one? 49. Finally, there was Sumner, the nation's leading champion of black rights before and after the Civil War, a man who asked to be buried in a black cemetery, perhaps the least racist man in America in his day. Sumner opposed annexation of Santo Domingo not because he wanted to keep blacks away from whites but because he wanted to keep whites away from blacks. He wanted to preserve one place in the hemisphere where blacks could rule themselves free from white domination. An ordinance of nature, he claimed, a higher law had set aside the island of Santo Domingo for the colored race as a place where blacks could live free. 50 The formerly enslaved blacks had earned this sanctuary from oppression with their sweat and blood and tears, and now former Confederates were scheming to take it away from them. Sumner feared that annexation of Santo Domingo would soon lead to American encroachments on Haiti, his beloved Negro Republic, whose very existence was a monument to the anti-slavery struggle. To Sumner, still fighting against the Southern slave power, Dominican annexation was another attempt to subjugate a distant territory to slavery, and Grant was another James Buchanan. 51 He wished that Grant had spent half the time, money, zeal, will, and personal effort protecting Southern blacks from the Ku Klux Klan as he had trying to obtain half an island in the Caribbean. 52. The Senate's rejection of Santo Domingo's annexation offered a glimpse into how the Civil War had redirected American foreign policy. The South, which in the 1840s and 50s had been the engine of American southward expansion, was now prostrate and oppressed and no longer interested in acquiring new lands filled with niggers. The Northern Republicans who dominated American politics after the war, meanwhile, brought to the Congress, the White House, and the State Department a perspective significantly shaped by long years of opposing the slave power. To many leading Northerners, the Civil War had been fought precisely to prevent the South from expanding its territory, from annexing Santo Domingo, and from buying or conquering Cuba, more of Mexico, and parts of Central America. Containment of the Southern expansionist drive had been the unifying principle of the Republican Party at its founding. Opposing territorial manifest destiny, when it aimed southward, was an established Republican Party tradition. After the Civil War, the strain of opposition to Southern territorial expansion continued to influence Republican policies. Even in the 1880s, Blaine would recall that the nation's territorial acquisitions prior to the Civil War had all been in the interest of slavery. 53. The Republican vision. As before the war, there were exceptions to Republican opposition to territorial expansion. Many who opposed expansion southward still looked longingly northward. 54 Sure saw in the Northern Territories a magnificent field, for our ambition of aggrandizement and mistakenly hoped, along with many others, that the Canadian people would happily choose annexation to the United States if given the opportunity. It fills my soul with delight when I see events preparing themselves which will lead the whole continent north of us into our arms. 55 With its white, predominantly Anglo-Saxon and Protestant population, Canada could be absorbed without injecting a tropical, dark-skinned poison into the nation's bloodstream. Yearning for northern territorial expansion was another party tradition, going back to the days when Republicans sought new northern states to counterbalance the South's drive for new southern states. Blaine applauded Seward's acquisition of Alaska because looking northward for territory, instead of southward, was a radical change of policy. 56. Some leading Republicans still wanted to acquire naval stations and island outposts, such as Samana Bay, or a port in Haiti or the Danish West Indies, both for the protection of the American coastline and American shipping and for the defense of an eventual canal. When the era of Reconstruction passed, Republican policymakers would return to these plans again. The purchase or lease of naval stations from which to promote and defend commerce had always been considered by Northern Whigs and Republicans to be morally superior to the Southern desire for territory in which to implant slavery. Grant's plans for Santo Domingo had failed in part because they had crossed the line from seeking a harbor to annexing an entire foreign population and thereby had acquired an excessively Southern flavor. Finally, there was the question of Hawaii, which had long been an object of first Whig and then Republican ambitions in the antebellum years. In the 1840s the annexation of Hawaii had been blocked by the sectional struggle, partly because the Hawaiian population, fearing enslavement, had insisted on admission to the Union as a non-slave state. It was another measure of how much Republican policies after the Civil War continued to be shaped by pre-war attitudes that the acquisition of Hawaii, despite its large, dark-skinned, mongrel population, remained high on the agenda of Blaine and most Republican leaders, even those who rejected expansion into the tropics south of the Rio Grande. 57. These exceptions did not prevent Republican leaders after the Civil War from insisting, and believing, that the Union victory had put an end to the nation's territorial expansionism and certainly to expansion by military conquest. Any island outposts would be acquired not by force of arms but by purchase or by voluntary annexation. A strain of pacifism had been linked to the anti-slavery movement in the antebellum years, and although one-time pacifists like Sumner had abandoned it in the great moral crusade against the slave power, the ideal of a world without war returned after Appomattox. Even President Grant, in his second inaugural address, expressed his conviction that our great maker is preparing the world, in his own good time, to become one nation, speaking one language, and when armies and navies will not longer be required. 58. The mainstream Republican view, before and after the war, was that in most cases, as Seward put it, the sword is not the most winning messenger that can be sent abroad and that the way to acquire global influence and power befitting a great nation was by the spread of commerce, modern technology, and American principles of government. Seward, Blaine, and other Republicans hoped eventually to place the United States at the center of that system and to exert global influence not by force and conquest but through the erection of a system of mutual dependence. Heretofore nations have either repelled, or exhausted, or disgusted the colonies they planted and the countries they conquered, Seward noted. But America would expand, not by force of arms, but by attraction. 59. The post-war turn away from territorial expansionism was no turn toward isolationism. Republican leaders envisioned an enormous increase in American influence, commercial, political, and moral. They believed the United States, purged of slavery and slave power imperialism, stood on a higher moral plane. The path was clear for the United States to play the role it had always been destined to play, as a great power indeed, the greatest of world powers wielding its benevolent influence across the globe. These Republican aspirations promised a far greater expansion of global influence than anything the Democratic South would have imagined or considered desirable before the war. As Jefferson Davis had insisted, the South had not been engaged in a quixotic fight for the rights of man. We are conservative. The Republicans were not conservative, either in their domestic or in their foreign policies. For most of the half-century after the Civil War, the Republican Party remained very much the party of the North, and to its devoted followers, it was more than a mere political organization. It was the party that had saved the Union, had saved freedom itself, and had done so by massing national power and directing it against an evil uprising led by Southern rebels, who happened to be Democrats, and over the determined resistance of traitorous Northern Copperheads, who also happened to be Democrats. In every election Republican politicians waved the bloody shirt in national campaigns, never letting the voters forget that the Democrats had been the party of rebellion. In 1893 a leading Republican like Senator Henry Cabot Lodge would still insist that his party was the party of progress that fought slavery standing across the pathway of modern civilization, while the Democrats, the party of conservatism, had clung to slavery. 60 When Wilson was elected as only the second Democratic president in 62 years, Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt would frequently disparage him by comparing him to James Buchanan. The Republican Party's very identity derived from its role in the great moral crusade of the Civil War. That war had been, in Lodge's words, an overshadowing experience that had left him and many others of his generation with profound convictions which nothing can ever shake. 61 For 3 decades after the war the cause of the Union still inspired both voters and politicians, who equated it with freedom, progress, and true Americanism. Republican presidential candidates tended to be not only veterans of the Union Army but anti-slavery leaders before the war and radical Republicans after it. President Garfield, elected in 1880, had served as a major general in the Civil War, had been elected to Congress by the intensely abolitionist Western Reserve of Ohio, was a radical Republican in the struggle to impeach Andrew Johnson, supported all the Republican civil rights bills, and until the day he died remembered the Democratic Party in the North as the cowardly Peace Party and the South as a bastard civilization. The platform of 1880 reminded voters that the Republican Party had transformed 4 million human beings from the likeness of things to the rank of citizens. 62. The Republicans were, in the context of their times, progressive. In their domestic policies they remained, as before the war, the party of the active state. 63. Belief in a strong federal government took the form of interventionist measures to reform the South during Reconstruction and then of high protective tariffs and large federal government expenditures. The famously free-spending billion-dollar Congress of 1890 was a Republican Congress. Republican leaders like Blaine resurrected Henry Clay's American system and called for constructive action by the federal government, improvement of the nation's waterways, the encouragement of foreign commerce, and a national protective tariff system that would band together all sections and occupational groups. 64. President Garfield endorsed a National Department of Education, the Smithsonian Institution, and a federal census. Republicans in Congress promoted basic scientific inquiry through the Coast and Geodesic Survey, special commissions, western and polar exploration, agriculture experiment stations, and land grants for education. 65. As Blaine and other Republicans never tired of arguing, the phenomenal progress the United States had enjoyed since the end of the Civil War had required the broad measures, the expanding functions which belong to a free nation. 66. The Northern triumph in the Civil War itself had in the Republicans' view vindicated their faith in strong government. It had compelled the most influential Northern intellectuals, publicists, and politicians to subscribe to the ideal of a powerful, unified, purposeful nation. 67. The Civil War had also affected Republican attitudes toward foreign policy. The American people, Lodge insisted, had awakened to a full realization of the greatness of the work in which they had been engaged and of the meaning and power of the nation they had built up. Salvation of the Union had created a beneficent power, he told audiences in 1882, and think of the good which it means to humanity. We have a great mission and a great work as a nation. That greatness would be measured by whether the United States actually stood for something in world affairs. 68. For leading Republicans like Theodore Roosevelt, the Civil War was the standard against which all other American endeavors must be judged. Although he was only 3 when war broke out, little Teddy had prayed for God to grind the Southern troops into powder, and although his mother was a Southerner and his maternal uncles fought for the South, Roosevelt never doubted that the right was exclusively with the Union people, and the wrong exclusively with the secessionists. 69. Slavery had been a grossly anachronistic and un-American form of evil, and Roosevelt lionized both Lincoln and Seward for having brought about its destruction. 70. Had I been old enough, Roosevelt would often say, I would have served on the northern side. 71. For Lodge, who believed so strongly in the righteousness of the northern cause that he long found it difficult to look on Southerners as his moral equals, the war would appear as a struggle where the onward march of civilization was at stake. 72. Both Lodge and Roosevelt believed that the war had provided the supreme test of Americans' willingness to sacrifice for a higher cause. Whether in the struggle against complacent materialism at home or against lassitude, pacifism, and isolationism in relations with the world, they would appeal again and again to memories of the Civil War to inspire Americans. As our fathers fought with slavery and crushed it, in order that it not seize and crush them, Roosevelt would declare, so we are called on to fight new forces. 73. Decades after Lincoln defined American nationalism as inherently infused with international moral responsibility, Lodge would insist that for America to fulfill its destiny and become a great power, it would have to accept its global duties. 74. When war with Spain approached over the struggle for the independence of Cuba, he appealed to the moral logic of Lincoln. To those who argued that Americans had neither the responsibility nor the right to interfere in Cuba, even in a just cause, Lodge retorted, "The proposition that it is none of our business is precisely what the South said about slavery 75. The Republican vision of a more active and moralistic American foreign policy was not confined to a small group of Northeastern intellectuals and politicians. By far the most popular and dominant political figure from the late 1870s to the early 1890s was James G. Blaine, the plumed knight who won the Republican presidential nomination in 1884, despite being implicated in a scandal, and was a leading contender in both 1880 and 1888. Republicans in all parts of the country seemed ready to give their lives to elect him, one contemporary reported. He was a great party leader, superbly attuned to the men and measures of his time. 76 This consummate politician presumably knew what many Republican voters wanted when he appealed for an expanded American role in the world, as he never ceased to do throughout his political career. In the antebellum years he had been a Lincoln supporter, a founder of Maine's Republican Party, a fierce opponent of slavery, an admirer of John Quincy Adams, a longtime supporter of Clay's American system, and a disciple of Seward. The Civil War had been a war for progress, he believed, and throughout the ordeal he retained his faith in the future greatness and destiny of the United States. His internationalism confirmed and complemented his already firmly held sense of American mission, a belief that the United States and the American people should assume a more active role in global affairs and in the improvement of the world. 77 He served twice as Secretary of State in the early 1880s and early 1890s under two Republican presidents, James Garfield and Benjamin Harrison, who shared his foreign policy vision and believed it accorded with the general views of the party faithful. For Republicans, the appeal for a more vigorous and moralistic foreign policy reflected the fact that the party faithful after the Civil War did view the world through a moral and ideological lens, both at home and abroad. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Nathaniel P. Banks wanted America to be the grand disturber of the divine right of kings, the model of struggling nations, the best hope of the independence of states and of national liberty. 78 Banks tended toward florid rhetoric, but his sentiments were not far from the mainstream views of politicians, government officials, and commentators. President Grant in his second inaugural address expressed his conviction that the civilized world is tending toward republicanism, or government by the people through their chosen representatives, and that our own great republic is destined to be the guiding star of all others. 79 There was more sentiment than policy in such pronouncements, but policy would eventually catch up with sentiment. The forceful abolition of slavery had a lot to do with shaping this moralistic sensibility. Through the ordeal of the Civil War, the United States had morally regenerated and purified itself, at least in the eyes of many Northerners and Republicans. It had also taught them a new lesson, that war could serve what they regarded as just and moral ends. As Lincoln changed the meaning of the Declaration into a positive requirement to further human rights, so the Civil War provided the example of an aggressive war of conquest to implant American principles in a civilization that had manifestly rejected them. It was an example of power wielded in the service not only of self-interest or material gain but of ideals. Among the first expressions of America's new foreign policy moralism after the Civil War was a strong objection to slavery in the Western Hemisphere. Scarcely a year had passed after the collapse of the Confederacy when Secretary of State Seward began protesting Spanish laws that required black American sailors to post bond before going ashore in slave-holding Cuba. Foreign observers may have been astonished to see the United States condemning as unacceptably immoral the institution that until recently had thrived within its borders. Until 1865, states like South Carolina had demanded that black British sailors not post bond but actually be held in prison while ashore. Nevertheless, Seward proclaimed the great change of the political relations between the races in this country now made it the government's duty to ensure that other countries did not discriminate between Americans of different birth, extraction, or color. American moralism extended beyond the protection of black citizens abroad. Slavery anywhere was denounced, and anti-slavery forces were applauded and encouraged. During the Civil War, the once feared Black Republic of Haiti was recognized by the United States. After the war, even the more conservative Hamilton Fish, Seward's successor, condemned Cuban slavery as contrary to those rights of man which are now universally admitted. When Spain did free several thousand slaves in 1873, Fish spoke of a new era in which immorality anywhere concerned everyone everywhere. The rapid increase of the means of communications throughout the globe, Fish declared, sounding like a 21st-century human rights advocate, have brought into almost daily intercourse communities which hitherto have been aliens and strangers to each other, so that now no great social and moral wrong can be inflicted on any people without being felt throughout the civilized globe. This was the universalistic and moralistic language of the antebellum Republican Party, which as a result of the Union victory had become the language of American foreign policy. Even a moderate like Fish now spoke of international moral obligations. Civilization as ideology. Americans did not embark on a positive mission to change the world after the Civil War. There was no grand strategy for global reform, nor any deliberate policy to remake any specific country in the liberal mold. But when events or their own actions brought Americans into contact with great social and moral wrongs, they responded with protest, sometimes with diplomatic interference, and occasionally with force, depending on the circumstances. Even when the United States took no particular action at all to address perceived wrongs, Americans formed attitudes toward other countries and peoples that affected their judgment at critical moments. There is more to a nation's foreign policies than invasions and annexations or the acquisition of territory and markets. The attitudes that Americans developed toward the rest of the world provided the context in which they acted. And sometimes the actions came long after the attitudes were formed. One example was the evolving American attitude toward Tsarist Russia. During the Civil War, most Union supporters had viewed Russia favorably, mistakenly believing the Tsar had intervened on the Union side when the Russian fleet, looking for a place to hide from the British and French, decided to put in at New York Harbor. God bless the Russians. Navy Secretary Gideon Welles had exclaimed. 81 Northern anti-slavery leaders had also developed a high opinion of Alexander II, the Tsar liberator who freed the serfs 2 years before Lincoln freed the slaves. Soon after the Civil War ended, however, this goodwill evaporated, and the reason had little to do with matters of commerce or security. When Russia sold Alaska in 1867, it backed out of the Western Hemisphere and for the next 3 decades posed less danger to perceived American interests than any of the other great powers. Yet from the 1860s onward a large number of Americans came to despise Russia on grounds that were moral, humanitarian, and ideological. American hostility to the Russian government grew out of its treatment of its Jewish population. Starting in the 1860s, Alexander II began enforcing old anti-Semitic regulations, and Tsarist authorities, refusing to distinguish between Russian Jews and American Jews, abused and sometimes arrested the latter for doing proscribed business while in Russia. In the late 1860s the issue came to dominate Russian-American relations, thoroughly souring American attitudes toward the Tsarist government over the next 3 decades. The steady prominence of the issue revealed, among other things, the evolving nature of the American polity after the Civil War, especially the role of new immigrant groups. In the 1860s, prominent American Jews wielded significant influence in an increasingly democratic system that was more easily swayed by the demands of domestic interest groups, of which the Jews were one of many. 82 Simon Wolf, Oscar Strauss, Jacob Schiff, and others had easy access to presidents, cabinet officers, and congressmen, partly because these successful businessmen had money to spend on campaigns, partly because the large numbers of Jews who settled in northeastern cities, numbers that rose as Russian anti-Semitism worsened, sent members of Congress to Washington who looked out for their interests. William Seward, the longtime New York politician, needed no enlightening about the issues that concerned Jews. But Grant, whose anti-Semitic comments during the Civil War had come back to haunt him in the 1868 campaign, bent over backward to reassure Jewish leaders that he was concerned about the treatment of Jews in Russia, Romania, and anywhere else they were oppressed. It was not just a matter of votes and money. American officials were genuinely appalled by the persecution of Jews in Russia, especially of Jews who happened to be American citizens. As they wrestled with this frustrating issue over the decades and they rarely made much headway with the determinately anti-Semitic Tsarist authorities, they constantly recurred to a common conviction, that Russia's behavior was contrary to the spirit of the age, by which they meant the spirit of liberalism and progress. President Grant declared it was contrary to the spirit of the age to persecute anyone on account of race, color, or religion. When pogroms broke out in Russian-controlled Romania, Hamilton Fish ordered joint protests by American and European consuls. The United States made no distinction among its own citizens on the basis of religion, he noted, and therefore naturally believes in a civilization the world over which will secure the same universal views. 83 Blaine even approached the British with the idea that the two nations should make league with other powers whose service in the work of progress is commensurate with our own to put pressure on Russia so that it may be beneficially influenced by their cumulative representations. 84. Blaine knew that a nation's repression of its own people was not normally a fit matter for the intervention of another independent power. But he believed that the United States had a moral duty not only to its own citizens but also to the doctrines of religious freedom we so strongly uphold, to seek proper protection for those citizens and tolerance for their creed. In foreign lands. 85 The United States must therefore urge upon Russia action in consonance with the spirit of the age. 86 This break from recognized diplomatic practice, claimed the normally fastidious Fish, was justified because the grievance adverted to is so enormous as to impart to it, as it were, a cosmopolitan character in the redress of which all countries, governments, and creeds alike are interested. 87. When Alexander II was assassinated in 1881, a nervous and angry Alexander III abandoned his father's tentative political reforms and further tightened enforcement of anti-Semitic regulations. A new wave of pogroms swept across Russia, and in the 1880s 200,000 Russian Jews passed through Ellis Island, doubling the Jewish population in America. 88 The arrival of these Russian Jewish refugees who to the American public appeared desperate, dirty, and, compared to the settled and prosperous German Jewish population, quite alien, produced a spontaneous outcry across the nation, not confined to Jewish centers or to Jewish pressure groups. 89 Blaine protested to the Russian government that its oppressive policies were now directly affecting the United States, upon whose shores are cast daily evidences of the suffering and destitution wrought by the enforcement of the edicts against this unhappy people. 90 President Benjamin Harrison picked up this theme in his annual message to Congress in 1891, insisting that Russia's banishment of Jews was not a local question. When Russia forced people to leave the country, he argued, they had to go somewhere. A report commissioned by Harrison concluded, to push these people upon us in a condition which makes our duty of self-protection war against the spirit of our institutions and the ordinary instincts of humanity calls for a protest so emphatic that it will be both heard and heeded. 91 American protests were heard, but they were not heeded. By the early 1890s Russian consuls in the United States were interrogating Americans seeking visas to find out if they were Jews, a practice President Grover Cleveland condemned as an obnoxious invasion of our territorial jurisdiction. 92. By then the difficulties between the two countries extended beyond the Jewish problem. Under Alexander II's stern autocratic reign, thousands of dissidents, radicals, and political opponents, both real and imagined, were arrested and sent to internal exile in the prison system of Siberia, the forerunner of the Soviet Union's Gulag archipelago. Life there was brutal, and when word of its horrors spread in the United States, American hostility to Russia reached new heights. Americans in the television age have always had difficulty believing that their 19th century forebears knew or cared what was going on in the world, with no televised images in their living rooms to show them. But in the late 1880s hundreds of thousands of Americans learned about the political prisons in Siberia thanks to the work of George Kennan, a relative of the Cold War era's George F. Kennan, who traveled through Siberia for several months and produced a series of articles published by the Century magazine over a 3-year period beginning in 1888. His vivid depiction of the Siberian prison system produced a national sensation. The Century reached more than 200,000 paid subscribers, and between 1889 and 1898 Kennan delivered more than 800 lectures to an audience of close to 1 million. His stories of the cruel, barbarous treatment of the exiles by the Russian government were extremely thrilling and pathetic, one contemporary reviewer reported. They tended to rouse within his hearers a feeling of revenge against the monarchy that inflicts such horrible treatment on her prisoners, feelings that are only known to people who enjoy liberty in the land of the free. Under the Stars and Stripes 93 at one lecture, Samuel Clemens, better known as Mark Twain, exclaimed, "If such a government cannot be overthrown otherwise than by dynamite, then, thank God for dynamite." 94. Kennan's reports blackened Russia's image and fixed the Tsarist despotism as a perennial bogeyman for both parties. The Democratic Party platform in 1892 called on the American government in the interest of justice and humanity, to use its prompt and best efforts to stop these cruel persecutions in the dominions of the Tsar and to secure to the oppressed equal rights. When Russia suffered a famine in 1891, William Jennings Bryan opposed sending relief, in part because it was one of the most despotic of nations. 95. Mary Elise, the radical Midwestern populist who urged farmers to raise less corn and more hell, wrote a book in 1895 warning of the establishment of a worldwide Russian despotism. 96. A West Virginia congressman asked, "Can we have a friendship between tyranny and liberty, between Asiatic despotism and modern civilization, between the inertia of barbarism and the spirit of progress?" 97. Elite Northeastern Republicans were just as hostile as prairie populists. In 1891 the Boston-based American Society of Friends of Russian Freedom included Julia Ward Howe, author of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, William Lloyd Garrison, Mark Twain, the Reverend Edward Everett Hale, John Greenleaf Whittier, and Lyman Abbott. Hard-headed Wall Street Republicans like Elihu Root had nothing but scorn and contempt for Russia. 98. Henry Cabot Lodge noted that while Russians appeared on the surface and in external things to be like us, their ideas, their theory of life, and their controlling motives of action were utterly alien. As far as Lodge was concerned, Russians and Americans had no common ground, no common starting place, no common premise of thought and action. 99. Theodore Roosevelt believed that Russians hated and feared our political institutions and therefore were natural adversaries. For Roosevelt, the only hope was that Russia would modernize and leave despotism behind. While he can keep absolutism, Roosevelt speculated, the Russian would possess infinite possibilities of menace to his neighbors. Only liberalization would make Russia less threatening. 100. The United States did not go to war with Russia in the 19th century. But anti-Russian sentiment helped stir rather remarkable American anxiety about Russian encroachments in remote Manchuria at the turn of the century, and Americans roundly applauded Japan's devastating attack on the Russian fleet in 1904. A goodly portion of Americans sensed that Russia posed a grave strategic threat in those years, derived from their perception that it was a backward and therefore dangerous despotism lacking the civilized morality consonant with the spirit of the age. Americans applied this measuring stick to all nations and peoples that came into their line of sight. Sometimes their judgments about who measured up were dubious, their perceptions distorted by being refracted through the lens of America's own circumstances and experiences. For instance, Bismarck's Germany enjoyed overwhelming American support for a brief time during and just after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71. Northerners, Republicans, and the U.S. government they controlled were grateful for Prussia's pro-Union leanings during the Civil War and for German immigrants' contribution to the Northern cause. It helped that Germany's opponent was France, since Northerners hated France for its pro-Southern sympathies. Many Southerners and Democrats took the opposite view, of course, and for attempting to implant a European monarch in Mexico. The French invasion force had departed only 3 years before the war with Prussia. It helped, too, that the ethnic German population in the United States outnumbered the French immigrants by 15-1 and was a crucial Republican voting bloc in several states. 101. These factors would have weighed less in the scales had not many Americans also convinced themselves that Bismarck's newly unified Germany would be a beacon of liberalism in Europe. Its federal constitution looked on the surface to be much like the American federal constitution. Bismarck in the early years often allied himself with the German National Liberal Party, and Protestant America applauded his cool Tourkampf against the powers and privileges of the German Catholic Church, while it lasted. One American observer happily declared that the prevailing tendency in Europe was toward the American system of separating church and state. 102 The U.S. minister in Berlin, the historian George Bancroft, predicted the new German Empire would be the most liberal government on the continent of Europe. It was the child of America, its very birth inspired by the Union victory. Hamilton Fish agreed that the Germans were copying the American Constitution and American-style liberalism, and President Grant in an address to Congress in February 1871 applauded the adoption in Europe of the American system of union under the control and direction of a free people. German success could not fail to extend popular institutions and to enlarge the peaceful influence of American ideas. 103. Many Americans viewed the Franco-German conflict not in geopolitical terms, as a struggle between great powers, but in ideological and civilizational terms, as a struggle between liberalism and tyranny, progress and reaction. If Germany was the alleged outpost of American-style liberty in Europe, Napoleon II's France was the exemplar of imperial despotism. Charles Sumner accused the French emperor of using war with Germany as a pretext to overthrow parliamentary government so far as it existed and to re-establish personal rule. Napoleon was guilty of disloyalty to republican institutions. Considering the age, and the present demands of civilization, Sumner declared, such a war stands for terrific in wrong. 104. As in pre-Civil War days, when they were divided over the visit of the Hungarian revolutionary Louis Kossuth, Americans projected their own political, ideological, and even religious disagreements onto the European canvas. Protestant leaders insisted the Prussian war against France was between enlightened faith and benighted Catholicism, while Irish Catholics, who tended to be Democrats, supported Catholic France. So did most Southern whites. The people of the Southland, among them General Robert E. Lee, saw in the French defense of homes and country a parallel to their own recent experience. 105. The editors of the pro-Republican Harper's Weekly, in turn, pounded home a favorite Republican theme, that the Democratic Party had no sympathy with liberty in Europe because it has been the relentless enemy of liberty in the United States. 106. The New York Times described the Franco-German conflict as a struggle for the future between the Latin and Teutonic races. The Latin races have done their part and not always an inglorious one in the world's history, the Times commented. Now more earnest and moral and free races must guide the helm of progress. Protestantism and parliamentary government must lead European advancement. 107. Latin and Teutonic were code words for distinctions that were more ideological than racial. When the French Second Republic was born in the midst of the war, Americans for a brief moment saw their own image reflected again and temporarily warmed even to Catholic, Latin France. In December 1870 Grant told Congress that while we make no effort to impose our institutions upon the inhabitants of other countries, and while we adhere to our traditional neutrality in civil contests elsewhere, we cannot be indifferent to the spread of American political ideas in a great and highly civilized country like France. 108 But a majority of Americans remained more confident of Germany's than of France's commitment to liberty, especially after they observed the radicalism of the Paris Commune. The French, for their part, could not forgive Americans for abandoning them to Prussian militarism. Victor Hugo, in his L'Année Terrible, wept for an America which abandoned France during its agonizing crisis and strangely manifested its republican solidarity by stooping so low as to kiss the heel of the German Caesar. 109. Americans' high expectations for a liberal Germany were indeed severely disappointed over the coming decades, as the imagined promise of liberal constitutional government soon devolved into the reality of conservative rule under the ever-shifting Bismarck and the Kaiser. The early caricature of a peaceful, progressive, liberty-loving Germany metamorphosed into a very different caricature, of Kaiser Bill and an autocratic, militaristic, rude, presumptuous Germany. Nasty trade battles in the 1880s helped this transformation along, and by the 1890s many Americans hated and feared the Kaiser's Germany as much as they hated and feared the Tsar's Russia. In both cases American perceptions of these nations as somehow backward, hostile to progress, despotic, and therefore aggressive shaped their strategic judgment. They provided the ideological backdrop for the confrontation between the United States and Germany over the tiny islands of Samoa in the 1880s and cast in a more sinister light Germany's tentative and mostly feeble probes in the Caribbean. One German historian suggests that the American hatred was the product of dashed expectations, that Germany had been caught in a Manichean trap. The Americans had designated Germany as a good, freedom-loving European state and had expected it to emulate the historic mission of the United States by promoting the progress of liberty throughout history. When it failed to live up to these high expectations, they decided it was evil. 110 When that perception took hold, even millions of ethnic German voters could not, and would not, prevent the breakdown in relations. The German government found to its dismay that most German Americans were more American than German. Americans made Manichean distinctions in Asia, too, and looked for signs that their model of political and economic progress was being emulated by others. They searched to find in progressive Chinese and Japanese, and later in progressive Koreans, an image of progressive Americans. By the late 1860s a sturdy consensus had formed around the proposition that the progressive force in Asia was Japan, while China was a bastion of backwardness and barbarism. The ancient Chinese civilization, with its confident sense of superiority and apparent lack of interest in the outside world, including the modern world of Europe and America, made it contemptible in the eyes of most Americans. The Chinese will hear of nothing outside the Middle Kingdom, an American observer complained in 1871, and this made them a cold, snaky, slow, cowardly, treacherous, suspicious, deceitful people. Even Americans friendly to China agreed that it was too proud to learn. For most others, China was simply inert, held back from civilization by a deadening conservatism, its government and society palsied, corrupt, degraded, and enfeebled. 111 A sympathetic American living in China expressed admiration for its ancient civilization but not for the eunuchs in the palace, the pink-buttoned censors who read the stars, and all that mass of thieving treacherous, cowardly conniving adventurers which surround the throne and live an insectivorous, parasitic existence on this venerable and august monarchy. 112. Japan, on the other hand, appeared to be everything China was not. Beginning in the late 1860s, when the restoration of the Meiji Emperor produced a determined effort to copy Western ways and institutions, Americans looked upon Japan as a model of progress in Asia. They admired its people's eagerness to adopt new ideas. The fact that Americans took credit for opening Japan, with Admiral Oliver Hazard Perry's expedition in 1853, enhanced their paternalistic fondness. A memorandum prepared for congressional committees in 1872 explained that the Japanese people not only desire to follow, as far as possible, in all educational and political affairs, the example of the Americans, but they look upon them as their best friends, among the nations of the globe. A best-selling American travelogue in the 1870s reported that Westernization and modernization had taken Japan out of the ranks of the non-progressive nations and out of the stagnant life of Asia. Japan's advancement towards civilization practically removed it from its racial category in American eyes. The Japanese were increasingly viewed less as true Asians than as honorary Anglo-Saxons, more Western than Asian. 113 or rather, more American. With their vigor, thrift, and intelligence, the Japanese were a bright, progressive people. The Americans, so-called, of Asia. 114 The strikingly different ways Americans viewed Japan and China had much to do with seeing their own reflection in the former but not the latter. Japan was, and China was not, becoming like America. 115 Americans viewed conflicts among the Asian nations much as they viewed European conflicts, as contests between progress and reaction. This perspective often outweighed narrow strategic calculations and was independent of economic calculations. Americans regarded China as weak and contemptible, and they recognized that Japan was a rising power destined to be a force in East Asia, where Americans also hoped someday to be a force. American interests were more likely to clash with a rising Japan than a prostrate China. Yet they rooted for Japan in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894–95, precisely because it was strong and progressive and China was backward and pitiful. To the American mind, it was China's backwardness that was threatening while Japan's modernization was reassuring. The American minister to China advised the Secretary of State that Japan was only doing for China what the United States had done for Japan, bringing Western civilization. American journalists, analysts, and businessmen saw the Sino-Japanese War as a contest between barbarism and civilization. 116 Elihu Root held out hope that Japan would become the England of the Orient, with a constitutional form of government, a freedom from excessive territorial ambition, and a desire to promote stability and equality of commercial opportunity in a troubled area. 117 Some Americans even compared Japan's struggle against benighted China with the battle against slavery in the United States. 118 When Japan attacked and sank the Russian fleet at Port Arthur 10 years later, Americans applauded again. Oscar Strauss, already hostile to Russia, expressed a common view when he declared that Japan is certainly battling on the side of civilization. Roosevelt agreed, the Japs have played our game because they have played the game of civilized mankind. 119. There were those who warned that Japan's adoption of Western institutions might not necessarily lead them to become either Western or friendly. A prominent American who worked for the Japanese government noted, a country is not necessarily free because it has a form of government similar to that of other nations whose people are free. 120 Some Americans may have been taken aback when they read journalists' accounts of the seizure of Port Arthur, where Japanese soldiers partook in an orgy of slaughter and torture against the civilian population, killing and mutilating as many as 2,000 defenseless men, women, and children. 121. And even as Americans applauded Japanese victories over China and Russia, some felt a tinge of concern that Japan might turn out to be too powerful, too modern, and therefore a threat to American interests in the Pacific. Roosevelt at times professed to be fully alive to the danger from Japan. And he worried about how the Japanese really felt about the United States in their heart of hearts. I wish I were certain that the Japanese down at bottom did not lump Russians, English, Americans, Germans, all of us, simply as white devils inferior to themselves, and to be treated politely only so long as would enable the Japanese to take advantage of our national jealousies, and beat us in turn. 122 But such fears were generally overwhelmed by the perception that Japan stood for progress and by the pervasive American conviction that progress was always and everywhere in the interests of the United States. American attitudes toward European and Asian powers revealed how after the Civil War the ideas of progress and civilization provided organizing principles for American thinking about foreign relations. This view was inherited from the Enlightenment and enjoyed an old pedigree in America. The founding generation had shared the prevailing Enlightenment faith in liberal progress, as well as the popular belief that the seat of civilization had over the centuries traveled west, from ancient China to Rome to Great Britain and finally to America. This almost deterministic belief in progress could be seen during the antebellum years, chiefly in the North, where John O'Sullivan's Democratic Review declared that the history of humanity was the record of a grand march, at all times tending to one point the ultimate perfection of man, while the American Whig Review defined progress in terms of the advance of civilization toward the complete harmonious development of man in all his appropriate relations to this world. 123 After the Civil War, a war fought for progress against slavery standing across the pathway to civilization, the belief in the advance of civilization became even more firmly rooted. Thanks to the work of Charles Darwin and his popularizers, it also acquired the aura of scientific truth in an age when reverence for science was growing. Herbert Spencer, whose work was probably more widely read in America than Darwin's, extended evolutionary theory to human societies and also provided a new gloss of scientific authority to the old Enlightenment idea, well articulated by Edward Gibbon, that human societies progressed on a developmental continuum from savagery to barbarism to civilization and then eventually, like Rome, to decay. Darwin's theory of evolution presented a dire challenge to theologians, though some, like Josiah Strong, managed to blend Darwinism and Christianity in their worldview, but it fit well with American ideas of progress that were rooted not in religion but in the secular ideas of the Enlightenment. This fusion of old and new theories about human progress produced what one historian has called an American ideology of civilization. Americans evaluated other nations and their relationship to the United States according to where they stood on the continuum of progress. Some nations were marching forward smartly, some were stumbling, and some, like China, were inert. The Russians, Roosevelt explained, are below the Germans just as the Germans are below us. But we are all treading the same path, some faster, some slower. It was a means of understanding the direction the various nations and peoples in the world were taking and relating it to what Americans regarded as their paramount interest, the global achievement of civilization, which was to say, Western liberal civilization. The central issue of international relations was the fact that, as Roosevelt told Andrew Carnegie, the peoples of the world have advanced unequally along the road that leads to justice and fair dealing. 124. For Americans in this era, these notions were not idle philosophical musings. The ideology of civilization offered a fairly coherent if not unerring guide to America's relations with other nations and peoples. The division of the world into the civilized and the barbarous carried with it a clear moral differential. There were good powers and bad powers. These moral judgments often blurred into strategic judgments. Russia, a bad power, had to be watched carefully and beaten back when necessary, preferably by someone else. Japan, a good power, could expand at Russia's and China's expense without causing much concern. 125 Americans equated progress and civilization with peace and their own national security. They believed, along with many European liberals, that the more advanced, liberal, and commercial a people were, the more attuned they would be to modern concepts of justice and morality and the less inclined to war and aggression. Hence the popular American expectations of a more peaceful Germany after 1871 and of a peaceful Japan after the 1860s. The more backward and despotic nations were also the more dangerous: Russia, China, and, as the expectation of budding liberalism faded, Germany. They were dangerous both because their concepts of justice and morality were less developed and because they retained the martial spirit characteristic of societies in the barbaric stage. Opening other nations to commerce was in American interests, therefore, not only because there was money to be made but because in time commercial penetration would hasten the progress of backward peoples towards civilization. They would become more liberal, more commercial, and therefore less threatening to the United States and to the civilized world in general. The spread of civilization was important not so much to accept a white man's burden but because it would bring order worldwide through the spread of morality and the reinforcement of virtue. 126 For some Americans, like Roosevelt, civilizing the world's barbaric peoples was all the more urgent because, according to the same reigning evolutionary paradigm, advanced liberal commercial societies like the United States were in danger of losing the martial spirit necessary to defend themselves. The world had to be made safe for civilized peoples. The late 19th century American view of progress has often been misunderstood as simple racism, because Americans of that era frequently used the language of race to describe the differences not only among Asians, Africans, and white Europeans but also among Teutonic Germany, Latin France, Slavic Russia, and any number of other nationalities and cultures. But while many if not most Americans did hold racist views, they were also attentive to differences in development that were not dependent on race. The Asian race in Japan could rise to the heights of civilization, while the Asian race in China remained mired in barbarism. This was not a static and hierarchical view of the world that fixed some races and peoples permanently at the top or at the bottom. It was an internationalized version of the American dream. Every nation and people had the inherent capacity to advance to the highest stages of civilization if given the freedom and opportunity to do so. Theodore Roosevelt saw no reason why all men could not eventually become civilized. 127 The problem was not necessarily race or nationality so much as history and institutions. Antiquated institutions produced backward societies. Bad governments stood in the way of political and economic progress. and centuries of bad government might require centuries to overcome. America, in this view, was not so much an exception as simply ahead of everyone else. It was ahead in part because it was young and had not needed to overcome a long history of backwardness, and in part because it was the inheritor of British civilization, which had already made the long march up from savagery and barbarism. 128 Anglo-Saxonism was not only about race, it was also, and more importantly, about history, civilization, and progress. The American example revealed that if only others saw the light and made the same effort, they too could enjoy the benefits of freedom and civilization. 129. This universalistic and moralistic belief in progress distinguished Americans from most other peoples around the world, even to some degree from the liberal British. The sharpest contrast was with the Chinese, with their ancient Confucian view of an eternal political order. While the Americans' view of progress made them look expectantly to other cultures and societies, anticipating and hoping for their evolution towards civilization, the Chinese were secure in their belief in a fixed hierarchy of which they were at the summit. 130 The difference between the American and the Chinese perspectives was the difference between a nation founded upon universal principles and a people who considered their own culture unique and not transferable to others. Americans considered the Chinese hopelessly backward and out of step with the spirit of the age. But in fact it was the American perspective that was the more unusual, the more distant from the general view of humanity at the time, and also the more revolutionary in its implications. Most of the nations and peoples in the world in the late 19th century actually stood closer to the Chinese view of eternal order than to the American view of eternal progress. Even Europeans, despite repeated revolutions and a growing movement toward liberalism in some countries, still had a more organic and fixed view of society and were less sure of the benefits of progress. Americans were by far the most extreme in their universalism and in their belief in the inevitability and desirability of change. Even American optimism about progress was not unqualified, however. While backward societies could be led towards civilization by the more advanced nations, many believed there was a limit to how quickly this process could be accelerated. Civilization took time, even centuries. And this raised a conundrum for Americans. Were backward peoples capable of self-government? Many Americans in the latter part of the 19th century, as in the latter part of the 18th century, believed they were not. But just as before, this view clashed with the American belief in universal natural rights. In the 1810s Henry Clay had responded to such arguments advanced in those days by people like John Quincy Adams by declaring that all humans were capable of self-government and that only despots argued otherwise. He had insisted that God would not have created a race incapable of enjoying liberty. 60 years later this contest between theories of progress and the belief in universal rights was still being fought out. The new scientific discoveries regarding evolution could be understood to suggest that less evolved peoples, while enjoying the same capacity for eventual civilization, nevertheless could not be considered as fit for self-government so long as they were in a backward stage of development. Josiah Strong insisted that Clay's conception was formed before modern science had shown that races develop in the course of centuries as individuals do in years, and that an underdeveloped race, which is incapable of self-government, is no more a reflection on the Almighty than is an underdeveloped child who is incapable of self-government. 131 Theodore Roosevelt could and did argue the issue from both sides. At one moment he argued that even the English race in the time of Cromwell were not fit yet to govern themselves unaided. Fitness for self-government was not a God-given natural right and could not be grasped in a day by a people only just emerging from conditions of life which our ancestors left behind them in the dim years before history dawned. Yet on other occasions he argued that it was impossible to deny human beings their natural rights. The Southern argument that blacks were not fit to exercise political rights, for instance, could not be advanced in good faith by any man who honestly believes in our American theory of government. 132 Probably the majority of commentators and intellectuals as well as the majority of Americans believed that not all peoples were ready for self-government and had to be guided to it over time, while a minority believed it was immoral to suggest that any peoples were not ready for democracy and needed the guidance of more advanced peoples. but the whole argument took place within a common paradigm of progress and civilization. 133. The 19th century belief that the United States was the advance agent of civilization and morally superior to all others coexisted, of course, with a pervasive domestic racism that was hardening into the apartheid-like system of Jim Crow in the South. As Americans condemned pogroms in Russia and Romania in the 1880s and 90s, hundreds of innocent blacks were lynched, mostly but not exclusively in the South, tortured, and killed, their dead bodies sometimes torn to pieces by crazed white mobs. On the West Coast it was Chinese immigrant workers who were savagely beaten and murdered in great numbers. "Dead, my reverend friends, dead," wrote Bret Harte of one murdered Chinese immigrant in San Francisco. Stoned to death in the streets of San Francisco, in the year of grace 1869 by a mob of half-grown boys and Christian school children. 134. Some Americans cringed at the hypocrisy of the nation's foreign policy moralism. Secretary of State John Hay, questioning Roosevelt's eagerness to denounce Russian pogroms in 1903, noted the record number of lynchings in America that same year and asked whether the United States really could cast the first stone. For all that the Civil War had changed, Americans' professed belief in progress and the capacity of all humans to achieve civilization in the world at large was still contradicted by American treatment of blacks, Indians, Asians, and other minorities at home as well as women. James Blaine insisted that the majesty and might of a nation were measured by no standard so accurately as by the degree of protection given to their citizens or subjects. 135. But even Blaine, who fought for black rights, which fortuitously coincided with Republican political interests, could turn a blind eye to the mistreatment of Chinese immigrants on the West Coast when politics required it. Hypocrisy did not stand in the way of moralism, however. Many Americans were aware of their own nation's failings, but most nevertheless extolled what they regarded as its superior institutions and enlightened worldview. Those who did not share that worldview were to be assisted and converted, criticized, and sanctioned, and in the case of the South militarily defeated and reconstructed. This powerful impulse to reform had its roots in the universalist ideology of the Declaration of Independence. But the Civil War gave birth to new and more potent aspirations. As William Seward insisted, the war had a positive moral and political significance, producing what he and other leading Americans considered a homogeneous, enlightened nation, virtuous and brave, inspired by lofty sentiments to achieve a destiny for itself that shall, by its influence and example, be beneficent to mankind. 136. Even in the age of Seward it was clear to foreign observers as well as to some Americans that their belief in progress, their constant evaluation and measurement of societies and civilizations against their own ideals, and their disapproval of those that refused to conform to the spirit of the age would upset the status quo if and when Americans accumulated sufficient power and influence and the desire to use them to shape the world more to their liking. Chapter 11. From Power to Ambition, From Ambition to Power. America, while she was united, ran a race of prosperity unparalleled in the world. 80 years made the Republic such a power, that if she had continued as she was a few years longer she would have been the great bully of the world. J. A. Roebuck, in the British House of Commons, June 30, 1863. The Rise to Security. As it happened, the America that emerged from the Civil War was more powerful and influential than ever before. Despite a destroyed South, a mammoth national debt, and ongoing political and sectional strife, the United States was a burgeoning giant and was recognized as such by observers in Europe, in Asia, and above all in Latin America and the Caribbean. By the end of the 1870s, despite the travails of depression, the United States was already among the richest countries in the world. Its population was booming, fed by masses of immigrants from Europe. Compared to the small, fragile republic that had struggled for survival a century earlier, America had become a great continental power. Northerners who had once opposed the vast extension of territory produced by Polk's war against Mexico now celebrated the prodigious national power and wealth those conquests had produced. Benjamin Harrison in his inaugural address in 1889 noted the happy contrasts between the America of his day and that weak but wisely ordered young nation that looked undauntedly down the first century, when all its years stretched out before it. The original 13 states had been weak in everything except courage and the love of liberty, but now, with 38 populous and prosperous states, the United States was a Leviathan. 1. America's power could be measured not only by wealth and population but also by the relative safety Americans enjoyed within their borders. The United States was far more secure than at any time in its past. Thanks in part to the great expansion of territory between 1800 and 1848, it had become too large, too rich, and too heavily populated to be an inviting target for invasion even by the world's strongest powers. The conflict over slavery had delayed the impact of this new geographic and demographic reality, since a nation at war with itself was always at risk. But after the Civil War, America was almost invulnerable to serious attack. Its ports could be blockaded and coastal cities seized, but there was no strategic nerve center whose capture could force American capitulation, and the country's internal market meant it could survive an extended blockade if necessary. As a British chief of military intelligence put it, a land war on the American continent would be perhaps the most hazardous military enterprise that we could possibly be driven to engage in, except for the need to protect Canada, an increasingly difficult assignment. British policy aimed at appeasing the United States, not challenging it. After the Civil War, that policy was based on an assumption that the preponderance of power in North America lay with the Republic. 3. American predominance had begun to encompass the Western Hemisphere. For a brief period during the Civil War, some European powers had taken temporary advantage of America's distress to make new inroads in the New World. Spain had briefly re-annexed Santo Domingo in 1861, and 2 years later France's overthrow of President Benito Juárez and installation of a Habsburg Archduke as Emperor of Mexico had fulfilled a decades-old French dream of placing a friendly prince on that Latin American throne. But after the North's victory in 1865, Grant ordered General Sheridan with 50,000 troops to the Mexican border, and a combination of the evident willingness of the United States to go to war against the French, with almost 1 million Americans still under arms, and the valiant struggle of Mexican forces against Maximilian, helped put an end to that most dramatic of European military adventures. Subtler forms of encroachment continued, as European governments pursued commercial interests in a part of the world where they had, after all, been active for 4 centuries. But they were politically and militarily in retreat. Bismarck was highly solicitous of American concerns and assured Hamilton Fish, "We have no interest whatsoever in gaining a foothold anywhere in the Americas, and we acknowledge unequivocally that, with regard to the entire continent, the predominant influence of the United States is founded in the nature of things and corresponds most closely with our own interests, for only Spain did not concede American control, clinging to Cuba and Puerto Rico as the last vestiges of its once vast Latin American empire. But that empire was in the terminal stage, and Spain after 1865 had no ambitions beyond the preservation of its few remaining possessions and its national honor. America's growing dominance in the Western Hemisphere in the last third of the 19th century owed much to the fact that the great powers, especially Great Britain, were increasingly distracted by challenges elsewhere in the world. By the 1880s, the Anglo-Russian competition in Central Asia, the Great Game, was underway. The international scramble for China was in its early stages, and the colonial competition in Africa was hot. In Europe itself, the rising power of Germany increasingly preoccupied both Britain and France. The world's great powers were not merely distracted, they were irrevocably entangled in the grand geopolitical struggle that would shape the 20th century, produce 2 world wars, and ultimately give rise to the global hegemony of the United States. Americans did not owe their position in the late 19th century only to the great power struggle, however, or to the existence of 2 vast oceans and a friendly British Navy. Oceans offered little protection in the era of steam, and even in the age of sail they had been no barrier to foreign conquest. The Western Hemisphere was as accessible as China and the African jungles and could just as easily have been the target of an imperial scramble. The British as late as the 1840s had been anything but friendly in their competition with the United States in Central and South America. If Great Britain and other European powers no longer sought to challenge the United States in the Western Hemisphere, it was because the growth of American territory and power had gradually foreclosed opportunities and temptations. British statesmen no longer dreamed of securing San Francisco, and they had little choice but to acknowledge American supremacy in the Caribbean area of 5. Americans had not acquired this supremacy passively but from the beginning had worked to change the political and strategic equation in the hemisphere. They had conquered, prospered, and populated their way out from under the shadow of European power. By their economic, political, and at times military aggressiveness, they had steadily raised the price of competition higher than the nations of Europe wanted to pay. They had demanded special prerogatives in what they had considered their own backyard since the days of Jefferson and Hamilton, and they had done so with notable belligerence. Even before the Civil War, Lord Palmerston had complained, "These Yankees are most disagreeable fellows to have to do with about any American question, they are on the spot, strong, deeply interested in the matter, totally unscrupulous and dishonest and determined somehow to carry their point." 6. These Yankee traits became even more pronounced after the Civil War, so much so that Britain's efforts to maintain its traditionally dominant position in Central America rapidly gave way to a resigned acceptance of U.S. hegemony. 7. Leading Americans not only recognized the favorable shift in the balance of power, they gloried in it. The purchase of Alaska in 1867 prompted Charles Sumner to exult, "One by one they have retired, first France, then Spain, then France again, and now Russia." 8. By the early 1880s many Americans already understood, as Blaine did, that a new power relationship existed between America and the European powers and that the United States was rapidly becoming the nation to be reckoned with in the Western Hemisphere. Even with regard to Great Britain, Blaine boasted, "We can defy her, and we are today the only power on the globe that can, and we can do it with just as much dignity or just as much insolence as we choose to employ." 9. From power to ambition, the Western Hemisphere. Growing power affected the United States' conduct of foreign policy in a number of ways. For one thing, it expanded Americans' sense of what constituted their national interests. As a general principle, a nation's perception of its interests is not static but expands and contracts along with perceptions of its power and ability to shape its environment. A common trait of rising powers throughout history, whether ancient Athens, 19th century Germany, late 19th century Japan, or late 20th century China, is their expanding sense of both interests and entitlement, and the rising power of the United States in the last decades of the 19th century was no exception. One example of America's expanding perception of interests after the Civil War was the evolution of attitudes toward control of a prospective Trans-Sismian Canal. When Americans had first taken an interest in the idea back in the 1820s, Henry Clay had set forth a rather modest claim. The canal would not be an exclusively American project but would be shared by many nations. Clay's biographer cites this stance as an example of his extraordinarily enlightened view of how the United States should conduct its foreign relations not only with Latin America but with the rest of the world. 10. But Clay's modest plan also reflected America's incapacity in 1826 to insist on exclusive control. That position remained fundamentally unchanged even after the acquisition of Texas, the Southwest California, and Oregon in the Mexican-American War, as well as the discovery of gold in California. These acquisitions greatly increased the importance of rapid transportation from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific and thus the value of a canal route linking the two more closely. Nevertheless, in 1850 the United States negotiated the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty with Great Britain, stipulating that neither side would attempt to fortify or to exercise exclusive control over a canal and guaranteeing the canal's neutrality. The agreement reflected the disparity of power between the British Empire and the United States of the time, a second-rate power, torn by a violent slavery controversy. 11. Even as late as 1867 the United States, politically fractured by the struggle between President Johnson and the radical Republican Congress, was not insisting on exclusive domination of the canal. 12. No sooner had the United States begun to make itself whole again, however, than American leaders began looking for more. Perfect neutrality was no longer acceptable. When President Grant took office in 1869, his demand was simple: an American canal, on American soil. 10 years later, when the French entrepreneur Ferdinand de Lesseps, the builder of the Suez Canal, proposed to repeat his feat in the Western Hemisphere, President Rutherford B. Hayes announced that the policy of this country is a canal under American control. The House of Representatives passed a resolution demanding immediate abrogation of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. 14 Hayes and then Blaine insisted that any Trans-Isthmian passage must be considered de facto American territory, virtually a part of the coastline of the United States. 15 A stance reminiscent of Hamilton's claim in the 1790s that the Mississippi River belonged to the United States by natural right. 16 In late 1884 Blaine's successor, Frederick Frelinghuysen, negotiated a treaty with Nicaragua giving the United States exclusive rights to build and control a canal in return for U.S. protection of Nicaragua against foreign powers. The agreement was never ratified because opponents did not want to bind the United States to defense of that Central American nation, but the Secretary of State's willingness to ignore the restrictions of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty was a sign of growing American impatience and assertiveness. The evolving stance reflected American power and confidence, but also its declining tolerance for any challenge to its predominance within the hemisphere. The de Lesseps venture did, of course, pose some theoretical risk for the United States. The company was backed by considerable French capital, and there was a remote possibility that France would demand control over its investment. But the danger of French seizure of the canal was small. 17 And the United States had accepted far greater risks in 1850. By the 1870s and 80s a stronger America was less willing to accept risks, simply because it was stronger. Because they believed they could demand full control of a canal, Americans refused any longer to accept partial control. The irony was that they were much more interested in demanding an exclusive right to control any canal than they were in actually building one. The desire for hemispheric primacy was a stronger motive than the desire for commerce. The United States, Blaine told the British, would not perpetuate any treaty that impeaches our rightful and long-established claim to priority on the American continent. Blaine's friend Andrew Carnegie put the matter bluntly: America is going to control anything and everything on this continent that's settled. 18. As such statements suggested, growing power produced an interesting blend of confidence and an impatience that sometimes bordered on anxiousness. It seemed as if the more powerful and secure Americans became, the more intolerant they were of the obstacles, both real and imagined, that stood in their way. Great Britain was, of course, regarded as the prime obstacle. From the end of the Civil War until the last years of the 19th century, Americans complained that they were being constrained and suffocated by British power on all sides. Henry Cabot Lodge claimed to fear that Great Britain had encircled the United States with a cordon of forts and bases of supply for a navy manifestly for use in case of war. 19 In fact, the majority of British forts and bases Lodge pointed to had been erected before the Declaration of Independence and had long since fallen into a state of neglect, and the British had all but given up trying to contain the United States in the Western Hemisphere. 20 Americans' feelings of being hemmed in were the product not of British pressure but of their own expanding sense of interest and entitlement. Americans were also stung by the way Europeans had exploited their weakness and divisions before and during the Civil War. Many blamed Seward for soft and passive policies toward the French occupation of Mexico and in response to Spain's attacks on Chile and its reannexation of Santo Domingo. When Grant took office in 1869, Blaine expressed hope that American diplomacy would be rescued from the subservient tone by which we have so often been humiliated in our own eyes and in the eyes of Europe, and the true position of the first nation of the earth in rank and prestige will be asserted, not in a spirit of bravado or with the mere arrogance of strength, but with the conscious dignity which belongs to power, and with the moderation which is the true ornament of justice. 21. The new consciousness of power after the Civil War made some Americans impatient to realize old ambitions. Slavery had been vanquished, the Union had been saved, and the continent had been conquered. These accomplishments seem to have placed the United States on the threshold of greatness. But while we were engaged in this great work, Lodge complained, other things have been neglected. Americans had heeded too little the importance of putting the United States in the place where they belong in the great family of nations 22. This impatience was felt most keenly with regard to the Western Hemisphere. Alexander Hamilton had long ago declared that the key to American greatness lay in erecting one great American system, superior to the control of all transatlantic force or influence, and able to dictate the terms of the connection between the Old and the New World. 23 In the 1820s, Monroe and Clay had set out to establish a Pan-American family of nations, a good neighborhood among the sister republics of the Western Hemisphere. But the project had unraveled almost immediately due to the burgeoning sectional crisis. 60 years have passed, Blaine declared. The power of the Republic in many directions has grown beyond all anticipation, but we have relatively lost ground in some great fields of enterprise. One of these was the establishment of a sound relationship with the sister republics in the hemisphere. The word Blaine and Presidents Garfield and Harrison repeatedly used to describe what they sought in the hemisphere was friendship. Blaine lamented the lost ground of 6 decades during which America's once ardent friendship with Spanish America had drifted into indifference if not coldness. 24. As a Northern Republican, Blaine naturally blamed the 60-year deterioration of hemispheric relations on Southern imperial expansionism prior to the Civil War. The nations of South America, Central America, and the Caribbean had indeed come to fear Southern expansionism from the 1840s onward, as they watched Polk swallow the northern parts of Mexico, William Walker attempt to colonize Central America, and the authors of the Ostend Manifesto claim the right to seize Cuba by force. The Confederate Constitution's explicit endorsement of imperial expansion gave people south of the Rio Grande good reason to wish for a Union victory in the Civil War. The victory of Lincoln, the North, and Blaine's Republican Party was at first greeted with cheers throughout the hemisphere. 25. Blaine and like-minded Americans after the Civil War saw a vast difference between the old territorial aggression and the hemispheric leadership they hoped to provide. He believed that an abolitionized, purified, regenerated America had the moral standing to provide leadership that would be welcomed by the sister republics. As he put it, friendship and not force, the spirit of just law and not the violence of the mob, should be the recognized rule of administration between American nations and in American nations. 26. As Americans returned to old ambitions of benevolent hemispheric leadership, the need for it seemed to them to be greater than ever. In the days of Monroe, Clay, and Adams, hopes for the new sister republics ran high. The peoples of Latin America were emerging from their long colonial subordination to Spain, and most were proclaiming themselves republics like the United States. Some Americans were skeptical, but many were optimistic. If the Latin peoples were not as far advanced as the North Americans, they were also not so far behind. In the early 19th century, the per capita income of Mexico was almost half that of the United States, and the population of Mexico City was larger than that of any North American city. But after decades of colonial struggle against Spain, followed by decades of domestic political turmoil, Mexico had emerged in the 1870s with a per capita income about 1/7 that of the United States. The North American national income was 35 times higher than that of Mexico. 27 Some Latin nations, notably Chile, were doing better, but most were not. Latin America's failed economies were not the only problem. Since independence, the region had been rife with war, both between and within states, and in Blaine's time the conflicts had been particularly bloody and destructive. The War of the Triple Alliance, pitting Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay against Paraguay, lasted from 1865 to 1870, claimed 50,000 dead in Brazil, and wiped out almost the entire adult male population of Paraguay. The War of the Pacific from 1879 to 1883 pitted Chile against Peru and Bolivia and produced high casualties, the devastation of Peru, and the permanent enfeebling of Bolivia. 28 Rebellions, coups, and civil wars were constantly erupting throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. To American eyes, the region was a boiling cauldron of violence. One American senator colorfully described the Dominican Republic as a land of throes and convulsions, a volcano of human passions and a river of human blood, and this was the common view of all the lands south of the border. 29. Americans who bothered to think about the matter attributed Latin America's economic and political backwardness to two causes, Catholicism and the Spanish colonial heritage. In a largely Protestant America, it was widely assumed that Catholicism produced despotism and was incompatible with democracy. William Prescott, in his popular histories of the conquests of Mexico and Peru, contrasted the conquistadors, whom he described as brutal proselytizers of the Catholic faith in South America, with the Puritan divines and their followers who settled North America. What a contrast did these children of Southern Europe present to the Anglo-Saxon races who scattered themselves along the great northern division of the Western Hemisphere. While the Protestant settlers pursued freedom and independence, the Spaniards pursued only vainglory, driven by an aristocratic set of values, a desire for royal favor, and a belief that conquest and conversion were God's will. 30 This American fixation on the Catholic origins of Latin backwardness was not new. Thomas Jefferson had disdained Spanish Americans as a priest-ridden people, and both John Adams and his son John Quincy Adams believed the dominance of the Catholic Church made it impossible for them to sustain liberal government. 31. In the latter part of the 19th century, American contempt and hostility also fastened on Spain, a country and a people widely regarded as having a brutal past and a naturally cruel temperament. The historian Francis Parkman in 1865 described the conquering Spaniards of the 16th century as bigotry incarnate. Popular novels exploited the centuries-old black legend of a cruel, rapacious Spain committing unspeakable atrocities against a defenseless Indian population. According to the government envoy and writer William Elroy Curtis, whose articles and books in the 1880s both informed and reflected a common American view, the Spanish colonial era had been one long carnival of murder and plunder. In the global struggle between progress and reaction, Spain with its absolutist monarchy was well out of step with the spirit of the age. It was the backwash of European civilization, and its heavy reactionary hand strangled progress in Latin America. Mexico's history, according to Curtis, was one long struggle between antiquated, bigoted, and despotic Romanism, allied with the ancient Spanish aristocracy, on the one hand, and the spirit of intellectual, industrial, commercial, and social progress on the other. Of Ecuador he observed that until the influence of the Romish Church is destroyed, until non-Spanish immigration is invited and secured, that country would remain a desert rich in undeveloped resources. 32. The idea that Spain was to blame for Latin America's backwardness was not limited to North Americans but was widely shared throughout Latin America itself. The influential Cuban writer and thinker José Martí declared that the great task of the era was to overcome the result of 3 centuries of colonial darkness and poison left by Spain. It was not enough to remove the Spanish colonial presence from Cuba, the Cuban people also had to get it out of our habits. 33 Many Mexican and Central American leaders expressed similar sentiments and looked to the open, modernizing United States as an alternative model to Spain's stifling traditions. From the North American point of view, Latin backwardness not only produced instability, endemic violence, and oppression but deprived both the Latin peoples and the Americans of the vast riches that lay locked up in their abundant but undeveloped territories. Seward declared it America's role to cure the disorganization, disintegration, and anarchy he saw plaguing the hemisphere. This would offer to mankind, and to the United States, the speediest and surest means of rendering available the natural treasures of America. President Grant, defending his plan to annex Santo Domingo, had insisted it would advance the welfare of a downtrodden race and of a people who were not capable of maintaining themselves. And yearned for the protection of our free institutions and law, our progress and civilization. 34 During the Civil War, Congressman Henry Winter Davis, one of Blaine's mentors, had called on the United States to lead the sisterhood of American republics in the paths of peace, prosperity, and power. 35 These lofty goals, as well as the more prosaic ones of making the United States the dominant economic and political power in the hemisphere, required the eventual removal of Spanish power and influence. Cuba was the place where these American impulses twice came together. The first time, in the late 1860s and early 1870s, it almost brought the United States and Spain to blows. The second time, a quarter century later, it produced the Spanish-American War. Both clashes were the product of Cuban rebellions against Spanish colonial rule. In 1868, Cuban rebels launched what proved to be a 10-year revolt against Spain. A large and vocal Cuban émigré population established revolutionary juntas in New York, Washington, Philadelphia, and Tampa, popularizing their cause by sponsoring concerts, issuing bonds in the name of the new Republic of Cuba, and holding mass meetings. Their cause was popular in the United States, especially after Creole militias sponsored by the Spanish colonial authorities committed the first great atrocity of the conflict, firing into a crowded Havana theater and killing and wounding dozens of men, women, and children. 36 This and other butcheries were graphically reported back in the United States by Charles A. Dana's New York Sun and other early tabloids. In April 1869, majorities of both parties in the House of Representatives passed a resolution advising President Grant that Congress would support recognizing the Cuban rebels as belligerents. Grant was inclined to do so, even though it risked conflict with Spain. If there come war, he insisted, we must try and be prepared for it. The Secretary of War, John A. Rawlins, who died while in office, pleaded from his deathbed for poor, struggling Cuba and vowed, Cuba must be free. Her tyrannical enemy must be crushed. 37. Secretary Fish, who wanted no war with Spain, did his best to slow the drive for recognition of the rebels. But there was no ignoring the political ferment across the United States demanding Cuban independence, and it was hard to quell passions that had more to do with hostility to barbaric Spain than with economic or any other tangible interests. 38 Fish tried to force Spain to make concessions to American public opinion. He offered a $100 million indemnity guaranteed by the United States in return for Cuba's freedom, with the vague threat of war if Spain refused. He beseeched the Spanish government to enact humane reforms on the island, including the abolition of slavery, in the hopes that this would cool anti-Spanish sentiment in Congress. The United States have emancipated all the slaves in their own territory, Fish pointed out, in recognition of those rights of man which are now universally admitted. Now Spain must do the same, because the whole civilized world was looking to see liberty as the universal law of labor. 39 Fish even drew up a plan to impose economic sanctions in the form of high discriminatory duties on all goods imported from slave-holding countries, including Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Brazil. Unfortunately for Fish, Spain preferred to face bankruptcy or lose Cuba honorably in a war rather than dishonorably sell it into independence. 40 Nor was anti-Spanish opinion in the United States prepared to accept a settlement that left Cuba in the hands of what Republican Senator Oliver P. Morton called Spain's atrocious and satanic barbarism. Horace Greeley summoned the spirit of his idol Henry Clay in appealing for the completion of Latin America's liberation from Spanish oppression. Even Fish concluded, after Spain had rejected every offer of American mediation and assistance, that Cuban independence was both right and inevitable. He was appalled by the horrible butchery and insisted the slaughter of men, women, and children made it evident that Spain cannot govern Cuba, in fact that Spain has not for some time past been able to control it. Therefore, Fish asked, how'd not then the nominal supremacy of Spain over the colony be denounced by other powers even if not renounced by her? 41. The Grant administration stopped short of such a dramatic step, but while the United States officially stayed out of the Cuban conflict, unofficially Americans provided substantial aid to the rebels. Former high-ranking officers from both the Confederate and Union armies organized filibusters. One Confederate general, Thomas Jordan, traveled to Cuba in May 1869, became chief of staff of the rebel army, and within a month led the rebels to a victory over a large Spanish force. A Union Army colonel organized the formation of the 1st New York Cavalry Cuban Liberators and prepared to set sail for Cuba in the summer of 1869, only to have his ship captured and taken into custody by a federal marshal. 42 Cuban exiles in the United States raised funds to buy arms and supplies and found ways to ship them to the rebels, often with the active assistance of the U.S. Navy. In 1869 the Navy sold a Confederate blockade runner to a wealthy Cuban American, who then hired an American captain to sail its cargo of arms and supplies to Cuba. The Virginius, another former Confederate blockade runner, began running guns to Cuban rebels in 1870 under an American flag. Twice when Spanish ships of war approached the Virginius, U.S. naval vessels protected it and helped it escape capture. 43 Spanish authorities could be forgiven for believing that rebel vessels like the Virginius operated with the consent if not the support of the American government. They arrested and executed Americans caught aiding the rebels, therefore, which only further inflamed public opinion in the United States and on more than one occasion led to the dispatch of American warships into or near Cuban waters. 44. The confrontation remained hot over the course of 4 years, and as one historian has suggested, public sentiment was such that any event like the main explosion would have made war inevitable. 45 War did almost erupt in 1873 when the infamous Virginius was finally captured by a Spanish warship and towed into the harbor at Havana. The Spanish colonial authorities swiftly executed the expedition leader, the ship's American captain, and an additional 51 crew and passengers, including a number of U.S. citizens. An angry American public demanded satisfaction and a final end to Spanish barbarism in Cuba. As one Southern editor commented, "On no occasion for a quarter of a century have the people of all sections of the Union been so united upon a question as upon this of launching the power of our government against the Cuban authorities." 46 The Grant administration sent Spain an ultimatum and readied for war. The Secretary of the Navy ordered shipyards into full production and an increase in the number of enlisted men by 10,000. American troops gathered at Fortress Monroe and other posts along the Gulf Coast, preparing to launch an invasion. 47 The Mediterranean Squadron sped back across the Atlantic to the waters around Florida, and for a time the entire U.S. Navy with the exception of the East India Squadron operating in the Pacific gathered at Key West, a fleet of some 30 ships carrying more than 400 guns. The 12 American ships in the Pacific, meanwhile, stood prepared to attack the Spanish possessions in that quarter, that is, the Philippines, since as far back as 1855 American naval plans had called for the seizure of Manila in the event of a Spanish-American war over Cuba. 48. What might have gone down in history as the Spanish-American War of 1873, complete with an attack on the Philippines, was averted by a last-minute Spanish apology, which Secretary Fish readily accepted. The Secretary of State had never wanted war with Spain, and his caution was reinforced by concerns throughout the Grant administration that the Navy might not be up to the challenge. The crisis ended, passions cooled on both sides, and the Cuban rebels eventually put down their arms in return for a Spanish promise to grant Cuba autonomy. But the Virginius affair both reflected and hardened the deep animosities and conflicting ambitions that characterized relations between Spain and the United States in the Western Hemisphere. For Americans, the memory of Spanish brutality remained vivid for the next quarter century. The hero of a best-selling novel in 1897, when asked about his past, replied, "My father, Miss Hope, was a filibuster, and went out on the Virginius to help free Cuba, and was shot, against a stone wall." A popular history of American politics written after the turn of the century expressed the view that conflict between the United States and Spain had become inevitable ever since the Cubans rose in 1868, and since Spanish soldiers shot down the crew of the Virginius at Santiago. From that moment, Spain and the United States were like two railway engines heading toward each other upon a single track. A collision between them could not be avoided. As Caleb Cushing put it a year after the Virginius affair, the question of Cuba still remains, palpitating, to be settled, no one knows how, perhaps by some unforeseen accident. 49. When Blaine began seriously contemplating American policy in the Western Hemisphere in the 1870s, it was not war he sought. Rather, he aimed to establish a more peaceful and stable hemispheric order and end what he and other Americans regarded as an endless cycle of violence that had begun during the Spanish colonial era. The Spanish-American states are in special need of the help, Blaine believed. They require external pressure to keep them from war. When at war they require external pressure to bring them to peace. The United States, in his view, was well suited to provide this help. Not only was it a powerful republic dedicated to freedom, but because it no longer coveted territory, it was also a disinterested power, concerned only for the general well-being of the hemisphere. It therefore had the right to use its friendly offices in discouragement of any movement on the part of neighboring states which may tend to disturb the balance of power between them. 51. There was also a matter of responsibility, and of honor. Blaine and like-minded American leaders considered that by making itself the supreme, disinterested arbiter of the hemisphere, the United States was fulfilling the obligations that history and power imposed. Blaine believed that the United States was destined to be a great power and wanted it to begin acting like one. 52 Americans had to accept the responsibility of great trust that came with its position as the hemisphere's leading nation. 53 To fulfill this duty, the United States had to offer the peoples of the hemisphere the benefits of its power and its advanced civilization. The earnest President Harrison told Blaine in 1889, "I am especially interested in the improvement of our relations with the Central and South American states. We must win their confidence by deserving it." 54. That the assumption of this responsibility in the hemisphere served American interests Blaine never denied and never felt it necessary to deny. Like Clay, Blaine aimed to protect and advance American commercial interests in the hemisphere, especially against the leading competitor, Great Britain. He did not like to see England winning great commercial triumphs in a field that legitimately belongs to the United States, and which the United States could readily command if she would. 55 If Americans did not build closer commercial ties with their neighbors, Blaine feared the equivalent of a commercial alliance against us. If Spanish-American friendship is to be regained, if the commercial empire that legitimately belongs to us is to be ours, we must not lie idle and witness its transfer to others. 56 Nor did American diplomats welcome European assistance in bringing peace and order in the hemisphere, even when that assistance was proffered in a friendly and cooperative spirit. Their policy was rigidly unilateralist. The order they sought was an American-dominated order. The desire for peace and the sense of American responsibility for stability and tranquility were intertwined with tangible interests, therefore, above all the broad interest in hemispheric primacy. But it seemed to Blaine, as it would seem to many American leaders throughout the nation's history, that interest, principle, and responsibility were all related. Blaine wanted to improve friendship with the Latin nations so he could increase access to their markets. But he also wanted to increase American commerce in the hemisphere so that he could foster regional prosperity, strengthen Latin American friendship, and make the United States the arbiter of hemispheric affairs. He wanted to keep European influence out so that American influence would predominate. But he also believed, along with most other Americans, that European influence in the hemisphere, whether Spanish, French, or British, had always been pernicious not only for the United States but for its neighbors, and that the Europeans brought monarchy, despotism, and conflict to peoples that needed and sought freedom and peace. It was not absurd to imagine that many in the hemisphere might welcome American friendship, influence, commerce, and even on occasion intervention. The growing power of the Northern Republic made it an attractive partner for those seeking support against foes at home and abroad, and throughout the 19th century the nations of Latin America and the Caribbean frequently looked to the United States for help against aggression from neighbors or to shield them against pressures from Europe. Central American leaders in the 1820s sought annexation by the United States as preferable to incorporation by Mexico. 57 Peru and Bolivia sought America's assistance against Chile in the War of the Pacific. Chile itself had sought U.S. military assistance against Spain in 1867, demanding that the United States enforce the Monroe Doctrine, and many Chileans never forgave the United States for standing aside and letting the Spanish Navy bombard and destroy Valparaiso. Guatemala's dictator Justo Rufino Barrios admired the United States as the epitome of progress and importuned American support, first in his efforts to unify Central America under his own rule, then against Mexico in the struggle over a disputed border. 58 The leader of the Dominican Republic sought American protection against Haiti and even offered his nation up for annexation. Venezuela asked to be made an American protectorate in 1883 and repeatedly pleaded for American assistance in interminable boundary disputes with Great Britain. Governments and their opponents welcomed American intervention in their domestic conflicts as well. One faction of Nicaraguans had embraced William Walker and even elected him president, preferring rule by the American gray-eyed man of destiny to rule by their political rivals. A prominent Nicaraguan priest called Walker the tutelary angel of peace, and the North Star of the aspirations of an afflicted people. 59 The Brazilian government welcomed an American naval blockade against Brazilian rebels in 1894. Chile's President José Manuel Balmaceda sought American power to counterbalance British support of his opponents in the Chilean Congress. Colombia sought American protection against domestic rebellions in Panama in return for granting Americans transit rights across the isthmus. Cuban rebels persistently lobbied for American assistance in their on-again, off-again struggle against Spanish colonial authorities, while leading Latin nations, including Mexico and Peru, encouraged the United States to help liberate Cuba from Spain. Most political leaders in the hemisphere, especially in the Caribbean basin, sought American dollars and investment, either to modernize their countries or to enrich themselves or both. Central American nations jockeyed to be designated the preferred route for a canal and fought one another over unsettled boundaries that determined control of ports or lucrative plantations that might attract American investors. Mexico was the country least likely to welcome American intervention in any form, inasmuch as it had been the principal victim of that intervention. But even Mexican leaders believed that American financing and technological know-how were vital to their nation's progress and eventual survival. Mexico's liberals, who dominated the nation's politics from the 1850s through the long authoritarian rule of Porfirio Diaz, believed their humiliating military defeat at the hands of the North Americans was the consequence of their backwardness. They had been defeated by a superior political and economic system, while their own captivity in tradition and privilege, the inheritance from Spanish colonial rule, had produced weakness and vulnerability. Mexico, therefore, needed to emulate the Anglo-Saxon nations. 60. The trick for a country like Mexico was to attract American investment without being swallowed up by the United States. The liberals wanted a special economic relationship that would produce all the fruits of annexation without any of the dangers. Mexico would accord U.S. investors a dominant position in the economy, with free rein to develop Mexico from without and with the understanding that the Americans would pay off Mexico's mountainous debt to European creditors. President Benito Juárez instructed his minister in Washington to promote Mexico as an attractive investment for bankers and railroad magnates, hoping the lure of rich mines in northern and central Mexico would induce them to fund the construction of a railroad system. 61 Porfirio Diaz granted Americans two important railroad concessions connecting Mexico City with Ciudad Juárez and Laredo, thus sealing the fate of the Mexican economy as complementary to that of the United States. 62. The irony was that the Mexican invitation to American economic imperialism was ahead of American thinking. When the liberal government of the late 1850s invited the United States to assume the commanding position in the Mexican economy, the Southern-dominated administration of James Buchanan wasn't interested. The slave-holding South wanted Mexican territory to expand slavery, not access to the Mexican economy to expand opportunities for Northern investors. Even after the Civil War, the administrations of Grant and Hayes were more interested in stopping Mexican bandits from crossing the Rio Grande than they were in economic penetration. For 2 years they refused to recognize Diaz's government, long after he had taken effective control of the country, and Hayes sent American troops to the border with instructions to chase bandits into Mexico without Diaz's consent, thereby reawakening Mexican fears of American aggression. In time the American investors did arrive, and the policies pursued by Juárez and Diaz achieved their goal. Americans soon owned more than 60% of total foreign investment in Mexico. 63. Increased commercial ties between the United States and its Latin neighbors contributed to the prosperity of Mexico and others. It did not, however, always produce the stability or hemispheric friendship that Americans sought. In Central America, the lure of American investment actually produced conflict, as various local caudillos battled to attract $.64. In Mexico, it produced an independent and at times defiant foreign policy. Porfirio Diaz built his rule upon a nationalism that sprang from fears and resentments of American power, promoting himself as the defiant protector of Mexican sovereignty, even as he sold mining and railroad concessions to North American investors. The desire to emulate the North American model of progress and prosperity, moreover, was hardly universal among Latin Americans. Mexico's conservatives had for decades opposed the Protestant United States and supported Catholic Europe as their model, as they demonstrated by their support of the Habsburg Emperor. The United States threatened Mexican society both by its push for land and by its espousal of liberty and juridical equality, which attacked the existing social order. A common criticism in Latin America, in Europe, and in the United States itself was that Americans were greedy and base. Financial success and material comfort meant more to them than honor and religious devotion. Many of the most prominent Latin writers, including Martí, Nicaragua's Rubén Darío, and the Uruguayan José Enrique Rodo, criticized the materialistic, grasping, selfish American way of life. 65 The Chilean intellectual Benjamin Vicuña Mackenna disparaged American leaders as lacking honor, patriotism, or intelligence and suffering from depraved selfishness. In America, he asserted, mercantilism corrupted everything: religion, family, the tomb, the marvels of creation. Nor did all observers agree that the Anglo-Saxon race was necessarily destined to triumph over the Latin race. To many proud descendants of Spain, their civilization, with its roots in the glory of ancient Rome, was clearly superior to that of the barbarian hordes from which the Anglo-Saxons were descended. To see the typical Yankee, wrote one Chilean, is to see the old Saxon. And just as Rome triumphed over the barbarians by virtue of its superior culture and morality, Catholic, Hispanic Chile would vanquish the materialism and greed of Anglo-Saxon, Protestant America. 66. But this confidence in Hispanic and Catholic cultural superiority mingled with a more potent fear that the greedy northern barbarians would overwhelm them, as they had long ago overwhelmed Rome. To these critics, the grasping, avaricious nature of American society was of a piece with the Northern powers' record of aggressive territorial expansionism. In the 1880s, Latin Americans had not forgotten that the United States 7 decades before had been more eager to take Florida from Spain than to recognize the independence of the struggling Latin republics, notwithstanding all of Clay's and Monroe's grandiose rhetoric. Chile's early 19th century founding father, Diego Portales, had warned his countrymen after their liberation from Spain, "Take care not to escape one domination to fall under another." True, American territorial aggression seemed to be a thing of the past after the Union victory, and most Latin Americans no longer feared military conquest. But despite Blaine's claims that the North's victory in the Civil War had wiped the slate clean and made America a morally pure and disinterested arbiter in the hemisphere, many harbored understandable doubts about the great northern power, the boa constrictor which fascinates us and unwinds its tortuous sinews. 67 These lingering fears and antipathies were formidable obstacles to the kind of open system of friendship and commerce Blaine and other American statesmen hoped to build. The Mexican leader who followed Juárez into power in the 1870s articulated a common view that competed with Juárez and Díaz's vision of Mexican-American economic integration. Between the two countries he wanted a barrier, or as he put it, between strength and weakness, the desert. 68. An even greater obstacle to Blaine's grand ambitions, however, was that other prominent nations in the hemisphere had ambitions of their own. Mexico, especially under Diaz, believed it had the right and perhaps even the duty to extend its own hegemony over the nations of Central America. The United States did not own a monopoly on condescension and racism. Just as North Americans looked at Latin America as backward, so Mexicans looked at Central Americans with a similar blend of disdain and paternalism. Mexican diplomats described Central America's capitals as squalid snake pits, its countryside, untamed wilderness, its rulers, despotic barbarians, and its people, backward, uneducated Indians. In an effort to foment an official nationalism, Diaz played an assertive role in Central America, calculating that a paternalistic posture toward weaker, poorer Central American nations like Guatemala could show off alleged and real benefits of Porfirian modernization. 69. Central America, meanwhile, had its own assertive leaders, and one of them, the Guatemalan strongman Justo Rufino Barrios, aimed both to challenge Mexico over a disputed border area at Chiapas and to unite Central America under his own leadership. Mexico resisted, partly out of fear of being squeezed between a militarily potent Barrios and the northern Colossus, and partly to assert its own hegemony. Barrios, in turn, looked to the United States for help, and in 1881 he invited Washington to serve as mediator in the border dispute, appealing to the United States as the natural protector of the integrity of the Central American territory. 70. For Blaine, the brewing crisis showed why the United States had to play the role of disinterested arbiter in the hemisphere, to stop the senseless and destructive wars that plagued the region. American policymakers had generally supported Central America's reunification, partly to end the recurrent wars among them, partly to help them resist pressures and intervention by the European powers, and partly to provide stability in a region where a canal might be built. Blaine wanted to prove that the United States was indeed, as he put it, the natural protector of Central American territory, and he promised Barrios that the United States would do everything possible to strengthen the indispensable and natural union of the republics of the continent. To the Mexican government, he declared that the United States was the founder, the guarantor and guardian of republican principles on the American continent. Its now established policy was to refrain from territorial acquisition. It therefore had not only the right but a moral obligation to prevent aggression and territorial conquest by others. Offering some amicable counsel, he warned that should disrespect be shown to the boundaries which separate Mexico from her weaker neighbors, or should the authority of force be resorted to in establishing the rights over territory which they claim, this would constitute a menace to the interests of all. On the other hand, if Mexico and the United States worked together in cordial harmony, they could persuade all the other independent governments of North and South America to aid in fixing this policy of peace for all the future disputes between nations of the Western Hemisphere. 71. The Mexican government, furious that Blaine seemed to be taking the side of Guatemala in the border dispute, responded that there was nothing to arbitrate, adding pointedly that its position with regard to the United States made it especially desirous to avoid sanctioning in any way the right of conquest. 72. It followed by sending troops to the Guatemalan border, and the standoff ended with a settlement that favored the Mexican position and embarrassed Blaine. The episode contributed to a reputation, fastened on him by Democratic Party critics and Republican rivals, as Jingo Jim. But war with Mexico was the last thing on Blaine's mind. He had wanted to establish orderly principles of behavior in the hemisphere, principles that would be commonly enforced under the leadership of the United States, the ultimate arbiter of peace and guardian of republican principles. 73. This search for order was not to be confused with an effort to maintain the status quo. It required revolutionary change in the hemisphere, an assertion of American influence, and an acceptance by the region's other powers of this new, American-dominated system, which had implications for their foreign as well as their domestic policies. As the confrontation with Mexico showed, such revolutionary change was likely to be resisted when it conflicted with the interests and ambitions of other powerful players. The irony was that Mexican leaders welcomed and even pleaded for American economic imperialism. What they could not tolerate was the American demand for a peaceful and stable order arbitrated by the United States. The same was true of Chile, the aspiring hegemon of South America. The Chileans were a proud, self-confident people, with a sense of national destiny much like that of the North Americans. As the first of the newly independent Latin peoples to establish internal order and a fairly stable republic, the Chileans regarded themselves as an exemplar of progress. They also considered themselves racially superior to their Bolivian and Peruvian neighbors. They were like Rome, a white enclave in a colored continent, and felt justified in imposing their own vision of international order on their region. Chile's military triumph over a Peruvian-Bolivian confederation in the 1830s had further whetted these ambitions, as had the expansion of an industrializing economy that easily dominated the less developed economies of Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and even for a time Argentina. Chile also gradually established itself as the leading naval power not only of South America but of the Western Hemisphere. During the 1860s and 70s, and well into the 1880s, the Chilean Navy was more powerful than that of the United States. 74. In 1879 another war broke out pitting Chile against Peru and Bolivia, and with total dominance of the seas Chile easily routed its two neighbors. Within months it had seized Bolivia's only port and had invaded Peru, occupying the mineral-rich provinces of Tarapacá and Arica, as well as the capital city of Lima. A crippled Bolivia lost vital access to the ocean and would never regain it. Thousands of Peruvians died in the fighting, and the nation's economy was destroyed. When the fighting stopped, Chile demanded the permanent cession of the most valuable portions of Peru as indemnity. American officials sympathized with the defeated powers. President Garfield wrote in his private diary of the sad condition of Peru, and our duty to prevent her destruction. Blaine complained that Chile's domination of Peru's provisional government and seizure of its most valuable territory amounted to the extinction of a state. He wanted to keep Peru in one piece, to preserve its territorial integrity, in the interest of ensuring the peaceful maintenance of the status quo of the American Commonwealth, the very essence of their policy of harmonious alliance for self-preservation. He therefore urged Chile to accept a monetary indemnity for the seized territory, insisting this would make for a more permanent peace. In some respects, Blaine did not really believe that the problem was Chile. With typical North American condescension, and in apparent ignorance of the history of the region, he could not believe Chile was the real aggressor. It was an English war on Peru, with Chile sick as the instrument, Blaine insisted. The Chileans would never have gone into this war 1 inch but for the backing of British capital. 75. Blaine's ignorance of Chile's ambitions, as well as its sense of honor and destiny, wound up costing him, and Peru, dearly. American diplomats, after rejecting a proposal of joint mediation from the British, French, and Germans, encouraged Peru's president to stand firm against Chile's demands. When he did, the Chileans simply arrested him, seized Peru's treasury, and challenged the United States to do something about it. They knew, as did the Americans, that the U.S. Navy, several thousand miles from its home ports, would have a hard time against the powerful Chilean Navy operating in its own waters. But Blaine, again, had no thought of going to war. He warned Chile that the United States would hold itself free to appeal to other republics of this continent to join it in an effort to avert consequences which cannot be confined to Chile and Peru. This sounded like a threat of war, but it was a threat of a conference. Blaine hoped a Congress of American republics could, through moral suasion, force Chile to relent. In November 1881, therefore, the Arthur administration issued invitations to the Hemisphere's republics for a conference to be held early in 1882, the sole purpose of which was to seek ways to prevent wars between the American states. But before the conference could be held, Blaine was out of office. Back in the United States, his enemies once again crowed about Jingo Jim, while in Chile the people celebrated another smashing victory over Peru and Bolivia, made all the sweeter by the humiliation of the North American bullies. As one of Blaine's more astute diplomats had predicted, the outcome was that we have offended everybody by our interference without securing a single advantage to either Chile or Peru or ourselves. 76. The failures in Central and South America did not deter Blaine or his supporters from pursuing their goal of hemispheric solidarity under American leadership. Through the mid-1880s Republican leaders, including William McKinley, worked in Congress to convene Blaine's Inter-American Conference, and in 1888 a reluctant Cleveland administration sent out the invitations. Blaine returned to office in time to preside over the 1889 Pan American Conference, which lasted 6 months. All but one of the 17 invited nations attended. In his opening address, Blaine insisted that every nation would have an equal say and that the conference would seek nothing, propose nothing, endure nothing that is not, in the general sense of all the delegates, timely and wise and peaceful. His goal was international friendship and the orderly regulation of closer personal and commercial relations of the American states, South and North, so that everyone could gain the highest possible advantage from the enlightened and enlarged intercourse of all 77. Closer commercial ties and greater access to Latin American markets were certainly important goals for Blaine, and even more so for the congressional sponsors of the conference. The Latin delegates were treated to a 6-week railway tour of the American industrial heartland, the idea being to impress upon the visitors the vitality of the American economy, and upon local American industrialists the value of Latin markets. Blaine wanted to create a hemisphere-wide customs union to strengthen regional trade at the expense of the Europeans, an idea the leading Latin nations rejected. The Argentine delegate objected to a Pan-Americanism that excluded Europe, especially Catholic Europe. "I do not forget that Spain, our mother, is there, that Italy, our friend, is there, and France, our sister." Instead of America for Americans, he proposed, "Let America be for mankind." 78. For Blaine, however, as for Harrison, the overarching goals of the conference were more political than economic. The big prize they sought was establishment of a permanent international arbitration tribunal, to be based in Washington, that would adjudicate all future hemispheric conflicts. And they wanted to make resort to the tribunal compulsory, for the United States as well as for its neighbors. Not for the last time in its history, the United States proposed to erect an international institution that would help keep the peace and thereby serve American interests in stability, but without requiring constant American exertions. The most powerful Latin nations, however, especially Argentina, Mexico, and Chile, saw the proposal as another manifestation of America's hegemonic ambitions, an attempt to limit their freedom of action, to constrain the use of their power to further their ambitions and to defend their interests as they saw them. They insisted on a clause permitting any nation to reject arbitration if its national independence was threatened, and in the end only about half of the delegations agreed even to this watered-down proposal. 79 All agreed to the building of a hemispheric railway system, with funding to be provided by American investors. Blaine declared victory. "We hold up this new Magna Carta," he declared in his closing address, "which abolishes war and substitutes arbitration between the American republics, as the first and greatest fruit of the Inter-American Conference." This was, of course, a significant exaggeration. Blaine had worked throughout the conference to avoid any appearance of coercion, had attempted to treat the other nations as equals and thereby overcome Latin suspicions of Yankee intentions. But this proved beyond his or probably anyone's capacity. A long history of territorial expansion was hard to erase. Even harder to overcome was the enormous disparity of power between the United States and most of its neighbors, and the fears and resentments this disparity engendered. While welcoming occasional North American protection and financing, the Latin nations did not welcome and would not endorse an all-encompassing American hegemony. Astute observers like Saenz Pina recognized the North American ambition for what it was. Looking back on the conference years later, he recalled the masterful audacity of James Blaine, who was undoubtedly more intense than Theodore Roosevelt. Blaine had wished to make of America a market, and of the sovereign states, tributaries. But, the Argentine noted, the idea, economic in form, was essentially political. A brilliant and haughty spirit speaks and commands one hemisphere in the name of the other hemisphere, gives orders to Europe in the name of America. 80. That was indeed part of what Blaine had in mind, following a line of ambition that went back to the days of Hamilton and Jefferson. Saenz Pina's description of Blaine's aspiration was a perfect paraphrase of Hamilton's hope, expressed a century earlier, that the United States would aim at an ascendant in the system of American affairs 81 and become the arbiter of Europe in America 82, but Blaine and the presidents he served, as well as the diplomats who served him and a sizable portion of Republican Party leaders and opinion makers, also hoped and believed they were bringing something of benefit to the inhabitants of their American system. That, too, was an old ambition. From power to ambition, Asia and the Pacific. There were times when American leaders gave voice to similar ambitions in Asia and the Pacific. President Garfield declared in 1881 that the United States should become the arbiter of the Pacific, the controller of its commerce and chief nation that inhabits its shores. At the very least, Garfield hoped the United States would become a power to be reckoned with. 83 Blaine declared that American interests in the Pacific were steadily increasing, and the United States could not accept even temporary subordination of its expanding role. 84 Commodore Robert Sheffield, one of the more influential Americans in Asia in the 1870s and 80s, envisioned the day when the entire Pacific would become the commercial domain of America. 85. Like American ambitions in the Western Hemisphere, these ambitions were not new. American interest in the trade of the Orient went back to the 18th century, when the first trading ships of the new republic set sail for China, and dreams of the bounty of the Asian market had mesmerized traders ever since. But over the course of the 19th century, territorial expansion on the North American continent had placed the United States in an increasingly strong position to realize old aspirations. When the United States acquired California and full title to Oregon after the Mexican-American War, it became one of only three major powers with a coastline on the Pacific. Seward's purchase of Alaska in 1867 strengthened the American position in the Pacific by removing Russia from the northwest. He also acquired the Midway Islands west of Hawaii, and in the 1870s the United States acquired from Samoan leaders the rights to a naval station in the harbor of Pago Pago. Then there was Hawaii itself. In the early 1840s, Secretary of State Daniel Webster and President John Tyler had thrown the mantle of the Monroe Doctrine around Hawaii, declaring it off-limits to other powers. Annexationist movements grew up both in the islands and in United States, but their plans foundered on the rocks of the slavery issue. The quest for Hawaii resumed after the Civil War. Seward negotiated a reciprocity treaty in 1867 to stake the American claim until, as President Andrew Johnson put it, the people of Hawaii voluntarily apply for admission to the Union. 86 The radical Republican anti-Johnson Congress rejected that treaty, but in 1875 passed another negotiated by Hamilton Fish, who aimed to bind these islands to the United States with hoops of steel. When Blaine took office in 1881, he argued that the islands belonged by the operation of political necessity within America's sphere of influence. 87. By the 1880s, Hawaii had become a virtual economic colony of the United States. Hawaiian products sold to the United States, mostly sugar, constituted 99% of all the island's exports, while the United States supplied 3/4 of all Hawaii's imports. American-born settlers, the sons and daughters of missionaries and whalers, had over the years become a dominant economic and political force on the islands. Over time, the American and other influential light-skinned merchants in Hawaii agitated for political rights and a political system more closely attuned to their political and economic interests. The capriciousness, extravagance, and corruption of the native Hawaiian monarchy, they believed, were not consistent with a modern system of property and economics. 88 In 1887, these influential property owners forced King Kalakaua to establish a parliamentary government that placed significant power in their hands. When Queen Liliuokalani acceded to the throne in 1891 and began efforts to rewrite the constitution to restore power to the crown, the stage was set for political conflict. The enormous economic, political, and military power of the United States heavily influenced the course of Hawaiian politics at every stage. American trade enriched and strengthened the light-skinned property owners at the expense of the native royalty. American interest in annexation, consistently expressed from the days of Webster through the time of Seward and Blaine, encouraged the repeated blossoming of annexationist movements on the islands. And America's growing interest in the Asian market made Hawaii increasingly attractive. Even President Cleveland urged Congress to renew the Reciprocity Treaty on the grounds that those islands, in the highway of Oriental and Australasian traffic, are virtually an outpost of American commerce and a stepping stone to the growing trade of the Pacific. 89 When Congress approved the new treaty in 1887, it added a demand for exclusive rights to use the mouth of the Pearl River as a possible American naval station. By the time of the Benjamin Harrison administration, Blaine and others were eager to seize the next opportunity. In 1889 the United States landed 70 Marines from the USS Adams to prevent a coup in favor of the Queen. Harrison ordered a warship to remain on permanent station in Hawaiian waters, and he appointed as consul in Hawaii a determined annexationist. "Hawaii may come up for decision at any unexpected hour," Blaine observed in 1891, "and I hope we shall be prepared to decide it in the affirmative." The hour came 2 years later. In 1893 Queen Liliuokalani challenged the Constitution, and the property owners responded by overthrowing her. The American consul ordered the landing of 150 Marines, ostensibly to protect American life and property but with the intended effect of protecting the new Hawaiian government. The overthrow of the monarchy was successful, a provisional republic was established, and the republic's leaders immediately requested annexation to the United States. Whether the United States was complicit in fomenting the coup against the Queen or intervened by force to bring about an overthrow of the monarchy are interesting questions but in important respects are beside the point. America's power and evident interest in annexation encouraged the coup. When it came, the United States provided de facto military support to the new government. Then in a matter of weeks, and in the waning days of his presidency, President Harrison rushed a treaty of annexation before Congress for ratification. Events in Hawaii followed a familiar pattern of American expansion, stretching back to the days when an American population overthrew the Spanish government of West Florida, declared it a republic, and sought annexation to the United States. President Harrison claimed, as had President Madison 8 decades before, that disturbances in Hawaii had placed American interests in serious peril. The overthrown monarchy had been effete, weak, and inadequate, and the task of the United States was now to seize the opportunity that had been afforded. 91 The only difference was that Hawaii lay 1,000 miles off the American coast. Prior to 1898 this was the outer limit of American territorial ambitions in Asia and the Pacific. No American official in a position of responsibility called for the acquisition of territory on the Asian mainland. Not even those who would later be labeled imperialists looked to the Philippines or to any other part of the island chain that ringed Asia as desirable American acquisitions, much less as possible colonies. Even the acquisition of Hawaii had more to do with defending American interests in the Western Hemisphere, including the as yet unbuilt Trans-Isthmian Canal, as well as those of the light-skinned Hawaiians, than it did with extending American power toward Asia. American ambitions in Asia were not as great as in the Western Hemisphere. There was no equivalent of the Monroe Doctrine or of Pan-Americanism or of the century-old ambition to make the United States the region's arbiter. This was not because Americans believed Asians did not need uplifting or that the United States was not uniquely suited to play such a role. Rather, it was because the United States possessed nothing like the power and influence in Asia that it at least theoretically enjoyed in the Western Hemisphere. The latter had been ceded as an American sphere of influence by the great European powers. But in Asia the United States was among the weakest of the Western powers. Indeed, it had historically relied on the power of others to provide what entree and influence it did have, its diplomats following in the wake of British gunboats and piggybacking on treaties, especially in China, that were the product of British power. Americans did not expect or, for the time being, even desire to compete for predominance in Asia. Instead, they hoped to turn their relative weakness into an advantage and to exert influence of a softer, more attractive variety, contrasting themselves with the more muscular and, on occasion, bullying Europeans. They hoped to take advantage of their lack of past territorial conquest and evident lack of future territorial ambition to win the trust and friendship, and commerce, of such Asian powers as China, Japan, and Korea, and to use American commerce and technological know-how to assist their progress upward to civilization. But they would do so without attempting to exert hegemony. Asian leaders often wished the United States were more ambitious. They actively sought to involve America in their affairs often more ardently than the American government wished to become involved. They had none of the Latin American concerns that they were inviting a boa constrictor into their homes. Compared with Great Britain, France, Germany, and Russia, the United States appeared to the Asians relatively harmless and disinterested. But it was strong enough to be a potentially useful ally. The leading Asian nations, above all China and Japan, agreed with Garfield that the United States was becoming a power to be reckoned with. Even before the Civil War, Chinese government observers regarded the Americans as one of the 3 or 4 major nations of the West. 92 The Chinese were not always impressed by their mental acuity. A Chinese imperial commissioner in the 1840s advised the emperor to speak to American envoys in a manner that was simple and direct and clear and obvious, for if he was too deep the Americans would probably not even be able to comprehend what he was saying. 93 But they generally regarded the Americans as respectful, compliant, and peaceful, and in this respect different from the other Western barbarians. 94 In 1861 a Chinese leader singled out the United States as a country whose people were pure-minded and of honest disposition. 95 Much of this positive feeling had to do with the Chinese perception throughout the 19th century that the United States, alone of the great Western powers, posed no threat to China, its ruling house and established order. 96 And if in addition to being unthreatening, the Americans lacked the Europeans' cunning, all the better. The question, one Chinese official explained, was how to control them and make them exploitable by us. 97 There were a number of ways in which Asian leaders sought to exploit the Americans. One was as a model of economic and technological modernization, another was as a source of financing, yet another was as a source of training and technology for their antiquated navies. Li Hongqiang, a modernizer and the most influential Chinese leader from the 1870s through the mid-1890s, eagerly sought American financial and technical assistance in the building of mines and railroads. Among the many virtues of the Americans from Li's point of view was that businessmen did not receive the close support from their government that their European counterparts enjoyed, which meant there was less risk of confrontation with the American government. Li considered the United States to be the least avaricious and, hopefully, the most useful of the barbarian nations. 98 In fact, American entrepreneurs received so little help from their government in the form of subsidies and political support that they proved mostly unwilling to invest in China and thus disappointed Li's plans. Less disappointing was the assistance provided by Commodore Schofield to the Chinese Navy, also at Li's request, to strengthen it against burgeoning challenges from Europe and Japan. 99 The Chinese were not nearly as interested in American-style modernization, however, as were the Japanese. In 1860, even before the Meiji Restoration, an embassy of more than 70 samurai traveled to Washington to ratify a commercial treaty but also to get a good look at the rising American power. They came back impressed by American science and technology, marveling at everything from railroads and weaponry to gas lights and flush toilets. 100 After the Meiji Restoration in 1868, Japan's new modernizing leaders traveled to the United States to observe its economy, society, and political institutions. The head of the delegation, speaking in the House of Representatives, declared, "We came for enlightenment and we gladly find it here. In the future an extended commerce will unite our national interests in 1,000 forms, as drops of water will commingle, flowing from our several rivers to that common ocean that divides our countries." 101 Soon hundreds of Japanese students were studying in the United States, and they returned home to make the history of early Meiji Japan, founding schools, publishing newspapers and books on world history and geography, introducing new techniques in farming and in industry, and becoming diplomats, generals, and admirals. 102 Much like the Mexicans, the Japanese came to learn Western ways, in part so that they might resist Western power. The secret of that power, they had determined, was economic modernization and also, within limits, political liberalization. For some Japanese officials, the United States represented the ultimate in political and economic modernization. The British had the military power, but the United States exemplified what the Japanese considered to be characteristics of the modern state. 103. Asian leaders also viewed the United States as a potentially important partner in the geopolitical competition then emerging, chiefly between China and Japan but also involving some of the European powers. The Chinese, watching and worrying about the rise of a westernizing Japan, looked to the United States to balance and check Japanese power. Washington loomed large in the strategic calculations of Li Hongqiang, who sought active American intervention in no less than 4 different crises involving China's neighbors between 1879 and 1895, sometimes as a putative ally, sometimes as a would-be intermediary. In 1879 he called on former President Grant to mediate a dispute with Japan over the Ryukyu Islands, Ryukyu, in Japanese. In the early 1880s and again in the 1890s Lee invited the United States into Korea as a means of preserving Chinese suzerainty against the aggressive designs of both Russia and Japan. He also sought American help against the French in Indochina. Lee looked to the United States because he believed it was powerful and thus might significantly strengthen China's international position, and also because of all the major powers of the day only the United States posed no clear peril to China's territory or to the safety of her tribute states. As Lee explained to the cloistered Koreans, America, which faces directly on the Pacific, has no intention of invading the territory of others there. 104 Soon the Koreans themselves were looking to the United States, both to help them modernize and to fend off pressures from China, as well from Japan and Russia, both of whom looked to seize control of parts of the Korean peninsula for themselves. The American government was cautious about involving itself too deeply, partly because American officials knew they were weak compared to the European powers, and partly because despite the lure of the Asian market they did not consider the commercial interests large enough to warrant a more active role. In 1890 American exports to China amounted to $3 million, which was 0.3% of total U.S. exports worldwide. A decade later Americans were exporting $15 million worth of goods to China, which still amounted to only 1.1% of total exports. 105 Some American entrepreneurs dreamed of selling 400 million cotton shirts to 400 million Chinese consumers, as well as to the Japanese and Koreans. But no one was making that much money yet, and neither the U.S. government nor American envoys placed the highest priority on Asian commerce. Such involvement as Americans did undertake in Asia, both officially and unofficially, had more to do with perceptions of morality, honor, and responsibility, and with the continuing American preoccupation with progress and civilization, of which commerce was an important but subordinate component. American officials were pleased that Asian leaders considered the United States a disinterested arbiter, operating on a higher moral plane than the European powers, for that was exactly how Americans saw themselves. When Li Hongqiang sought American mediation in the 1879 dispute with Japan, Secretary of State William Evarts responded that his government would provide its good offices if Japan agreed. After all, he pointed out, the United States was the world's most prominent advocate of arbitration. It was only fitting that the wise counselors of both Asian nations would turn to the United States for such help. 106. Such friendly assistance provided an opportunity, Americans believed, to hasten Asia's advance toward modern civilization. Former President Grant gladly accepted the role of mediator in the Sino-Japanese dispute for this reason, and also because he was flattered to be asked. He did not believe that East Asia was as important strategically or commercially as the Western Hemisphere was, at least not before a canal was built. But what had captured Grant's imagination was the imminent development of modern civilization in Asia and the role the United States might play not only in planting the seeds of progress but also in maintaining a propitious environment for the seed to germinate and take root. 107 Part of this role was to keep the Asian powers from fighting one another, and part of it was to protect them, as much as the United States could, from the aggression of the Europeans. Grant expressed the desire to get Japan and China out from under the burdensome treaties they had been forced to conclude with the European empires, although these treaties also governed their relations with the United States. With a little more advancement in modern civilization, he wrote a senior Chinese official, both nations could throw off the offensive treaties which now cripple and humiliate them, and could enter into competition for the world's commerce. 108. Grant hoped they in turn would view the United States as the most friendly of the powers, and by and large they did. 1095 years later, when China again turned to the United States for help in resisting French demands in Indochina, the American minister, John Russell Young, used the opportunity to lecture the Chinese on the necessity of adapting Western ways for self-defense and on the links that could be forged between an ancient China and a youthful United States traveling hand in hand along the path of progress. 110 By offering the United States not only as a source of progress and civilization but as a disinterested, principled alternative to the greedy Europeans, American leaders and envoys hoped to gain some advantage in both countries, including commercial advantages. But they were also convinced that they had something of benefit to offer these Asian peoples, the means of helping them move from barbarism to civilization. American diplomats like Hamilton Fish sought to pursue a policy of moral force to encourage material development and the increase of trade that would both enrich Americans and make such development possible. 111. America's involvement with Korea beginning in the 1870s showed how such motives could shape policy, often more than considerations of tangible material interests. Korea, justly known as the Hermit Kingdom, had long shunned contact with the outside world and accepted its status as a tributary state to China. In the late 1860s, however, American diplomats in China reported that Korea was now regarded by the Chinese as independent and that it was interested in negotiating treaties with the United States as well as with other powers. This information proved inaccurate in the case of China, which didn't really consider Korea independent as Americans understood the term, and premature in the case of Korea, which was not interested in opening itself to the outside world. Nevertheless, in 1871 Fish dispatched Frederick Law to Korea, accompanied by several gunboats commanded by the head of American naval forces in the Far East, with instructions to secure a treaty for the protection of shipwrecked mariners and a commercial treaty. But when the American ships reached the mouth of the Han River, they were warned to stay away. Law disregarded the warnings, and when his ships were fired on from a Korean fort, the American guns leveled it. Law demanded an apology from the Korean government, and when none was forthcoming, he attacked the remaining Korean positions, killing every last defender. Law and his colleagues wrote home admiringly of how the Korean troops fought to the bitter end, dying at their posts of duty heroically and without fear. The Korean government, for its part, condemned the Americans for their barbarous and unprovoked attack. 112. The incident was ironic in two respects. The self-proclaimed disinterested and peace-loving Americans had introduced themselves to Korea by killing its people. Yet the Koreans then responded by deciding that they had no choice but to open themselves to the world in order to acquire the means to defend themselves from such attacks. Korean leaders, led by the young King Kojong, realized how helpless and weak their proud nation was against an attack by barbarians, and they determined that Korea had to modernize. In 1876 Korea entered into a treaty with Japan, and 6 years later Commodore Schofield negotiated a treaty opening relations between Korea and the United States. It was primarily a commercial treaty, but it contained a clause that promised, if other powers deal unjustly or oppressively with either government, the other will exert their good offices, on being informed of the case, to bring about an amicable agreement, thus showing their friendly feeling. In the decade to come, this American promise of good offices would take on much more significance than American policy makers back in Washington imagined. 113. When the first American minister arrived in Seoul in 1883, the Korean king danced for joy. He sent a delegation to the United States to get a better understanding of American society. One prominent delegate, upon returning, declared, "I was born in the dark, I went into the light, and I have returned into the dark again. I cannot as yet see my way clearly, but I hope to soon." The king's hope was that the United States would support Korea's independence against an overbearing China, defend it from the aggressive designs of other nations, and assist him in the modernization of his country. With little prodding from American envoys, he invited American businesses into Korea. Thomas Edison won the exclusive right to install and operate electric lights, and the king promised that American proposals to build railways and telegraph lines would be favorably considered, and the companies granted a liberal franchise. 114 Partly he believed his nation's survival depended on opening opportunities for American commerce, both to modernize and to strengthen. But partly he wanted to ensure that the Americans would remain interested enough in Korea to provide protection against Japan and China. Along these lines, the king asked the United States to provide an advisor to his foreign ministry to help draw up treaties with England and Germany, and to serve as an intermediary to begin negotiations with Russia and France. Like China's Li Hongqiang, he also requested military advisors to help improve the fighting capability of the Royal Army. The king also provided royal subsidies to American missionaries, whom he and other Korean progressives considered a civilizing influence in their country, allowing them to open schools and hospitals. American diplomats in Korea invariably warned the missionaries against heavy-handed proselytizing, and the missionaries generally obeyed, concentrating more on temporal than on spiritual assistance. In fact, they had a powerful impact on Korean life, introducing modern medical practices and establishing some of the better secondary schools and colleges in the country. Their successes further convinced Americans that Korea was, in the words of one diplomat, susceptible to progress and improvement and worthy of the assistance she may receive, and needs, from the Western nations that recognized her as a sister. 115. From the beginning of the new relationship, the Americans serving in Korea, whether diplomat, businessman, or missionary, strongly and even passionately supported the king and his goals of independence and modernization. This made them hostile to China, which they believed was trying to keep Korea in a state of backwardness, and they vigorously upheld American official policy, which recognized Korea as sovereign and not part of China's tributary system, even though the United States was virtually alone in this view. The British made no pretense of concern for Korea's independence. Japan recognized Korea's independence, but only because the Japanese hoped to take it for themselves. Schofield understood from the beginning that Korea would become the battlefield of any war between China and Russia or Japan, and he believed the United States should be willing to offer protections against the aggression of surrounding powers. 116. Official Washington was a good deal more cautious than its envoys, repeatedly warning them not to commit the United States to any defense of Korean sovereignty. But the mere fact that the United States recognized Korean independence produced entangling complications. Secretary of State Thomas Bayard, in a note attempting to restrain one zealous American minister, insisted that the government of the United States has no concern, beyond that of a friendly state which has treated Korea as independent and sovereign and hopes to see her position as such among nations assured. 117. Even this seemingly harmless statement could turn into a large commitment if the U.S. government sincerely intended to continue treating Korea as independent and sovereign. And indeed these vague, principled commitments in Korea proved difficult for American officials to ignore. As the inevitable international competition over Korea heated up, the little codicil in the 1882 treaty offering good offices loomed large, if only in the American conscience. The big crisis came in 1894, when instability and disorder spread throughout Korea, inflamed in part by a combination of Japanese and Chinese meddling. The instability prompted China and then Japan to send troops, and King Kojong immediately appealed to the United States for its help and good offices, pursuant to the treaty. Neither President Grover Cleveland, now in his second term in office, nor his new Secretary of State, Walter Q. Gresham, were looking to deepen American involvement overseas. They had no expectations of promoting the insignificant American trade with Korea. Yet they felt compelled to respond to the king's plea. Cleveland was especially concerned about protecting American missionaries in Korea who might be endangered by the spreading violence. Yet he and Gresham also felt obligated to do something to help Korea itself. Acting under a stipulation in our treaty with Korea, Cleveland later told Congress,
I felt constrained from the beginning of the controversy to tender our good offices to induce an amicable arrangement of the conflict. 118. The President began by dispatching the cruiser Baltimore to the port city of Chemulpo, later renamed Incheon. The idea was to protect American lives in Korea, but in the view of American observers the Baltimore's arrival also had a salutary moral effect on the rebellion, which promptly collapsed. The State Department meanwhile instructed the American minister, in the view of the friendly interest of the United States in the welfare of Korea and its people, to make every possible effort for the preservation of peaceful conditions. Back in Washington, Gresham confronted the Japanese minister, accusing Japan of seeking an excuse for war with China. When the minister candidly admitted that this was true, and that in fact the Japanese government was provoking war in order to quell domestic opposition by arousing the patriotic sentiment of our people, Gresham was outraged. He sent an angry note to Japan, criticizing it for refusing to withdraw its troops from Korea and expressing hope that Korea's independence and sovereignty will be respected. Gresham warned the Japanese that President Cleveland would be painfully disappointed should Japan visit upon her feeble and defenseless neighbor the horrors of an unjust war. 119. Gresham's warning did not have much more effect than had similar warnings by Blaine to Mexico and Chile. The Japanese continued their military operations and eventually seized and imprisoned King Kojong. The Cleveland administration ordered nearly 50 heavily armed Marines from the Baltimore to move in and protect American lives. Japanese forces were in control of the city and could have provided protection, but Cleveland and Gresham did not want to legitimize the Japanese occupation by calling for their assistance. As one historian summarized their actions, inspired by concerns of justice and humanity rather than self-interest, Gresham and Cleveland responded spontaneously to sudden demands to save missionaries and aid a pitiful and helpless little country. 120. These American concerns for justice and humanity had consequences, and not only in Korea. During the Sino-Japanese War that followed, the United States again provided its good offices to protect Japanese interests in China, as well as Chinese interests in Japan. But American assistance to the Japanese stirred up violent resentment among the Chinese population, and soon President Cleveland had reason to worry that American missionaries in China were actually in greater danger than those in Korea. He dispatched 2 gunboats to Chinese waters and augmented the size of the Asiatic Squadron, preparing to protect American missionaries from Chinese attack. All this involvement in the Far East resulted primarily not from American commercial ambitions or from narrow national security interests but from moral and humanitarian concerns and a sense of obligation stemming from an offer of good offices more than a decade before. American trade with Asia was a small fraction of its overall trade with the world. Between 1850 and 1890 American exports to Asia amounted to only 5% of its total exports. 121 American involvement in Asia in the late 19th century stemmed from a blend of material interests on the one hand, and intangible and abstract ambitions and sentiments on the other, with the latter frequently outweighing the former. Nor was American involvement in these crises unpopular, either at home or abroad. European powers, and especially Great Britain, urged the United States to get more involved and actively mediate between Japan and China. In the United States, peace groups proposed participation in an international police force to end the conflict and guarantee Korea's independence. Both opponents and supporters of the Cleveland administration called for deeper involvement, on the grounds that the United States was uniquely suited to play a helpful role. The Pro-Cleveland Review of Reviews opined that from the very inception of this Oriental contest, it had been clear that it was the manifest duty of the United States, as a longtime friend and disinterested neighbor, to attempt to restore harmony. 122 The Cleveland administration held back, but only a decade later, in another war involving Japan in Northeast Asia, President Theodore Roosevelt would accept the role of mediator and win the Nobel Prize for Peace. Even in tiny Samoa, insignificant material interests blended with moral and humanitarian concerns and a sense of responsibility to produce unwanted confrontations and crises. America's material interest in Samoa had never been substantial. The island stood across the path of trans-Pacific travel and through much of the 19th century had been a port of call for American whalers. The tribes and foreign settlers who lived there had seemingly forever been engaged in internecine struggles, with the various factions often looking to outside powers for help and offering their accessible harbors as inducement. In 1872 an American naval commander, without advance authorization but encouraged by the owner of an American steamship line, concluded such an arrangement on behalf of the United States. In return for exclusive access to the harbor of Pago Pago, he promised a Samoan chief the friendship and protection of the great government of the United States of America. 123 The Senate never acted on that treaty, but a few years later a prominent Samoan traveled the 4,000 miles to Washington to seek support. While the American public read with fascination of the envoy's extensively tattooed body, Secretary of State Evarts modified the old agreement, promising that in return for rights to a naval station at Pago Pago, the United States would provide its good offices to mediate in any conflict between Samoa and foreign powers. 124 The following year the Samoans concluded similar agreements with both Germany and Great Britain, each of which received its own rights to Samoa's harbors. The United States, interested not in dominating Samoa but only in ensuring that no other power did, accepted a tripartite arrangement for joint protection of the islands and recognized the appointment of King Malieto Lapepa, whose friendly feelings for the United States were well known in Washington and in Berlin. Problems began in the mid-1880s, when Germany started demanding greater control of the islands commensurate with its larger commercial interests. After years of putting off pressures for overseas colonies, Bismarck was shifting course to mollify domestic critics. As he saw it, the Americans had Hawaii, the British had Fiji, Australia, and New Zealand, and the Germans could take tiny Samoa. Powerful German businessmen began moving against King Malieto, arming and financing a rebellion in support of a rival chieftain who would be friendlier to German control. In 1885 the emerging Samoan crisis fell into the lap of President Cleveland and Secretary of State Bayard. Of course, it need not have been a crisis for American foreign policy, unless they chose to make it one. The United States could allow Germany to have its way in Samoa, as the British were fully prepared to do. Both Cleveland and Bayard were generally inclined to caution in foreign policy and sought to pull the United States back from what they regarded as the overly ambitious policies of the Garfield-Arthur administration. For Secretary of State Bayard, however, there were some principles at stake. One was the existing agreement among the three powers to keep Samoa independent and open to the navigation and commerce of all. Germany was clearly trying to change the rules. By the mid-1880s the American honeymoon with Germany was over. To Bayard it was unquestionable that Germany had of late years given evidence of a disposition to cherish schemes of distant annexation and civilization in many quarters of the globe, including, he suspected, in the Western Hemisphere. 125 Even minor economic and strategic interests deserved some defense, therefore, even if they were thousands of miles away in the South Pacific. Neither Bayard nor Cleveland was prepared to roll over in the face of what they regarded as German bullying. Another principle Bayard wanted to uphold was the independence and autonomy of the Samoan people free from foreign interference. This was, of course, another way of preventing Germany from dominating Samoa. But Bayard also believed that the islanders had the right to rule themselves and that the United States and the other Western powers should help them acquire the ability to do so. My only intention, Bayard insisted, was to bring peace and order and civilization to the island by means of a native autonomy, and to use the native material for its own advancement by instructing the people in the arts of peace and good morals so that they could assist themselves. An American commissioner sent to study the situation in 1886 reported that without outside assistance the natives would be unable to construct or maintain a government which will enforce authority or command respect. His British counterpart used stronger language, calling the Samoan people excitable, credulous, thieves by instinct, lazy, consumed with mutual jealousy, incapable of unity of action or of sustaining any form of government worthy of the name. However, both believed that with guidance from the civilized powers the natives could be taught to rule themselves and coalesce in all matters concerning their common weal. Bayard agreed and hoped the concerted efforts of the three Western powers might assist them in forming a civilized government.
He favored elections for the king, who would serve a limited term, and for a House of Representatives. The British Commissioner had given him a volume containing the laws and regulations by which the Fiji Islands were administered, and Bayard was impressed by the unmistakable line of morality, good faith, and benevolence running through this simple system of government which should commend it to all just-minded men. If the same could be achieved in Samoa, he exclaimed, I would be delighted. Expressing his gratitude to the British Commissioner, Bayard declared, the forces of good and the forces of evil are at work in this world, but I recognize in you a valuable ally of the former. 126. The forces of evil in Berlin were not especially worried about the rights of the natives. Bismarck objected to giving the savages much influence over the shape of the Samoan constitution, and German negotiators wanted the elected king to be approved by the outside powers. Bayard refused. He wanted a native election, free, and unawed by foreign influence. The idea was not to obliterate the rights of the islanders, but to assist them in forming a civilized government. Worried that the Germans wanted to impose an autocratic government, based on mercantile interests, he proposed naming an American arbiter to settle disagreements. Because U.S. interests were minimal, he reasoned, an American would have a greater ability to be disinterested and impartial. 127. Both the German and the British governments considered Bayard's solicitude for the islanders vaguely absurd. Lord Salisbury advised indulging him, believing that events would soon convince even America of the impossibility of maintaining native governments in the Pacific Ocean. Bismarck's elder son, Count Herbert Bismarck, was not so sure. He spoke of dreamers in America who imagined an eventual Republican Brotherhood and warned Salisbury that among their dreams was a linking up of the various Australian colonies with the United States. Salisbury remarked, "We must keep a sharp eye on American fingers." 128. By 1887 the Germans had grown impatient with the wrangling and dispatched 4 warships to Samoa, demanding indemnities and apologies from Malieto for various alleged offenses. The Germans insisted the king perform an IFU, which required him to crawl upon his stomach towards the German consul as a token of abject apology. When Malieto hesitated, the Germans landed 700 Marines, ravaged several villages, took control of Apia, seized Malieto, and recognized another chieftain as king. The Samoan government, trusting in the love of the United States of America toward this weak people, appealed for help, citing the 1878 treaty. The Germans, for their part, demanded that American officials provide no support for Malieto, moral or other, that would induce him to prolong the conflict. Instead, they should inform him of the futility of objecting to German rule. 129. American officials were outraged. Bayard answered that the first allegiance of this government was to right and justice, and, we owed it to ourselves to consider what were the rights of the natives in Samoa. When he learned that the Germans had burned down native villages, destroyed fruit trees on which these poor people were dependent for their food, it filled me with pain. The American consul was even more upset, cabling Bayard, "My sympathy for this people is great, and is not lessened by a strong feeling of personal chagrin at the course of events here." He appealed for forceful action in behalf of these people, insisting the present troubles would never have come upon Malieto had it not been for his friendship with the United States. Back in Washington, Secretary of the Navy William C. Whitney was outraged at what he considered a national disgrace, which he blamed on Bayard. 130 Republicans pounced on Bayard for weakness in the face of the German challenge. And the press of both parties condemned Germany's mistreatment of the islanders. In January 1889 the New York World's headline read, "German Tyranny in Samoa." 131. Bayard, however, was determined to avoid war with Germany. He would do what he could to secure a measure of justice and fair treatment to these innocent and unhappy islanders, but unfortunately there was little he could do without placing in useless jeopardy the vaster interests of our own countrymen. War with Germany would be a terrible thing, he warned, and indeed a senior naval officer reported, "If we go to war with Germany there is an extreme probability that the German fleet may threaten to shell New York. We have practically nothing with which to drive the enemy away, and it would take a long time to build anything suitable for that purpose." Bayard declared, "If peace can be had with honor and without war, what malediction should pursue the man that leads a people into strife?" He hoped events in Samoa might take a turn for the better, reporting to Cleveland in the fall of 1888 that the poor natives seemed to have risen up against the ruler set up by Germany in place of poor Malieto. But he concluded wryly, "I suppose a German gunboat will give them another ruler." 132. Unfortunately for Bayard, 1888 was an election year, a segment of the American public was aroused, and the attacks on him escalated. The ruthless nature of German rule, he complained, seemed to have many would-be imitators in this country. President Cleveland, under pressure at home and angry at German behavior, dispatched 3 warships to Samoa to protect American interests in the ongoing fighting. In his message to Congress in January 1889 he portrayed his policy as one of tough resistance to German pressures. "I have insisted that the autonomy and independence of Samoa should be scrupulously preserved according to the treaties made with Samoa by the powers named and their agreements and understanding with each other. I have protested against every act apparently tending in an opposite direction, and during the existence of internal disturbance 1 or more vessels of war have been kept in Samoan waters to protect American citizens and property." 133. In early 1889, the port of Apia was crowded with foreign warships, 3 American, 3 German, and 1 British, and many foresaw a conflict erupting through miscalculation or misunderstanding. Then on March 15 the typhoon struck, destroying or running aground all but the British ship, with the loss of 50 American and 90 German sailors. The magnitude of the tragedy temporarily overshadowed the international confrontation, and later that year James Blaine, back as Secretary of State in the Harrison administration, reached a settlement with Bismarck that temporarily preserved tripartite cooperation on Samoa. The Republican press, revealing the changed attitude toward Germany, depicted it as a victory for the plumed knight over the Iron Chancellor. As one historian has commented, there was something remarkable about the determination of the United States to go to the very brink of hostilities with Germany rather than yield negligible commercial and questionable strategic advantages in faraway Samoa. 134. It was true that even the most ardent American expansionists did not consider the islands a critical American outpost. 135. And Bayard could honestly declare that the United States had no policy of annexation or protectorate whatsoever in Samoa or anywhere else. But he and other Americans saw Germany as a bully and felt both sympathy and responsibility for the Samoans. America's object, he insisted, was to be perfectly humane and kind to the natives of those islands, and assist their autonomous government. He saw himself as a political missionary to the unclad Samoans and wanted to be remembered for the really hard work he had done to befriend this scanty band of islanders against the plundering traders of America, Germany, and Great Britain. "Civilization has had a rough side to them," he remarked, "and I am not sure whether they will survive its blessings." 136. From ambition to power, the new Navy. The experience in Samoa led some Americans to question the wisdom of such involvements abroad. When Grover Cleveland returned to the White House 4 years later, he wanted to pull out of Samoa altogether. He believed the whole mess showed how even innocent promises to provide good offices could produce dangers. Many other Americans, however, including some Democrats, drew a different lesson from Samoa and from similar troubles abroad. To them, the skirmishes and confrontations in the Western Hemisphere, in East Asia, and in the Southern Pacific suggested the problem was not excessive involvement abroad but insufficient power. When the United States confronted Germany over Samoa, or Chile over Peru, or when it was necessary to send warships to Korea and China to protect missionaries, it did so with a navy that was barely adequate to the task. Even a reluctant Cleveland had found himself dispatching warships at moments of crisis and wishing he had more to send. As a result, those who put their fate in American hands, whether Peruvian presidents, Korean kings, or Samoan chieftains, did not fare well, and ardent suitors like Li Hungchang and King Kojong came to view America as unreliable. 137. More upsetting to many Americans was the fact that second-rate powers like Chile could insult and defy the United States with impunity.
The tangible interests at stake in places like Samoa and Peru might be comparatively minor, but there was also a question of honor and respectability, which a majority of Americans in both parties regarded as valuable commodities for any great nation. The desire to play a more dominant political and economic role in the hemisphere, to have greater influence in more distant lands, and to be regarded and treated by other powers with respect helped spur one of the most portentous developments of the late 19th century, the building of a new, more capable, and more powerful American Navy. Beginning in the 1880s, leaders in both Republican and Democratic administrations began hesitantly, inefficiently, but steadily trying to increase U.S. naval power. Before 1880 the Navy had been a victim of the long sectional conflict. During and just after the War of 1812 there had been broad national support for maintaining a strong and effective naval presence. Monroe wanted a strong naval force capable of keeping the Barbary powers in awe as well as policing along the southern Atlantic coast, and in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. 138 John Quincy Adams declared it the destiny and the duty of the Confederated States to become in regular process of time and by no petty advances a great naval power. But in the late 1820s the naval buildup became the target of the rising Jacksonian movement and of slaveholders worried about the federal government's expanding powers. An 1827 bill for the gradual improvement of the Navy was defeated by the Jacksonian opposition 139, and in his first inaugural address President Jackson, insisting that the bulwark of our defense was the national militia, called for an end to the building of large naval ships. 140 After the financial panic of 1837, Martin Van Buren insisted that the United States required no navy at all. 141 During the remainder of the antebellum era, the United States fell behind European, Asian, and even some Latin American powers both in number and size of ships and in naval architecture. The Civil War produced a vast naval buildup, and in the last year of the war the Union Navy comprised some 700 vessels, displacing 500,000 tons and carrying almost 5,000 guns. When war ended, however, this large navy was rapidly dismantled. Washington politicians were preoccupied by Reconstruction and anxious about the federal budget deficit. Within 5 years the Navy shrank to fewer than 200 vessels mounting 1,300 guns, and most of the ships were unfit for service. Only a couple of dozen fighting ships were in commission, and most of their guns had become obsolete in an era of advancing technology. Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles attempted to bring order and reform, but the Navy Department became so embroiled in the radical Republicans' attacks on President Andrew Johnson that administration of an intelligent and consistent naval policy became virtually impossible. 142. Most Americans and even many naval officials were only dimly aware of the dismal state of the fleet. In the 1870s and early 1880s, however, a series of events sent shocks through the naval community. The first was the 1873 confrontation with Spain over the Virginias. When the American fleet assembled off the coast of Florida it was in a laughable condition. 2 modern vessels of war would have done us up in 30 minutes, Rear Admiral Robley Fighting Bob Evans later recalled. We were dreadfully mortified over it all. 143 America's leading naval officer, Admiral David Dixon Porter, lamented that there was not a navy in the world that is not in advance of us as regards ships and guns. 144 While Britain and France were building steel navies and ever larger battleships, some of which they sold to smaller powers like Japan and Chile, the American fleet was almost entirely wooden. As Alfred Thayer Mahan exclaimed, "We have not 6 ships that would be kept at sea in war by any maritime power." 145. The sobering awareness that the United States could have lost a naval confrontation with Spain spurred early demands for naval reform and rebuilding within the top ranks of the service, and the start of a quiet campaign of lobbying sympathetic members of Congress. Commodore Foxhall A. Parker, after watching the fleet maneuver slowly and clumsily off Key West for a month, began pushing for a new American Navy based on artillery vessels, or battleships. He delivered his proposal to the members of the U.S. Naval Institute at the Naval Academy at the end of 1874, an organization founded hurriedly in the wake of the Virginia's crisis to advance professional and scientific knowledge in the Navy. His audience included most of the officers who would help design the new navy and then lead it into battle against Spain in 1898.146. Little was done to address the problem in the 1870s. President Hayes was preoccupied with ending Reconstruction and holding his fracturing party together, and he faced a Democrat-controlled Congress throughout most of his term. The transformation of the Navy into a European-style force ready for combat with the navies of other major powers began in 1881.147. That year the first post-Reconstruction Republican president, James A. Garfield, came into office along with Republican majorities in both houses of Congress. A naval planning board appointed by Garfield's Secretary of the Navy immediately, and impolitically, called for the construction of 68 new ships, many to be made of steel and driven by steam. This proposal far exceeded what Congress was willing to spend, and the administration adopted a much more modest plan for 4 ships. 2 years later, a Republican Congress flush with new surpluses from the high Republican tariff and a relatively healthy economy authorized construction of the first ships of the new Navy, the small steel-protected cruisers Atlanta, Boston, and Chicago, and a dispatch vessel, the Dolphin, the so-called ABC ships. 148 These steel cruisers represented no great revolution in American naval capability or in naval doctrine. Nonetheless, Congress had voted to build new warships for the first time since the Civil War. 149. The American public's evident enthusiasm fueled bipartisan political support for a new Navy. 150 So did the vast sums of money spent by the federal government. The naval buildup of the 1880s was heavily influenced by financial interests and partisan politics. Federal dollars went to shipyards that were controlled by supporters of one party or the other and that tended to employ only reliable party men. When control of the Congress changed hands, therefore, as it did frequently, one party often pared back or rejected what the other party had proposed. When the executive branch changed hands, as it did in 4 consecutive elections 1884, 1888, 1892, and 1896 the new administration's Secretary of the Navy usually began with a thorough house cleaning. Despite the partisan warfare, however, the buildup continued and accelerated throughout the 1880s and into the early and mid-1890s. Between 1885 and 1889 the otherwise parsimonious administration of Grover Cleveland added 2 more protected cruisers, the Baltimore and the Olympia, and 2 armored cruisers later reclassified as the battleships Maine and Texas. 151 In 1890 President Benjamin Harrison, with Republicans once again in control of both houses of Congress, won appropriations for 3 modern, first-class battleships, the Indiana, Massachusetts, and Oregon, costing an unprecedented $3 million each and considered roughly equal to the top-line battleships in the British fleet. 152 A 4th battleship of this class was authorized in 1892, and 3 more were authorized in 1895, during Cleveland's second administration. There was more to the buildup than new ships and money. In the early 1880s American naval doctrine and naval architecture still lagged behind those of the world's great naval powers, but by the mid-1880s changes in naval doctrine were beginning to take shape. Rear Admiral Stephen B. Luce, the intellectual link between Foxhall Parker's early musings about American battle fleets and Alfred Thayer Mahan, was the pivotal figure in the transition from a naval doctrine centered on small ships for coastal defense and commerce raiding to one centered on large groups of battleships for controlling the seas. 153 In 1885 the Navy recommended construction of 1 large seagoing armored vessel and wound up getting 2 from Congress that year, 2 more the next, and 1 larger armored cruiser in 1888. It was in the first year of the Harrison administration that the United States turned decisively toward a battleship fleet. The deadly forces of nature played a part when the Typhoon at Apia pulverized the wooden-hulled American Pacific Squadron that Cleveland had sent to keep an eye on the Germans at Samoa. That year Secretary of the Navy Benjamin Tracy delivered a report to Congress calling for 2 fleets of battleships, 1 for the Atlantic and 1 for the Pacific. Tracy's 1889 report put the battleship at the heart of the U.S. Navy and shifted naval doctrine from passive coastal defense to an aggressive, offensive strategy. A war, though defensive in principle, he argued, may be conducted most effectively by being offensive in its operations. 154 The shift was controversial. Many Democrats argued that an offensive strategy ran contrary to American traditions and would likely lead the United States to war. Members of Congress representing coastal districts worried that their constituents would be left vulnerable to attack. Republicans therefore emphasized the new Navy's defensive purposes, authorized only 3 new battleships, legislated that the new ships' cruising radius must not exceed 5,000 miles, and described them as seagoing coastline battleships. 155 But this oxymoron could not hide the reality that the United States was building itself a navy with offensive capabilities and an offensive doctrine. As the critics pointed out, such a navy could be used for aggressive purposes, regardless of the original defensive intentions. It was capability that mattered. Thus did the United States begin a naval rearmament program during the 1880s, a time of peace when the nation faced no menacing threat from abroad and enjoyed more security than ever before in its history, and also more security than any other great power of the time. It was a decade that began with President Rutherford B. Hayes declaring, "Our relations with all foreign countries have been those of an undisturbed peace." 156 Under these circumstances, the complex and varied motives behind the naval buildup revealed a good deal about Americans' evolving and somewhat contradictory attitudes toward their place in the world, their hopes and their fears, as well as how they wanted and expected others around the world to view the United States. Supporters of a stronger navy did insist that the threats from abroad were increasing. Congressman Henry Cabot Lodge warned in 1891 that the British were aggressively encircling the United States with a cordon of forts and bases of supply intended for use in a future war. 157 Officials warned of blockades and bombardments of coastal cities by Great Britain, Germany, and even Chile. They also worried that the European powers were carving up vast portions of the world, jockeying for territories in Africa and Asia and jostling for position in the Middle East, and they could begin carving up pieces of South and Central America as well. A mere 4 years after President Hayes' soothing assessment, President Arthur was admonishing Americans, "The long peace that has lulled us into a sense of fancied security may at any time be disturbed." 158 Some historians have depicted the era as one of vanishing security and the new navy as a defensive answer to Europe's worldwide imperial scramble. 159 But America's security was not really vanishing. The threat of European imperial aggression in the Western Hemisphere was remote, as critics of the naval buildup pointed out. European powers in this era were never shy about proclaiming their desire for new colonies. The British were expanding in southern Africa openly and unapologetically, and often by force, as in their brutal war against the Zulus in 1879. The French were taking their share of Africa by means of public treaties with African rulers. The Germans made no secret of their yearning for a place in the sun in the South Pacific. The Belgian King Leopold II did not conceal his desire for the Congo. Il faut à la Belgique une colonie. 160 But in the Western Hemisphere they expressed no such ambitions. Europeans, including the Germans, avoided crossing swords with the United States and invariably backed down at the first sign of American displeasure. It is not that the concerns expressed by some Americans were disingenuous or even irrational. The world in the 1880s did seem an increasingly violent and dangerous place. The average reader of American newspapers knew of British military actions in the Transvaal and Egypt, of Russia's war against Turkey, of French and Belgian plans to colonize the Congo, and of German ambitions in the South Pacific. It was prudent for Americans to be on their guard against the possibility that these well-armed powers could someday turn their attention back to the Western Hemisphere. When the British landed a small force at Corinto, Nicaragua, to settle a minor dispute in 1895, who could be sure whether this was a brief aberration from the general retreat of British power from the hemisphere or the beginning of a new phase of aggression? When the Germans sniffed around the Caribbean, who could say with confidence that they might not try to grab an island or two for themselves, just as they were attempting to do in Samoa? American hypersensitivity was itself a deterrent to imperial probing, for it reinforced the European perception that it was not worth the trouble to meddle. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine that the naval buildup was chiefly a response to threats or even perceived threats from Europe. In the late 1870s and throughout the 1880s, when naval officers and their supporters argued for more warships, the potential adversaries they most frequently cited were not naval heavyweights like Great Britain and France but the fading middleweight Spain and the bantamweight Chile. Later generations of Americans, accustomed to worrying only about other global powers and superpowers, may find it hard to believe that the naval buildup of the 1880s was more a response to fears of Chile than of Great Britain. But in 1884 Maine's respected Senator Eugene P. Hale warned there was nothing whatever to prevent Chile from burning and destroying the cities of the American Pacific Coast. 161 And in 1891 Secretary of the Navy Benjamin Tracy made the case for a continuing naval buildup by noting, among other dangers, that the Chilean warship Esmeralda had appeared without warning, close to the California coast. 162 It was a source of concern, as well as embarrassment, when Americans suddenly realized that not just Chile but several South American republics had been acquiring warships, any one of which single-handed could probably destroy the entire United States Navy. 163 Naval officials also professed to be worried about China, whose navy was at the time the equal of America's, and about Japan, whose navy was tiny but beginning to grow under the Meiji reformers. 164 They considered even the Haitian navy a potential rival. 165 And then there was Spain, which from the time of the Virginias to the outbreak of war in 1898 was cited as a potential military adversary by American naval planners. Concerns about war with the likes of Spain, Chile, and Haiti did not reflect a primarily defensive search for security against foreign aggression. Naval planners did not fear that Spain would launch an unprovoked attack on the United States. The cloud of war, hanging darkly on the horizon, was Cuba. 166 But there could be no war over Cuba unless Washington started it, for a conflict with the United States over a vulnerable colony 2,000 miles from Spanish harbors was the last thing Spain wanted. As Hamilton Fish had understood, if the United States wished to avoid war, it need only refrain from meddling in Cuban affairs. Those who imagined the possibility of war with Spain were calculating that the United States might not refrain, which displayed a pretty good understanding of their own country. The same was true in the case of Chile. No one believed that the Chileans sought a conflict with the northern behemoth. Conflict would come because the United States intervened in Chile's affairs or tried to block Chile's regional aspirations, as Blaine had attempted to do in 1881 in the service of the Hemispheric Order. Haiti was on the list of potential threats because the Harrison administration sought a naval base and found itself at odds with an uncooperative Haitian ruler. When he resisted, Tracy dispatched a fleet of gunboats that conducted target practice within earshot of Haiti's inhabitants. Japan and China were on the list because the United States had embroiled itself in Korea and because American missionaries in Asia might require protection, especially when American actions inflamed local opinion against them. War with Japan could erupt over Hawaii, but that too would be a product not of unprovoked Japanese aggression but of American desires to control and eventually annex the Hawaiian Kingdom. When in 1889 American naval officials warned of the possibility of the German fleet sailing into New York Harbor, it was because the United States was at that moment confronting Germany over Samoa some 4,000 miles away. 167. If many influential Americans believed the United States needed a bigger navy, in short, it was largely because of American ambitions, both material and intangible. The wide range of foreign entanglements, stemming from a vast array of motives and impulses, seemed to many to require an increase in the overall amount of power the United States could bring to bear on any number of situations. Americans needed a bigger navy because they aimed for a certain U.S.-dominated order in the Western Hemisphere, because they had growing commercial interests and ambitions in Latin America and in Asia and worried they would be nudged out by stronger imperial powers, because they felt sympathy for the fate of the natives in Samoa and had promised to help them, because they had vaguely committed the nation to Korean independence, because they supported Cubans struggling against Spanish tyranny, and because they wanted to be able to protect American citizens abroad in all situations where they came into conflict with foreign powers over one issue or another. As President Garfield's Secretary of the Navy, William Chandler, explained in 1881,
A strong navy quickens the nation's powers and infuses life and vigor into its international relations. 168. A dozen years later, Grover Cleveland, Secretary of the Navy, insisted that the Navy had to be strong enough to give weight to whatever policy it may be thought wise on the part of the government to assume. 169. Although it was gradually turning toward an ocean-going battleship fleet, the main focus of American attention remained the Western Hemisphere. In 1884, Senator Hale warned that although the United States had gone on for years safely with a dwindling navy, he man is blind who does not realize that at any time the United States may be called upon to maintain propositions with regard to the American continent, with reference to its influence, with reference to its control, with reference to its transit, upon which the American people are substantially of one mind. 170. The new Navy, according to a report by the House Naval Affairs Committee, would be used to pursue affirmative policies in the hemisphere. 171. If the United States was to attain what Secretary of the Navy Chandler called its natural, justifiable, and necessary ascendancy in the affairs of the American hemisphere, it could hardly do so while its navy was inferior to Chile's. 172. During the Harrison administration, Blaine and the President concluded that the United States could not win a commanding influence in the Western Hemisphere merely by setting an example of moral and peaceful conduct or even by more vigorous commercial enterprise. It also needed military power. 173. Some Americans admitted that the United States did not need a larger navy to defend itself from attack. A report by the Navy's Policy Board in 1890 stated frankly that Americans did not have to fear encroachments upon our territory. Strategically and even economically, the United States was self-contained to a greater degree than any other important nation. 174. Not even the British posed much of a threat, despite their vast naval power. With an increasingly powerful Germany on the continent, Britain would be very reluctant to detach all her effective navy from her own coast for distant operations. The prospects of a war with Great Britain or with any other European power were at a minimum. 175. If American security was threatened, the members of the Policy Board argued, it was not because other powers were advancing against American interests but because the United States was certain to reach out and obstruct the interests of foreign nations. 176. They had in mind commercial interests, but their analysis applied to other tangible and intangible interests, too. If some leading Americans sensed their security was vanishing, it was not so much because the world was closing in around them but because they were pushing out into the world in pursuit of a whole spectrum of commercial, strategic, ideological, and moral interests. The Policy Board's undiplomatic point was that war could come as a result of American, not foreign, actions. Indeed, the point was too blunt for American ears, and it brought angry condemnations from both ends of the political spectrum. 177. The idea that the United States might itself be the instigator of conflict by virtue of its expansive policies ran too violently against the popular perception of American innocence and passivity. Foreign observers, however, would have had little difficulty recognizing the soundness of the Policy Board's argument. Americans in the 1880s and 90s were exhibiting a common attribute of rising powers. Growing power produced an expanding sense of interest and entitlement. But as perceived interests expanded, so did perceived threats and the perceived need for even more power to address them. 178. Some of these interests included such intangible and often elusive matters as honor, prestige, and respect in the international arena. These are not so easily measured as commercial and other material interests, but in human affairs they are often more potent motives for action. They played a significant part in the naval buildup of the 1880s and early 1890s. Americans wanted to be accorded the respect due to a great nation. Especially in their own hemisphere, they wanted to be recognized as the dominant arbiter both by their neighbors and by the European powers. Some have called this a nationalist egoism, but if so it had a long and distinguished American pedigree. George Washington had once declared that there is a rank due to the United States among nations, which will be withheld, if not absolutely lost, by a reputation of weakness. 179. Many late 19th century Americans from both parties and of varying ideological dispositions agreed
Navy Secretary Chandler complained in 1881 that the United States had been unable to make such an appropriate display of our naval power abroad as will cause us to be respected. 180 Navy Secretary Tracy sought to shame members of Congress when he pointed out that the United States stood only 12th among the world's naval powers, below Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and China, and that despite the naval improvements of the previous 8 years the country remained at the mercy of states having less than 1/10 of its population, 1/30 of its wealth, and 1/100th of its area. 181. The need to gain the world's respect was not just a matter of pride or vanity but had practical aspects as well. What do the nations of the earth care about your moral power after you leave your own shores? A Florida senator asked in 1884. All that they respect when the emergency arises is a decent display of public force. 182 According to this view, American missionaries in China would not be protected by America's reputation for disinterested benevolence. If other nations believed the United States lacked the power to make good on its commitments, they were more likely to raise a challenge, even in the Western Hemisphere. Lodge combined the practical and the intangible when he argued, weakness, fear, and defenselessness mean war and dishonor. Readiness, preparation, and courage mean honor and peace. Alexander Hamilton had once argued that to be a great world power, the United States needed the accoutrements of a great world power, and among these was a first-class navy. A century later Lodge would argue that national dignity and national greatness, as well as the preservation of an honorable peace, required a return to our old and successful naval policy of always maintaining a small but highly efficient fleet, which led the world in naval architecture, in ordnance, and in equipment. 183. Nations always seek respect, especially self-respect, but for rising powers it can seem a more urgent issue. Americans, though mostly confident, were sensitive to perceived signs of disrespect partly because they touched on doubts they had about themselves. A brief confrontation with Chile in 1892 showed how a blend of confidence and insecurity could produce surprising manifestations of belligerence. Relations between the two nations had never quite recovered from Blaine's intervention on Peru's behalf at the conclusion of the War of the Pacific. But by the late 1880s the comparatively friendly government of José Balmaceda was in control in Santiago, and in 1891 a civil war erupted between Balmaceda and his opponents in the Chilean Congress. The rebels received unofficial but open backing from the British Navy and British civilians, victims of Balmaceda's efforts to tax and assume ownership of nitrate production controlled by British investors. In Washington, not surprisingly, the rebellion immediately took on the appearance of a British power play against the putatively pro-American Balmaceda. 184 Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that the U.S. minister to Santiago, Patrick Egan, was an Irish immigrant and widely viewed as hostile to Britain and its Chilean allies and an active supporter of the Chilean president. In the course of the conflict both Egan and the U.S. Navy were accused by the rebels of helping Balmaceda, first by seizing a ship loaded with rebel arms purchased in the United States, then by sheltering Balmaceda's supporters at the American legation in Santiago. When the rebels drove Balmaceda from office and took control of the Chilean capital, their followers among the Chilean public were seething with anger at the United States. President Harrison had dispatched the USS Baltimore to Valparaiso Harbor to protect American citizens if necessary. When the ship's captain released the crew on an ill-advised shore leave, a barroom brawl in the True Blue Saloon turned into a riot in which 2 American sailors were killed and more than a dozen others were seriously wounded. From the moment he received word of the attack, Harrison viewed the affair as an insult to the U.S. uniform and an unprovoked outrage, which he blamed on Chilean authorities. He sent a stern note to the Chilean government demanding an explanation and an apology, but the Chileans, equally sensitive to signs of disrespect, considered the note insulting and rejected it. Harrison commented to Blaine, "The trouble with these people seems to be that they do not know how to use victory with dignity and moderation, and sometime it may be necessary to instruct them." Harrison's response showed the degree to which he considered the United States to have been defeated by the rebel victory in Chile. And his comment about these people reflected the common North American prejudice that Latin Americans were hot-blooded and violent. In his annual message to Congress in December 1891, he lamented that the fall of Balmaceda had brought about a condition which is unfortunately too familiar in the history of the Central and South American states. 185. That comment could not have been better designed to offend the Chileans, who considered themselves the vanguard of white civilization in Latin America and entirely unlike the backward Indians of Central America. The Chilean foreign minister assailed Harrison's statements as erroneous or deliberately incorrect and promised to uphold the right, the dignity, and the final success of Chile, notwithstanding the intrigues which proceed from so low and the threats which come from so high. James Blaine, despite the moniker Jingo Jim bestowed on him by his critics, was once again eager to avert war and preserve the modest achievements of his Pan-American Conference of 2 years earlier. He tried to calm both his president and the Chileans. To the latter he insisted, "I do not want difficulties or questions, only peace and good friendship." He even recalled Patrick Egan, a loyal Blaine supporter for more than a decade, in the interest of pacifying Santiago. But this only further infuriated Harrison. When the Chilean government released the results of its investigation of the incident, which laid equal blame on both sides, the president's anger boiled over. 186. In December 1891 Harrison informed Congress he would call on it for such action as may be necessary should the Chileans fail to respond appropriately to his demands. Meanwhile he told Navy Secretary Tracy to prepare for war, which Tracy proceeded to do with energy and enthusiasm, putting dockyards on a 7-day week, purchasing large quantities of coal, ordering the preparation of all available warships for action, and negotiating for base rights at Montevideo, Uruguay. Foreign observers had no doubt that Harrison would go to war. Some suspected it was a tactic to get himself re-elected. The British Foreign Office, far from savoring the prospect of a conflict, urgently warned the Chileans to be conciliatory and to apologize immediately. Fighting Bob Evans, now at Valparaiso in command of the Baltimore, wired Washington that while the Chilean mob was for war, sensible men realized it would be suicidal. 187 Within days the Chilean government offered up a formal apology, which Harrison accepted with a discernible air of disappointment. The whole episode surprised many foreign observers, including no doubt the Chileans. A bemused Bismarck, fresh from his own encounter with American belligerents over Samoa, wondered why a nation as powerful as the American Union did not show more moderation and respect for a nation as small as Chile. 188 The whole incident revealed a bevy of American sensitivities, prejudices, ambitions, and insecurities. 189 There was the perception of British intrigue. There was the disdain for hot-blooded Latins who needed to be put in their place and instructed by a more civilized Anglo-Saxon power. Perhaps above all there was deep resentment at the mistreatment and lack of respect shown to sailors wearing the uniform of the U.S. Navy, a worrying indication that the Chileans, with their own powerful navy, were not sufficiently cowed by American superiority. Nor were these responses limited to one hot-headed president and his hawkish Navy secretary. If observers considered the whole affair a political ploy to gain Harrison's re-election, it was because his bellicose stance was so obviously popular. There were occasions when even the more restrained Grover Cleveland would respond angrily to perceived insults from other powers, and even contemplate going to war to restore American honor. For some Americans there was in all this a question of national character. What kind of nation was the United States, they asked, if its citizens could give so little regard to preserving a respectable level of military power and the will to use it? Gilded Age America, they worried, seemed to have become obsessed with the selfish pursuit of wealth and personal gain and possessed too little of what Mahan called the masculine combative virtues. 190 Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., the famed jurist and Civil War veteran, worried that Americans in their snug, over-safe corner of the world sought only material comfort and worshipped only the man of wealth. Modern philosophers declared that war is wicked, foolish, and soon to disappear. Americans had lost their faith in the worth of heroism. 191 The prevailing theory of civilization, which posited a final stage of decadence, made some Americans worry that their commercial republic, precisely because of its commercial nature, lacked the martial virtues necessary for survival. Henry Adams, in his account of the War of 1812, observed, "If war made men brutal, at least it made them strong. War, with all its horrors, could purify as well as debase, it dealt with high motives and vast interests, taught courage, discipline, and stern sense of duty." 192. For Lodge and many others, the experience of the Civil War had only strengthened the case. This was a generation of Americans who had seen the value of militarism at first hand and who had been forced, with Lincoln, to acknowledge that it was upon the progress of our arms that all else depended. 193. Holmes, who had fought and been wounded 3 times in the Civil War, observed, "War, when you are at it, is horrible and dull. It is only when time has passed that you see that its message was divine." He spoke of a faith, true and adorable, that leads a soldier to throw away his life in obedience to a blindly accepted duty. 194. Later historians have treated the celebration of war and of masculine, combative virtues as a novel development of the late 19th century. But martial virtues had been extolled and celebrated in similar language and with equal conviction by Henry Clay, John Calhoun, James Madison, John Quincy Adams, and others at the time of America's Second War with Great Britain. 195. Whatever the blend of motives that lay behind the naval buildup, by the early 1890s many leading Americans believed they had ample evidence that naval power could be a most useful aid to diplomacy. When Chile retreated from confrontation in 1892, Harrison, Tracy, and a number of Republicans, including Lodge and Roosevelt, were convinced that the rapid mobilization of the Navy was the reason. 196. The thesis seemed validated again a couple of years later, when Cleveland's Secretary of the Navy ordered the South Atlantic Squadron to Brazil to break a rebel blockade of Rio de Janeiro. The Assistant Secretary of the Navy, William Gibbs Mikado, who would later go on to become Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of the Treasury, exulted that the United States had finally become a factor in the affairs of our neighbors because it had put into Brazilian waters the most powerful fleet which ever represented our flag abroad. He predicted that constant upheavals in East Asia as well as in Latin America would again require the United States to bring naval power to bear. 197. Other nations could be forgiven for judging the United States to be a most unpredictable and difficult power, especially in the Western Hemisphere but also in faraway places like Samoa. Because American concerns tended to be general rather than specific, because their goals were often intangible rather than material, it was not always clear to others what Americans would care about, what would offend them, and what would provoke a belligerent response. The United States, lacking any clear strategic design, was alternately passive and belligerent in ways that foreign observers sometimes found baffling. Historians have found it baffling, too, and have characterized American foreign policy in this era as halting and unassertive, lacking coherence and direction, composed of incidents, not policies, a number of distinct events, not sequences that moved from a source to a conclusion. 198. It is true that American foreign policy in the 1880s, and well into the 1890s, proceeded by fits and starts. Treaties were signed, then were abandoned or not implemented, then were taken up again. The annexation of Hawaii was sought and then rejected. A deal with Nicaragua for an American-built canal was signed and then discarded. Americans sought to acquire rights to Pearl Harbor in Hawaii but did not take the necessary steps to dredge it and make it usable. 199. Americans demanded exclusive control of a Trans-Sismian canal and even contemplated measures necessary to defend such a canal once built, but seemed in no hurry to build it. One of the few constants in these years was, in fact, the naval buildup. The apparent incoherence of American foreign policy had much to do with domestic politics and the fact that the White House changed hands so often in this era. It may also have been due to the wild swings of boom and bust in the American economy. The economy was sunk in depression from 1873 to 1878, from 1882 to 1885, and from 1893 to 1897, during which the government generally ran deficits. In the intervening boom years it generally ran surpluses, which permitted a freer attitude towards spending on the tools of foreign policy. But the seeming inconsistency of American foreign policy in these decades also reflected American ambitions and insecurities. Although the overall thrust of American foreign policy was expansive, it nevertheless had a reactive quality. This was, again, because of the general, intangible, almost abstract nature of many American ambitions. The desire to gain respect, for instance, did not always demand a positive policy. Whether the United States enjoyed sufficient international respect to satisfy Americans' growing pretensions depended mostly on the behavior of other nations. If other nations did not challenge or insult the United States by, for instance, beating up its sailors in a bar, there was nothing the United States need do to defend its honor. Similarly, if other nations did not challenge American primacy in the Western Hemisphere, Americans were not moved to ask whether their primacy was universally acknowledged. If other nations did nothing to upset the peaceful order Americans valued, then the United States did not need to take steps to impose or defend it. Nor did most Americans quite understand the effect that their claim to regional primacy, their demand for a certain kind of order in the hemisphere, and even their offers of good offices and friendly assistance could have on other nations and peoples. The report of the Navy's Policy Board in 1890 was so offensive to Americans in part because most were scarcely conscious that they were reaching out and obstructing the interests of foreign nations. They were unaware of their intrusion into Chilean politics, for instance, or of the way their actions threatened Chile's own ambitions, and therefore they were unaware of the hostility that American behavior engendered among a large faction of the Chilean political elite. But when American sailors were killed in barroom brawl by an angry Chilean mob, Americans demanded satisfaction. Most did not have strong opinions about Samoa, or quite understand how their offer of good offices and concern for the natives might entangle them in a conflict with other powers. But when the Kaiser raised a challenge, many Americans wanted their government to respond vigorously and reassert a claim they had hitherto barely noticed. American attitudes toward defending certain principles in the hemisphere, maintaining propositions, had a similar reactive quality. Americans were not missionaries in the sense that they worked consistently and tirelessly to promote independence, self-determination, democracy, or even order throughout the hemisphere. On the contrary, American statesmen and the public could go for years without giving such matters much thought. However, when actions and events violating Americans' moral sensibilities and principles were thrust before their eyes, they sometimes demanded action. Those who clamored for war with Spain in 1873 took little notice of the Cuban problem after 1878, when the struggle for independence foundered. It was only when civil war broke out again and the conflict reached new heights of brutality, as it did in 1895, that Americans demanded their government do something. American jingoism, to use the favored pejorative of late 19th century critics and future historians, almost always came in response to some perceived challenge to U.S. influence or to its principles or both, and therefore to its honor, in those parts of the world where Americans had determined that they were to be predominant or at least to have a say. The expansive reactive quality of American foreign policy, and the vagueness of American foreign policy goals, did determine the comparatively limited size and pace of the naval buildup. In 1896, a decade and a half into the creation of the new Navy, the United States possessed a total of 5 battleships with another 7 under construction. The British Navy, in comparison, had 45 battleships with 12 under construction. France had 29 battleships, Germany 21, Italy 13, and Russia 10 with 8 under construction. Even in 1901, when the American buildup was 20 years old and accelerating, there were only 7 battleships in commission with 11 more under construction. 200 By contrast, when Germany launched its own naval buildup in 1898, the first Navy bill authorized 17 battleships, 8 armored cruisers, and 35 other ships. There was a vast difference in the magnitude of these two buildups, therefore, and a significant difference in the arguments and rhetoric used to justify them. While American novelists labored to avoid the appearance of jingoism as they argued for their buildup, the Germans felt no similar constraint. Foreign Minister Bernhard von Bülow, urging adoption of the bill in the Reichstag, insisted that Germany needed a place in the sun and faced a clear-cut choice: either world power or demise, or as Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz put it, life or death. 201 The Americans were more confident than the Germans that the forces of history were on their side. Unlike the Germans, they did not have to challenge the world's greatest naval power in its home waters in order to achieve their objectives. They need only build a navy sufficient to stare down Chile in a crisis or give Spain pause in a possible conflict over Cuba. For all their inconsistency and incoherence, the advocates of a naval buildup accomplished what they set out to accomplish. The historical consequences of the peacetime buildup that began after 1881, modest as it was, should not be underestimated. Opponents of a stronger navy were right to predict that increasing American naval power would increase the chances that this new power would someday soon be used. Even with only a moderately improved navy, Harrison was far more willing to go to war against Chile in 1892 than Garfield and Blaine had been in 1881. If Harrison was more bellicose, part of the reason may have been his personality, but another explanation was his greater confidence in American military prowess. Grover Cleveland, hardly an aggressive, bellicose president, nevertheless showed a greater willingness to employ gunboat diplomacy in his second term than in his first, and this had something to do with the greater power at his disposal. Finally, and most significantly, the United States might not have gone to war with Spain in 1898, and therefore would not have acquired a colony in the Philippines, had it not possessed a navy deemed capable of readily accomplishing those tasks. Historians have often located the origins of the rise of America to world power status and the imperial surge at the turn of the century in the early 1890s. But the navy that President William McKinley sent into battle in 1898 was not conceived in the 1890s.202. It was not a response to the Great Depression of 1893, to a psychic crisis that followed, or to the closing of the frontier. It was authorized by Congress between 1881 and 1892, in response to ambitions and insecurities that had begun to emerge in the years following the Civil War. 203. Chapter 12. Morality and Hegemony. Every nation, and especially every strong nation, must sometimes be conscious of an impulse to rush into difficulties that do not concern it, except in a highly imaginary way. To restrain the indulgence of such a propensity is not only the part of wisdom, but a duty we owe to the world as an example of the strength, the moderation, and the beneficence of popular government. Walter Q. Gresham, April 1894. It is no answer to say that this is all in another country, belonging to another nation, and is therefore none of our business. It is specially our duty, for it is right at our door. William McKinley, April 1898. The Democracy's Descent. The naval buildup of the 1880s and early 1890s certainly had its opponents. Critics insisted that no external threat required such a prodigious rearmament. They warned that the building of ocean-going battleships would tempt Americans to abandon their traditional policy of aloofness from world affairs and seek conflict with other nations. As one congressman put it during the debate over battleship appropriations in 1890, if such a fleet were created, then I would not be responsible for the peace of the United States for 12 months. One Carl Schurz argued in 1893, in opposing the annexation of Hawaii, that the United States was already secure, in our compact continental stronghold we are substantially unassailable, we can hardly get into a war unless it be of our own seeking too. Schurz had a point. The United States was relatively secure, and if the American people could be satisfied with their continental dominance and their already substantial foreign commerce, then they did not need a much bigger navy, and certainly not the two-ocean battleship fleet that proponents of the naval buildup had begun advocating in the late 1880s. The buildup was the product of the same forces that seemed to be leading the United States into ever greater foreign entanglements, but to opponents, these foreign entanglements were unnecessary. They expanded American obligations and the threat of conflict with other great powers in regions far removed from American shores and American interests. The main challenge to this ambitious, expansive foreign policy and the accompanying drive for power came from the Democratic Party. 3 Democratic opposition to Republican expansionism in the 1880s and early 1890s was not merely a matter of partisanship. Throughout most of the last 2 decades of the 19th century, leading Democratic politicians and policy makers, ably represented by 2-term President Grover Cleveland, did not share Republican enthusiasm for expansion and national greatness on the world stage. Indeed, both times Cleveland took office, in 1885 and again in 1893, his explicit aim was to reverse what he, his advisers, and Democratic Party leaders in general believed was a new, dangerous, and even immoral course in foreign policy. Just as Republican attitudes toward America's proper role in the world were closely related to their views of domestic policies and the role of the national government in the affairs of the people, so it was for the Democrats. If the Republican Party throughout the last half of the 19th century was the party of federal power and the active state, of nationalism, the Democratic Party remained in the 1880s and early 1890s the party of states' rights, local control, and suspicion of federal power. The party's policies and principles reflected the fact that its political center of gravity remained in the southern states. No Democrat could win the party's presidential nomination without Southern support, and in the general election no Democratic nominee had a chance of victory without the support of the solid South. For Democratic power in Congress, especially in the Senate, was also based on the Southern electorate, just as it had been before the Civil War. This Southern orientation alone made for a contrast with the Republicans, for while the Northern-based Republican Party associated itself with the Union's triumph in the Civil War, the abolition of Southern slavery, and the military defeat of the rebel South, the outlook of the Southern-dominated Democratic Party was shaped in part by bitter Southern memories of defeat in the Civil War and of military occupation during Reconstruction. In the 20th century it would often be said that Americans had never suffered the horrors of foreign invasion and conquest. But as C. Van Woodward has pointed out, this was not true of the South. The region that once called itself the Confederate States of America had learned what it was like to be on the receiving end of the American way of war. It had lived through an experience that it could share with no other part of America, the experience of military defeat. It had learned the un-American lesson of submission, and it was the special kind of political and ideological submission that Americans were especially inclined to try to impose. 5 Since the end of that occupation, Southern leaders had aimed to restore the South's economy, to win a measure of economic and political independence, to restore white supremacy and home rule, and to gain freedom from federal, which was to say Northern, dictates. 6 Not surprisingly, it was the common view in the South, as one Southern leader put it, that no man has the right or duty to impose his own convictions upon others. And this view dominated the Democratic Party, just as the South did. In the 1880s Democratic leaders liked to quote Albert Gallatin's dictum, "We are never doing as well as when we are doing nothing." 7. Southern Democrats particularly objected to Northern efforts to use the federal government's power to force them to permit blacks to vote. Southern racism combined with party interests in this case, since it was Northern Republican strategy to empower blacks, who would almost certainly vote Republican. Southern Democrats exerted every energy to defeat these efforts, and they succeeded. Between 1870 and 1880 the black population of Louisiana grew 33% while the number of Republican votes declined by 47%. The numbers in Mississippi were even more striking. 8 The central Southern mission of the last 3 decades of the 19th century was to deprive blacks of all political and economic rights. As Senator Ben Tillman later put it, "We took the government away. We stuffed ballot boxes. We shot them. We are not ashamed of it," and the National Democratic Party supported the South at each step. 9. If Republicans celebrated Lincoln and the Civil War, therefore, and looked back fondly to the nationalist tradition of Clay and Hamilton, Democrats looked back to the era of Jackson and adhered to the Jeffersonian principle that the federal government governs best that governs least. In the 1880s and 90s another old battle between these competing traditions emerged over that most intrusive form of government regulation of the national economy, the protective tariff. For the devastated South, which lagged far behind the North in industrialization and manufacture and depended instead on exports of crops chiefly to the European market, the high Republican tariff appeared both unfair and disastrously inhibiting to Southern livelihoods still recovering from the war. To a small but growing number of Northerners, too, including some Republicans, it was also a source of mammoth political corruption, as manufacturers' associations and industrial tycoons poured money into lobbying campaigns to maintain high tariffs on their products. For leading Democrats, reducing the tariff was the highest national priority, far more important than any question of foreign policy. Cleveland was a stolid and consistent defender of these democratic principles. In both terms, he entered the White House determined to pare back federal power to the minimum. That meant sharp reduction of the Republican tariff, the elimination of Republican budget surpluses which he and other Democrats considered an outrageous federal seizure of taxpayers' money, the preservation of the gold standard, and the restoration of what old-line Democrats regarded as the fiscal orthodoxy that had prevailed before the Civil War. The simple and plain duty which we owe the people, Cleveland declared, is to reduce the taxation to the necessary expenses of an economical operation of the government, and to restore to the business of the country the money which we hold in the Treasury through the perversion of governmental powers. 10 While Blaine and other Republicans might look back approvingly on President John Quincy Adams's declaration that the purpose of government was the progressive improvement of the condition of the governed, 11 Cleveland, following a different tradition, insisted that, on the contrary, the lesson should be constantly enforced that though the people support the government should not support the people. 12. On the question of black rights, and particularly black voting rights, Cleveland supported the position of Southern whites. He had opposed even moderate Republican Reconstruction as an ugly amalgam of federal bayonets, Republican carpetbaggers, and black rule, and he believed the question of black rights was a matter best left to the South. 13 In his campaign for re-election in 1888 he opposed Lodge's bill authorizing the federal government to protect Southern black voters against fraud and intimidation, what Southerners disparagingly called the Force Bill, while the Republican candidate, Benjamin Harrison, made defense of black rights a prominent campaign theme. Cleveland chose for his cabinet men who shared these views. His Secretary of State in his first term, Thomas F. Bayard, had been a vigorous defender of Southern and states' rights during Reconstruction, an equally vigorous opponent of what he called Republican efforts to manipulate the votes of ignorant and semi-barbarous blacks. He opposed the 14th and 15th Amendments and a devotee of Cleveland's fiscal orthodoxy, especially the gold standard, the defense of which was among the principal aims of his diplomacy. 14 In Cleveland's second term, his first Secretary of State was Walter Q. Gresham, a one-time Republican who had broken with his party in part because of his opposition to the Republican tariff, which was the main reason Cleveland chose him. His second Secretary of State, Richard Olney, was a conservative lawyer who had proven his conservatism with his tough response to striking workers as Cleveland's Attorney General. Democratic attitudes toward foreign policy were closely aligned with the dominant mood of the South, and most Southern leaders were in a decidedly anti-expansionist mood for the better part of 3 decades after the Civil War. Most of the leading architects of the New South sought to modernize the South without resorting to expansion and conflict. Although a few prominent Southerners, such as Alabama's powerful Senator John T. Morgan, sought to revive old dreams of tropical expansion in order to build new markets for Southern produce, most forward-thinking Southerners in the decades after the Civil War considered the national market sufficient to absorb the South's limited productive capability. 15 Economic expansionism, in their view, was a Northern vice. Many Southerners also found the expansionism and occasional bellicosity of Republican foreign policy morally disconcerting, all too reminiscent of what they considered Northern aggressiveness and tyranny during the Civil War and Reconstruction. One of the most prominent of the New South's leaders was Georgia's James Blount, a colonel in the Confederate Army who was elected to the House of Representatives when Georgia re-entered the Union in 1872 and who remained in office for the next 18 years, rising to the influential chairmanship of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Blount's own moralism in foreign policy, as well as his opposition to expansion and the annexation of foreign territories, was very much the product of his experience under the hated Republican rule. Northern military occupation of the South had been an immoral and humiliating denial of the rights of white Southerners, he believed, as well as an enormous and unnecessary drain on the nation's resources. Now, in the post-Reconstruction era, overseas expansion was being championed by the very same Northern leaders who sought to oppress the South, men like Blaine, Garfield, Harrison, and Lodge. As Blount saw it, aggressive radical republicanism had been transformed into aggressive overseas expansionism, and he placed himself squarely in opposition to the trend. As a Victorian-era advocate of the New South, he worked quietly and steadily to incorporate lessons about the evils of Yankee aggression into the critical foreign policy developments of his time. He opposed federal subsidies for shipbuilding and the expansion of overseas diplomatic posts. As a former Confederate and a product of the Reconstruction South, Blount believed he had great sensitivity to the flaws of a self-righteous and aggressive America. The foreign policy he sought would be based on a respect for self-determination, a sensitivity to traditional American notions about self-government, and an opposition to subjugation of a weak people by a stronger one. The changes Blount sought in his New South were based on economic diversification and self-reliance and hinged on minimal connections with the world beyond 16. This Southern perspective, which blended devotion to the principle of self-determination with a tendency toward isolationism, found reflection in the ideology of the National Democratic Party and helped shape Democratic foreign policy throughout the 1880s and early to mid-1890s. Cleveland's restrained view of the federal government's role in domestic policy was complemented by an equally restrained view of the goals and purposes of American foreign policy. In contrast to his Republican predecessors and successors, Cleveland aimed not at increasing but at reducing American overseas involvement. His policy was neutrality, Cleveland declared in his first inaugural address, rejecting any share in foreign broils and ambitions upon other continents and repelling their intrusion here. 17 In both Democratic administrations, from 1885 to 1888 and then from 1893 to 1896, Cleveland's foreign policy, insofar as he articulated one, aimed chiefly to halt or undo what the previous Republican administrations had begun or completed. A dominant theme of Democratic Party thinking and popular rhetoric was that the Republican administrations of Garfield, Arthur, and Harrison had led the United States in a dangerous departure from hallowed American traditions. A supporter of Bayard's appointment as Secretary of State saw, after 4 years of Republican leadership, a foreign policy looming up in the distance at variance with national traditions and involving enormous expenditures and no end of jobbery. Bayard, it was hoped, could put his heel upon it and save us from entanglements of that kind. 18. Bayard tried. Among the Cleveland administration's first acts in 1885 was to withdraw the Freeling-Heisen's-Zavala Treaty from Senate consideration, on the grounds that building an American canal through Nicaragua in return for an American guarantee of Nicaragua's security constituted an absolute and unlimited engagement by the United States, in violation of the principles of neutrality and non-entanglement. 19 Bayard shared Blaine's desire for peace and stability in the hemisphere, and he shared, too, Republican hopes for expanding American commercial opportunities. But these goals need not lead the United States to expansion or entanglement. The prosperity and independence of the Central American states we very much desire, Bayard declared, but no entangling alliances with them or any other power. 20 The Cleveland administration abandoned several trade and reciprocity agreements that the Arthur administration had negotiated with Central American and Caribbean nations, partly because they interfered with the Democrats' primary goal of reducing the Republican tariff, but also because Cleveland feared they represented the beginnings of a policy of establishing economic protectorates in the Caribbean. 21 The administration buried the treaty ratifying the Berlin Convention concerning the Congo, which the Arthur administration had helped negotiate, on similar grounds. Extricating the United States from foreign entanglements was not always easy, however, especially for a man like Bayard, who, as the Samoan affair showed, had genuine concerns for the fate of peoples who looked to the United States for help, a commitment to the principle of self-determination, and a strong desire to uphold what he considered America's honor against a variety of global bullies. President Cleveland also had a strong sense of honor, both personal and national. He did not enjoy the attacks launched on him by Republicans and even by some Democrats for what critics charged was a foreign policy of retreat and weakness. The Samoan affair showed how hard it was for even a determined administration to limit or curtail American involvement abroad. The second Cleveland administration, beginning in 1893, made an even more determined effort to change course in foreign policy. The new Secretary of State, Walter Q. Gresham, though himself a one-time Republican, aimed to halt and reverse what seemed to him the dangerous expansionist and warlike course taken by Harrison and Blaine over the previous 4 years. The belligerence and complications over Samoa, the near war with Chile, the accelerating naval buildup and turn to a battleship fleet, and above all the attempted annexation of Hawaii struck Gresham as grave departures from what he called the conservative teachings of the founders of our government. He declared himself opposed to a large army and navy on the old Jeffersonian grounds that a growing military establishment would endanger Republican government. A splendid naval establishment, as he sarcastically called the Republican-inspired naval buildup, was not consistent with the early policy of the Republic. He spoke contemptuously of what is sometimes termed a magnificent or splendid administration and was determined to do something toward bringing the people back to a proper view of things. 22. Like Bayard, and like Carl Schurz, Gresham's opposition to the Republicans' expansive policies stemmed chiefly from his concern about their likely effect on the American polity. Expressing a worldview whose lineage could be traced back to John Randolph and the old Republicans of the early 19th century, and before that to the anti-federalists of the 1780s, he insisted that popular government could not long survive under such a policy. Americans should stay at home and attend to their own business, otherwise they would go to hell as fast as possible. 23. The most egregious Republican policy remained the tariff, but in Gresham's mind, as in Cleveland's and that of many other Democrats, high tariffs and the political corruption they spawned seemed inseparable from Republican expansionism and navalism. They were all symptoms of the same disease. That was why Gresham believed that continuing on a career of foreign acquisitions and colonization would be disastrous for America's Republican institutions, and why he considered it essential that the Cleveland administration pursue a conservative foreign policy to match its conservative domestic policy. All foreign entanglements were dangerous. Even reciprocal trade agreements were objectionable because they entangled the United States in an international economic web and reduced its independence. He insisted that domestic legislation, that is, tariff reform, was preferable to an international agreement. 24. His aim was to isolate the United States as much as possible so as to allow it to enjoy its Republican freedoms without the risk of an overbearing federal government and an oversized military. He sought to roll back the more overt forms of Republican expansionism, such as the annexation of Hawaii. And he was acutely aware that even apparently innocuous and limited forms of American involvement overseas could prove entangling and therefore had to be nipped in the bud. The best example of this danger could be seen in Samoa, where an early and seemingly innocent promise of good offices had entangled the United States and even brought it to the brink of war. Cleveland, in his first annual message in 1893, declared that the Samoan difficulties signally illustrate the impolicy of entangling alliances with foreign powers and the folly of departing from an American tradition of isolation consecrated by a century of observance. For Gresham, Samoa was a prime example of the evils of interference in affairs that do not specially concern us. 25. In one of the more thoughtful critiques of the Blaine School of American Foreign Policy, but also of Bayard's moralist interventionism, Gresham warned that every nation, and especially every strong nation, must sometimes be conscious of an impulse to rush into difficulties that do not concern it, except in a highly imaginary way. To restrain the indulgence of such a propensity is not only the part of wisdom, but a duty we owe to the world as an example of the strength, the moderation, and the beneficence of popular government. 26. Cleveland's and Gresham's desire to extricate the United States from Samoa derived in large measure from their displeasure with the recent course of events in Hawaii. 27. Even before Cleveland took office, Democrats had begun taking steps to slow down and if possible stop the annexation of Hawaii that Harrison had embarked upon in his last weeks in office.
The driving force behind the effort to block the annexation treaty came from a powerful Southern Democrat, Kentucky Congressman James B. McCreary, who had replaced James Blount as chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Working closely with the Southern members of the incoming Cleveland cabinet, McCreary persuaded the new president to postpone consideration of the treaty and appoint a fact-finding commission to look into the circumstances surrounding the overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani and the American role in that civil conflict. Cleveland agreed and, at McCreary's suggestion, appointed as head of the commission none other than the prominent and recently retired Southern Democrat James Blount. 28. Most historians believe that Cleveland and Gresham had not yet decided what they wanted to do about Hawaii. But the appointment of Blount, a well-known New South opponent of expansion and annexation, showed which way they were leaning. Blount had already stated that he did not like the looks of the Hawaiian affair. 3 Southern friends of his were in Cleveland's cabinet: the Secretary of Treasury, the Interior Secretary, and the Secretary of the Navy, and all 3 personally opposed America's territorial expansion and knew that he shared their sentiment. 29. Blount's report on the Hawaiian situation and the behavior of Harrison's minister, John L. Stevens, was predictably censorious. He concluded that the United States had intervened forcefully and improperly to aid the overthrow of the Queen and install a mostly white, pro-annexationist government in Hawaii that did not have the support of the non-white majority. He may have exaggerated popular opposition to the new government, but he probably did not exaggerate the significance of the American role in aiding the overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani. Nor was he alone in decrying this form of intervention as a novel departure from American traditions, no matter how often the United States had undertaken similar efforts in decades past. A majority of Democrats were eager to criticize the late Republican administration in any case. But Blount and other Southerners had their own reasons to find the Harrison administration's behavior disturbing. It was all painfully reminiscent of Blount's experience as a white Southerner of the Reconstruction days, defeated, occupied, removed from national and regional authority by invading Yankee soldiers, politicians, and capitalists. His opposition to Hawaiian annexation derived in part from his principled commitment to self-determination, his sensitivity to traditional American notions about self-government, and an opposition to subjugation of a weak people by a stronger one. As the historian Tennant McWilliams notes, there was much in his past as a Civil War and Reconstruction Southerner to make him look at the world in this way. 30. Gresham, armed with Blount's report, sought to remedy the evil wrought by President Harrison. He and Cleveland insisted that the pending annexation of Hawaii be cancelled and the treaty set aside, a proposal agreed to by the Democrat-controlled Congress. Southern newspapers took the lead in applauding. As the Charleston News and Courier noted, it will go hard with the Republicans to give up Hawaii, it went hard with them to get out of the South. 31. Gresham wanted to go even further. The circumstances of Queen Liliuokalani's overthrow, he believed, had created a moral obligation on the part of the United States to reinstate her. There was logic to his argument. If the United States had wrongly and contrary to the wishes of the Hawaiian population overthrown the Queen, as Blount had determined, then the wrong continued so long as the Queen remained out of office and the fraudulent government that overthrew her remained in power. Gresham believed the United States had an obligation to remove it and restore the Queen. Should not this great wrong be undone, he asked. To critics who objected that restoring the Queen was at the very least impractical, he responded, there is such a thing as international morality. 32. Moreover, if the pro-annexation government remained in power in Hawaii, the Democrats' defeat of Harrison's annexation treaty would be a hollow and short-lived victory. How long before persistent Hawaiian entreaties were finally accepted by a more accommodating Republican administration? Indeed, on July 4, 1894, the Republic of Hawaii proclaimed its independence, and 4 years later under the Republican administration of William McKinley it was annexed to the United States. Gresham's perception of international morality and his opposition to entanglements abroad presented the Cleveland administration with a quandary, however. The United States had been complicit in the removal of the Queen. To restore her would require it to be complicit in another change of government in Hawaii.
The new government would not overthrow itself, especially after the Queen promised to behead its leaders as soon they surrendered. Gresham hinted he would support another coup, even with force if necessary, to put the Queen back on her throne, and as a sign of tacit encouragement for another coup, Cleveland ordered the American warship stationed at Honolulu to depart Hawaiian waters, indicating that the United States would not come to the aid of the current Hawaiian government. 33 But neither Hawaiians nor the U.S. Congress showed much interest in going along with this plan for a second American-inspired change of government. Gresham's defense of the principle of self-determination was running afoul of his commitment to non-intervention, and these two principles would frequently collide over the course of American history. To restore self-determination to a people robbed of it by past American policy required another intervention that would, arguably, rob it again. Gresham's and Cleveland's desire for an American foreign policy of abstention and non-entanglement seemed to require only further intervention and entanglement. How could any administration extricate the United States from this cycle of intervention? Isolationism and retrenchment were a difficult course on which to try to place a nation that had been persistently expanding for more than a century, often at the expense of the self-determination of other peoples. It was especially difficult because, despite the Democratic critique of the excesses of the Harrison administration, both Republican and Democratic leaders could see that popular opinion was broadly hostile to the Cleveland administration's course. The same outcry that had greeted Bayard's forbearing policy toward Samoa now greeted Gresham's Hawaiian policy, though with even greater force. Not only Republicans but leading Democrats attacked him for proposing to overthrow the new republic in Hawaii and restore a corrupt monarchy. Neither the House nor the Senate, both controlled by the Democrats, would back the administration in any interference to restore the Queen. Senator Morgan appealed to the Monroe Doctrine in declaring that when a crown or scepter falls in any kingdom of the Western Hemisphere, it must never be restored, no matter how virtuous and sincere the reasons. 34 Republican politicians and newspaper editors, meanwhile, had a field day. Illinois Senator Shelby Cullom, whose political career stretched back to the Civil War, called Blunt's lowering of the flag over Honolulu no less treasonous than Confederate soldier William B. Mumford's removing the American flag flying over Yankee-occupied New Orleans. 35 Henry Cabot Lodge condemned Cleveland's policy of retreat and surrender. In a widely read article entitled Our Blundering Foreign Policy, published a year later, he accused the administration of abandoning American interests and principles in the Pacific. As Gresham's biographer notes, the Secretary of State's policies on both issues proved politically disastrous. The Hawaiian affair, in particular, handed the Republicans an easily exploited issue and further weakened Cleveland's leadership of the Democratic Party. 36. Despite Cleveland's desires to pull back from the world, in fact, the momentum of American power and ambition was difficult to slow. Even Gresham could not always resist the temptation to wield American influence abroad. He had barely taken the reins at the State Department when he stepped into the middle of a boundary dispute between Colombia and Costa Rica, proffering America's good offices, insisting the dispute be referred to arbitration in Washington, and thereby earning the enmity of the Colombians, much as Blaine had angered the Chileans a decade before. 37. And despite Gresham's derisive comments about the splendid naval establishment, the naval buildup accelerated under the enthusiastic stewardship of Cleveland's Secretary of the Navy, Hillary Herbert, one of several influential Americans who really were influenced by the writings of Mahan. 38 Cleveland sent gunboats to Korea and to China to protect American missionaries, and within a year of taking office he dispatched a much larger fleet of warships to intervene in a civil war between alleged Republicans and alleged monarchists in Brazil. Assistant Secretary of the Navy William Gibbs Mikado, holding the office that Theodore Roosevelt would occupy 3 years later, sounded very Theodore Roosevelt, like when he boasted to a Democratic Party rally of the physical and emotional stimulus that came from the sight of that splendid squadron, carrying our flag with pride over decks cleared for action, as it steamed up the Bay of Rio. The Cleveland administration had given notice to the world that, we were keenly alive to our expressed declarations, that all the Americas are for Americans,
and that our sympathies are of right and do naturally belong to those who believe in a republican form of government. 39. Then in 1895 President Cleveland and his second Secretary of State, Richard Olney, Gresham had died, suddenly pushed for a resolution to a long-simmering and somewhat obscure dispute between Venezuela and Great Britain over the precise location of the western border of British Guiana. The Venezuelans, for whom the matter was not obscure, had repeatedly appealed to Washington to help them, in the spirit of the Monroe Doctrine. In 1894 they had hired a retired American diplomat, William L. Scruggs, to plead their case. Aware that not one American in 10,000 had even heard of the boundary question, Scruggs published a pamphlet with the deliberately explosive title British Aggressions in Venezuela, or the Monroe Doctrine on Trial. The pamphlet gained a wide circulation, and its warnings were repeated by newspapers across the country. 40. Cleveland, already politically vulnerable as a result of the Depression and the disastrous Democratic losses in the 1894 elections, for which he was blamed, quickly found himself on the defensive. Britain was widely hated in the West and South, two Democratic strongholds where his support had collapsed. Critics had in the past accused Cleveland of being a British stooge. An indiscreet letter from the British ambassador indicating that London favoured him over Harrison had hurt him in the 1888 election. Now here were alleged British aggressions against Venezuela, and Republicans and even many Democrats wanted to know what he intended to do about it. Lodge warned that if the president would not uphold the Monroe Doctrine, it would be the duty and the privilege of the next Congress to see that this is done. 41. Cleveland took up the dispute in the spring of 1895 in order to silence domestic critics and defuse the crisis. 42. He could not have believed that British refusal to settle the boundary dispute in 1895 constituted a new act of aggressive imperialism. British stubbornness on this question went back decades. Nor did Cleveland care a whit about Venezuela's claims in the matter. His goal was to avoid confrontation and pursue his conservative foreign policy. Disturbed at the rising tide of jingoism, he hoped to get out in front of the building pressures for a confrontation with England before the newly elected and overwhelmingly Republican Congress convened in December and forced his hand. The blunt-spoken Olney may not have been the best person to defuse a conflict, though. 2 decades of soft words and tactful language, he believed, had undermined respect for the United States in Britain and throughout the Western Hemisphere. He therefore proposed calling the London government up short and demanded that the British submit the dispute to arbitration. In his lawyerly fashion he assembled what amounted to a 10,000-word legal brief on the Venezuelan matter that would, however, be remembered for only one sentence: "Today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition." His note went down in history as the only corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. 43. The irony was that the author had little affection for the doctrine, and his president had even less. The Monroe Doctrine had never found much favor among conservatives and Democrats. Back in the 1820s John Randolph had vowed he would not risk the safety and independence of the United States to defend South Americans from Europeans. 44. President Andrew Jackson had never invoked the doctrine or even mentioned it in public. And neither had any other Democratic president, except James K. Polk, who invoked it to justify his demand for British territory in the north and Mexican territory in the south. Since the Civil War, conservative Democrats had viewed the doctrine as a rhetorical shield behind which Republicans like Blaine attempted to expand American involvement throughout the hemisphere. Olney was disturbed by the penchant of Jingos for invoking it to block European powers from punishing Latin American states for various offenses, or to promote the expansion of United States interests in Central and South America. 45. Cleveland in his first term never mentioned the Monroe Doctrine. 46. He told Bayard he knew it to be troublesome and had no clear conception or information about it, though he knew it had been a doctrine of intervention, not abstention. But now political weakness and Scruggs' successful lobbying had pushed him into a corner. The Venezuelans, the Republicans, many Democrats, and the national press all insisted the doctrine was at risk. Over Olney's objections, Cleveland insisted that in taking its stand on the Venezuelan matter, the administration must squarely vindicate the Monroe Doctrine. 47. A reluctant Olney took care to define what exactly was being vindicated. He was anxious to dispel the wilder pretensions of domestic jingoes. 48. He shared the concern of John Bassett Moore, a confidant of Bayard's, that many Americans, especially Republicans, seemed to believe that the Monroe Doctrine committed us to a kind of protectorate over the independent states of this hemisphere, in consequence of which we are required to espouse their quarrels, though we cannot control their conduct. Olney wanted to refute this notion. In his note to the British he insisted that the doctrine did not establish any general protectorate by the United States over other American states, it did not contemplate any interference in the internal affairs of any American state or in the relations between it and other American states, and it did not justify any attempt by the United States to change the established form of government of any American state or to prevent the people of such state from altering that form according to their own will and pleasure. The Monroe Doctrine had but a single purpose and object, to ensure that no European power or combination of European powers shall forcibly deprive an American state of the right and power of self-government and of shaping for itself its own political fortune and destinies. 49. Olney later boasted to his brother that the doctrine had never before been so carefully defined and so narrowly restricted. 50. He was right. Even the line for which his note became notorious was embedded in a conservative appeal for a foreign policy of passivity and even isolationism. When he declared that the United States was practically sovereign on this continent and its fiat was law, he was not celebrating expansive hegemony but admonishing Americans to cherish the unique security and freedom they enjoyed in their isolated corner of the world. The nation's infinite resources, combined with its isolated position, had made it master of the situation and practically invulnerable against any or all other powers. It was free to act, or not act, unilaterally and without the advice or approval of any other nation. Regional dominance afforded a tranquility undisturbed by the normal competitions for power that were common in Europe. Thus far in our history, Olney explained, we have been spared the burdens and evils of immense standing armies and all the other accessories of huge warlike establishments, and the exemption has largely contributed to our national greatness and wealth as well as to the happiness of every citizen. Were the European powers ever allowed to establish themselves in the hemisphere, these ideal conditions would be destroyed. The United States would have to arm itself to the teeth and convert the flower of our male population into soldiers and sailors. He could not imagine how a greater calamity than this could overtake us. All that stood in the way of this grave peril was the sure but silent force of the doctrine proclaimed by President Monroe. Olney's vision of the doctrine was not the Republican vision. Blaine and his colleagues sought primacy to shape the hemisphere in accordance with American principles and interests and to establish the United States as the region's arbiter, just as Clay, Monroe, and Adams had intended when they first elaborated the Monroe Doctrine. Olney and Cleveland sought primacy in order to avoid involvement in the hemisphere, in the spirit of the doctrine's early opponents. Like Gresham, Olney worried about Americans' penchant for taking on problems that did not concern them, for becoming wrought up to an active propaganda in favor of a cause. The age of the Crusades has passed, he insisted, and he advised Americans to attend to their own security and welfare. His aim was non-intervention, not hegemony. But for the United States to stay out, it was necessary that the Europeans stay out, too. Olney did not expect the British to accept the application of the Monroe Doctrine to the Venezuelan border dispute, or to accept it even in principle, no matter how narrowly he construed it. British Prime Minister Lord Salisbury, after expressing surprise that Olney had fired an elephant gun at this flea of an issue 51, rejected the doctrine in toto. Mr. Monroe's political maxims must always be mentioned with respect, he commented, but international law rested on the general consent of nations and not on unilateral declarations by one nation, however powerful. The United States could not claim a right to intervene in every frontier dispute that might arise in the Western Hemisphere or even to insist that every dispute be submitted to arbitration. It might or might not have an interest in the particular case of Venezuela,
but its claim was in no way strengthened or extended by the fact that the dispute involved some territory which is called American 52. Olney agreed, privately, and would have been happy to drop all reference to the Monroe Doctrine if the British would simply accept arbitration. But Cleveland would have none of it. He had made the Monroe Doctrine the core of the American case, and now the British had repudiated it. The matter could not be left there. To Congress in December 1895, he insisted that the doctrine upon which we stand is strong and sound, was meant to apply at every stage of our national life, and could not become obsolete while our republic endures. Even if it had not been admitted in so many words to the code of international law, it involved principles of a peculiar, if not exclusive, relation to the United States, which therefore had a right to claim it as international law as certainly and as securely as if it were specifically mentioned. The President concluded that he was fully alive to the responsibility incurred in staking out this position, and keenly realized all the consequences that may follow. He was, nevertheless, firm in my conviction that, there is no calamity which a great nation can invite which equals that which follows from a supine submission to wrong and injustice, and the consequent loss of national self-respect and honor, beneath which are shielded and defended a people's safety and greatness. 53. Observers on both sides of the Atlantic assumed Cleveland was ready to go to war. The Republican press cheered. Theodore Roosevelt prepared to enlist in what he hoped would be an invasion of Canada, telling a friend, "If there is a muss I shall try to have a hand in it myself." 54. Many Democratic politicians were relieved that the President no longer appeared to be a British lackey. But Cleveland and Olney were not looking for or expecting war. 55. They had hoped all along that the British would see reason and help them outmaneuver their domestic critics. When the British proved unhelpful, Cleveland felt betrayed. It would have been exceedingly gratifying and a very handsome thing for Great Britain to do, he complained, if in the midst of all this administration has had to do in attempts to stem the tide of jingoism, she had yielded or rather conceded something, for our sake. 56. Instead, in their attempt to outmaneuver their critics, Olney and Cleveland had out-jingoed the Jingos. 57. And in the process, they had also redefined what constituted a conservative foreign policy. Before the Venezuela crisis, traditional conservative principles had simply called for non-intervention and non-entanglement, even in the Western Hemisphere. Cleveland and Olney now broadened the conservative ambition. They claimed a right to remain practically invulnerable as against any or all other powers. This was a form of isolationist exceptionalism, but it was an expanded definition of isolationism. Cleveland and Olney now claimed that the United States, alone among the world's powers, had a special right not to have to confront the geopolitical challenges and strategic dangers that all other great powers in history had faced. This was a different kind of reaction to America's increased power from that of Blaine and the Republicans. But it was a response to power. Even isolationists adopted an expanded vision of American needs and interests. Henceforth, isolationism in the United States would mean hemispheric primacy. The Venezuelan affair was a political victory for Cleveland, but his most loyal supporters felt betrayed. To Thomas Bayard and other members of the cabinet, Olney's policy was all too reminiscent of the blustering jingoism of Blaine. 58. The president's Wall Street supporters were outraged, fearing confrontation with Great Britain infinitely more than British control of the mouth of the Orinoco. 59. Yale international law professor Theodore S. Woolsey declared, "This is not the Monroe Doctrine. It is dictatorship pure and simple." These were lonely voices, however. Cleveland's most committed foes, and a majority of Americans, applauded what they regarded as his bold challenge to the British. William McKinley declared that the President's firm and dignified stand will command the approval of the people of Ohio. 60. And John Hay in London informed an apprehensive British government that the American people were nearly unanimous in their support of Cleveland's policy. 61. The British government ultimately settled the boundary dispute and took the opportunity to declare in a more formal manner than ever before that they would cede dominance of the hemisphere to the United States. Arthur Balfour, the Tory leader in the Commons, declared in January 1896 that Britain had no forward policy in South America and that it had never desired and did not now desire, either to interfere in the domestic concerns of any South American state or to acquire for ourselves any territory that belongs to them. Instead, he made a plea for permanent Anglo-Saxon friendship and unity. The prospect of war with the United States, he declared, was akin to the unnatural horror of civil war. We should be fighting our own flesh and blood, speaking our own language, sharing our own civilization. The day would come, he predicted, when some statesman of authority would lay down the doctrine that between English-speaking peoples war was impossible. 62 This British search for Anglo-Saxon amity was a response not only to Cleveland's belligerence but also to fears of Germany and Russia and to perceived vulnerabilities across the expanse of the British Empire. It was the beginning of a global strategic realignment that would reshape the international system in the 20th century and that almost immediately raised concerns on the European continent, especially in Germany, about an Anglo-American global dominion. Those issues lay in the future. In the meantime, the British government went so far as to propose a conference to discuss officially codifying the Monroe Doctrine as international law, de jure as well as de facto. But Olney rejected the proposal out of hand. To seek international approval of the Monroe Doctrine might impinge on America's unilateral right to determine its own interests and prerogatives. Olney declared that the United States was content with existing status of Monroe Doctrine, which, as well as its application to said controversy, it regards as completely and satisfactorily accepted by the people of the Western continent. 63. This was hardly the case. America's neighbors in the Western Hemisphere were both appalled by and apprehensive about what they regarded as a new, bolder assertion of American hemispheric primacy. Whatever goodwill might have been earned from helping Venezuela reach a settlement with Britain had been entirely undermined by Olney's refusal to take Venezuelans into his confidence during the negotiations, and by a boundary settlement that gave them much less territory than they believed they deserved. Throughout Latin America, but also throughout Europe, voices of alarm were raised by U.S. policies and statements. The German press strongly objected to U.S. claims under the Olney-Cleveland interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine. 64 In general, worldwide opinion of the United States began to shift and to regard the rising power as more dangerous than previously understood. This had not been Cleveland's and Olney's intention, but it was their legacy. 65. The humanitarian war. The Venezuela crisis proved but a prelude to the main drama, which was just beginning to brew in Cuba as the confrontation with the British headed toward settlement. In the controversy over what to do about the newly erupted insurgency in Cuba, the Cleveland administration confirmed the essentially conservative and non-interventionist nature of its foreign policy. The nation as a whole confirmed its rejection of that approach. Americans had paid little attention to Cuba since the Virginius crisis of 1873. The 10 Years' War ended in 1878 with a Spanish promise to provide eventual autonomy to Cuba under Spanish sovereignty. Although a series of reforms were enacted on the island, and reformers among the Spanish colonial authorities attempted to govern with a lighter hand, the promise of autonomy had gone unfulfilled. A series of uprisings followed in 1879, 1883, 1885, 1892, and 1893 but had not amounted to much. Then in February 1895 another rebellion broke out. At first it appeared doomed to fail like the others. But in the fall of 1895 the rebel armies scored some stunning successes, spread their attacks out across the country, and struck at the heart of Cuban wealth in the western part of the island. 66. The rebels attacked not only Spanish colonial power but the colonial economy. The chains of Cuba have been forged by its own riches, the leading rebel general, Maximo Gomez, explained, and it is necessary to put an end to this in order to finish it soon. 67. He decreed that all economic activity on the island must cease, all sugar plantations will be destroyed, the standing cane set fire and the factory buildings and railroads destroyed. Work itself was a crime against revolution, 68 and Gomez decreed that any worker assisting the operation of the sugar factories will be executed. 69 Winning the war required taking ruthless measures. What is necessary is to triumph, and the most efficacious and effective means to reach this end, even though they might appear severe, are always the best. The rebel strategy was to destroy Cuba in order to save it. It was necessary to burn the hive in order to disperse the swarm. 70. While the destruction of property was primarily a military strategy against Spain, for some it was also part of a revolution against the wealthy property owners in Cuba. Witnessing the sad and painful disparity between rich and poor, Gomez exclaimed, "Blessed be the torch." In a decree of July 1896 he ordered rebel forces to burn and destroy all forms of property as rapidly as possible everywhere in Cuba. It was necessary, said one rebel leader, to destroy the idols before which those stained with blood fall to their knees. How committed the rebels were to social revolution was unclear. The language of class struggle mingled with the language of the Declaration of Independence and the Gettysburg Address. The Cuban Revolution, Gomez declared, would raise high the banner of a true democracy, of a republic by the people and for the people. The goal that united the majority of Cubans, though a substantial minority did not share it, was independence. 71. For Spain, the primary danger was to colonial authority. The rebel success in crippling the Cuban economy and spreading throughout the island discredited the moderates who had attempted to pursue a policy of conciliation. Power shifted to conservatives, who demanded that the rebellion and its supporters be crushed before they got out of hand. 72 In early 1896 the Spanish authorities appointed General Valeriano Weyler as Governor-General of the island to replace the more conciliatory Arsenio Martínez de Campos. Before arriving in Cuba the highly regarded Weyler had criticized Martínez for trying to negotiate and end the conflict. War should be answered by war. He recognized the futility of trying to defeat the rebels in a straightforward military campaign, however. Even the 200,000 troops at his command could not defeat an insurgency that lived off the land, mingled with the rural populace, and melted into the countryside whenever a Spanish force approached. Martínez had already concluded that defeating the insurgency would require the relocation of the entire rural population away from the zones of insurgent operations to specially constructed fortified centers under Spanish control. But he had rejected the idea as inhumane. Spain would not be able to feed or house the hundreds of thousands of refugees moved into the camps, and the conditions of hunger and misery in these centers would be incalculable. 73 Weyler, however, saw no alternative. In early 1896 he launched the policy of reconcentration. He ordered that the rural population be moved into specially designated zones garrisoned by Spanish forces. Anyone found outside the zones would be considered a rebel and dealt with accordingly. Over the remainder of the year several 100,000 reconcentrados, the majority of them women, children, and older men, were herded into the camps. They brought with them only what they could carry. Weyler ordered the countryside turned into a wasteland that would be incapable of supporting the rebels. Spanish military forces scoured the countryside in search of all signs of human activity. Villages and planted fields were burned, food reserves were set ablaze, homes were razed, and livestock was seized. Animals that could not be driven to Spanish-held zones were slaughtered. All farming was banned, as was all trade between the country and the cities. 74 Now both sides in the war were bent on destroying the Cuban economy. Weyler also targeted the political elite in Havana and other cities. He silenced the opposition press and ordered the arrest of politicians known to favor independence or even autonomy, and indeed anyone who criticized the government. In July 1896 the American consul counted 720 political prisoners in Havana. 75 Another American reported that every 10 days or so crowds of handcuffed men are driven through the streets of Havana, on their way to transport ships which will convey them to penal settlements on the African coast. Many of these men represented the elite of Cuban society. He guessed that some 10,000 prominent citizens had been shipped overseas since Weyler's arrival. Weyler did not succeed in defeating the insurgency, however,
At least not immediately. Martinez de Campos had predicted that even the dead will rise against him, and rebel ranks did grow as a result of his repressive policies. The triumph of the invasion persuaded many previously unsympathetic to separatist goals that the insurrection could succeed. The ruthlessness of Weyler's regime convinced them the insurrection had to succeed. 76. From the beginning of the rebellion in 1895, President Cleveland had no interest in involving the United States in the Cuban struggle. While both he and Olney knew that American investments on the island were substantial, perhaps $50 million, and that American trade with Cuba was lucrative, they did not consider it enough to warrant entanglement in the messy conflict. Olney's business-like attitude toward Americans with property in Cuba was that they had taken a calculated risk in a place with a history of instability, and it was not the U.S. government's responsibility to bail them out. Nor did Cleveland have any sympathy for the rebels. He and Olney were outraged by their deliberate brutality, their systematic destruction of private property, and their avowed intention to destroy Cuba in order to save it. Cleveland referred to them, in private, as the most inhuman and barbarous cutthroats in the world. 77. When Olney met with Cuban junta leaders, he asked them if they approved the rebel strategy of burning crops and plantations. When they replied that it was the only strategy capable of defeating Spain, he said curtly, "There is but one term for such action. We call it arson." 78. At a broader level, Cleveland, Olney, and many others were convinced that the rebels, and the Cuban people generally, even if they succeeded in defeating Spain, were unfit for democracy and incapable of establishing a stable and reliable government. This view partly derived from Americans' low estimate of Spanish culture and the centuries of oppression that had done so much damage to the Latin character. There was also a substantial degree of racism involved. A large proportion of the rebel army was black, as was one of the 3 rebel generals. The Spanish government skillfully played on these American fears. The minister in Washington warned Olney that the Negro elements made up the most important part of the revolution. Spanish rule represented civilization in Cuba, while a rebel victory meant black equality and perhaps even black domination. Olney in turn warned Cleveland that once Spain was driven out of Cuba, a bloody war of races would be precipitated. 79. Cleveland's hostility, however, was only partly based on an assessment of the rebels and their followers. The problem was the rebellion itself and the painful conundrum it raised for American policy and for Cleveland personally. He desperately wanted to avoid involvement in the conflict between Spain and its colony, both because this was his natural inclination and because he feared the effects of a war on the still reeling American economy. When Olney at one point suggested a closer investigation of the situation, Cleveland demurred. He did not want any investigations. To examine conditions in Cuba would be to acknowledge that the United States had an interest in the matter. He knew this would take him down a path toward eventual entanglement, a possible confrontation with Spain, and in the end responsibility for affairs in Cuba. He wanted no part of any of this. He preferred to ignore Cuba to the extent possible and hoped Spain could bring the conflict to a close quickly. Olney informed the Spanish government that the United States opposed Cuban independence, opposed recognition of the rebels, and supported Spain's efforts to pacify the island. The rest was up to Spain. Throughout the last year of his presidency, Cleveland stuck to this stance, despite mounting public pressures to change course and support the rebels and Cuban independence. Unfortunately for Cleveland, Spain could not quash the rebellion quickly enough. When the rebels reached the outskirts of Havana, forcing the governor-general to place the Cuban capital under martial law, even skeptics in Washington started to believe that the rebels might succeed, or at least that the Spanish could not defeat them. The sense that the Cuban people were united behind the rebellion gave the movement cachet in the United States. In September 1895, Olney, despite his antipathy toward the rebels, acknowledged that they enjoyed the support of 9/10 of the Cuban population, including not only the rural campesinos but also significant numbers of the Cuban elite in the cities who were fed up with Spanish misrule. 80. The Cuban independence movement rapidly developed a wide and enthusiastic following in the United States. To most Americans,
the rebels were patriots struggling for independence and republican freedoms, backed by the overwhelming support of the Cuban people. Some questioned whether Cubans were capable of self-government, but no one questioned whether the rebel cause was essentially just and worthy of sympathy. For most, the issue was less the virtues of the rebels than the evil they were fighting against. The revolutionary crisis of 1895 had erupted against a background of long-standing American animosity toward Spain and its presumed history of barbarism and cruelty against peoples in the Western Hemisphere. The Black legend still lived in American imaginations, and it was vividly brought to life in the person of Weyler, the butcher. The surprising success of the rebellion seemed to offer proof that the backward Spanish Empire was tottering and could no longer hold Cuba. The generation that held the reins of power in America, men in their 50s like William McKinley and John Hay, still remembered the Virginias. That mortifying incident of 1873, one contemporary recalled, had not been forgotten by the American people, and the memory of it gave poignancy to the anger with which they viewed the barbarities of Weyler 81. Some remembered the trail of broken Spanish promises that had followed the conclusion of the 10 Years' War in 1878. As Daniel E. Sickles, America's former minister in Madrid, wrote Olney, Spain has only herself to blame for the present insurrection. It had pledged to provide the Cubans a large measure of self-government, but Cuba remained the worst governed spot on this continental hemisphere. America's own independence was founded on the right of insurrection, and the heroic struggle made by the insurgents to emancipate themselves and their island from Spanish rule deserved sympathy and support. 82. To capitalize on these American sentiments, the Cubans established a junta in New York to lobby for support. It far surpassed William Scruggs's prodigious efforts on the Venezuela dispute, filling the nation with sympathy meetings, carnivals, theatrical performances, public addresses, the publication of its own newspaper, and the systematic preparation and distribution of a deluge of propaganda pamphlets. 83. The junta had a receptive American audience, and its efforts were powerfully aided by an attentive press eager to respond to evident popular interest in the Cuban crisis. As a result, the junta became a significant source of both financing and political influence for the Cuban independence movement. When the overwhelmingly Republican Congress assembled for the first time in December 1895, it was flooded with petitions from across the country and from broad sectors of American society, from ministerial associations, city councils, state legislatures, veterans associations, mass meetings, universities, boards of trades, trade unions, national granges, peace societies, professional men's organizations, chambers of commerce, and every other imaginable civic association. The typical appeal expressed our sympathy to the Cuban people in their struggle for freedom and independence and called on the government to recognize the Cuban rebels and to take measures to support Cuba's independence from Spanish tyranny. 84. Members of Congress responded to the public outpouring of sympathy by passing resolutions in the House and Senate in early 1896 calling on the President to recognize a state of belligerency in Cuba and to provide American-friendly offices to convince the Spanish government to grant the Cubans their independence. The Senate passed its resolution 64-6, the House resolution passed 247-27. The votes revealed support that spanned the political and ideological spectrum. The moderate and generally cautious Republican John Sherman of Ohio, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, took the floor to condemn the intolerable conditions in Cuba, warning that the American people would not wait much longer before intervening to put an end to crimes, almost beyond description. 85. Cleveland quickly became isolated and besieged on the question of Cuba, as he was on many other issues. The only group that seemed to favor his stance of non-interference was the American business community, which was profoundly hostile to the idea of war with Spain over Cuba and to any step that might lead to one. Editorials in the business press expressed overwhelming opposition to Cuban independence or recognition of the rebels. 86. Business interests on Wall Street and in other financial centers across the country worried that a conflict would stall recovery from the lingering depression. Those with no interests in Cuba were fearful that war would disrupt returning prosperity. They were afraid of its cost and undetermined consequences, and therefore they wanted peace at almost any price. 87 businessmen with significant investments in Cuba, like Edwin F. Atkins, had their own reasons for opposing conflict with Spain. Atkins's vast plantations in Cuba were under special protection of the Spanish government, which would be withdrawn the instant the United States recognized the insurgents. The president of the Spanish-American Iron Company and the representative of Bethlehem Steel's Jurigua Iron Company wrote Secretary Olney that our interests will be jeopardized if belligerency is recognized, as the protection of troops will be withdrawn, which means the immediate closing of our mines, and the probable destruction of our properties, particularly the railway and the dock and harbor improvements. 88 These influential investors lobbied the administration directly, none more effectively than Atkins, a friend of Olney's, who became his main source of information and of advice about the proper course to take. 89 Atkins's influence extended to Congress as well, where representatives of his home state of Massachusetts unanimously opposed pro-Cuban resolutions. 90. Support from the business community did not compensate for the hostility Cleveland's stance provoked in the press and across the political spectrum, including within his own party. Indeed, it damaged him politically. Business hostility to an interventionist policy in Cuba was so well known that Cleveland's conservative approach to Cuba, like his conservative approach to the economy, was widely assumed to be dictated by Wall Street. When William Randolph Hearst later launched an attack on McKinley's policy, he accused the Republican president of having yielded to the same influences that have taken President Cleveland captive. He is listening with an eager ear to the big business interests. 91. As the pressure mounted in the waning months of 1896, Cleveland and Olney looked to Spain for answers. Olney advised the Spanish government to enact political reforms on the island, and above all to make good on the old promise of autonomy. He offered American support if Spain could show progress and predicted the rebels would lose their attraction, both in the United States and in Cuba. He also offered America's services as a disinterested mediator in any negotiation with the rebels. 92 But the Spanish Prime Minister politely rejected the proposal, insisting there was no effectual way to pacify Cuba unless it begins with the actual submission of the armed rebels to the mother country. 93 Cleveland despaired of a solution. In his final message to Congress in December 1896, he warned Spain not to assume Washington would remain on a peaceful course forever. It cannot be reasonably assumed that the hitherto expectant attitude of the United States will be indefinitely maintained. While we are anxious to accord all due respect to the sovereignty of Spain, we cannot view the pending conflict in all its features, without considering that by the course of events we may be drawn into such an unusual and unprecedented condition, as will fix a limit to our patient waiting for Spain to end the contest, either alone and in her own way, or with our friendly cooperation. 94. The crisis in Cuba unfolded at a time of political turmoil in the United States, and as always, the line between the domestic and the foreign blurred. If the lingering economic depression made businessmen wary of a war that could derail recovery, that same depression had also reshaped Cleveland's Democratic Party, pushing it in a more populist direction. Throughout most of his second term, Cleveland and his conservative Bourbon wing of the party were under siege. The depression had thrown millions out of work. Farmers suffered from depressed prices, workers from depressed wages, and this produced a wide array of proposals for social and economic reform to alleviate the pain. Some would prop up farm prices or subsidize farmers. Most contained measures to inflate the currency. All required more active government intervention in the economy. The proposal that rallied the most support across the nation was abandonment of the gold standard and the coinage of silver as a means of inflating the currency and loosening monetary policy. Silver Republicans in the western states of Nevada, Colorado, and the Dakotas liked the plan partly because it benefited mining interests. But the biggest effect was on the Democrats. Silver was the platform on which William Jennings Bryan would ride to the party's nomination in 1896. Cleveland resisted all these measures. He did not believe an inflated currency was the answer to what ailed the economy. Like most Democrats of his generation,
he opposed federal spending and believed in limited government. He also shared with many Americans, and with many Republicans, a suspicion and mistrust of new and seemingly radical forces, including the populists and the burgeoning movement of organized labor. His response to the 1894 Pullman strike in Illinois was to send in federal troops, over the objection of the state's liberal governor, John Peter Altgeld. His actions won support from conservatives but alienated Altgeld and many others, and the whole affair became a microcosm of the contest within the Democratic Party, between angry workers and established social groups and federal and local authority. 95 Cleveland so aroused laborers and friends of labor that they turned not only against him but temporarily from the Democratic Party. In monetary policy, he upheld the gold standard against its many critics. When he vetoed legislation on silver coinage, he split his party wide open and lost most of it. His refusal to compromise on the money question, and his reluctance to take sufficient positive action in dealing with the Depression made his conservatism increasingly unattractive to much of the nation. 96 When he publicly conferred with J.P. Morgan, his opponents cited it as confirmation that he was a tool of the plutocrats. He had become identified with conservative wealth and nostalgia for a fictitious past, the captive of men who put on dress suits and talk at banquets on great subjects. 97 The Depression, and to a lesser extent Cleveland's response to it, shifted the American political landscape. The 1894 elections produced the largest reversal of congressional political strength in American history. 98 The Democrats lost 113 seats in the House and 5 in the Senate, and rebellion in party ranks followed in 1895. While the Republicans were the chief beneficiary of the protest vote, politicians in both major parties were alarmed by the 1.5 million votes for populist candidates, almost 50% more than in 1892. Republicans had their own quasi-populist strain in the Silver Republicans from western mining states. But the turmoil in the Democratic Party was greater. In the South, the reaction against the Democratic leadership had enabled the populists to recruit independents, dissident elements, and reform-minded groups that had maintained a nominal allegiance to the Democratic Party but had long been dissatisfied with its bourbon character. 99 The Democrats in the West and South would succeed in recapturing the party faithful in 1896, but doing so required nominating the popular Bryan and adopting much of the populists' rhetoric and some of their proposals. 100 Democrats in the Midwest also responded to the new climate. Governor Altgeld, though no populist, promised reform and appealed to populists and workers, as did Nebraska's Bryan. Cleveland's party was changing and leaving him behind. By 1896 the president was no longer speaking the same language as the people of the South and the West. 101. Although the populists were not big winners in elections, the influence of populist and reformist ideas on both parties and on the future course of American history was significant. As with all broad-based movements in American society, populism meant different things to different people. It was an amalgam of backward-looking nostalgia for an agrarian past and forward-looking demands for progressive change. Though the populists hoped to preserve the values of a bygone age, they were bent on reversing many old Jacksonian doctrines. On at least one major question, the role of the federal government, many of them departed from traditional conservative democratic thinking. We believe that the powers of government should be expanded, the preamble to the 1892 platform declared, as rapidly and as far as the good sense of an intelligent people shall justify. 102 Emerging leaders of the Democratic Party, the New Democracy, as it was known, men like Altgeld and Bryan, were perhaps even more committed to the idea of progress and to expanding the role of government to improve society and the lives of people. 103. Bryan, who would lead the Democratic Party as its presidential candidate for the next dozen years, was no typical post-Civil War Democrat. He paid his respects to the traditions of Jefferson and Jackson, but he also added Lincoln to his political holy trinity. His belief in the idea of progress was the thread running through most of his speeches and writings. It was also the link between the message he preached and his conception of the mission of America. The larger the area of our vision, Bryan proclaimed, the more we see that needs to be done. 104.
Changing political alignments and ideologies influenced the foreign policy debate. Many of the people rebelling against the conservative democracy saw echoes of their struggle in Cuba, where workers, farmers, the poverty-stricken, and the common man were also pitted against heartless plutocrats and the forces of conservatism, or so it seemed to many. Populists like Nebraska Senator William V. Allen were among the first and loudest supporters of Cuban independence, and he was joined by other populist senators and by silver Republicans like Colorado's Henry Teller and Utah's Frank Cannon. 105 People in the West and South, who were disposed to see themselves as underdogs in their own country, also viewed the Cubans as the oppressed victims of Spanish tyranny. The Spanish government sent troops to put down the workers in Cuba. Cleveland sent troops to put down the workers in Illinois. In the same breath that they expressed concern with the fate of the Cuban insurrectos, the frustrated classes charged aggression by Wall Street. 106 In 1895 the Journal of the Knights of Labor called the Cuban Revolution one of the most righteous ever declared in any country, insisted it be supported by every lover of liberty and free government in this country, and condemned the Cleveland administration for acting in the interest of tyranny and oppression, to prevent Cuba from becoming the land of the free and home of the brave. At its 1895 and 1896 conventions, the American Federation of Labor passed resolutions supporting Cuban independence and called on the administration to follow the example of the people of France in giving recognition and aid to the fathers in their struggle to secure the independence of the colonies. 107 The Populist Party platform in 1896 included a special section devoted to Cuba, offering the deepest sympathy for their heroic struggle for political freedom and independence and calling on the United States government to recognize that Cuba is, and of right ought to be, a free and independent state. 108. Historians have attributed these expressions of support for the Cuban Revolution to a kind of mass hysteria or psychic crisis brought on by economic calamity and political failure. 109 But these sentiments crossed all political, economic, and geographical lines. The Knights of Labor and the People's Party employed the same arguments and rhetoric as the moderate Republican Senator John Sherman, the steel magnate Andrew Carnegie, the Bostonian Henry Cabot Lodge, and the New York reformer Theodore Roosevelt. Cuba became a national issue in 1896 and could be exploited by both parties for political ends, not because some parts of the nation were gripped by madness but because it struck a chord for a majority of Americans. Indeed, it struck more than one chord. Cuba presented to Americans the picture of a people's struggle for independence against a backward and brutal Catholic tyranny out of step with the spirit of the age. It offered up a humanitarian tragedy of unprecedented proportions in America's own hemisphere, indeed less than 100 miles from American shores. And it did so at a time when many saw the United States as a rising, powerful nation, one that had long since proclaimed a right, if not an obligation, to shape at least the Western Hemisphere to conform to American principles. The significance of the populist revolt and the overall transformation of the Democratic Party was not that it brought a class-based hysteria to American politics, or that it produced a new impulse toward moralism and activism in American foreign policy. Those impulses had long resided in the Republican Party. The most important effect of the political upheaval of the 1890s was that it brought the Republicans back to power and weakened the conservative forces in the Democratic Party that had long resisted Republican activism both at home and abroad. The Republicans were the big winners in 1894 and 1896. The Depression was the catalyst that ended the GOP's long search for a national majority. Republicans gained support because the party's economic and political doctrines, the activist state, seemed more attuned to change than the old Democratic doctrines and more practicable than those of the populists. Big federal spending, the infamous billion-dollar Congress, had hurt the Republicans in 1890 and 1892. But in 1894 and 1896, in the midst of the Depression, Republicans' spending on soldiers' pensions and internal improvements and their defense of the high tariff were politically popular, especially in contrast to Cleveland's refusal to respond to the economic emergency with government action. 110. The 1896 election was no Republican landslide. William McKinley won 51% of the popular vote and a solid victory in the Electoral College, but Bryan and his followers argued that the Democrats lost a few states by such slim margins that the election could easily have gone the other way. They boasted that Bryan won more votes, 6.5 million, than any other candidate in history except McKinley. In Congress, 1,896 solidified Republican gains from 1894 but did not significantly add to them. The election, however, ended a long stalemate in American politics. Since the 1870s, Republican policies had been frequently checked and intermittently rolled back by Democrats in control of one or both houses of Congress, then by Cleveland's 2 terms in the White House. When in power, Republicans who favored activism both at home and abroad had been forced to move cautiously in a closely divided nation. 111 The Democrats, both in Congress and in the White House, had been the party of the negative, relishing the chance to slash federal activity, cut expenditures, repeal laws, and end governmental interference in the affairs of private citizens. Cleveland in his 2 terms had vetoed over 2/3 of the measures presented to him, more than all his predecessors combined. 112 In foreign policy, he had let treaties languish or, as in the case of Hawaii, had tried to reverse the activist policies of his Republican predecessors. The breaking of the political logjam released government activism from the restraining effect of the previous era's 2 decades of political equilibrium. Republican leaders of a more activist inclination, which included the new Republican president, could begin to glimpse the broader possibilities for energetic government. 113 McKinley has been viewed by later generations of Americans as a conservative, but for his time he was a moderate liberal in the national Republican mold. 114 He was certainly cautious. 2 decades of competing for office in Ohio, where the 2 parties were in rough balance throughout the 1880s, had impressed upon him the need for compromise and also had made him acutely sensitive to the ebbs and flows of popular attitudes. He was always reluctant to take a new stand without consulting public opinion. But to consult public opinion in this era was to be a sometime advocate for change and for a larger government role. McKinley favored civil service reform to improve government efficiency and reduce corruption. He favored government intervention in the economy, including that most intrusive form of intervention, the high tariff. He was widely known as a champion of labor and claimed to believe in the high tariff because it ensured prosperity for the worker. It was typical of McKinley's moderate tendencies, however, that he was willing to entertain alternatives to the high tariff. He supported Blaine's attempt to substitute reciprocity treaties, for instance. Nor was he inflexible on currency questions. He had been pro-silver in his early political career and continued to favor some form of monetary expansion because he thought it expanded the economy. He supported some regulation of business and favored restraints on corporate influence because his idea of national development required harmony among the classes and protection against the excessive power of any single interest or set of interests. McKinley's idol was James Blaine, and like Blaine he favored a modernized version of Henry Clay's progressive American system. No less a progressive icon than Robert La Follette considered McKinley a leading representative of the newer view in American politics. 115. In foreign policy, McKinley was neither conservative nor radical but a mainstream Republican. Foreign policy was not his principal interest. He had never served on a foreign affairs or military affairs committee in Congress. He said very little about foreign policy during his campaign. He did not utter the word Cuba either orally or in writing. He was not known as a jingo. Early in his presidency he assured Carl Schurz there would be no jingo nonsense in his administration. He was not in the circle of Eastern intellectuals that included Lodge, Roosevelt, and Henry and Brooks Adams. He regarded Roosevelt as a loose cannon. Roosevelt returned the compliment, suggesting that McKinley had all the backbone of a chocolate eclair. He neither knew nor, apparently, read Mahan. He did not extol the idea of war as beneficial to the nation, the way Roosevelt and some others did. He did not feel the need to prove his mettle in combat, for he had long ago made his reputation as a soldier, and the prospect of war did not excite him. Even after the explosion of the Maine, he privately told friends, "I have been through one war. I have seen the dead piled up, and I do not want to see another. 116. For the foreign policy posts in his cabinet, he picked no firebrands but men who shared his cautious temperament. His key man at the State Department, under the aged John Sherman, was Assistant Secretary William Day, who in turn looked to Alvey A. Adie and John Bassett Moore, both department fixtures and past advisors to the Cleveland administration. 117 He named the cautious and deliberative John D. Long as Secretary of the Navy and reluctantly agreed to give Roosevelt the post of Assistant Secretary. Roosevelt wielded little influence either within the administration, where he was constantly frustrated in his efforts to shape policy, or in Congress, where he was regarded by all except Lodge as an outsider. 118. If McKinley was the very model of a mainstream Republican, however, this meant that in foreign as in domestic policy he stood for a significantly greater degree of activism than Cleveland and the conservative Democrats. He was an admirer of Blaine's approach to the world and in Congress had worked to support his vision of a pan-hemispheric political and commercial community, with the United States at its head. The 1896 Republican platform was, as always, more ambitious and aggressive than the Democratic one on both foreign and domestic policy. Republicans promised to resume many of the diplomatic initiatives begun under Harrison and Blaine and then halted by Cleveland. These included the annexation of Hawaii, the construction, finally, of a Nicaraguan canal owned and operated by the United States, the purchase of the Danish West Indies, the continuation of the naval buildup, and in Cuba, the use of American influence and good offices to restore peace and give independence to the island. 119 McKinley's goals in foreign policy were those of his party. 120 He had no grand design and had never proposed a special global program or strategy. But he shared with many Republicans a belief that the United States should play a larger role in the world as defined by the issues of the day. Also, like many Republicans, and like many Democrats, too, he felt a deep moral concern for the massive civilian suffering in Cuba. He was genuinely moved by descriptions of starving and diseased women and children in reconcentration camps. 121. The burst of American foreign policy activity in the last 3 years of the 19th century has been the source of endless theorizing and speculation by American historians and political scientists. However, the best explanation may also be the most prosaic. The election of a mainstream Republican, cautious in his methods but fairly determined in his principles, produced an approach to foreign policy subtly but significantly different from that of the conservative Democrat he replaced. And the defeat of Cleveland's brand of conservatism in the Democratic Party gave wider rein to the moralistic Republican vision that had been nurtured in the messianic struggle of the Civil War. This shift in course was not immediately obvious on the specific issue of Cuba. McKinley's initial approach to that crisis was typically cautious. He had run as the advance agent of prosperity and planned to focus his presidency first and foremost on reviving the economy. He wanted no foreign disruptions, and certainly no foreign war, to distract attention from his domestic economic agenda. In his inaugural address he said little about foreign affairs but made a point of declaring, "We want no foreign wars of conquest, we must avoid the temptation of territorial aggression. Wars should never be entered upon until every agency of peace has failed. Peace is preferable to war in almost every contingency." 122 He consulted carefully with Cleveland on the eve of his inauguration, and the outgoing president left the meeting impressed by McKinley's desire to avoid war. 123 Olney, after a 1.5-hour meeting with the new president, confidently reported to the Spanish minister McKinley's thorough desire to maintain the same attitude towards your government that the last administration aspired to. 124 McKinley himself told the press in June 1897 that I anticipate no departure from the policy of my predecessor. As late as July, one of his cabinet officers confided that the president had formed no Cuban policy. His desire is for the country to enjoy quiet in order that business prosperity may be established. His chief thought is given to securing this one desideratum, quiet. 125. The Republican Party as a whole was obedient to the desires of its popular new leader, at least at first, and this made for one of those partisan merry-go-rounds so common in American politics. Republican newspapers that had been excoriating Cleveland for inaction on Cuba right up until the last days of the Democrats' term now reversed themselves and backed McKinley's inaction. The small group of Republican barons who directed affairs in the House and Senate were dead set against intervention in Cuba and war with Spain. When Cleveland had been in office, they had let party members loose to criticize the Democrats for betraying the cause of Cuban freedom. But once in power they preferred Cleveland's course. The powerful group known simply as the Four Senators, Nelson Aldrich of Rhode Island, William Allison of Iowa, John Spooner of Wisconsin, and Orville H. Platt of Connecticut, joined by McKinley's friend and political advisor Senator Mark Hanna, considered intervention a dangerous and costly venture into the unknown. They shared the common view of the American business community, for as men well acquainted with the operations and trends in business, they did not regard war as a reasonable device to facilitate economic expansion. 126 The other leading Republican, Speaker of the House Thomas B. Reed, was virulently opposed to war and had contempt for the Cuban insurgents. He was happy to bottle up any legislation, whether sponsored by Democrats or Republicans, that might force the new president's hand. The Democrats, meanwhile, released from the burden of defending Cleveland's inaction, now assailed McKinley for pursuing the same course. The National Association of Democratic Clubs demanded the immediate recognition of the belligerent rights of the Cuban people, and Democrats in Congress took every opportunity to denounce the wrongs in Cuba and the spinelessness of McKinley's policy. The Popular Cuba cause offered Democrats a way to reunite and re-energize the party after the debacle of 1896. Bitterness at Bryan's defeat could be channeled into criticisms of McKinley's refusal to stand up for the downtrodden in Cuba. 127 But it was not all partisan politics. The House Democratic leader, Joe Bailey of Texas, had long been a Cuban sympathizer. With a Republican in the White House, he was now freer to vent his feelings. He compared Cuba to the South under Reconstruction and sympathized with those who lived under military occupation, without political rights and ruled by a distant despotic government. 128. When McKinley called a special session of Congress to take up the tariff, therefore, the Democrats insisted on taking up Cuba. On April 6, 1897, Alabama Senator John T. Morgan introduced a resolution calling for recognition of Cuban belligerence, and Republican leaders in the Senate had to beat back this and other Democratic resolutions. Democrats charged the Republicans with rank hypocrisy for abandoning the patriotic and humanitarian statements of their 1896 platform and toadying to big business. Republicans accused the Democrats of playing politics. But they also promised that McKinley would ultimately do right by the Cubans, when and how he saw fit. 129. That promise revealed an underlying reality, which was that despite McKinley's early success holding his troops in line, his ability to keep them there, even with the help of party leaders, was not unlimited. The president was fully in charge of his own administration. He saw eye to eye with his Secretary of State, his Secretary of the Navy, and his other advisors. There were no renegades pushing him toward war. But outside the administration was a different story. Throughout the months before the outbreak of war with Spain, the president worried constantly about Congress taking control of the Cuban issue out of his hands, and with it control of his presidency. Like Cleveland, he had to work to stay one step ahead. 130. The problem was that as McKinley took office, the situation in Cuba was taking a dramatic turn for the worse. By the end of 1896, the full, horrific effects of the reconcentration policy began to emerge. As Martinez de Campos had predicted, local authorities in the designated concentration areas were not equipped to house, clothe, feed, or provide medical care for the huge influx of impoverished people from the countryside. The resulting food shortages, unsanitary living conditions, and lack of care had by the beginning of 1897 produced a humanitarian disaster of such magnitude that some critics would call it a genocide. The reconcentrados began dying by the thousands as a result of famine and disease. In Santa Clara, the U.S. consul reported 17 deaths per month at the beginning of the year, but then the rate accelerated dramatically. There were 275 deaths in Santa Clara in the first 15 days of November alone. By late 1897 in Matanzas, where 14,000 reconcentrados were existing on only 900 daily servings of rice, the American consul reported people dying at the rate of 80 per day, mostly from starvation. The misery and destitution in the city and other towns in the interior are beyond description, he continued. As I write this, a dead Negro woman lies in the street, within 200 yards of the consulate, starved to death, died sometime this morning, and will lie there, maybe, 4 days. A Boston tobacco merchant returned from Cuba in early 1898 and reported to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that of the 35,000 reconcentrados in Cardenas in 1897, 26,000 had died. 131. Observers found the plight of Cuban children especially shocking. Little children could be seen walking about with arms and chest terribly emaciated, eyes swollen, and abdomen bloated to 3 times the normal size. The physicians say these cases are hopeless. An official American delegation reported, "We saw children with swollen limbs and extended abdomens, that had a dropsical appearance, caused by a want of sufficient food." Spanish visitors to the island reported the same human catastrophe. One Spanish visitor outraged by the reconcentration policy reported the condition of the reconcentrados in Matanzas and Santa Clara as horrible and frightful. Based on conversations with priests and soldiers, radicals, and conservatives in early 1898, he reported that all agree that the war and reconcentration policy have led to the death of a third part, at the very least, of the rural population, that is to say, more than 400,000 human beings, with half again that many deaths likely to follow in the coming months. The war and the reconcentration policy had thus finished off more than 600,000 lives. What horror! At a lower estimate of 300,000 deaths, the cost of war and reconcentration by early 1898 was the loss of approximately 1/5 of Cuba's population. An American traveling from Havana to Matanzas in late 1897 reported, "Every house had been burned, banana trees cut down, cane fields swept with fire, and everything in the shape of food destroyed. I did not see a house, a man, woman, or child, a horse, mule, or cow, not even a dog." 132. One myth about the American involvement in Cuba in the late 1890s is that politicians and the public were stirred to a frenzy by sensational and sometimes fabricated stories of Spanish barbarities disseminated by the tabloid yellow press of the day, especially by Joseph Pulitzer's New York World and William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal. It was true that the press did print some fabrications sometimes fed to reporters by the Cuban junta just as it did in every other conflict in American history. But the main thrust of what the press reported about events in Cuba was accurate. 133 Even Hearst could not exaggerate the horrors of the reconcentration camps or tell a story more sensational than 300,000 Cubans dying of starvation and disease. Even if the American public had received nothing but dry, unemotional, and unembellished accounts, had they seen only the images of women lying dead in the streets and of children with distended abdomens and emaciated limbs, it is unlikely they would have been less outraged than they were by the stories in the yellow press. The pressure on the McKinley administration to take some action in Cuba was not manufactured by publishers looking for a war to sell newspapers. It was the product of Cuban reality and American outrage over actual human suffering. McKinley had entered office with the situation in Cuba serious but not catastrophic. He had held out some hope for an improvement. The Spanish government insisted whalers' policies were succeeding in weakening the guerrillas, and American officials wanted to believe that Spain could carry out the reforms on the island necessary to win back a substantial portion of the population. "So far as I can learn at present," John Sherman told reporters in January 1897, "the Spanish government intends granting extensive reforms in Cuba. Thus the insurgents are to have practical autonomy in all matters vital. If this is done, as I am led to believe it will be, that is all that is necessary. The war will be settled." 134 Close observers of the situation in Cuba, however, like the U.S. Consul Fitzhugh Lee, believed this hopeful assessment was far too optimistic, and in the early months of the McKinley administration officials began to abandon it. Neither the Cuban rebels nor the Spanish government seemed inclined to compromise, and the likelihood was for a prolonged military stalemate. With the death toll reaching unheard-of proportions and accelerating with each passing day, the situation in Cuba therefore seemed suddenly much more dire and the need for some kind of solution more urgent. Adding to the urgency, American officials and politicians learned from consular dispatches that among the starving in Cuba were some 800 American citizens. The human realities in Cuba increased pressure on McKinley to act, therefore, and so did political realities in the United States. McKinley, whether he liked it or not, was the leader of a party that had declared its pro-Cuban sentiments. He was widely expected to make good on that commitment, especially by many members of his own party. He faced a Democratic opposition in Congress that had seized on the Cuba issue to rally its troops. No one had expected Cleveland to do more on behalf of Cuban independence than he had done, but just about everyone expected McKinley to do more. Before embarking on any shift in policy, McKinley wanted his own information. In the spring of 1897 he dispatched a political loyalist, William L. Calhoun, to compile a report on conditions in Cuba. Calhoun submitted it at the end of June, and its conclusions were stark. On the one hand, he informed the president, there seemed no reason to hope for a rapid end to the war. The Spanish lacked the capacity to defeat the insurgents in a straightforward military campaign, which was why they had resorted to the reconcentration policy. That strategy might eventually succeed, but only after it accomplished the utter devastation of the island and its population. Meanwhile, the preferred solution of both Cleveland and McKinley, the establishment of Cuban autonomy as the necessary reform to end the war, was unlikely to succeed. The rebel leaders insisted that the moment for autonomy had passed. They would accept only independence now, and on this issue they seemed to have most of the population on their side. Calhoun also expressed the view shared by many Americans on the island and by many Cubans of the upper classes that independence would be a disaster for Cuba. The people were uneducated and ignorant, he argued, and were not ready to govern themselves. Independence would likely lead to more warfare, famine, and chaos, including the possibility of racial conflict. The options for the United States, therefore, were unattractive. One course would simply be to stand back and wait for the conflict to end through the exhaustion of one or both sides. But Calhoun argued that such a policy was unconscionable given the unfolding humanitarian catastrophe. The horrendous condition of the reconcentrados, the destitution and suffering he witnessed, made his heart bleed for the poor creatures. There was no use to dwell on the sad and gruesome sick picture, he wrote in his report. 135 Yet that sad and gruesome picture was hard to ignore. McKinley also shared the concerns of businessmen that American trade and investments were being severely damaged by the war. Calhoun reported that the almost total ruin and destruction of both life and property that would result from continued war included the total destruction of American property and investments. A lucrative American trade would also suffer, at a time when the economy was still feeling the effects of prolonged depression. These were important considerations, but for McKinley they were secondary to the humanitarian crisis. Basic to all his actions was a deep sense of humanitarianism that made him look with horror on the savage events in Cuba. That they transpired elsewhere than in his own country did not lessen his shock or their importance to his policy. 136. Soon after receiving Calhoun's report, McKinley, through Sherman, set forth the outlines of a new Cuban policy in a note to the Spanish government and instructions to his new minister in Madrid. Abandoning the more restrained approach of Cleveland and Olney, the president declared he was bound by the higher obligation of his office to protest against the uncivilized and inhuman conduct of the campaign in the island of Cuba. He did so in the name of the American people and common humanity. He did not insist that Spain cease fighting the rebels. But he did demand that the struggle at least be conducted according to the military codes of civilization.
It was unacceptable that Spain should use fire and famine to accomplish by uncertain indirection what the military arm seems powerless to directly accomplish. 137 He wanted a solution to the Cuban crisis that was in conformity with the feelings of our people and the inherent rights of civilized man. 138 McKinley was aware that he was making a rather extraordinary demand of Spain. The Spanish were engaged in an internal struggle on their own territory. No international law or custom forbade a government from mistreating its own citizens, even starving them. But international law and custom certainly forbade the interference of one nation in the internal affairs of another. McKinley was raising a standard of behavior that he claimed was universal and reflected the view of common humanity, but it was not recognized in the international system of his day. The Spanish government could readily see that McKinley's attitude toward Cuba was much harsher than that of Cleveland. Cleveland in his last annual message in December 1896 had also urged the Spanish to bring the war to a speedy conclusion and had expressed concern for the human tragedy in Cuba. He had alluded to circumstances in which our obligations to the sovereignty of Spain could be superseded by higher obligations. But the main thrust of his message had been, as the Spanish minister in Washington reported to Madrid, to aid Spain in maintaining her sovereignty. 139 McKinley's instructions to the minister in Madrid, on the other hand, did not explicitly recognize Spanish sovereignty over Cuba, as Cleveland and Olney had always done, and McKinley's position implied that Washington had the right to approve or disapprove a Cuban settlement. 140 McKinley and his advisers knew they were on shaky legal ground. Therefore, like Harrison and Blaine in their protests to the Russian government over the treatment of Jews, they did their best to identify specific American interests that were allegedly being harmed by Spanish policies and that therefore gave the United States a tangible complaint to justify interference. The fact that there were 1,000 or more of our own citizens among the victims of this policy gave the United States the right of specific remonstrance, McKinley declared, even though Calhoun's report insisted that the vast majority of these Americans were naturalized Cubans who had spent little time in the United States. The president suggested that mere proximity gave the United States an interest in Cuba, that a war, conducted almost within sight of our shores, should at least be conducted in a humane fashion. He brought up the wanton destruction of the legitimate investments of Americans, and the stoppage of avenues of normal trade, though without noting that the majority of that destruction was the fault not of the Spanish government but of the Cuban rebels. 141 Assuredly, the instruction continued, Spain cannot expect this government to sit idle, letting vast interests suffer, our political elements disturbed, and the country perpetually embroiled, while no progress is being made in the settlement of the Cuban problem. McKinley demanded rapid action by Spain, or at least the promise of action, by November 1. The President's views, relayed by Secretary of State Sherman to the new minister in Madrid, were that the time had come to put a stop to this destructive war and make proposals of settlement honorable to herself and to her Cuban colony and to mankind. 142. McKinley and his advisers, in typical American fashion, tried to convince Madrid that what they were demanding was in Spain's own best interest. It was visionary for Spain to hope that Cuba, even if eventually subjugated by sheer exhaustion, can ever bear to her anything like the relation of dependence and profit she once bore. The methods of warfare Spain had chosen offered no prospect of immediate peace or of a stable return to conditions of prosperity which are essential to Cuba in its intercourse with its neighbors. If Madrid would pledge to undertake the necessary reforms, the United States would happily assist her and tender good offices to that end. But if Spain did not undertake the proposed reforms, it should not ask or expect the United States to continue pursuing a policy of mere inaction. The American minister was instructed not to disguise the gravity of the situation, nor conceal the president's conviction that, should his present effort be fruitless, his duty to his countrymen will necessitate an early decision as to the course of action which the time and the transcendent emergency may demand. 143. Despite his calm and affable demeanor, his deliberate and cautious actions, and his sincere desire to avoid war, McKinley knew that when he sent these instructions, war with Spain was a possible if not probable outcome of his policy.
Cleveland had told him on the eve of his inauguration that war between the United States and Spain would probably come within the next 2 years. Nothing could stop it. McKinley had a difficult time recruiting a new minister to Spain because those he approached considered diplomacy futile and war inevitable. 144 Senator Morgan, arguing in favor of his Cuba resolution, candidly declared, "I feel that it makes no difference what steps we take. I contemplate war at the end of any resolution that we pass." 145 other, less bellicose Democrats, such as Joe Bailey and William Jennings Bryan, did not seek a war with Spain any more than McKinley did. But they knew that their demand for Cuban independence or even for recognition of the Cuban rebels' belligerent status could well lead to war. 146. Few believed Spain would ever enact reforms sufficient to induce the Cuban insurgents and their followers to settle the conflict peacefully. The American minister in Madrid, voicing the common, jaundiced view of Spanish culture and institutions, did not believe the Spaniards even understood the concept of real autonomy, at least not as Americans did. Americans understood that personal freedom and local self-government are inherent, inalienable rights, but even the most liberal Spaniards saw freedom as a boon to be conferred and to be exercised under Spanish supervision. Beneath the outward courtesy of the Spaniard, he saw a disposition toward cruel methods, and a pride, which, repeats today the known mistakes of yesterday rather than admit an error and bravely correct it. McKinley's instructions, if they did not necessarily put the United States on a collision course with Spain, certainly increased rather than decreased the possibility of a collision. Many foreign observers suspected, not without reason, that Spain would prefer to lose Cuba in a war with the United States than to strike a compromise with the rebels. The American minister in Madrid reported that the Spanish government preferred the chances of war, with the certain loss of Cuba, to the overthrow of the dynasty. 147. McKinley hoped to avoid war. He believed his proposal, if accepted by Spain and the rebels, held out a real prospect of peace. In theory, his plan was coherent enough. If he could press Spain to end the reconcentration policy, relieve the suffering of the reconcentrados, broker an agreement for Cuban autonomy, and then press for an armistice on the island that would give time for a new Cuban government to gain legitimacy and authority, McKinley believed the eventual outcome would be Cuba's independence, but achieved peacefully, with Spain's acquiescence, and in a gradual manner more likely to produce stability on the island. Such an approach suited his political style, his lifelong commitment to incremental success and to compromise. It also offered the best answer to his domestic political problems. 148. In the months prior to the war, there were occasional, brief moments of guarded optimism. In August 1897 the conservative Spanish Prime Minister was assassinated, one of a series of assassinations by anarchists that would rock the capitals of Europe and, soon, the United States as well. A liberal government took power in Madrid, and on October 23, ahead of McKinley's November 1 deadline, it sent a note announcing Whalers' recall and promising to conduct a more humane war and to grant Cuba some form of autonomy. In December it decreed a new autonomist constitution. 149 In his annual message in December 1897 McKinley urged Americans to give Spain a reasonable chance to realize her expectations and to prove the asserted efficacy of the new order of things to which she stands irrevocably committed. 150 He even urged that Spain be left free to conduct military operations while the United States for its part would enforce its neutral obligations and cut off the assistance which it is asserted the insurgents receive from this country. 151. But in that same message McKinley warned, the near future will demonstrate whether the indispensable condition of a righteous peace is likely to be attained. If not, the exigency of further and other action by the United States will remain to be taken. The United States had an indisputable right and duty to intervene, McKinley declared, and he would order it without misgiving or hesitancy in light of the obligation this government owes to itself, to the people who have confided to it the protection of their interests and honor, and to humanity. 152. In fact, despite the brief optimism, by the time of the address it was already clear to observers that autonomy had little support in Cuba. The prominent Spanish liberal and future Prime Minister José Canalejas reported that most Cubans who at one time had championed autonomy were now unwilling to take up the cause. 153 When Spain sent an emissary to talk to the rebels, Máximo Gómez had him executed, declaring, "We are for liberty, not for Spanish reforms." 154 Conservative and loyalist factions, including Spanish army officers, opposed reforms, too. On January 12, 1898, anti-autonomy riots led by Spanish officers broke out in Havana. 80 at the State Department predicted the beginning of the end not only for the autonomist government but for Spanish authority in Cuba. 155 Concerned about threats to Americans, he suggested that it would be well for our naval squadron in the Gulf to be ready for immediate action, for which the emergency may arise any moment. These movements in Cuba are very contagious. 156 The day after the Havana riots, Consul Lee requested a warship, and on January 25 the Maine arrived in Havana harbor. The mood in Washington had darkened so much that the Spanish minister warned that any sensational occurrence might disturb the situation. 157. In fact, two sensational occurrences followed in rapid succession. The first came courtesy of the minister himself, when a private letter he had written to a Spanish colleague was purloined from his office and given to the American press. In the famous Delomé letter, splashed across the pages of the Hearst press, the minister described President McKinley as weak and a bidder for the admiration of the crowd, trying to leave a door open behind himself while keeping on good terms with the Jingos of his party. 158 These comments were, as the Raleigh News and Observer noted, only in line with what the newspapers of this country say of Mr. McKinley every day. 159 But coming from a Spanish diplomat they were offensive. The minister also expressed a cynical view of reforms in Cuba, suggesting that they were meaningless and that the conflict could only be settled militarily. The explosive revelation for the public was the insult to McKinley. For administration officials it was that Spain seemed bent on a military and not a political solution in Cuba. No sooner did this controversy begin to fade than on February 15 an explosion sank the Maine, killing 266 American sailors. Although some suspected an internal fire had set off the explosion, President McKinley and his advisors believed the explosion was the result of some kind of sabotage. The Navy's official month-long investigation concluded that the explosion came from outside the ship, probably from a submerged mine. McKinley did not believe that Spain was directly responsible for the explosion. He suspected it might be the work of the same conservative, loyalist forces that had led the riots in Havana, however, which only reconfirmed his impression that Madrid was no longer able to control the situation in Cuba. The president told his friend, Republican Senator Charles W. Fairbanks, that it was his duty to resist pressure for an avenging blow. The nation would not be plunged into war until it is ready for it. 160 But the administration did begin making urgent preparations for war. So did the Spanish, who not only considered war inevitable but were all but resigned to their impending defeat. The government took steps to shore up Spain's inadequate fleet in Cuban waters, while at the same time appealing to other European powers to weigh in with the Americans. American naval officials, led by Roosevelt, watched the Spanish buildup and worried that Madrid was about to augment its fleet through the purchase of two British-made armored cruisers from Brazil. In the beginning of March, therefore, McKinley asked Congress to appropriate $50 million for national defense, to be drawn entirely from the budget surplus and to be used by the President at his discretion. The legislation passed in a day, and the United States used the money to purchase the two warships from Brazil, as well as supply ships, coal, guns, and ammunition. 161 The bold and sudden move stunned the Spanish, for not only did it block their acquisition of warships, it demonstrated the vast disparity between the two nations' wealth. It also revealed the domestic support behind McKinley if he chose to take the nation to war. 162. The Maine explosion and subsequent Navy report, along with the signs of discord in Cuba, shifted the political balance in favor of war in March. The most dramatic sign of the changing mood came when Senator Redfield Proctor, a moderate Republican known for his loyalty to party leaders and to McKinley, gave a powerful speech on the Senate floor advocating intervention. Proctor, a self-made millionaire from Vermont, had traveled to Cuba to gather his own impressions of the situation. He had been sympathetic to the Cuban cause but went with a strong conviction that the picture had been overdrawn, that a few cases of starvation and suffering had inspired and stimulated the press correspondents. He did not believe that 200,000 or more Cubans could have died of starvation and disease. What he encountered exceeded his worst imaginings. In the camps he found thousands living in tiny makeshift huts unfit for human habitation. Torn from their homes, with foul earth, foul air, foul water, and foul food or none, what wonder that 1/2 have died and that 1/4 of the living are so diseased that they cannot be saved. Little children are still walking about with arms and chest terribly emaciated, eyes swollen, and abdomen bloated to 3 times the normal size. I was told by one of our consuls that they have been found dead about the markets in the morning, where they had crawled, hoping to get some stray bits of food from the early hucksters. Visiting a hospital in Havana, he saw 400 women and children, lying on the floors in an indescribable state of emaciation and disease, many with the scantiest covering of rags, sick children, naked as they came into the world, and the conditions in other cities are even worse. 163 Privately, he wrote Assistant Secretary of State Day that all my conceptions of wrong that could be inflicted on people falls short of this reality. The infamous massacre of St. Bartholomew's and the Inquisition seem merciful in comparison, he added, revealing how Spain's cruelty in Cuba mingled in his mind with Spanish and Catholic atrocities of the past. 164 In his speech to the Senate, Proctor insisted that the issue at hand was not the main or the need for revenge. It was the spectacle of 1.5 million of people, the entire native population of Cuba, struggling for freedom and deliverance from the worst misgovernment of which I ever had knowledge. 165. Since Proctor was known as a moderate and not a firebrand, his words carried unusual weight with those not already convinced. For many, it was the first report that had not been filtered or distorted by the American press. To listen to his speech, one senator commented, produced a raising of the blood and temper as well as of shame that we, a civilized people, an enlightened nation, a great republic, born in a revolt against tyranny, should permit such a state of things within less than 100 miles of our shore as that which exists in Cuba. 166 Proctor melted hearts in the financial district, too. The Wall Street Journal reported that the speech converted a great many people, who have heretofore taken the ground that the United States had no business to interfere in a revolution on Spanish soil. These men had been among the most prominent in deploring the whole Cuban matter, but there was no question about the accuracy of Senator Proctor's statements, and as many of them expressed it, they made the blood boil. As one observer of the shift in opinion noted, with very few exceptions, the most conservative of newspapers now express the opinion that Senator Proctor's careful statement of conditions in Cuba makes intervention the plain duty of the United States on the simple ground of humanity. The situation in Cuba is actually intolerable. 167. Republican leaders opposed to the war were furious at Proctor and at Illinois Senator William Mason, another moderate and longtime friend of McKinley who also came out for war and brought many others with him. 168 But the common assumption was that Proctor and Mason spoke for the president and that Proctor's speech on the Senate floor had been approved at the White House. His central message that intervention should be for humanitarian purposes, not to avenge the Maine, did reflect the president's view. McKinley was already telling associates privately that if war came, it had to be justified on broader grounds. 169. McKinley still preferred to avoid war, if he could find a way to stop the suffering in Cuba and win Spain's withdrawal without one. He explored the idea of purchasing Cuba from Spain and taking charge of it long enough to prepare the Cubans to exercise stable and orderly government. He toyed with the idea of establishing Cuban suzerainty, in which, like the relationship between Tunis and Turkey, the Cubans would pay nominal allegiance to Spain but in practice would be independent. Neither of these ideas proved practicable. The Spanish government would not even consider selling Cuba, a move that would have sparked public outrage and perhaps even a coup. And McKinley rightly suspected that the rebels would not accept suzerainty in place of outright independence.
He also devised a plan to seek $500,000 from Congress for relief of the reconcentrados. The delivery of the assistance, McKinley believed, would require Spain to stop fighting and open the camps. If Spain refused, he could seek authority from Congress for military action. Under those circumstances, McKinley insisted, his conscience and the world would justify armed intervention. 170. McKinley's approach was far from what more determined interventionists would have preferred. To Roosevelt, he appeared to be temporizing unforgivably. Right up until the eve of war, he believed that McKinley was bent on peace. 171 But Roosevelt did not have the president's ear, as evidenced by his tirade at the annual Gridiron Dinner in late March, when he shook his fist at Mark Hanna and declared, "We will have this war for the freedom of Cuba in spite of the timidity of the commercial interests." 172 He and others learned in frustration that McKinley dominated the foreign relations of his administration, he established its policies and directed its diplomacy. 173. This did not mean McKinley was impervious to political pressures, however. The release of the report on the Maine at the end of March did push him to act faster than he would have preferred. In the wake of the report, rank-and-file Republicans, nervous and exasperated about having to vote against repeated pro-Cuban resolutions offered by the Democrats, threatened to bring up a measure of their own. With the fall elections approaching, the Republicans wanted their party to assume leadership of the Cuban issue and to dispel the idea that business dictated the party's policies. 174 Lodge warned nervously, "If the war in Cuba drags on through the summer with nothing done, we shall go down in the greatest defeat ever known." He agreed that to bring on or even threaten war for political reasons is a crime. But to sacrifice a great party and bring free silver upon the country for a wrong policy is hardly less odious. 175. The biggest danger for McKinley was not unpopularity, although he could not have enjoyed being burned in effigy and having his picture hissed at in theaters. 176 It was the possibility that Congress would act without him and pass legislation recognizing Cuban independence or calling for war. After barely holding back the Senate at the end of March, Vice President Garrett A. Hobart warned the president, "They will act without you if you do not act at once." An angry senator confronted William Day at the State Department and asked, "Don't your president know where the war-declaring power is lodged? Well, tell him, that if he doesn't do something, Congress will exercise the power and declare war in spite of him. He'll get run over and the party with him." 177 In addition to the embarrassment this would cause, and the damage it would do to McKinley's presidential authority, such action would also destroy any hope of a diplomatic settlement and guarantee war with Spain. This was not the only reason. Time was growing short, however. Administration officials believed they needed a settlement before the onset of the Cuban rainy season in May. Once the rains began, Spanish forces would no longer be able to take the offensive, and the war would drag on for another 6 months at least. In the meantime, the hot and humid weather would bring on epidemics of yellow fever and other deadly illnesses in the reconcentration camps. Thus McKinley and his advisors had come to consider May 1 a deadline for action, which meant that Spain and the rebels had to reach some agreement in early April. 178. At the end of March, therefore, McKinley made what amounted to his final offer. He called on Spain to declare an armistice that would last through October 1. During that time Spain and the rebels would negotiate peace, aided by the friendly offices of the United States. If they could not reach agreement, the United States would step in as final arbiter. In the meantime, Spain had to revoke the reconcentration order and authorize distribution of American relief supplies throughout the country. Most significantly, he also insisted that Spain grant Cuba self-government with a reasonable indemnity, which, as Secretary Day explained, meant independence. If Spain agreed, McKinley promised to get the insurgents to agree. 179. American officials pleaded with the Spanish for a rapid and favorable answer. Day cabled the U.S. minister in Madrid repeatedly, "Important to have prompt answer on armistice matter. Feeling here is intense." In Washington he told the Spanish minister that if Spain did not agree to McKinley's plan, Congress would force the president to go to war. 180. The Spanish,
however, rejected the offer. While agreeing to revoke the reconcentration order, the Madrid government insisted that the rebels request an armistice before Spain granted one. It was clear from the response, moreover, that Spanish commanders in Cuba would have the right to determine how long the ceasefire would last. As Day put it, what Spain was offering was not an armistice but simply an invitation to the insurgents to submit. 181. The Spanish also insisted that any agreement would have to await the formation of the new Cuban parliament, scheduled for May 4, thus putting off a settlement for at least another month. The Spanish ignored the offer of American-friendly offices. They also conceded nothing with regard to Cuban independence. The president, meeting with assembled advisers and Republican congressional leaders, determined that the Spanish response was inadequate. On April 1 he began preparing for what both Americans and Spaniards assumed was the inevitable war. 182. Just as the president was preparing his message to Congress, however, the Pope and the European powers intervened in a last-ditch effort to prevent war. The Spanish welcomed the international mediation. The Pope was sympathetic to Catholic Spain, as were France and Austria. The Spanish, after gaining what they believed was the support of their fellow Europeans, agreed to suspend hostilities if the United States agreed to mediation. The faint sign of possible compromise in Madrid put McKinley in a quandary. The nation was preparing for war, but he was now confronted with an international gesture for peace and the possibility, however remote, that Spain would make the concessions he demanded. McKinley therefore delayed his message to Congress, for which he was roundly condemned by the Democrats as well as by many rank-and-file Republicans and much of the national press. The House Democratic leader Joe Bailey declared that if the President of the United States wants 2 days, or if he wants 2 hours, to continue negotiations with the butchers of Spain, we are not ready to give him 1 moment longer for that purpose. A frustrated McKinley told his closest aide, "The country should understand that we are striving to make our course consistent not alone for today, but for all time. The people must not be unreasonable." On April 6 ambassadors from the major European powers, led by Britain's Sir Julian Pauncefote, met with McKinley in a bit of carefully orchestrated diplomacy. In the New York World's imaginary depiction of the conversation, the diplomats told McKinley, "We hope for humanity's sake you will not go to war," and the American president replied, "We hope if we do go to war you will understand that it is for humanity's sake." 183. In fact, McKinley still hoped to avoid war. Although he had not sought mediation, he welcomed the European diplomatic intervention as a way of calming public opinion and buying more time. 184. Faced with the possibility that Spain might be relenting and considering an armistice, McKinley turned to the Cuban rebels to gain their acceptance. Spanish officials had on several occasions asked whether the United States could get the rebels to agree to anything. They had been assured by the Americans that the rebels would agree because they depended on American support, an answer that struck the Spanish as bitterly ironic, since Spain had long insisted that the rebellion would collapse without American support. 185. The more complicated truth was that while the rebels did depend on American support, this did not mean McKinley could tell them what to do. The rebel cause was enormously popular in the United States and had overwhelming support in Congress, including among Republicans, as well as in the American press. The rebels knew that Congress might recognize Cuban independence and declare war even over the president's objection. McKinley actually had little influence over them, therefore, unless he was willing to defy Congress and public opinion. As he privately complained, "We will have great trouble in satisfying the insurgents or in getting them to agree to anything. They are more difficult than Spain to deal with." 186. This was confirmed in early April, when McKinley asked the rebels to agree to an armistice. The Cuban junta member he met with later recalled the president in an impatient mood. "You must," he clipped out to me, "accept an immediate armistice with Spain." "To what end, Mr. President?" "To settle the strife in Cuba," he cried. "But is Spain ready to grant Cuba independence?" I asked. "That isn't the question now," he exclaimed, his voice rising. "We may discuss that later. The thing for the moment is an armistice." 187. The junta leader explained that an armistice without a promise of independence would be a disaster for the rebel army, which had no means of supplying or quartering itself and would therefore melt away over 6 months, while the Spanish army, unable to fight during the rainy season anyway, could remain in garrisons without fear of losing ground in the war. The rebels insisted they would accept an armistice only if Spain first recognized the Cuban Republic, granted independence, and began to pull out. McKinley made no further attempt to persuade them. On April 10 the Spanish government, after consulting with the European powers, offered to declare an armistice. It dropped some but not all of the conditions the U.S. administration had found objectionable. But it still did not agree to Cuban independence. For McKinley, the offer was intriguing, but as a practical and political matter, it was too little and too late to keep him from moving toward war. 188 He did not believe he could delay his message to Congress any longer. On April 11 he formally asked Congress for authorization to take measures to secure a full and final termination of hostilities between the government of Spain and the people of Cuba, and to secure in the island the establishment of a stable government, capable of maintaining order and observing its international obligations, ensuring peace and tranquility and the security of its citizens as well as our own, and to use the military and naval forces of the United States as may be necessary for these purposes. 189. The clarity of McKinley's message was muddied a bit by an addendum noting Spain's recent agreement to proclaim a suspension of hostilities. If this measure attains a successful result, the President declared, then our aspirations as a Christian, peace-loving people will be realized. If it fails, it will be only another justification for our contemplated action. Congress was uninterested and on April 19 passed a joint resolution recognizing Cuban independence, demanding Spain's withdrawal from the island, and authorizing the President to use force to accomplish these goals. The next day McKinley forwarded the resolution to Spain, which promptly severed relations with the United States. Congress formally declared war on April 25. Some of McKinley's close friends and advisers would later insist that he could have avoided war if only he had been given more time. Senator John Spooner believed that possibly the President could have worked out the business without a war, but the current was too strong, the demagogues too numerous, and the fall elections too near. 190 McKinley's private secretary later recalled the President himself lamenting that the declaration of war against Spain was an act which had been and will always be the greatest grief of my life. I never wanted to go to war with Spain. Had I been let alone, I could have prevented the war. All I wanted was more time. 191. Would more time have made a difference? McKinley and some of his advisers assumed that Spain was moving inexorably toward granting Cuba independence. It needed only time and some face-saving measures in order to ease itself out. Navy Secretary John Long, who shared the frustration at the political pressure for rapid action, privately commented, "You cannot expect Spain to get up and get out in 5 minutes, but, if the history of the last 6 months means anything, it means constant steps toward her retirement." I honestly believe that if the country and Congress had been content to leave the matter in the President's hands, independence would have come without a drop of bloodshed, as naturally as an apple falls from a tree. 192 If McKinley did believe that he could have prevented war if only he had more time, this is what he meant, that Spain would ultimately have relented and granted Cuba independence without a war. There was and is little reason to believe that this was the case, however. There was no evidence whatever that Spain intended to let Cuba go. Spain's willingness to grant an armistice was an attempt to forestall American intervention, not the first step toward granting independence. As the U.S. minister in Madrid constantly reminded Washington, no Spanish government believed it could survive in office if it gave up Cuba without a fight. Today scholars generally agree that Cuba was not considered a colony but an integral part of the Spanish monarchy, and therefore the predominant ideology prohibited not only the sale of the island to the United States, but also the concession of independence, at least as long as the rebel army remained in existence. 193 The rebels, meanwhile, refused to lay down their arms in the absence of Spain's commitment to independence and withdrawal. McKinley had been unwilling to compel them in early April. It is hard to see why he would have been more willing to do so 6 months later. For those opposed to war, and perhaps also for the president, it may have been easier to blame the war on an inflamed public, the yellow press, and congressional jingoes than to acknowledge that the president's own policies had made war all but inevitable. If McKinley had wanted peace, and peace alone, there had been a way to accomplish that goal. He could have pursued a policy of non-intervention and non-interference. He could have turned a blind eye to the suffering in Cuba and allowed both Spain and the rebels to prosecute the war as they saw fit until one or both gave up in exhaustion. He could have offered Spain some advice, as Cleveland and Olney had, but he could make no demands and deliver no ultimatums on behalf of common humanity. War came because McKinley, whatever his misgivings, pursued a policy that had a high probability of producing war. Perhaps he believed he had no choice given public opinion at home, the restiveness of both Democrats and Republicans in Congress, and the approaching midterm elections. But there is little evidence that McKinley was forced to adopt a position that he did not believe was right. While fervently wishing to avoid war, McKinley also insisted with equal fervor that Spain conduct its affairs in Cuba consistent with humanity and the Christian spirit of this age. 194. It was not that McKinley wanted war, or the fruits of war, as part of some expansionist or imperialist design. He was not seeking to unite the country or strengthen its character through war. He was not trying to distract attention from economic difficulties at home by fighting a war abroad. He was not trying to fulfill some late 19th century ideal of masculinity or to save a decaying civilization by instilling barbarian virtues through martial glory. He was not taking up the white man's burden by intervening in Cuba, nor was he intervening in order to gain access to markets in East Asia. McKinley did not want war at all. But he was prepared to go to war if that was what was necessary to achieve what he regarded as a moral and humanitarian imperative. In the name of humanity, he declared to thunderous applause in the House chamber, in the name of civilization, in behalf of endangered American interests which give us the right and the duty to speak and to act, the war in Cuba must stop. As part of a long tradition of American leaders, he appealed to the country's universalist nationalism, and as a member of the Civil War generation and a Lincoln Republican, he insisted it was no answer to say that this is all in another country, belonging to another nation, and is therefore none of our business. It is specially our duty, for it is right at our door. 195. McKinley apparently spoke for the majority of the country, for the breadth of support for war by April 1898 was remarkable. The Spanish-American War may well have been the most popular war in American history. A majority of Republicans favored military intervention, not just the Lodges and Roosevelts but Republican moderates and even some conservatives. The tipping point within the party had come when moderate party loyalists like Proctor and Mason declared their support for intervention. Among McKinley's close circle of Republican Party leaders, only Mark Hanna, Orville Platt, and Thomas Reed remained absolutely and unqualifiedly opposed to war under all circumstances right up until the end. The conservative Senator Spooner expressed his contempt for the Masons and Proctors and Co. who had embarrassed the president in his negotiations merely in order to draw attention to themselves. But once diplomacy had failed, Spooner confided to his son, "I am for armed intervention. The situation in Cuba shocks our humanity, disturbs our trade, destroys our ships and sailors, costs us millions in enforcing our Foreign Enlistments Act, keeps us upon a quasi-war footing, and imperils our peace." Senator Allison gave in, too, after reading reports from his home state of Iowa, where the view, not merely among the hotheads, was that McKinley had tarried too long. Almost everyone seemed to be anxious for war. 196. On the other side of the partisan divide, the Democratic leadership in Congress had seized on the Cuba issue and had hoped to run on it in the coming elections. But Democratic support was more than political opportunism. Among populists, farmers, and laborers sympathy for the Cubans was strong, and their leaders and would-be leaders reflected that sentiment. Former Illinois Governor Altgeld insisted war was necessary to satisfy the moral sense of the civilized world. The New York Times opined that there was no stopping place short of the absolute independence of Cuba. William Jennings Bryan, who had been the choice of 6 million voters in the 1896 election and who would gain the party's nomination again in 1900, led the cry for war. He declared that the time for intervention has arrived. War was a terrible thing and cannot be defended except as a means to an end, and yet it is sometimes the only means by which a necessary end can be secured. War is the final arbiter between nations when reason and diplomacy are of no avail. 197 When war was declared, Bryan, like Roosevelt, set out to raise a regiment and join the fight. The war was so popular because it involved American ideals, American interests, American prejudices, and American power. The horrors of the reconcentration policy and 300,000 Cuban deaths outraged Americans. This was not unusual or unprecedented. Americans had also been outraged by the massacres in Armenia, the Siberian prison system, pogroms against Jews, and the repression of Poles, Hungarians, Greeks, and others throughout the 19th century. The difference this time was the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe and also the proximity. That so much human suffering was being inflicted so close to U.S. shores seemed intolerable, especially because Americans believed they had the power to do something about it. That was another difference from the past. Ideals and perceived interests converged, but not around a search for markets. Americans' perceived interests were more abstract and intangible. They had arrogated to themselves the leadership of the hemisphere. Spain's conduct of the war in Cuba violated Americans' vision of the peace and harmony that should rule under America's benevolent guidance. It therefore presented something of a challenge to U.S. hemispheric leadership. It mattered a great deal that the perpetrator of the horrors in Cuba was Spain, which Americans considered a benighted, backward, barbaric nation with no legitimate right to hold a colony in the Western Hemisphere. For me, this is not simply a question of Cuba, a prominent Catholic clergyman explained. It is the question of two civilizations. When Spain is swept off the seas, much of the meanness and narrowness of old Europe goes with it to be replaced by the freedom and openness of America. 198 Henry Cabot Lodge from the beginning of the conflict had viewed it through this ideological, civilizational lens. If that for which the Spanish Empire has stood since the days of Charles V is right, he declared in 1895, then everything for which the United States stands and has always stood is wrong. If the principles that we stand for are right, then the principles of which Spain has been the great exponent in history are utterly wrong. 199. There is also no question that the prospect of driving Spain out of Cuba fit within the overall vision, best articulated by Blaine but supported by McKinley, of a hemispheric economic and political system in which the United States should be the dominant partner. Lodge spoke not only of commercial interests on the island itself but of the island's geographical importance to American regional trade and, when a canal was built, trade with Asia as well. The value of investments and trade in Cuba, while they may not have determined the direction of McKinley's policies, certainly increased the salience of the issue. But economic interests alone would not have driven Americans to war. Business leaders generally opposed war when they considered the question from a narrow economic perspective. Business interests and their representatives in Congress came to support the war only when they joined the rest of the nation in outrage at the suffering in Cuba. Powerful Louisiana sugar interests, for instance, staunchly opposed war almost until the bitter end because they feared competition from Cuban sugar producers. But they finally changed their minds when their humanitarian concerns took precedence over any economic concerns. 200. Americans since the days of Jefferson and John Quincy Adams had believed that Cuba would eventually fall like a ripe fruit into their laps, that the laws of gravity naturally drew Cuba into the American sphere of influence. As a result of the sectional conflict, Northern Republicans like McKinley were no longer interested in southward territorial expansion, and the president opposed annexation. But this long tradition of covetousness did give Americans a sense of proprietary interest in Cuba and a conviction that they had a right and even an obligation to be a dominant influence on the island. There is no evidence that McKinley intervened simply because he feared the impending victory of rebels and some socialist revolution that might threaten American capitalist interests. But there is also no question that McKinley shared a common American view, which was also common among Cuban elites, that the rebels were radical and unreliable, that they had caused a good deal of the suffering in Cuba, and that they would not respect the property rights of those they suspected of being insufficiently supportive during the war. Therefore they could not be trusted to protect American interests, but more importantly they could not be trusted to protect the interests of average Cubans. McKinley and many others believed it would be irresponsible to liberate Cuba and then withdraw without making any effort to create a stable and peaceful government. He was opposed to handing Cuba over to the rebels, therefore, and also to immediate Cuban independence, which he feared would produce chaos and more violence. He believed that the Cuban people would be better off under the firm tutelage of the United States until they were ready to sustain a free and independent government. The war with Spain was also the product of increased U.S. power. The American public's willingness to go to war had a great deal to do with the fact that most believed the United States capable of winning. Americans may, in fact, have been overconfident. Roosevelt and other Navy officials did not believe American superiority guaranteed victory, and as it turned out, bad Spanish luck and bad Spanish decisions made the American victory easier than it should have been. Americans nevertheless believed they would win, and so did President McKinley. This was significant because it gave him the confidence to make the demands that he did of Spain, even though he knew those demands could lead to war. Had he believed America might lose, he would not have chosen the same course. The belief in their nation's military superiority affected Americans' attitudes in another, more subtle, but perhaps more significant way. The fact that many believed they could do something to aid the Cubans helped convince them that they should do something, that intervention was the only honorable course. Lodge had given voice to this common sentiment frequently. As he posed the question to his Senate colleagues, what are the duties of the United States in the presence of this war? Cuban patriots were being slaughtered by an evil Spanish government, yet here we stand motionless, a great and powerful country not 6 hours away from these scenes of useless bloodshed and destruction. The great power of the United States was capable of greater things than that, he insisted. If that war goes on in Cuba, the responsibility is on us, we cannot escape it. It was a question of whether the nation stood for something in world affairs. If the United States stands for humanity and civilization, we should exercise every influence of our great country to put a stop to that war which is now raging in Cuba and give to that island once more peace, liberty, and independence. 201. Increased power had changed the perception of Lodge and many others as to what constituted honorable behavior. Such considerations had moved Americans to fight Great Britain in 1812 because, as Calhoun had declared, what a weak America had tolerated a stronger America could no longer tolerate. In the Cuban crisis 8 decades later, many people believed they did not have to stand by while Spain brutalized Cuba, and because they did not have to, they had a positive obligation not to. The difference was that in 1812 honor was defined as self-respect and the preservation of American rights. In 1898 honor was defined as the defense of moral principle, and as McKinley declared, it was no answer to say that this is all in another country, and therefore none of our business. It was specially our duty, just as it had been the North's duty to do something for the enslaved blacks in the South. There were Americans who did not feel this way. The poet E. A. Robinson wrote in April 1898, "My Americanism is not at all rampant, in fact the crudeness and the general cussedness of things American makes me sick." The writer William Dean Howells wrote his sister, "I hope that you will not be surprised to hear that I think we are wickedly wrong." 202. The Speaker of the House, Thomas Reed, was disgusted and lacerated Redfield Proctor, who had made his millions quarrying marble, with the observation that the war will make a large market for gravestones. 203. Senator Eugene Hale, who had led the fight in Congress for the construction of a new battleship navy, did not consider Cuba the place to use it. He compared the Cuban rebels to the Confederacy. 204 In the socialist journal Coming Nation, the editors deplored the hysteria that they saw gripping the nation and suggested that every congressman and senator who votes for war should be obliged to join a regiment and go to the front. 205 There were many others who considered war against Spain anything but honorable. And some worried, as Moorfield's story did, that following a successful war over Cuba, WE would be fairly launched upon a policy of military aggressions, of territorial expansion, of standing armies and growing navies, which is inconsistent with the continuance of our institutions. 206 The voices of conservatism, echoing the earlier warnings of Gresham, joined with progressive voices that spoke of international arbitration and pacifism and believed, with Thomas Reed, that the time is not far distant when the idea of going to war to settle international difficulties will be thought as strange and out of date as we now consider many other beliefs and practices. 207. For the much larger number of Americans who favored war, however, defending humanity and civilization was the honorable course and justified military intervention. Such sentiments had an extraordinarily diverse following. In North Carolina, the New Bern Daily Journal declared, "The war against Spain has as its basis the real practical events of everyday life, the preservation of honor, the cause of humanity and the adjustment and maintenance of human rights." 208 The socialist editor of the American Fabian magazine insisted that no humane person could question America's duty to intervene and that history had no record of so chivalrous and widespread an awakening in behalf of so just a cause. Another Fabian essayist observed that while the British world titan could not stop the Armenian massacres or free Crete because of the bonds of her world empire, the United States could and did dare, to redeem and rescue to self-government a sister nation. Hereafter tyrants would oppress less violently, because the young democratic giant of the West had overstepped the bonds of its own national concerns. 209 In Cincinnati, the American Israelite, after commenting of Spain that a state's treatment of its Jewish population has throughout history served as a sort of moral barometer, 210 declared for war in order to advance the sacred cause of humanity, to release the starving people from despotic oppressors, to enlarge the territory of liberty and justice, to draw the Spanish Sennacherib from this new home of freedom and humanity. 211 William Jennings Bryan spoke not just for populists and Democrats but for a remarkably broad cross section of Americans when he insisted, "Humanity demands that we should act." 212 From the other side of the political and ideological spectrum, the conservative Republican Senator John Spooner agreed, "We intervene to put an end to savagery. We intervene, to aid a people who has suffered every form of tyranny and who have made a desperate struggle to be free." 213. Carl Sandburg, the child of Swedish immigrants and 20 years old at the time of the war, later recalled reading the newspapers and learning about the people of Cuba who wanted independence and a republic. "I read about Gomez, Garcia, the Macios, with their scrabbling little armies fighting against Whaler. They became heroes to me. I tried to figure a way to get down there and join one of those armies. I was going along with millions of other Americans who were about ready for a war to throw the Spanish government out of Cuba and let the people of Cuba have their republic." In 1898 Sandburg did volunteer to serve in the 6th Infantry Regiment of Illinois. 214. Within months of the war the nation would be divided in a debate over the acquisition of the Philippines, a debate that has been depicted as pitting anti-imperialists against imperialists. But the decision to intervene in Cuba and to declare war against Spain in April 1898 produced a good deal less division. Some of those who would later become known as leading anti-imperialists joined those who would be labeled imperialists in support of the war. Senator George Frisbee Hoar, who would soon join the anti-imperialist cause against the acquisition of the Philippines, supported a declaration of war against Spain. "It will lead to the most honorable single war in history," he proclaimed. "It is a war in which there does not enter the slightest thought or desire of foreign conquest, or of national gain, or advantage. It is entered into for the single and sole purpose that 300,000 or 400,000 human beings within 90 miles of our shores have been subjected to the policy intended, or at any rate having the effect, deliberately to starve them to death." 215. Andrew Carnegie would become the best known and in some ways most important leader of the anti-imperialist movement in the United States, and he had shared the business community's nervousness about war with Spain. But on the eve of the war he joined the condemnation of Spain and declared it America's duty to liberate Cuba. 216 No power on earth can stop the American people doing what has now become their duty. Cuba must be freed from Spanish oppression, he asserted. 217 Even Carl Schurz, who opposed the war from beginning to end, nevertheless acknowledged that it had come about because the American people were greatly incensed at the cruel oppression suffered by the Cuban people at the hands of Spain. That it had begun as a war of liberation, of humanity, undertaken without any selfish motive, a war of disinterested benevolence, even if it had later, in Schurz's view, degenerated into something more sinister. 218 While most Americans believed they had gone to war out of the highest of motives, that was not how they were perceived throughout most of Europe, where the combination of American belligerence in the Venezuelan crisis followed by war with Spain produced both anxiety and hostility. Europe was still a continent of monarchies. Kaiser Wilhelm II's first romantic impulse was to fly to the aid of Maria Cristina in defense of the monarchical principles. Even in Republican France, monarchists, Catholics, and conservatives sympathized with Spain, as did Russia's Tsar Nicholas II. Monarchists and privileged social groups across Europe perceived U.S. democratic republicanism as a threat to the established order and thus tended to identify more easily with Spain. Even Queen Victoria was outraged at American demands for Cuban independence. They might just as soon declare Ireland independent. 219 Hostility to the United States extended beyond Europe's monarchists and conservatives, however. European commentators of all ideological stripes took the occasion of the war to revive long-standing images of American materialism, greed, vulgarity, selfishness, hypocrisy, and barbarism. Spanish newspapers, of course, reviled the United States as a nation of immigrant outcasts and avaricious shopkeepers, without culture, without honor, without a soul, and as hegemonic, materialistic hypocrites. But even outside Spain few accepted American claims that the war was for the liberation of Cuba or to relieve Cuban suffering. This was seen as more rank hypocrisy from a nation that, as German newspapers reminded their readers, had conducted numerous cruel Indian wars and bloody persecutions of Negroes. Across Europe there was an astonishing scarcity of any discussion of Cuban suffering or aspirations. Coverage of the conflict was marked by Eurocentrism. Except in Great Britain, the war was perceived as an American war not only against Spain but against all of Europe. 220 For those liberal Europeans who had been more sympathetic to the United States and its republican and democratic principles, the war was a crushing moment. They perceived the intervention as a betrayal of American traditions and universal values. The war brought a sense of loss, of innocence irremediably sullied, as the American myth was shattered before their eyes. Some hoped that American policy did not reflect the true democratic republican ideals of that nation, but the baneful influence of capitalism and / McKinley's character. The liberal Spaniard Francisco Pi y Margal, who had opposed Spain's policies in Cuba and had once exclaimed, "Oh, America! You are my hope, it is your destiny to liberate the world," after the peace settlement lamented that this America was no more. With McKinley's policy the freedom of the world is in danger. There was a great deal of concern in liberal internationalist circles and among peace advocates that the United States, by intervening in the internal affairs of its neighbor, had done severe damage to the international legal order. 221 Most American historians have been no less condemnatory of the American decision for war. That the United States should have gone to war for abstract reasons, for morality, for humanitarianism, for the liberation of others, and when no vital American interests was involved. 222 has baffled and disturbed commentators, historians, and political scientists for a century. Most have described the war as unnecessary, 223 totally unnecessary, 224 or needless. 225 to explain it, they have invented national psychological disorders, mass hysteria, psychic crisis, or concluded that the entire nation had succumbed to an emotional outburst that swept away all reason. 226 Other historians have solved the problem differently, insisting that American expressions of moral outrage and humanitarian concern were just a cover for selfish economic interests. Perhaps the business community did push the country to war after all, surreptitiously, and if not the business community, then expansionists serving the interests of capitalism by seeking markets in the Western Hemisphere and in Asia. Still others have argued that the American goal was, above all, to prevent Cuban independence and thereby gain control of the island, that it was a war, deliberate and by design, for the purpose of territorial expansion. This, even though McKinley made it clear he did not want to annex Cuba and even though the United States did not, in fact, annex it. 227. It is a commentary on our modern understanding of the behavior of nations that going to war for honor and in defense of abstract moral principle must be counted as either mad or disingenuous. Yet both for good and for ill, the pursuit of honor is and always has been among the most common of human motivations, both for individuals and for nations. Spain was certainly acting primarily for honor, not interest, when it went to war in 1898. Were Americans so unlike other peoples that they were immune to such considerations? To believe that would indeed be to claim that America was exceptional, and the idea that the war was the result of an irrational hysteria has, in fact, served to shore up a certain strain of American exceptionalism. It has allowed many to depict the war as an aberration and a departure from American traditions rather than as a product of those traditions. The idea that the United States might move deliberately into a war that was not necessary to defend vital interests contradicts the myth of an isolationist and inherently passive America that responds only when threatened. The idea that American foreign policy in this era was somehow hijacked by expansionists or imperialists, or that an emotional and irrational public was whipped into a frenzy by a yellow press trying to sell newspapers, such explanations protect this image, too, in their own peculiar way. The idea that the United States would be led into war not by bellicose jingos but by a moderate, cautious, mainstream Republican who acted and spoke on behalf of a broad cross-section of Americans, such a story clashes with the popular American self-image. 228 Yet by far the most persuasive interpretation of the war with Spain is that it was indeed undertaken primarily, though not exclusively, for humanitarian purposes, just as McKinley and everyone who supported the war claimed at the time. Americans have a tendency to look for purity of motives, both in themselves and in others. Actions are either purely selfless or purely selfish, based on tangible interests. But national motives, like personal motives, are never that simple. Many human actions originate in some blend of self-interestedness and generosity. Measured against the real world of nations and human beings, the intervention in Cuba had an unusually high degree of selflessness. When John Hay called it a splendid little war, he meant not only that the fighting itself had been splendid, so, too, he believed, were the goals and purposes for which the war was fought. There is no good place to divide a two-volume history of American foreign policy. I have chosen to end this volume with the outbreak of the Spanish-American War and to leave the military conflict and its aftermath for the next volume. The war, like all wars, solved one set of problems but unleashed another set. The United States succeeded in putting an end to the civil war in Cuba and to the suffering of the reconcentrados. The intervention saved many lives, probably tens of thousands. But it left the United States saddled with the occupation of Cuba for the next 4 years, an occupation that ultimately produced mixed results that fell far short of most Americans' hopes and expectations when they had entered the war, as well as most Cubans' hopes and expectations. Even more unexpected was the way the war in Cuba led quickly to another, far from splendid war in the Philippines. Neither President McKinley nor his advisers nor the vast majority of Americans who supported the war with Spain anticipated acquiring the Philippines as part of the peace settlement, much less having to fight a brutal 4-year war against a Filipino army bent on independence. 229 The consequences of America's humanitarian intervention, both intended and unintended, would produce a great debate at the close of the 19th century between self-described anti-imperialists and those who believed the retention of the Philippines, as well as the annexation of Hawaii and Puerto Rico, was the only responsible policy for the United States.
That debate reflected the tensions and contradictions inherent in the American creed. It echoed similar debates stretching back to the birth of the nation. It also foreshadowed the debates that would recur throughout the 20th century and into the 21st between those who sought to employ America's increasing power to advance American influence and principles, and those who worried about the harmful effect of such an approach both to democratic institutions at home and to peoples and nations abroad. The outbreak of the Spanish-American War launched the United States into a new phase of its history, therefore, marked by greatly increased international power, influence, and involvement, with all the moral and ethical complexities entailed in such a role. But the war was not only a new departure, it was also a culmination, the not illogical result of all that had come before it. It was the product of unfolding historical events and forces reaching back to before the founding of the nation. The self-appointed task of historians for the past century has been to explain the departure, to identify what changed in the American character, and a host of theories have been presented, from the economic to the political and social to the psychological. Too few, in my opinion, have seen or perhaps have wanted to see how the war was the product of deeply ingrained American attitudes toward the nation's place in the world. It was the product of a universalist ideology as articulated in the Declaration of Independence. It reflected Americans' view of themselves, stretching back to before the nation's founding, as the advance guard of civilization, leading the way against backward and barbaric nations and empires. It derived from the American experience of the 18th and 19th centuries and especially from the experience of the Civil War, that great, bloody moral crusade that so many Americans of the late 19th century used as their model of a selfless war on behalf of humanity and civilization. It grew out of old and potent American ambitions, articulated by Hamilton and Jefferson, Monroe and Madison, Henry Clay and John Quincy Adams, to make the United States the arbiter of the Western Hemisphere, the defender of the sister republics against the pernicious influences of Europe, and the leader of an American system. It was fueled by the growth of military power, which shifted perceptions both of interest and of honor and of what could and could not be tolerated in the American sphere of influence. The Spanish-American War was, in short, an expression of who the American people were and what they had made of their nation.